we are declaring Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of Ipob and ECN, wanted for the killings, destructions of property of northerners residing on and undertaking their lawful businesses in the southeastern part of Nigeria. We of the Northern Consensus Movement, NCM, an amalgamation of more than 75 organizations of northern extraction, have taken it upon ourselves as active and responsible citizens of this country, Nigeria, to state in clear, unequivocal terms and without any form of ambiguity that 1. We believe Nigeria is a democratic nation under a democratically elected government. 2. We call on all countries of the world to respect our sovereignty as a nation. 3. That Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of Ipob, is the man and brain behind the killings and destructions of properties belonging to innocent northerners residing in southeastern Nigeria, carrying out their legitimate businesses using his proscribed terrorist organization, Ipob/ECN. You are all aware that Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail while facing traceable charges against the Nigerian state. Northern Consensus Movement, in collaboration with these organizations, are hereby declaring Nnamdi Kanu, the spiritual leader of Ipob and ECN, wanted for crimes against humanity and for instigating the killings of innocent northerners residing in southeastern Nigeria via his hate speech. We call on both the US government, that is the United States government, the British government, as the champions of democracy, the US government, the German government, and the British government as champions of democracy, rule of law, and freedom of speech and expression, to kindly and humbly respect Nigerian sovereignty, facilitate repatriation of Nnamdi Kanu back to Nigeria so that he can face his terrorism and genocide charges against innocent citizens of Nigeria. Northern Consensus Movement, in collaboration with this organization, has placed a bounty. We are placing a bounty of 100 million naira. We are placing a bounty of 100 million naira as an offer to anyone who can produce Nnamdi Kanu alive, hale and hearty. Please take note. Whoever can produce Nnamdi Kanu alive, hale and hearty, uninjured, to us for onward delivery to security agencies for his continuous prosecution. We are declaring Nnamdi Kanu.
Friends and colleagues, as we are aware of what has been happening these days, we have taken steps. You must have been aware that we wrote to traditional rulers and other elders of the North, and we just wrote another representation to the National Assembly. We have served the office of the Senate President and other senators. We have an endorsed copy of this proof of service on the Senate President, and we now have a brief on what is contained in the letter we sent to the National Assembly, essentially. So we read: call for suspension of constitutional review and for referendum on self-determination to the violent agitations for Biafra. The coalition of northern groups has taken stock of events unfolding in Nigeria since 2016, noting especially with utter perplexity and concern the unrelenting disturbances created by certain interest groups in the Southeast in the form of the violent agitation for a separate state of Biafra, which in the form of the agitation for a separate state of Biafra, which turned violent. The embers of this agitation were ignited and incessantly fanned into a raging fire by the indigenous people of Biafra, Ipob, and other authors of mindless violence and separatism, who see it as their duty to actualize what their fathers started in 1966, namely to bring about the realization of a separate state of Biafra through the force of arms and terrorist tactics. As the representatives of various interest groups from northern Nigeria, the CNG has watched and studied these events carefully and with considerable restraint and maturity, to the point of condoning and accommodating several unreasonable and unacceptable actions that have been perpetrated against Nigerians collectively and Northerners in particular. Of late, however, matters have reached a point whereby silence has become complicity and inaction is no longer an option. Unprovoked evictions, attacks and killings of Northerners in various parts of the South have resulted from the hate campaigns and propaganda being conducted by regional and ethnic agitators aimed mainly at instigating reprisals by Northerners against people from other parts of the country. Aware that the perpetrators of violence relentlessly pursuing this agenda of destruction and collective mayhem fervently hope it will engulf the entire country and bring about another civil war and mass killings and suffering of innocent people, the CNG took another bold step last week to address a petition to every significant component of the Northern society. Similar representations were made to the leadership of the National Assembly and delivered yesterday, Wednesday, June 9, 2021, in which the CNG made the following key demands from the Federal Parliament. 1. We demanded the immediate suspension of the ongoing exercise for the review of the 1999 Constitution and to concentrate on the first priority of determining who and what actually constitutes Nigeria as a nation in the present circumstance, in which the Ipob, by taking up arms against the Nigerian state for the third time, have foreclosed every hope for the rest of us to continue coexisting with them as one nation. 2. In order to achieve the final separation of the Ipob from the rest of Nigeria, we demanded the National Assembly to organize a referendum by seeking the cover of the same doctrine of necessity invoked by Nigeria's federal parliament that paved way for former President Goodluck Jonathan's takeover by declaring the late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua unfit. Number 3, we demanded the National Assembly to prevail on the federal government of Nigeria to invite the United Nations as well as the African Union and ECOWAS to initiate the process of self-determination to mandate the Biafrans out of the Nigerian Union by leveraging on the several relevant international treaties and conventions to which Nigeria is a signatory. Grounds. CNG notes that, having failed to achieve the Ibob's nefarious objective by hijacking the NSAS agitations and inciting the violence and destruction that followed in its wake, long-practiced tactics are now being played out in the form of attacks against Northerners and against agents and symbols of the federal government of Nigeria in the Southeast and parts of the South-South. The mindless violence and extremist terrorist actions perpetrated by Ipob and its followers in the Southeast and the South-South have therefore made it impossible for us to remain indifferent or silent in the face of such extreme provocations and insistent drive towards civil strife in the country. Today, everyone can see that the diabolical scheme planned and exhibited in the actions and claims of Ipob, supported morally and politically by the vast majority of the pliant and affrighted Igbo elites, politicians, traditional rulers, business persons, and the larger population of this ethnic group has pushed Nigeria to the precipice. We are convinced that this renewed violent determination of the Igbo to see through the secession of the Southeast from Nigeria is now real and cannot be avoided or deferred any longer without terrible consequences. In order to avoid such mishaps and unnecessary devastation on all sides, particularly the Southeast, whose leaders and agitators are now bent on driving it over the brink into catastrophe, CNG is of the view that resort to available means of actualizing the separation of the Southeast from the rest of Nigeria is today a vital task that must be undertaken by all. Conclusion. In order to prevent a descent into another civil war at this day and age, and to forestall mass killings, untold sufferance, and atrocities, the CNG has committed to the call for a referendum that will finally separate the Southeast from Nigeria. In this connection, we are hoping that the National Assembly will come up with a framework to be agreed upon in the course of the referendum and its final implementation in the Southeast or any enclave that wishes to secede from Nigeria. All identified indigents, that is Igbos of the enclave or entity that called for secession, that is the Southeast, must leave the territory of Nigeria and assemble in their designated enclave for the purpose of the exercise. The outcome of the referendum shall be final, irreversible, and shall not be reviewed or reconsidered for any other reasons. Citizens of the breakaway enclave shall be deprived of any automatic rights to return to the territory of the rump Nigeria or to be admitted to live in any of its parts. We are aware that all this while, the North continued to bear the brunt of the violent agitations for secession with equanimity, stoical calm, and resignation. In spite of this studied and dignified reserve of the North and refusal by its people to engage in altercations with these self-appointed enemies of Nigeria and antagonists of the North, no stone is being left unturned by these people to see that the North is goaded into reacting. Therefore, as the CNG recommits to the pursuit of a final constitutional separation with Biafra, we urge the North to remain the bulwark of respect, integrity, dignity, decorum, tradition, decency, morality, civilization, etiquette, good behavior, politeness, accommodation, and all other positive traits with the assurance that the good will ultimately prevail over evil. That's all.
On Sweet Radio, we are on Radio Garden, we are on Tuning, we are on Radio Biafra app itself, we are on YouTube as well. If you want to listen to us, you should and ought to be able to do so. Because as I can assure you right now, if you call any politician of importance that you know, they will tell you he's in a meeting or she is in a meeting. Because everybody is listening to us live. Every government of the world is listening. Because here they know they get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is now a very clear and unmistakable understanding that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, that our people listen to us. Anything we say is what our people will do. It is now very clear. Therefore, this evening I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you. Not just Biafrans, not just the members of this very noble family, but all lovers of freedom all over the world. Those who are wishing us well, we also wish them well. Those that wish us evil, we also wish them twice the evil that they're wishing us. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, as was clearly demonstrated yesterday without any shade of any doubt. It was made very clear yesterday how formidable and how mighty this noble family is. But of course, by the grace of God Almighty in heaven, unto whom every glory and honor belongs to, it is not us that is doing what we are doing, but Elohim in heaven that determined that we should come. I welcome each and every one of you. We are here to preach the gospel of hope, the gospel of redemption, the gospel of restoration, the gospel of renewal, the gospel of liberation. That those who are unfortunately trapped in this theological republic will be set free without fear nor favor. Here we preach the truth. If you do well, we praise you. You mess around, we shred you. That's who we are. We are not going back. We are moving forward because there is no retreat, there is no surrender. It doesn't matter what comes out of the mouth of the Janjaweed. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they write. It doesn't matter who they collude with. They can go and get all the useless, idiotic, gutter Yoruba media. It doesn't mean anything to us. You can write whatever junk you like. It is entirely your business. It has nothing to do with us. Because our hands are clean. And we are marching on relentlessly and resolutely towards this very glorious land flowing with milk and honey, the land of Biafra, the only place in the world where within a proximity of only 60 kilometers, you will see natural gas and oil forming side by side with coal, side by side with white and black marble, side by side with gold, side by side with diamond, for goodness sake. Everything that man can ever desire is in the land of Biafra. That is why the Janjaweed are so desperate to lay their hands on it for their masters, the British. But we have come to do the very right thing, and this evening we shall preach this very gospel as we have been mandated to preach. But first of all, we are going to pray. And as I told you yesterday, today we are going to pray Psalm number 2. We are going to pray for the next 150 days. I want to let our people understand that Chukwukikadiama is with us. Before the end of this very prayer session, you will see the manifestation of the goodness of the Most High upon the lives of His children, so that when Biafra comes, you will know who to give glory and honor to. That's what I'm saying to you. Just do as I ask you to do, and you see what will happen. Today we are going to, yesterday we prayed Psalm 1. Today is going to be Psalm, the book of David, number 2. Today we are going to pray for the whole world to know. And I will try to be as brief as possible this very evening, because I want some of you to speak. Yesterday was our sit at home. I want those that participated, especially those who are at home, to call us later on during this very program to tell us about their experience yesterday back home, and what, I love to hear what our enemies are saying. They are filled with shame. Those people that will normally come out, we are directing them not to sit at home. Today they are covered with shame because they can't do it. Even they themselves, they obeyed to sit at home. And they are mad people obeyed. It was only 2 unknown goats that I saw somewhere, which of course I tweeted, 2 unknown goats. And I'm sure justice was done in the end, because they ended up as on Kobe on somebody's plate. This evening we must pray, and pray we shall. Psalm number 2, please. We are going to Psalm, the book of Psalm, in the Torah, chapter 2. And it is for the Fulani Janjaweed. This is what, you see, that is why Elohim said, we should read Psalm from every day we pray with one Psalm. Today we're going to pray with Psalm number 3. And isn't it very, very funny? It is the day they claim that whoever is wearing the hyper reality mask of the dead Buhari issued a statement through, of course, surprise, surprise, Femi Adesina. He can no longer address people alive, and you're so idiotic you don't know the fool is dead somewhere in Saudi Arabia. They're playing with your brains, but you cannot say, of course, you're black people. What do you know? This your G. Let us pray to the Most High in heaven. I will pray in English language that the whole world may understand the importance and the essence of this very gospel that we have been mandated to preach to the sons of men. Why do nations rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Fulani Janjaweed and their Yoruba friends, some of them like you. The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord Almighty in heaven and against his anointing, Ipob, saying to themselves, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. The same thing that the Fulani Janjaweed was saying this morning. I want people to understand that everything we do, we are guided in the spiritual realm to do that which is right. Today we are reading and praying to Elohim with Psalm number 2, the Psalm of David. And rather, very fortuitously, it is the same day that the Fulani Janjaweed is saying exactly what David was lamenting about in the book of Psalms. We said it yesterday. I did not know they were going to make these comments today. But Elohim that we are praying to this evening, the Alpha and the Omega, Ancient of Days, the Ancient of the Ancients. We are praying on today the prayer of your servant. On the same day that what we are lamenting about with David in Psalm 2, chapter 2. Isn't this our God marvelous? Are you not great? Go and listen to what their coalition said earlier today. Go and go through what they claim their so-called president issued. Of course, is Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from the Niger Republic, wearing the mask because Jubilee ran away. And when I was making this proclamation yesterday, I never knew that events would turn out the way it did today, but it is here. Why do nations rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The vain thing here being that they are planning to crush Biafra, which is uncrushable. The kings of the earth and the rulers of the world, Britain, Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate, you people are holding meetings together, according to the servant of God, David, against the children of God. Psalm number 2. When I asked you to read the psalm with us and pray it every day, I never knew this was going to happen. You people are holding your meetings together saying, let us destroy Biafra and cast asunder the works of Ipob. And now, the God that I worship, that gives me every revelation before mortals can see it, is in high heavens. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, and the Lord shall have all of you in derision. The host of heaven shall rise against all of you. It is a divine proclamation. That is why the soul can no longer be salvaged. It is impossible. So says the Lord of hosts. For gathering against his children, Nigeria will be destroyed beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. That is the word of God upon which I stand to preach this very gospel this evening. Elohim shall hold all of you in contempt and in derision. The God that we bow before shall destroy all of you that plan and plot against Biafra and Ipob. Then shall Elohim speak unto them in his wrath, and so shall the displeasure of the Creator of the heavens and the earth be made manifest in the lives of everybody who rises up against Biafra. And yet I have set my King upon Zion, my holy hill. I will declare the decree the Lord has said unto me. You are my son, this day have I begotten thee. Are you listening? That we are the children of the Almighty in heaven. And ask of me anything you want, and I shall give it unto thee for thine inheritance. And we, Biafrans, this night, this evening, morning, and noon, we are asking for that which you promised us, which is freedom. Nothing more, nothing less. We don't want the lands of any other people. We do not want what doesn't belong to us. All we are asking for is freedom, not just for Biafrans, but freedom for every oppressed ethnic nationality in the damnable zoological republic. You said that we, Eastern Security Network, is going to break them with a rod of iron. And we are going to cut them into pieces like a broken potter's vessel. And now, according to David, a servant of God, we must now be very, very wise and disciplined. And we are warning every political leader and every judge upon the face of this very earth, because we come to serve the Lord our God with fear, and our rejoicing will be with trembling. When we say we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, is because we worship our Lord God Almighty in heaven, Elohim, with purity of heart. If we Biafrans are not disciplined, if our hands and our hearts are not clean, God will be angry with us the way he is angry with us today. And we shall perish the way we perished between 67 and 1970. If we do not keep our hands clean and stay away from every form of criminality, the wrath and anger of God will be upon us, his children. And blessed shall be the children of God, all those that put their trust in him, as we have done from day one. All this we pray, we ask for, in the name above every other name, now and forevermore. He said, we have come to preach this very gospel. I'm sure you have your pen and your paper ready, because we must say that for which we have been born. First of all, I want to commend Biafrans all over the world. Biafrans, not just Ipob family members, but Biafrans all over the world, on a resoundingly successful lockdown of Biafra land. Even those in Ipob running their mouth like a woman that just had miscarriage, like weekend, people talking rubbish all the time. Ipob was on lockdown. The banks did not open. The markets did not open. Rather very sadly and idiotically, Channels TV ran to the fool. This is Tambuwal. I was interviewing, he was ranting his usual rubbish. You know, when you take too much Hennessy and cocaine, Woki Begamagde Hunapido, a fellow man, climb you with your face, is pushing your head beside the pillow. Woki Begi. You lose every sense of reasoning and perspective. That is what is happening to me. Woki Begi Hunapido. Jide your backside now like me. You lose every sense. I say, man. Nick, I want to ask you a question. Was OB on lockdown yesterday? Yes or no? And I want Channels TV to listen very carefully because they are foolish. Very foolish. They claim they are practicing journalism. What they are doing, I have no idea. Channels TV, I know all of you are listening. Everybody listens to Radio Biafra, of course you do. I want to ask you a question. Was Obibo on lockdown yesterday or not? And where is Obibo? It's in River State. Is that not correct? Is your village Obibo on lockdown or not? Your village was on lockdown yesterday. Let me put it this way very simply. All the upland of River State, was it on lockdown yesterday or not? Ask any banker you know in Iguacha for the benefit of those who do not know where Iguacha is. It is called Port Harcourt in River State. Ask any banker in Port Harcourt yesterday, did you open for business? Why did you not open for business? Because an order was given. You must stay at home, and that order was obeyed. The idiot came on television. He can't even sit properly like a man because he's the guys who work alliance. He cannot sit properly. His bottom cannot sit properly. He sits like a woman. Watch him. This is Tambuwal. You're talking rubbish on channels. To let your husband know, oh darling, I'm here, and I'm still fighting the cause. I'm not Igbo. You want to please Fulani? River State was on lockdown yesterday. When the media of the zoo were reporting it, they never mentioned the fact. Let me not say the whole of River State. Let me try to be as objective as I can be. Parts of River State was on lockdown, true or false. Let us go to Delta. I know that we were disappointed yesterday because our radio there is not working. It has not been working for a while now. Our relay station, we are going to fix it. Let me also ask Nigerian media journalists, all of you, was Ahaba on lockdown yesterday or not? The white man named it Asaba. The name is Ahaba. Was Ahaba on lockdown yesterday or not? Where is Ahaba? In your so-called Niger Delta South and all that rubbish. The capital city of Delta State was on lockdown. Why? Because of a very simple instruction: sit at home. Honor our heroes, and they did. That is why this very evening, having recorded 100% compliance, I salute every Biafran. I can assure you that the spirit of those that served you between 67 and 70 will be rejoicing. Our eternal leader, Ojukwu, will be very happy. Ikonso will be very happy. I'm sure by now he would have gone back to dealing with Ibrahim Atahiru. I commend all of you. You were exceptional yesterday, and I must say, and the governors as well. When I say the governors, I know those I'm talking about. Ifeanyi Okowa. I'm talking about Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State. I'm talking about Obiano that led the way by building a cenotaph, commendable. In fact, I wouldn't expect anything less because he is from the taproot of Biafra, of Igbo land itself. He is the son, a direct descendant of Iri. So I'm sure he did the right thing. I'm not going to call John Lion Yi, if he does, if he makes one wrong move, I shred him. But when you do something right, of course, I'll commend you. We are very objective here. I want to also remember the speech the interview that Ibazu gave to Channels Television, very commendable, I must say. And also the vibes we were getting from the governor of Enugu State, highly commendable. And the surprising surprise of all is there for Mahi. He behaved like a man eventually. He behaved like a man, and I must commend him as well. They did very well. And may they continue along that line. I didn't mention the Sarkin Fulani of Imo because he's not a governor. He is an administrator of Fulani people. I cannot mention him. He came out to challenge us openly to say, this lockdown will not hold in Imo State. A 419er that our culture abhors. Do you know that in our culture in those days, if there is any whiff of criminality in your family, nobody will allow their daughter to be married into your family, and your daughters will not be married to anybody else. Are you aware of that in the olden days? All of you now celebrate criminality. You celebrate evil. I look at you and I laugh. In the olden days, it's called hearing to go and ask questions. When you want to marry a girl or a girl wants to get married to a man, they send people to go and ask questions about the family. Therefore, you know the first question they ask? Does this lineage have criminals in them? Because we don't want our daughter to go somewhere and be giving birth to criminals. All of you celebrate 419ers these days. I look at you and I laugh at you. From the time of the ancients, once there is, a whiff of a word that this family that they give birth to thieves, believe you me, all of that name, that lineage will die a natural death. Because nobody will agree to marry into that family. And nobody will come there to take their daughters. That's how we are as a people. An ex-419er, a murderer and a killer, was installed in Imo State, and he had the temerity. Nobody told him about what has gone before. Now you don't come outside to challenge the will of God. Everything IPOB does is the will of God Almighty in heaven. That is why we pray the way we do. That is why we comport ourselves the way we do. That is why we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why we are without blemish. So far as the restoration of Biafra is concerned, without blemish, I'm telling you. That is why everything I say comes to pass. That is why everything that IPAB touches turns into gold. That is we are unstoppable. That's why, despite the fact that politicians do not support us, despite the fact that all the so-called money bags do not support us, today we are the largest, most potent mass movement anywhere on earth. We are formidable. IPOB. IPOB is a spirit. When you provoke us, we turn into monsters. But in the main, we are peace-loving people. Because we are the children of God Almighty in heaven. Without God, how can we be where we are today? I ask you. With nothing. That today we give a command and the whole world stands still. Do you think it is us that is doing it? It is God Almighty in heaven, using us as instruments to make the manifestation of His will upon the lives of His children a reality in their time. That's exactly what we are doing. IPOB is a monster, I'm telling you. I commend all of you. All of you, I commend each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. We are doing that which is right before God Almighty in heaven and the sons of men on this very earth. There was the only people that actually did something decent. The decent coverage was by Vanguard newspaper. I think it's one correspondent who wrote it. It's called, what's his name again? I think a lot of them put this very piece together. Very many of them. I think Vincent Ujuma, the Festus Ahon, Chid Wapara, Chinonsa Lozio, Gochupu, Steve Oko is there, Ikechipu, or the Chinedu, Adon, all of them, Chinobi Wiwu, Wabwesi Okonko, they went out onto the streets to ask questions. It was in the morning of this very this historic lockdown, not sit at home, lockdown of Biafra land yesterday. They sought permission to say, please, if you move about, we said to them, as long as you're a journalist, nothing's going to happen to you, go and ask questions, and they did. They did. Let me give you a few headlines as to what Biafrans did yesterday. The zoo is still in a shock. That was why some people hurriedly were putting their propaganda together. 4 ESN operatives killed, arms recovered, all these idiots. Even some fools used the name of Officer Kintoye to be writing rubbish, thinking I will respond to it. I know that's what Tinubu is doing. Is Tinubu, that's the way they operate. They think they can use the media to hoodwink and bamboozle all of us. They don't know that this we're in a media age, and this generation is very, very savvy. They can discern, they can understand, they can interpret. Socio-economic activities paralyzed in any way, Boyimo, Anambra, Abia, Asaba, and Rivers. Which are you listening? You know, sometimes I wonder what Yoruba journalists gain by being mischievous and evil. There are some professions that doesn't actually suit black people. Any profession in this life that requires you to use your conscience to work for the benefit of humanity, a black person should not be occupying that position. I will enumerate letter one. For the first time, Omoahia, the streets were empty. Omoahia, where I come from, is known for their stupidity and idiocy. Arguably one of the most un-Biafran and idiotic set of people on the face of this very earth. The Ibeku that I come from, very foolish. Most of you don't know that Ironsi is an Ibeku man, is from my clan. Do you know that? Do you know that the first general in the history of Nigeria, if not the whole of Africa, I mean battlefield general, not quota general, the person, the people that gave Ironsi his generalship were white people, not blacks. White. Ironsi was a battlefield general, not quota general. Agree. The first general, the first indigenous commander of the Nigerian army is from Ibeku, my clan, my village. Or should I say my mother's village in Duma? It's from Omwana. Ibeku. We produced the first military head of state, the first general ever, battlefield general, even general before the zoo became an independent flag, independent enclave of the British. And that is Ibeku. If you ask them to sit at home, they'll be talking rubbish. That is why they were ignored. History forgot about them. It's my land, yes. History forgot about them completely because of the idiocy and stupidity. Omoahia is the land that produced Dr. Michael Opara. The same way Omoahia produced Ironsi, Omoahia produced Dr. Michael Opara. The man, according to Harvard Review, not black big newspaper or magazine, according to Harvard Review, the fastest growing economy in the world, the man that made it possible. It was Opara's miracle, economic miracle, that frightened Britain. That was why they organized the first coup, so that they can slaughter us. That man is from Omoahia. The only black man in the history of the world to grow the economy of his region faster than any other economy in the world, including USA, including Britain, including Japan, everybody else. Number one in the world is the Mumbai. But if you ask Mumbai, they don't even know who they are. That's why they're foolish. But I think yesterday they came back to their senses, and I commend them. Of course, Abba is always there. Abba and Onisha, how can I forget? Abba and Onisha. I salute them immensely. And they say better late than never. Enugu did very well, and I commend them. Ipob, of course, was there too. Enugu did excellent. People were lamenting. After my program yesterday morning, people started calling and lamenting. Some were calling my lawyers and lamenting. I say, how can you say this thing about Enugu? Enugu is complying. All we want is total compliance everywhere, because Biafra doesn't belong to me. I'm only preaching the gospel that heaven asked me to preach. Biafra is your own. You are fighting for a better future for your children, away from the horrible torment of Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate. Biafra is yours. It doesn't belong to me. When we ask you to sit at home, you must comply. It's for your own good and the good of your children. Today, haven't you heard that the whole world is reverberating to the success that was recorded? We are the very best of the best. And I must commend Governor Obiano for building the cenotaph. He built it last year. I think it was last year he built it, but this year, you know, our people, you know, Biafrans, everything takes time. Everything takes time. I'm sure in the next 2-3 years, if this tradition continues, the whole world, only then will the world recognize that there was genocide against us. So you don't know that? If you don't say you're somewhere, nobody will quote you that you're there. We cannot be going around and saying to the world, a great injustice was done to Biafra, or Semen, when you yourself, you're not doing anything about it. Days like yesterday is what we bring to the fore the level of injustice and mayhem visited upon Biafran people. Only then will the world consider Biafra genocide as being worthy to be mentioned in the book of those that have been killed unjustly in the history of man. I said it yesterday and I want to say it again today, that I'm commending Governor Obiano, Ugwuanyi, Ipazu, Umahi, and Opowa of Delta State. Very, very critical. But I commend them because of the role that they played. Everybody got together and made sure that this happened. Imo State was not locked down. Thank you, my dear brother. It was chained. I claim Imo State chained. Imo State was chained. That whole was chained. No army, no police, nobody, no bagger there to move. On that chain. Lock and key. Over a municipality, on that chain. They couldn't come out. I don't care why they did what they did, even if it is, after all, man's daily existence is politics itself. I don't care why the governors there to change their minds, but we welcome it all the same. If they do the right thing, of course, we will commend them. We sat at home and I commend each and every one of you. Nobody should give any time to that idiot. He now owns Channels TV. Every 2 days he will appear on channels. He will pay them money and they'll be writing rubbish about him. He was ranting as usual. After snorting cocaine and drinking Hennessy. His vocal cords all gone. A lawyer who doesn't know the meaning of the rule of law. You're talking like somebody who maybe, you know, anything is possible these days. You know that men can become pregnant. Are you aware of that? You know that men can become pregnant these days. Go and search for it. I won't say Google it. I will say go and search for it. Maybe use Bing search engine. Don't use Google because they've been bought over by the zoo as well. Go and search and you'll see it. Men can become pregnant. Maybe Wike had a miscarriage. You know, anyway, I know that love is very strong. His love for Tambuwal, you know, outweighs his identity and ethnicity. That is why he's always ranting and talking like a fool. Who cannot, a man who sits on a chair like a woman. Oh dear me. I've said it before that any profession that requires men to fall back on their conscience when making decisions is not for black people. Why am I saying what I'm saying? In the zoo, before you can pass your exams, the lecturer must sleep with you. Is that not correct? Am I correct? Or you have to pay them bribe? Is that not correct? Is that not correct? It is only in Africa that pastors own private jets. The Pope, who is the richest religious figure in the world, has no jet. Africa houses the poorest countries in the world, but their pastors, they have private jets. An anomaly. They call it blessing. Any profession that requires men to use their conscience is not for black people. How about judges in a law court? In the zoo, they have two judgments. If you bring brown envelope, they give you a favorable judgment. That's what they do. Isn't it? Black people. How about journalism? Apart from Dele Giwa and a few other bright people, maybe now Dele Momodu, because he has seen the light, he has seen the truth. Apart from Dele Giwa and now another Dele Momodu, maybe, if you can keep it up and continue to be consistent. The rest are they journalists? Maybe once in a while. Or should I let me focus on the editors, not the journalists themselves, the editors. What you have in this is journalism. Channels TV was interviewing Wike live. Channels TV is aware that Igor was on lockdown. They saw the pictures and they saw the videos. Instead of to ask the man, how come parts of River State was on lockdown? I said, we are not part of them. IPOB cannot come here and tell us what to do. But I did. And they listened to me. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. Did they? You want me to send you the pictures and the videos? Please, people should send it on Twitter and tag him so he can see it. Pictures and videos of him water, especially that idiot that went to the bank asking for the bank to open, and the bank said that we cannot open. There is an order, a sit at home. Send that video to Weekend to Channels TV. You know what I'm going there. Not you think if you appear so many times on Channels TV to impress your lover, wow, somehow they will believe you. Is that what you think? During referendum, you're talking like a drunken fool. During referendum, you only have one vote. Me, Nnamdi Kanu, only one single vote. Do you want Biafra to be free or do you want to remain in Nigeria? Simple. That day you cast your vote. Only one vote you will cast. You little demon. Idiots like you. After maybe 2 years, you come down there. Then it goes in here, if we don't get you before then. I say it out in the open. I don't hide it. You went, that as I've been saying, I want to go to Hague. I want to be tried in a law court anywhere in the world where all the facts about the zoo, all the nonsense you fools have been doing will be brought to public knowledge. That day, the whole world will know what you've been up to. Mad people. Remember there was a time even African referees were not allowed to referee any match because they are corrupt. As black people for you. I don't want to spend time educating Channels TV and the wannabe Hitler Wike on how Rivers was created, but I'll just touch upon it very briefly. Wike, I want you to understand that Rivers State, go to Wikipedia. After Rivers State, you will see a bracket. Inside it is Igbo, IGBO, for information. Maybe tomorrow you pay them to change it. Dear me. You were created in 1967. 27th of May, 1967, you were created. Remember what I told people about Children's Day, 27th of May. Some of you don't know this, but I will teach you. Children's Day that you are celebrating coincides with the day that River State was created. That was the day that the Eastern Consultative Assembly gave Ojukwu the mandate to declare Biafra. That same day, the British intelligence got wind of it through BBC correspondent in Enugu. And Britain called Gowon and told Gowon what was happening and gave Gowon this advice. That they themselves, being the British, the best way they have used over the centuries to conquer people is by dividing them. Divide them first, then you go and conquer them. Divide and rule. And go on that same 27 children, as I told you, the reason why they call it Children's Day. People don't know how important 27th of May is. It was on that same day as they were deliberating that River State was created. That same day. Are you following? People didn't actually go to school, writing rubbish and talking nonsense about the Constitution and all that rubbish. I look at them and I laugh because they are not educated. They didn't go to school. I went to Government College, University of Nigeria and Soka. Of course, SBS, Iwacha, School of Basic Studies in Port Harcourt. I went to London Metropolitan University. We are well read. I go together. We are well read. We know what we're talking about. On that 27th of May, as British intelligence MI5 got wind of the fact that the Eastern Consultative Assembly had granted Ojukwu the right to proclaim Biafra on the 27th, they told Gowon to divide Biafra. That same day, River State was created. Nick, are you listening? Because if you don't know history, you're a fool. You know, this reverse. I'm a reverse man. How old are you? You're just like those shouting one Nigeria every blessed day. Idiotic, moronic set of people. A man is 80-something years old, older than Nigeria by over 20-something years. And I'm asking you, before you became a Nigerian, who are you? They cannot answer. That is one thing I hold against Nigerians. And I will keep on holding until their shame will sink into them. I'm asking you, how old were you in 1967? I'm asking you. That was when your reverse was created. And you proceeded to go and start stealing properties belonging to your brothers. Because you don't want the land to kill you. That's why you said you are no longer Igbo, idiot, like you. If some of you have been following the news lately, you will see that they said it has passed the second reading or third reading, their restructuring bill. In that restructuring bill, they are now proposing to create a new state called NNAMDI'S state with the capital in Ahaba, which some of you call Asaba, of course, because you're ignorant, you're all products of colonial rule anyway. And they plan to add it into Southeast. Ahaba, Delta State, Anioma, but not River State. Because Fulani is very lazy. They need to do to the rest of you what they did to Ogoni people. Then your eyes will open. By the time they'll be dealing with you, you'll be shouting and nobody will listen to you. Allow me to keep misleading all of you, like the idiots that some of you are. We used to have the same problem everywhere around Biafra land until we said no, enough is enough. We can go on, created you, Rivers, 27th of May 1967, the same day that the lives of Frank Opigo from Okrika, for your information, and a German was in Enugu advising Ojukwu. That same period, that same day, that same 27th, Ojukwu said, what shall we call this our new nation? After they had passed the resolution. And a German, I'm saying this because I'm saying Niger Delta and a nation, all that rubbish. I want you to listen to me very carefully. And a German rose up, Chief Frank Opigo, and said, the name of our new nation shall be Biafra. And Ojukwu asked him, why Biafra? Because Ojukwu himself, even a historian, an Oxford-trained historian, did not know. Frank Opigo whispered to him, not in here, I will tell you later. what Biafra means. Do you know how God works? Ojukwu did not quibble. He did not argue. If Ojukwu wanted to dominate other people, if Igbos had wanted to dominate other people, he would have just said, this new nation shall be called Igbo nation, isn't it? But you see, these people, I don't know. They said that the zoo army is in Abao, they're looking for trouble. When they get it done, they start complaining. Nigerian army is now in Aba, perambulating and patrolling, looking for who to kill. When the angels find them now and send them to God for judgment, you start writing rubbish. Now they are patrolling inside Aba, you cannot ask them to go back to the barracks and sit down. Because something is happening. As I was saying before, those zoo vermins interrupted my train of thought. That same 27th of May, 1967, that day is very, very critical, I'm telling you. As Frank Opigo, an Ijo man, was telling Ojukwu, later on I will tell you why I recommended that the name should be Biafra, and the Holy Spirit was upon Ojukwu. God was, angels from heaven were ministering to him, telling him, listen to Frank Opigo. And as soon as Chief Opigo finished, Ojukwu said the name shall be Biafra. If Ojukwu had domineering tendencies, if the Igbos wanted to lord it over every other person, to conquer them, I think Ojukwu should have insisted on the place answering Igbo nation, isn't it? That's pure common sense. As the Fulanis are doing to the Hausa people up north. Isn't it? Of course, Ahaba is an name told. Asaba is Ahaba. The name is Ahaba. Go there. If you go to Asaba tomorrow morning, you see the name there, Ahaba. Go and ask the traditional ruler. The Asaba of Asaba. Go and ask him, what is your name? He tells you that. If you go to his palace, you go to Ahaba. That's the name. Like Ahabi Meni. Who doesn't know that? Is it all this nonsense, these corrupt, useless Yoruba journalists are writing every day that you're reading? That's why people who are born in Lagos sometimes, to be honest with you, I don't quite see them as normal people, to be honest with you. I'm being honest. When I will know all these people that grew up in Lagos and Kanu, all these places, they know nothing in their brain. They are the ones that will insist. The name is Asaba. It's Ahaba. Go there to Ahaba, you will see it. That's as you have Ahabi many. Common sense, they don't have, they claim they're educated. I went to school. I have PhD. Do you know who I am? Whereas your brain is empty. You know nothing, absolutely nothing. Ojukwu adopted the name Biafra. As Ojukwu was giving us the name Biafra, christening us Biafra, according to the advice of Chief Frank Opigo, one idiot somewhere called Go On is saying, I'm going to divide you. I'm going to create Cross River, and I'm going to create Ogoja State, and I'm also going to create River State. True or false? We can. I throw like you. What do you know? You go on channels and you're talking like somebody that fell from a Pamantapa that fell from Tam Tree. I throw like you claim you're a lawyer, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your brain is empty. Absolutely empty. That is why a fellow man like Tambua will useless to your backside, because you're an idiot. You're a complete fool. You know nothing. I feel sorry for those you are deceiving. Poor students. They were raised in the zoo. You go to NYAC, your brain is empty, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't know your history. You don't even know the history of your own village. We should start by asking, what is the history of my village? I know where we come from. My village. I kept asking my father before he passed. I kept asking him, tell me the history of this Semafaruku, and he told me. The soldiers are molesting people. Where you're having your holiday, I hope you're listening. Channels TV, Yoruba journalists, I hope you're listening. That soldiers, Nigerian soldiers are in Aban right now molesting people. I hope you can hear it. When there is equal response now, you start writing a joke. That's why I said a black man should not be a journalist. We lack conscience. Black people do not have conscience. That is why you give chieftaincy titles to people who are doing 419. People like Hope Uzadimma can come and become a governor of a state. In the olden days, people like him will be exiled or sold into slavery because he's a thief. 419 for now. River State was created. In fact, I want to direct now, Wike, you claim you're a lawyer, and also Channels TV. Somebody should also email Channels TV as little as possible the Willing Commission report of 1958. Because I don't know, is there anything wrong with your brain cells? You people, you animals in the zoo animals calling themselves Nigerians. Is there anything, are you sure your brain is not made of sawdust? Is there something in your brain that is stopping you from reasoning? I want somebody to send this very report, the Willing Commission report, to every idiot that calls him or herself a Niger Deltan. Send it to them. Send it to them because the idiocy is becoming too much. This foolishness can no longer be tolerated. Send it to them. Ikwere, Eche, Ekpeye, Opobu, Ibani, which is born today, Orata, you know well, is also in Ikwere land. They say they are not, we are from Benin, near the upper of palace, near his palace. Chai. Who did this thing to you people? Who did, I can understand. I know that black people by nature are very stupid. But it seems to me there are layers of stupidity. All these Niger Delta South people, it seems your own stupidity isn't comparable. I'm telling you. God forbid. Oh, no wonder the Sultan can come to Bayelsa and own over 30 oil wells. Now you understand it, don't you? No wonder Danjuma owns 15 oil wells. No wonder your land can be polluted and you can't do nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. What can you do? Nothing. You lament, you cry, and nobody listens. And they float NDDC. And their budget is maybe $1 million, and all of you are scrambling for $1 million. Whereas the Sultan of Sokoto preaching unity and one Nigeria is because of his oil wells in Bayelsa. And you're telling me you went to school. You're telling me you can reason. You are telling me you can think properly. Do you understand it? Do you understand it? Ikwereche Ekpeye, Ipob, Iban, which they call Boni, Orata, Oban, Ndoke are all indigenous Igbo extraction in River State. It is called Rivers Igbo. I want you to go to Wikipedia now and type in River State on Wikipedia. You will see it. River State, the first bracket you see is Igbo, IGBO. People may wonder, why am I preaching this all the time? Because I grew up in the village, and in the village you learn a lot of things, not like in the township where you learn nothing. You live in a yard. I grew up in the village, and there is a saying where we come from. You can only show me my relative. You cannot show me my friend, because I make my friends myself. You can't bring somebody and say, oh, come, this is your friend. No. If at all any of you have had the privilege of staying in a village, in a Biafran, typical Igbo village, Biafran village, for up to a week, let's say during festive season, what happens usually? If you can remember, if one them listen, intellectual, listen. When you are in the village, during any festive season, how many times have you heard your mom or your father say, oh, come, they'll call your name and say, come and see your uncle, come and see your aunt, come and see your cousin. How many times? Because they are all your relatives. That's the only people they can show to you. Nobody can show you your friend, because your friends you make yourself. Now you understand me? going back to Wike and the Ikwere people, or some not Ikwere players, I don't want to generalize. After all, it was an Ikwere chief that was coming to see me when I was in prison. The delegation of people coming to see me when I was in prison, if you go to the archives of the people who come into court, anytime I have a case, they will charter luxurious bus from Iguacha all the way to Abuja. It's an Ikwere chief. Have you all forgotten? You have all forgotten, haven't you? So Nika cannot make me to generalize. I'm not stupid. Who were the people that observed the sit at home, the lockdown yesterday in Rivers? I don't know if Ikwere people. Yes, and I'm asking you a simple question. So I'm not going to generalize. I'm not going to generalize. Now listen to me. Before independence of the zoo, basically before the 27th of May 1967, there was no identity crisis in Rivers, none whatsoever. None. I have said this thing to people many times, they don't want to listen. When I was arguing about the origin of the Igbo race, some people said they're anthropologists, they're historians, and all that rubbish. They were talking about pure people. And I tried to prove to them that the Igbo race is comprised or made up of three distinct people. Three distinct, I said different people make up the Igbo race. They were talking nonsense. I said to them that the best place, because our ancestors were very clever, how you know where you come from is by the names you give your children or the names you give your towns and your villages. And they said, how did I come to that realization? I said to them, do you know that the last phase that came, the house of Ephraim and Manasseh, that came from the Harish region of Israel, the last migration that came, those that passed through Ethiopia, that went through Rwanda and all the rest of it, through Cameroon before coming down to settle, crossing the Mambala River, and settling at Umwere and Aguleri. Do you know who they are? Of course, people do not know. They were the ones that gave the name. They were the people that realized that the oldest people on that land are the Igbo people. When they came to a place called Agolo, they said that this is the road that leads to the settlement of Igbo people. They named it Agolo Uzo Igbo, which means Agolo, where you pass before you go to the settlement of Igbo people. Agolo Esia Gebendi Igbo, Agolo Uzo Igbo. Uzo means the road that leads to. The same way you have Akole and Uzo Akole. Uzo Akole means this is the road you use to go to Akole. I don't know if people are paying attention. Hopefully Libanism was in heaven. They are the ones that say this is Agolo Igbo. This is Agolo. This Agolo settlement is the road you use to go to where Igbos are. Agolo Esiaga Ebendi Igbo be Agolo Uzo Igbo. I hope that makes sense to most of you. Now you understand. All of you fools claiming South. So, do you know that Aguleri people and Umweri can be said are not Igbo? Do you know that? Do you know that Uweri people and Arotu can say they're not Igbo? Do you know that some parts of Umbise or Hoho and Dibeko can say they're not Igbo? Are you aware of that? Because the original people who were there can be found in a place called, we know our names are very brilliant. Hope you understand it very clearly now. You are following what I'm saying. I go back to the Willing Commission. The reason why we keep having this debate all the time is because our people are not educated. I'm sorry to say this, but our people are not well educated. That is the problem. If you can take out only 5 minutes, anybody calling themselves Niger Delta, I'm not Igbo, I'm Anioma, I'm not Igbo. If you can take out only 5 minutes to read the Willing Commission report, white people wrote it, not blacks, then you will understand your stupidity. It will be staring you in the face. It's for Wike. According to a willing report, white man in 1958, way before, almost 10 years before Gowon created or gave you your new identity. More than I'm reading the report verbatim, white man's report, willing, because they complained. Everywhere you go, man is there, everywhere. We want minority, we want to be recognized. They call themselves minority. Is that correct? When Britain was tuning them, because Britain wanted unrestricted access to our oil and gas. And hey, Jonathan, you're different, huh? Have you succeeded in getting your resource control? The answer is no. They come to the upper land of Igbo, which is from our Prosimo River. Not minding there's a place called Ubibo. They tell you, they hate you. This South Nigeria, they hate you. Look for one Igbo nation only. Don't mind them. And some intellectuals and the philosophers buy into it. They want to divide you to weaken you. You have forgotten that Ahoda people are Igbo people. Boni people are Igbo people. I want to challenge all of you now. You know, during the burning of the house of that traitor, that saboteur, called, do you know who was, Gowon appointed Dieter Spiff, the one that just chased away from his palace now, as the governor of River State. Are you aware of that? No, you don't know, but I'm telling you now. That man they pursued a few days ago from his palace. He's called Alfred Dieter Spiff, if I'm not mistaken. He was the saboteur that Gowon used to administer River State, to spite Ojukwu, understand? So they created natural saboteurs. You say this man you call, what's his name, Jimmy Clark? Do you know why I hate him? He's a father, he's an elderly man, and should be respecting him. Is that not correct? According to our culture. Do you know why I hate him with a passion? He was a saboteur. They made him Minister for Information. That's how they roll. And their British masters, they gave them political positions. They now went back to go and convince their own people that Biafra is a bad thing for them to be part of because of political appointment. Are you following me? This man was sacked from his palace a few days ago. Are you listening to me? He was sacked. Do you know why he was sacked? I can't see everyone home. Go and watch that video again. All the people from Nembe, I think it's Nembe in Brass, Tom Brass. I want you to go and watch the video of the indigents of Tuan Brass in Nembe, or whatever it is, removing the very corrupt king Alfred Dieter Spiff. They were all speaking a dialect of Igbo in Ojoland. Go and watch the video again and again and again. Are you listening to me? People ask me, why are you doing this? Are you begging them to join you? Why did you reject Igbo only Biafra? I said to them, as Oriental Boras sang in their song Kabaka in those days, I am only identifying with my flesh and my own blood, the same DNA, the same heritage, the same value system. In a referendum, they will have the chance to reject me. Then if they do, I will respect it. That is their own prerogative. And forever and ever, we will make it as a law that is binding on every generation. But these are no longer your people. That's what we're trying to do. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. I am doing what the ancients did. If you see your flesh and blood, you recognize them. That's all we are doing. That's all we are doing. I will get to the case of Ogoni and the rest of them later on. But I want our people to understand this. The reason why they are goading you or forcing you to adopt a different identity is because it will be easier for them to control you once we are divided. I have preached this gospel before and I'll preach it again. The only reason why they killed Kensero was because the Igbos did not rise up to defend him. That's all. The reason why they did not kill me whilst I was in detention was because of the Avengers. Not Igbo people. Of course, IPOB was formidable. I mean, blocking Get Breed for 4 days. You know, who could have done that? And people ask me, why do I keep saying I will sacrifice anything for Biafra? Because they sacrificed everything for me. Head Bridge was blocked for 4 days. Avengers came out. Mainly Ijaw youths came out to say we will blow up every Nigeria will not export any oil. Their number one demand was releasing Nnamdi Kanu from detention. How can I not preach about the unity of these people? Why won't I preach it? I hope that we can learn. I'm going to read the William Commission report for you. More than 98% of people who inhabit this area is called the Igbo Plateau of the Eastern region. Do you know what it's called? It's called the plateau. You know what the plateau is? Like Plateau State. It's a table land, it's a flat land. If you cross Ungwa, once you enter Ungwa, basically, if you don't know, Udi Hills ends. You know why? Some of you that did geography, Udi Hills, the range of hills where you have hills and you have valley. Like if you go to Lokoro, there are hills, there are valleys and all that. It ends in Omai. From Ungwa, it is now flat land all the way to the ocean. That was why the white man called it the Igbo Plateau. It is in the Willings report of 1958. Channels, are you listening? Wike, are you listening? I'm reading the report for you. They are all Igbo and they speak one language, though of course with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them and they are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and have pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region, in the western region, in the north and outside Nigeria. They are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. This is simple English written by a white man. Wike, are you listening? Channel Steve, are you listening? A white man said in 1958, these people that inhabit the plateau of rivers, I call you Igbo, that is the proper name. You people, you are Igbo. You are intelligent. I'm not talking about the Igbo people. You are very smart. You diverse, you travel out wide, you are energetic, you're hardworking. But the places you are going to, the people hate you in the north, in the west, everywhere you go to, they hate you because those people are lazy. That's what the white man said. I didn't say it, it's here now in the paper. Well, my goodness me. They hate us because we are hardworking. That is why they brought Ahmed Gulag to Owerri and killed him, that they may demonize and kill as many of us as possible. Because we are energetic, we are blessed by God. Everybody is in this together, everybody in the former Eastern region. This is what a white man wrote about you in 1958. Do you know what the white man said again? As I've been teaching you for a very long time, let me tell you what the white man said. Though there has been no great kingdoms or indigenous culture in the Eastern region, no great kingdom. The only reason why Britain hated us was because they could not have any one man to go to say, oh, tell them what to do. Because we had no kings. But the coastal chiefs means a job people, the coastal chiefs, those who live by the very close to the Atlantic Ocean, they grew on their trade with European merchant ships, simply slavery. That's all they were doing. So some of you that claim you're from Ijaw, you're not Biafra, you are saboteurs. It's in your nature. You've been selling your brothers to the white man from time. You know me, I speak the truth. And I damn the consequences. When you see somebody from Ijaw land as a traitor, it didn't start today. They started selling us to the white man. The betrayal is in their blood. Look at Edwin Clark. Look at our greatest thief. But I'm not going to generalize. The man that gave us the name Biafra that most Ijaw people said don't identify with is an Ijaw man. That is the most, that is the irony of the whole thing. I thank God for Franco Bigo. I thank God for people I cannot mention their names here because I don't want the police looking for them. From Ijaw land. I thank Tompolo. I thank all of them. They know who they are. That have this thing at heart. I'm not saying that Igbo politicians have helped any matters or no, they made it worse. And sometimes I don't blame our brothers from the coastal region. In the year 1999, I've said this story, I've told this story about a billion times over, but I'll say it again tonight. When you were still running around or carrying bags for politicians, I left England to try to come to Biafra land to unite this great family. Then there was no IPOB. There was no agitation by anybody. This was before MASOP started. Before anybody mentioned Biafra to anybody. I was at a place called Ubuna Valley in Igbocha, talking to the local chief, the traditional ruler there. And he said to me, my son, where are your fathers? This particular message you're bringing to me, your father should be bringing it here. A message of hope and reconciliation of our people. Because I sat him down and I lectured him about history and who we are, that we are one people. That was the day that I went to the office of Don Mite of Mosop. Ask him, he will tell you. The year was 1999. We've come a long way, haven't we? It's called consistency. I never change. Ask Mite, the leader of Mosop, what I told him in his office. I met him in his office in Niger Street. I'll never forget. That day, I was coming from the home. I don't know if it's late now, because it's a very long time. I was coming from the home of the traditional ruler of Ubuna Valley. You know, Hotel Chestery is opposite. Let Lord have mercy upon us. They don't know who we are. We have gone very far. Very, very far. I said Mosop. That was where I was recopied the name from. Mosop. Movement for the survival of Ogonibe. That was the #1 freedom fighting movement that was instituted anywhere in the East. They are #1. Mosop was #1. Ogoni freedom fighters, they were #1. It was written merely copied the name because he was too lazy to do anything, so he just copied the name. Are you listening to me? The rivers pros include Brass and Degema. Brass and Degema are overwhelmingly Ijaw. I told about one Brass a while ago where the Spief came from, where he was sacked a few days ago. They were speaking Igbo dialect. And then there was the Ogoni division. It is all here. In that very place, that time, out of a population in Rivers province of 747,000 people in the so-called River State, 305,000 were Igbo people. 240,000 were Ijaw people. 156 were Ogoni people. The only 3 people mentioned, distinct groups mentioned in River State were Igbo. The owners of rivers, Ipob, Ijaw, and Ogoni. Every other subgroup, you must find yourself under either you are Ogoni, you are Ijaw, or you are Ipob. And the highest population of Igbo people in River State, the highest population of people in ethnic group in River State, Igbo people, in 1958. Dear me. My goodness. I don't need time to continue what to stop because sometimes I don't know if our people actually absorbing what we're telling them. I don't know. Let me tell you what happened. According to the white man said, in the whole of the non-Igbo areas, the Ijo and the Ogoni areas, there were some fear that they are being overrun by the Igbo. The Igbo includes Igbo people, mind you, in their own land. There was fear of being overrun commercially and politically by the Igbos. If Ahoda and Port Harcourt, which is Igbo, which are really Igbo, a white man, are you listening to me? I've forgotten all the, I've forgotten, I have other things to preach, but I want to educate this fool and Channels TV. Yoruba journalists, I want to educate you. Because some of you are very daft, you know nothing. I'm reading what a white man investigated and reported upon in 1958. What did this white man say? The white man said, in non-Igbo areas, which is Ijo and Ogoni, they are afraid that Igbo man will overrun them commercially and politically. This Igbo man includes Igbo man, which is weakest village, weakest people. They said, if Ahoda and Port Harcourt, which are really Igbo, a white man said, Igbo is Igbo. The people that colonized you, said, Igbo is Igbo. It is here. Winning commission that you cried to. You are the people that petitioned him and said, we are minority, we are dying, come and save us. The white man came and said and told you that Ahoda and the Igbo Port Harcourt are Igbo. It was considered the solid center of Igbo population. The fear and grievances of minorities. Why this commission was set up. After today, I will not read this very subject again. Please make sure our media team, make sure you cut out this very thing. Anybody who talks nonsense about Nigeria themselves, please cut this very clip and give it to that very individual, so they can receive some sense. I am asking them, I am giving them references. I'm not asking them to just sit in one place and accept what I'm saying. No, I'm asking them to go and do research on what I have said. The allegation was put forward by the council to the petitioners that the judiciary was predominantly Igbo, with the implication that this caused fear among those who are not Igbos. But it was clearly stated in the evidence by Dr. Udoma, the leader of UNIP, that no occasion could be accused of the judiciary acting with partiality. So the white people concluded that the fears of the so-called minorities were unfounded, because this man, Dr. Udoma, came and said to them, show us an instance of impartiality by the judges. And they couldn't show anything. They couldn't. That tells you all you need to know. Some of you know the reason why most people from poor areas, this is Cross River, Rivers, and the Goja region in those days, were mainly, police officers. It was as a result of this winning commission. He was the one that recommended that, okay, if you are afraid that you're going to be overrun, okay, give them priority in the police service. That's why most of them were in the police. That is the historical fact that is here. And when Mika is done, I don't want to educate that fool anymore. Maybe tomorrow Channel should interview him again. He's not talking his usual rubbish as the fool that he is. That is why somebody will go to Ahaba and ban the Biafran flag. The same person banning Biafran flag were part of the people that came to the same Ahaba and massacred people in broad daylight. When I look at the irony of the whole thing, it baffles me. When I see people from Ogoni say they want to be part of one Nigeria, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Honestly, I'm horrified. You mean the same one Nigeria that killed Cancer Woman? That is why I say that sometimes people are very, very sick in the brain, honestly speaking. The same people today claiming the police, we are banning Biafran flags in Delta State. They know what they are doing. They have been forcing us all this while, trying to frustrate us so that IPOB can say, okay, give us only 5 eastern, southeastern states, let's go. That's what they want. And any day we say they'll give it to us. That is what they want. But we are saying no. Because that wasn't what Elohim told us. God said, these are my children. From Igodomigod all the way to Bakassi, they are my children. They must be under one house. Different ethnicities, but under one umbrella. Later on, they can go their separate ways. I don't care. But insofar as this fight is concerned, so that when Fulani will be slaughtering you in time to come, we will simply tell you, we told you so. As I'm telling all of you, I told you so. When I told my people in America, why do you think that they now love us so much in World Igbo Congress? Because I told them in no uncertain terms that these people, they are coming. Yes, they are coming. They said, oh, how do you know? I said, I know, but they are coming. Have they not come today? Are people not running from Omahia, from Obakala, from everywhere they go? Yesterday night, saying they have come. I told you they will come. I told you. In the year 2015, I told you they are going. It doesn't matter what you do, they are coming to take your land from you. The same people that stood us up and shot us to pieces in our Sabah is telling us you don't have any identity. You are what we call you. You are now Delta. But in the north, they call themselves Arewa. In the core north, I don't mean Middle Belt. They are Arewa. No one has actually said to them, okay, from today your name is Sahel. Since you're from the Sahel region, your name is Sahel. You're all Sahelians. But they can come to my land and say, you are a Delta. You're a Riverian. You're a cross Riverian. God have mercy. But you cannot ask them now to drop the name Arewa. They will listen to you. They'll tell you no. They won't drop it. Let us call them the Sahelians. He says that from the Sahel. The death is not in Ebonyi. Instead, is in Ebonyi. People that were wrongly carved into Benue State. That is where the problem is coming from, please. And we're going to do. ESN is going there. We're going to deal with it. In the next few days, you start hearing stories. We're going to deal with it. A little boy wrote to me, and I've read what he said to me, and we're going to respond. In the next few days, men will be on the ground to defend those places. Don't worry about that. We know what we're doing. And I don't want to talk about Wike again, it's irrelevant. Yeah, let him go and change his pampers and then meet Tambua. It's Tambua that will deal with him. Anything, he can say whatever rubbish he likes on Channel TV. My only happiness is that when he goes inside the bedroom, Tambua will deal with him. That's my only happiness. That's my only happiness. The killing of Igbo people in Benue State must stop. Governor Otom, a man that I like very much and I respect immensely, the killing in Benue State of Igbo people must stop. And the killing of fact of everybody in Benue State must stop, not just Igbo people. Everybody, the killing must stop. And if help is needed, that help will be provided. Yes, after talking all your rubbish, my happiness is that in the night you'll be crying because Tambua will be on your back and be dealing with you. Be dealing with you. Idiot to the guy. Fool. The killing of people in Benue must stop. And when people are asking ESN to intervene, when people are asking ESN to intervene, you must understand that we are fighting many battles at the same time. Exactly what happened during the war. We are fighting Miyet Yala, the frontline Fulani terrorist group we have. Before, imagine what we have to negotiate before we come into your village in Benue. We have to fight Miyet Yala. We have to fight the Nigerian police. We have to fight the Nigerian army. We have to fight, I hope going forward, we say we have to fight the governors. So let me leave them out for now. We have to fight all the saboteurs, the finger pointers. We have to fight the intellectuals. And we need to overcome Yoruba Gotham media. These are the battles we face every blessed day. Tell me a group of people that will face such formidable adversaries and they will survive. But we are here. We are here. So these are the issues that we have to confront, but we are going to Benue and we're going to help them. ESN will be in Benue State. and we are going to help Benue people. And we are not coming to take over your land. We are coming to help you. There is nothing. I am a child of heaven. I am Hebraic in my disposition. What it means is that I cannot take any land that doesn't belong to me. Do you understand? That is why in our culture, when you commit an offense where somebody, as a child, you are trained that some capital crimes is a crime against the land, not crime against humanity. You understand? That is why when you want to offer prayers, you take off your shoes and you stand on the land. You pour kai libation, hot drink on the ground itself. That is why if you commit a capital crime, the land which you stand upon, because on that land you're going to build a house, on that land you're going to cultivate, on that land you're going to be buried. This is how the ancients structured our society. So even if nobody is watching you when you want to commit a crime, the land you're standing on is watching you. I can't wait for Biafra to come so we can go back to the way of our ancestors. The old ways, the ways of the ancient. That is why in our land, we abhor things like selling of children. It's an abomination before God and before man. And anywhere you know people from today who are selling children, please let us know. Anywhere you know people, any doctor, any midwife, any hospital, any maternity home involved in the selling of children, please, you notify us so we can go and deal with them. So also is kidnapping. God is against it. Our land is against it. We don't want it. That is why I want to commend the NNAMDI vigilante group for busting a racket. There's a racket going on somewhere around Ipob. People selling small children. And you know one thing, surprise, surprise, the police are involved in the selling of children in our land. People don't understand the level of atrocities going on in our land every blessed day and the work we are doing to try to stop them. I commend the NNAMDI vigilante group for doing a very stellar work. And I have also instructed ESN. We have no business with legitimate vigilante groups like the ones we have in NNAMDI and in Onitsha. It's only when they try to interfere with our work that they will get into trouble. So we must commend them. And that we now have the name of the maternity. We have the police officers who are involved. And very soon we're going to pay them a visit. Maybe you read about it in the page of newspapers as well. And another thing that is very worrying is this. There is news making the rounds that we have caught those that killed Ahmed Gulak and we shot them. That's what they said, without going to trial. Now, people have been approaching us begging for peace, for truce, and all the rest of it. Let's try and give peace a chance. You know, this is normal. After the very successful lockdown yesterday, let's give peace a chance. I want the Nigeria police, you know what I'm warning them in Imo State Police Command. I want you to identify all the officers that killed people and tag them the murderers of Ahmed Gulak. You must give us the evidence that you have. Because all this, your plan is not going to work. Katrina Lang, the Tinubu, Mongono, El Rufai, all these stupid, idiotic village plan people made to come and kill a man who is of no consequence to us. A man, we don't even know who this man was before Sunday. Who is he? A wretched church rat. Who is he to us? Then we would want to kill him. And I want to warn Yoruba media tonight. From 1967, you people have been part and parcel of the problem of Nigeria. After Nigerian politicians, the next group are Yoruba media, Yoruba journalists. You don't want to leave evil alone for evil to leave you. You people have come back to the same rubbish you were doing before. There is no repentance in you because of money. There is no repentance in you people. No repentance whatsoever. You've been writing your junk, how Ahmed Gulak was killed, and because of that, a man, an innocent man, has been murdered in Mina, somewhere. There is something in this life called common sense. And when I insult black people for being stupid or being the closest relatives to a chimpanzee, this is exactly the same. This is the reason why I say the things that I say against black people and the way we reason. Black people are very, very foolish. I don't care if children are listening. We black people are very foolish. Now let me ask Yoruba journalists one simple question. And I don't want to, because Fulani is uneducatable. You can't educate them, they're foolish. I want to ask Yoruba people, these sophisticated morons that claim they went to school, a very simple question. A man of national importance came to Imo State at the instance of the state governor, or say the Senate sent him to Imo State, in a place where there is supposedly insecurity. Is that correct? I want Yoruba journalists to listen to me very carefully tonight, because you people are evil. I don't know if you derive, you people are saddists. I don't know if you derive any joy by twisting the truth. I don't know what you people gain by lying. I don't know. I want to ask you a simple question. If the Senate, as they claim, sent this man to go and conduct constitutional review, of course, we know he went there to ask Hope Uzodinma for money. He went to Imo State so that Hope can settle him. He was the one that made Hope governor. We know that very well. But let's leave that to one. Let us take the official government line of Nigeria. That Gulak was in Imo State to do Senate work, open consultation. Man is an APC man, but Senate is now claiming he went to work for them. Let us accept. Where was his security on his way to the airport? According to the police, this is why I keep that black people do not reason. According to the police said he never told anybody where he was going to. He never asked for any escort, which means that the man knew that his life was in danger from the people, from the army and from the police, or from those that control the people. Does that make any sense at all? Let me finish what I'm saying before I go to this killing of people, 8 people in Omaya. I'll talk about it. If you don't want to organize yourselves and fight back, keep on. If you see the army, keep going to them. These are terrorists in uniform, both army and police. I have warned you, you don't want to listen. Go to them now. Your intellectual brother in Lagos or in Abuja, is our security services. And I asked them, where are the Boko Haram that was recruited into the police and into the army? Where are they? I don't know what's the number of killing people. Don't organize yourselves and fight back. Just be there and everything you want us to do for you, everything we have to do for you. No, we are not. Every able-bodied young man and woman, avoid army, avoid police. If you see them, you attack them. I'm saying it in the open. They are killing people in Omaya right now. 8 people already shot dead. 8 people killed in Omaya now. I am telling you rubbish about 2 people being up and one Nigeria. God punish all of you. Idiots everywhere. As I was saying to Yoruba, sophisticated morons, idiots that write for their columnists and all these correspondence that they have. If Gulak was on a national assignment for the Senate, why did this man not tell the army or the police to escort him to the airport? Simple question. Because he knew after meeting Hope Uzodinma that his life was in danger, because Hope, being a 419 man, had no intention to give him the money that he had promised him. Very simple. Ali Monguno used it as a perfect excuse to kill him. Yoruba newspapers, why have you failed to publish the video of Ahmed Gulak where he was accusing Mongino of corruption, and he was praying in Arabic, saying that he is not afraid of any man, that they can do anything they like to him. Did you read it? So, Yoruba journalists, you people are part and parcel of the plan to eliminate and wipe away the Igbo race from the face of the earth. All of you are part of this very plan. That was the reason why, without any investigation, you rushed to conclude that it was IPOB ESN that killed him. How many people have we killed before? You people are part and parcel of this very plan, Yoruba journalists, to kill Igbo people. And you wonder why Yorubas are in Benin Republic and refugee camps. Where I come from is called Akansi Haibahon, the hand with which you have fed poison to other people, you will inadvertently put in your mouth, and you become poisoned. As you're busy writing junk about IPOB and ESN, Fulani al-Shabaab from Somalia are in your land, taking over your territory. By the time you wake up from your stupidity, to be too late. I will ask you again, why would any day there is some form of independent inquiry into the death of Ahmed Gulak, the first question will be, why did he not seek police escort to the airport? Therein lies the answer. And I also want to teach Nigerians, these black animals called Nigerians, a very simple lesson. Please, a very simple lesson. You know, when there is murder, all of you that may watch murder series, CSI or New York or whatever it's called, all those US movies, you will see it there. If you go to a police station anywhere in the Western world, those of you listening to us from the US or from the UK, if you go to anywhere at all, now, go to the police station and ask the policeman, when there is murder, who is the first suspect? If it's a man, the first suspect will be the wife. Because very rarely do people you don't know commit crime randomly. No. His was a targeted assassination. Therefore, it is those who are close to him that will know what happened to him. Any detective in the world, the first place they will start is from his phone book. Who did he have dinner with? The last people that he saw, that is where their investigation will start. In this case, it's Hopus and those in APC. And those who was... In fact, after that, the police will ask you, does he have enemies? I'm just teaching you people isn't it how it is done everywhere in the world? Do you know why somebody close to him killed him? Because he was fearful of his own life. That was why he sneaked out of the hotel. He did not want to let the police or the army to know. If the police and the army do not know his whereabouts, how can IPOB know? Simple question. After all these overwhelming evidence, a Yoruba journalist, what type of God led these people? Will sit down and be writing nonsense. Suspects are IPOB and ESN. And I want to ask this, all these years of writing junk and supporting evil, where has it gotten the Yoruba race? Are you benefiting? Are you having fun in Nigeria? All these years of writing nonsense after nonsense, trying to incite genocide against Igbo people, what have you benefited? Yoruba journalist, I'm asking you. Tomorrow morning night, you're right. ESN is a suspect, IPOB. But the man did not even tell the army. He avoided them because he knew his life was in danger at the hands of the army and the police. Don't you get it? And how come those with him in the vehicle were not killed? How come it's only him? Where is the driver of the vehicle he was riding in? Have you interrogated him? The police went to somewhere around in Bisa and killed people, and they're claiming that what's it called? We found them where? With what evidence do you have? And some people are writing rubbish on social media, and you're telling me that the Nigerian army, they deserve to live, that the Nigerian police, they deserve to live. Today, you know, 8 people killed, that they deserve to live. God punish all of you evil people. As I said from the beginning, they will kill us, we will kill them. In the end, we are going to win. That's the way it is. Do you know that after our successful lockdown yesterday, Southeast governors are now meeting? People talk about the history of insecurity in the Southeast without starting it from the beginning. They always start it from the middle. Let me ask the governors who are meeting, who brought insecurity into the Southeast and South-South? Simple question. When you hear them, we want peace, I'm asking the Southeast, I was praising them a while ago, but now I'm about to teach them a lesson. I'm asking them, who brought insecurity into the Southeast? Now let us follow this sequentially. By the time of Operation Python Dance 1, did IPOB kill anybody? What justification did you have to invite the army to come and do Python Dance in our land, killing people every year? It's a massive call. Every year they come in as they're doing right now. Even though I'm told now they've killed 8 young people this night. You know why? Southeast governors, I want to ask you again. When I had meetings with you, August of 2017, did I bring a gun to Enugu government house? When I was doing my rallies, did I kill anybody? For idiots asking me, where are you? When I was there doing my rallies, where were you? I was doing rallies. I would want to go to a state. When he threatened me, if you come to my state, I will kill you there. We had to break their cordon to go and do my rally, and I left. The video is there. Omahi, who brought insecurity. I want to ask you, Baz, when you were looking at the looted goods from my sitting room in government house with the then IG of police, did I kill anybody? In what way did I offend you? We went to a meeting. I went to a meeting with the governors, and I told them what I wanted. I gave them my terms and my conditions to call off a number of elections. That's all. They failed to meet it. In fact, basically they said, go home, we'll call you back next time. Next time they came to kill me. Who brought insecurity into our land? I'm asking them. 2015, the killing of innocent protesters. 2016, Ipob massacre. 2017, the invasion of my house, Operation Python Dance 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know. I lost 28 men. My mom, my dad are both dead as a result of Southeast governors, what they did. I'm asking them. So when you want to sit down to talk about insecurity, please start from the beginning. The same people meeting today to try and discuss insecurity were the ones who caused it. They caused it, not us. And we must all now live with the consequences. Those who want to destroy this country have shock coming their way, says President. Now, this is what the presidency, which is the Fulani cabal, what they have put together. Can I also remind the governors and all these idiots in Nigeria writing rubbish every day? You can't kill people's children and you expect their brothers not to react. It's stupid. It is called vengeance. Maybe vengeance, of course. So you're wearing army uniform, you're killing people, and you think every army officer will be safe. As long as you're going about killing innocent people, you are putting every army person of uniform at risk. The same goes for the police. All those years, you people were not going about slaughtering people. Was there any reaction? You people are the cause. You people, you come out NSAS protest, you are there killing people. And you think that their brothers or their cousins will not avenge their death. You're joking. You are dreaming. You can write all your fanciful epistle about one Nigeria, insecurity, all that rubbish. From now till thy kingdom come, it will not make any difference to us. No difference whatsoever. If you kill somebody, you're going to die. Be rest assured. Check the Bible and there are God punish all of you, mad people everywhere. They said their president have written, but of course, we know it is the Garda Shehu and El Rufai and Femi Adesina who are writing. You stupid animals called Nigerians. A speech of this magnitude should have been made by the president in person if he's alive. But some of you cannot reason. You want to give the is the town of my village and all that rubbish. So Yoruba media, you're demonizing Biafrans over the death of Gulag so that Tinubu can be president. And when they deny him presidency now, like Abiola, you ask Nigerians, come, let's go demonstrate. Parochialism, that's what it's called. Let me ask, I have some questions to ask. They say that President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday issued a stern warning to those who are bent on destroying the country through promoting insurrection and burning down critical national assets. A rude shock awaits them. What shock awaits me at Yala? Fulani, I'm asking you, from the Caliphate chairman, Sultan of Sokoto, to the last idiot, Alabajri, Janjaweed on the street, I want to ask you a simple question. Let me ask, I want to say this thing. I want to ask Nigerians a question, please. You know, God, black people, in my next life, I can't be a black person. No? I have never seen a more stupid set of people. It may be the way Europeans are treating us, our colonial masters are treating us, is what we deserve. I'm telling you the truth. Maybe we deserve it. You people, you claim you are Nigerians, you went to school. Have you ever wondered why this government, they have never ever criticized ISIS? Every day is Boko Haram this, Boko Haram that, every day. Have you ever wondered why they have never? I want you to show me one single publication after the atrocities of these Fulani vagabonds and terrorists, where the government of Nigeria condemned ISIS in West Africa province. Show me one publication. It has never occurred to you people in your infinite stupidity. It has never occurred to you. You have never asked yourself, why is it that these people burning down, destroying Plateau State, Benue State, Ghana, in Niger State, why can't the government condemn them? Why not? Answer that question. But they are busy talking about agitation. You want to divide. And I want to, something I asked the governors now. I want to ask the Fulani presidency of Nigeria. My dear Fulani Janjaweed, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? A simple question. Which people own the fourth most deadliest terror group in the world? Is it not your so-called headsman Miet Yala? Fulani, who started the bombing of churches in Nigeria? Is it not you people? You are now turning around with the help of the chameleonic Yoruba media to twist the narrative. The same thing I asked the Southeastern governors. Southeastern governors who brought Operation Python Dance. Before you brought it, did you hear of any violent agitation anywhere? Why people fail to ask these questions, I don't understand. You are in a country you claim is the most populous, the biggest. I'm asking you, why is it that the government do not want to condemn the terrorist activities of ISIS in West Africa? Some of you were there writing. Our general chief of defense, what's his name again? Atahiru, that idiot. Atahiru, Ibrahim Atahiru. He did very well. He eliminated the Shekau with the help of ISIS. Oh, Nigeria army is now working with ISIS. Now the next question is, what does ISIS stand to gain from Nigerian army? All of you Yoruba journalists, you're there writing junk every blessed day. You cannot reason. You can't reason. Anyway, you are black. How can I expect you to reason in this UG? The same question I asked the governors who are meeting today. Umahi, Urwani, Obiano, Ipazu, and that time it was Rochas or Abogabosa, who brought insecurity into the East. Who brought the army to start killing innocent young people? Simple question. The same question goes to Yoruba journalists tonight, those evil people and Fulani Caliphate. Fulani, let me ask you, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Fulani, who were the first people to bear arms openly in Nigeria as civilians? Is it not you people? Claiming your Fulani cattle headsmen with AK-47? Please, somebody should go and get me that video I shot at Amasia very, very many years ago. I think it was only 14 or so. Go and get it and show them. You people were the first to carry AK-47. So Fulani can carry AK-47, but not Eastern Security Network. Protecting the people. I want we black people to engage our brain for once. I know we are idiotic, I know we are animalistic in our disposition, but I want us to reason for once in our lives. Listen, listen, stupid black people, listen for once. Who brought insecurity to Nigeria? The same people that brought insecurity into Nigeria are today lecturing us about insecurity. As for rock, what has been happening in North over these years? Is there anybody left in Zamfara, in Yobe, in Borno? You abandoned all these hotspots of Fulani terrorism. You are interested in the East. You see the stand warning. Let me tell you something, Fulani, you underestimate us. You don't know that we went to school. I didn't go to school in the zoo, you know. I went to UNN, I went to Soka, they were talking rubbish every blessed day, and I left the useless place. I went to London to study. You don't know we're educated. You have no bloody idea. Now, let me tell you something, Asorok. That thing you're looking for, you're going to get it. We are going to have another war. Another Nigeria Biafra war is going to happen. In fact, it started already anyway. But let me tell you something that you don't understand. This war will escalate to the point whereby the world will want to see you. They want you to address the world as to what is happening. That day, that mask you're wearing, I'm talking to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Nigeria Republic wearing Buhari mask. That mask you're wearing will melt on your face during the meeting. Because now the world will summon you you'll be summoned to attend. That your mask will melt on your face. Then the zoo will be in trouble. You don't know there's a method of madness. I told you. Some of you right now cannot go back to your villages. It's been taken over by bandits. You did not see the video of the young man lamenting in Zamfara. You have not done anything. A government that is working with ISIS, Islamic State, is lecturing us about insecurity in the East. You people should come. Come now. You have killed 8 no more here today. Maybe tomorrow next, 16 of you will die. It's simple now. You write your rubbish, you call your lament, you send more soldiers, you bring them, and they will die. You bring more, and they will die. God punish all of you. You want to be clever. Like Southeast governors, they want to be clever. Insecurity. Who brought Operation Python dance? I'm asking them. Who fired the first shot? I'm asking them. Who brought the army to start killing people? I'm asking them. Now the people are saying enough is enough. You are talking insecurity everywhere. Insecurity everywhere. INEC said, it doesn't matter. We conduct election. Come and conduct and let us see. In Anambra in November. I'm laughing in Greek. In Anambra election. You think we are going to beg people, oh, stay at home, don't come out. No. There'll be no election in Anambra in November. Instead, heaven will fall. And there'll be none. Watch and see. Watch and see. We'll put on video. We'll put on cinema for you. You'll be watching. in November. Come and do election and let us see. Maybe Europeans should prepare to stay in office longer, or they should appoint somebody else because there's no election in Anambra State. So you can bring them back into Anambra. People are joking. The same people bombing, killing, raping, and sacking villages are telling me about insecurity. Is it not the same Asorok that said the same family addition writing rubbish, telling you either give your land for Ruga or your life will go? Are you not the same people? Are you not the same people? They are now trying to tell us about insecurity because people are fighting back. That's all. You bring your army and police as the advance guard. Right now, as I speak, the Fulani hit squad in Abia State is inside Obinze military barracks. Obinze, they are there. That's where they are camped. Every Fulani attacking every village, both in Yoruba land, they quarter them very close to a Fulani-controlled military barracks. That's what they do. One Nigeria, our country, we need unity. That's rubbish. No wonder white people are racist towards black people and no other race. Because I have discovered what they found out a long time ago, that black people are foolish. They can't reason very well. Somebody who told you that if he loses elections, the monkeys and baboons will be soaked in blood is now telling us, allegedly, about insecurity. The idiots that lost elections and they killed youth corpers, 11 of them, Igbo people, is telling me about insecurity. The person that said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North is telling me about insecurity. The people appointed as the spokespeople, chief negotiator for Boko Haram is telling me about insecurity. And you swallow all this nonsense every day. And this your black people. This work is a burden that Elohim has given to me. It's a burden. And that's why I'm discharging it. I will take one or two of your calls before we bring this program to a close. You know the numbers to call, of course, is on WhatsApp. I'll give you a WhatsApp number to call. Some of you know it already, and some will start calling very shortly. The WhatsApp number to call is +44, is a UK number, 7951278705. The lines are open. I'll take a few calls, please, and try to make some sense. I want to take a few calls, please. +44 7951278705. That is on WhatsApp. If you call us, I will take your call. If you call us, I will take your call. Are they calling already? Somebody's calling already. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from. Can you hear me? No, they can't. It says it's connected. Maybe the network is very poor. The network is very poor. Let's take this one on signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, please. Your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Chinedu. I'm calling from Hungary.
From Hungary, please go ahead. We're listening.
Sir, please, what I have to say that is this. Please, all these army barracks in our land, we need to flush them away. All these army barracks. These are terrorists in uniform.
Of course, they are terrorists.
That's army. They are terrorists. We have to flush them out of Biafra land. This is my contribution, sir.
Thank you very much. And that is why I keep asking people. I keep asking Yoruba journalists. You people supporting Fulani because of Tinubu. All those Boko Haram terrorists recruited into the army, where are they?
Yes.
Where are they? How do we know that the Olopa on the road is a German police officer or a terrorist in uniform? How do we know? How do you distinguish? Nobody can tell. Tomorrow, our Nigeria, we want to vote in 2023. We vote out and we put in the useless set of idiots. Thank you for your call, my dear brother. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, sir. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Good evening to you.
No, my name is Ipob, calling from Germany.
Yes, go ahead.
I beg, wait, I want to talk because the way they kill our people for Biafra land, I know they are. We are the shed tears. Anytime I see dead body. No, because I just tired. The world need to come arrest.
The world cannot do anything. The world wants you to be killed. The world hates you. You defend yourself. I have told them. Now listen to me very carefully. I have told our young people, you enter the bush. Enter the bush. I told you during NSAS, they did not listen. Good life, watching Champions League, or supporting foreign football clubs have gotten into their brain. Enter into the bush. Ambush every army vehicle you see. There are things you can do. You can put nails on the road. You can cut down trees. You can block them and you kill them off. Why are we all the time lament? We keep lamenting. I'm not interested in that rubbish. I don't want to hear any lamentation. Do something about it. It's called a guerrilla war. Do something about it. Do something about it. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, let me try and take this other one. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Bob Binna. It's from here in Pennsylvania, USA.
Pennsylvania, USA. Please speak in English, please. The world is listening. Speak in English. The world is listening.
Okay. I'm calling from USA, Pennsylvania.
Please go ahead.
Mazi, thank you very much for everything you are doing for Igbo people and Biafra as a whole. I'm taking this opportunity to greet you and say, may God Almighty continue to bless you and strengthen you in Jesus' name.
Yes, sir.
Mazi, I want to make my contribution that I think that our problem is not even anybody else but our leaders, our Igwes. All these people that comes out on TV to talk nonsense about Igbo people or Biafra people and about our struggle. I think it is the high time we must not wait for ESN or IPOB. As a youth, any place you are, all these our Igwes, because you can see that the Abuja control the governor and the governors control our elders. My uncle is Igwe, and from Mudziamokwe. Every year they give them car, they pay their salaries, they build mansions everywhere. Now, if we were able to capture our leaders, if you watch like the Yoruba leaders, the Yoruba agitators, they do the work, they hold their elders, but we don't have our elders. We lost them to the governors, and the governors obey we lost our elders to the governors, and the governors obey Fulani. So if we can be able to organize ourselves, we don't need to wait for ESN, we don't need to wait for IPOB. Any other group of people, anyway, all these our Igbo's that talk nonsense. Once they finish saying anything, they talk on TV. Once they are home, we make sure that their houses are burned down, their cars are burned down. You see that they'll come out on TV. When they ask them questions, they'll start shaking their mouth. So this is a collective work for everybody, not only IPOB. Anybody that listens to me all over the world, it is time for us Igbos, for us Biafrans. Don't wait for Nnamdi Kanu, don't wait for IPOB, don't wait. Even if you are two people, put a bottle of fuel in a bottle, set it fire, throw it there, it will catch fire. We must not wait for it.
Thank you. They will see them coming. You will be in your upstairs. You will see them with only 2 hillocks coming to arrest somebody or to kill. You'll be there tweeting, oh, they have come. They only have one exit, one entry, one. Why don't you block it and firebomb them, and they will roast to death? And we'll be so every time it's give us gun. And I'm asking you a simple question: have you read Yoweri Museveni's The Mustard Seed? If I give you a gun, what are you going to do with it? So you just go outside and start shooting anything anyhow. The person coming to kill you has a gun. Take it from him and kill him. Look at Amazonia, how they're doing it. You are there watching Champions League. You support Man U. You support Chelsea. You want to kill goat. You want to wear Chelsea uniform. London is quiet home where Chelsea is, and you're busy making noise. You know, Hoser with cow, going to church with cow. And you're telling me that black people are normal. Of course, we're not normal. We're a bunch of idiots. I'm telling you the truth. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Good evening, I can't hear you. Your voice is very deep. Please speak up.
My name is Chukwuze and I'm calling from Lagos.
Go ahead, please. We are listening now. Go ahead, yes.
Okay, sir.
I'm from Ebonyi State.
Yes.
And my contribution this. Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Chikoze and I live in Lagos, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. I am from Ipob State. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I am boiling. First of all, I want to thank you for what you have been doing for us. But as I'm talking to you now, I want to become a suicide bomber. I need a gun. I want to go back to.
You don't. Let me tell you something. If we distribute gun to everybody that says they need a gun, it will become a free for all. That is not how it is done. You come back, you are trained properly. You cannot be, if you're not into what we are doing, how can we just give gun to anybody to go out on the stand, start shooting everything that moves? You need to use your brain first of all. If you know that they are coming, you funnel them into a kill zone. They don't know I don't know what you need to, or is it everything I will say live on air? My goodness. Somebody is coming to kill you. All of you cannot organize yourselves. You don't know what's the guerrilla war? Guerrilla war is not face me, I face you. You shoot me, I shoot you. No, you ambush them. Let's say now they're coming from Enugu to, let's say, to Aba to come and kill. You know what people do? We claim we have brain, but sometimes we don't use it. You know that thing they use to stop a vehicle? You can go and get a plank, put nails on it. The roads are not well lit. You scatter the nails on the road. Since people want me to be saying it in the public, their tire will deflate. They will park there. And then you hit them from the nearby bushes. That's how these things are done. Do I have to be telling you these things all the time? It's called a guerrilla war for a reason. You lure them in and you kill them. We outnumber them. By the time they keep dying in our land, they will stop sending more to come. It happened before. And it's going to happen again. Please. People should stop saying, give us. What have you done? You are there. You people are over 5,000 people, and only 16 people with 4 Hilux vans will come into your place and kill and run and drive away. Do you have army at Ongwa High School in Aba? You cannot surround them and take their guns from them. Is that what you're telling me? Everybody's anyway. Let us go and celebrate Chelsea. Our people, they are celebrating Chelsea. Chelsea won. Miss UG. As if they know who you are. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
Please, your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah. Yes, sir. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. Calling from Texas, US.
Please raise your voice for me. Raise your voice for me.
That is fine. Can you hear me better now, Mazi?
It's better now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mazi. I am originally from Omaha, and I am happy for the compliance rate yesterday in Omaha. But there is something. Omaha is not a business hub. It's just scarcely populated. So getting people to want to do something in self-defense is difficult. Like the last caller who talked about who lives in Lagos and talks about what is happening in Ebonyi. I think we should encourage him to go back home, join IPOB and do the needful. But the Omaha people, having complied yesterday, Mazi sends a signal to us IPOB members or to you in the management that they are ready now. These people are ready to take the bull by the horn. The people dying, my family and all those people are dying in Omaha right now. Mazi, I think that a little more motivation will do. We are ready to do whatever we can to support. If we have to support them to learn how to produce live mines and all those things to get these people out of the place. But if IPOB families in Omaha can rally people more, the young people more, to teach them what to do. Ojuku Bunker is located there. We have all been there. We know that we can do better than this. But a little bit more motivation will do, because this having invaded Omaha now and seeing that there is almost no resistance, they will not leave that place. Mazi, you have talked about Molotov cocktail and everything that can be done, but I feel like there needs to be an infusing of energy into the people to take the bull by the horn.
We are going to do it. Don't worry about that. Yes. We are going to kill them. People should watch and say, you know, our people are there is a way we rise up now to go against them. I'm telling you, Igbo people in Lagos, especially in Lagos, you know that place produces a lot of rubbish. They will start writing nonsense. They will be the one that will volunteer themselves. Oh, I'm Igbo. I'm a Biafran. He's not more Biafran than me. But I will also ask people to ask themselves this question. Why do you think that Yoruba doesn't report the killing of our people by the army and the police? I don't understand it. I don't know why they do it. I'll leave it to them and their conscience. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Hello?
They're not ready. The caller on the line, can you hear me? For the last time, the caller on the line, can you hear me? No.
Hello?
No, you're wasting time. I have no time to waste. The caller on the line, can you hear me? I will ask again. The caller on the line, can you hear me? I don't know if they can't. I don't know why they can't hear me. I have no idea. Can you hear me? No, they are wasted. They want to hear their own voice. And on that note, we have come to the end of our program this very evening. I thank all of you for listening. And as always, for some people, Biafra can be whatever they want it to be, but to us, it is our religion. And here on radio, Biafra is where we worship, because Almighty God, Elohim, as we read in the book of Psalm today, which I urge each and every one of you to recite, is our God. Well, thank you very much for listening, and believe it or not, with all the love in my heart from me from here, good evening. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans. Just joke, which I think I will mad. We make a take you a brand up our home, Kigan, we could is a bedding goes. In an more on your room. Able baby, catch us a benny. Need so we carry on what I'm committed into. Oh, what in your bloody head, your matters no be a year. Oh, what in your bloody head, we could is a bedding goes. I believe you will see me here, the catching and Kevin Igwe. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo ejiwe tụọ ha n'ibe ebighị n'ihi na enweghị mmalite enweghị ọgwụgwụ. Ahapụ m aga na-etoghị ụbọchị nne n'ime ndụ m, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke usu niile nke ndị agha. Ọ bụ naanị gị na-epụrụ anyị ụzọ nna nke ebere. Ọ bụ naanị gị na-alụrụ ndị gị ọgụ, naanị gị na-abụrụ anyị ụbọ, onye nwe m. Ọ bụ na ọ gbadara aka gị ka anyị nọ ka e were Biafra nke gị enwe ike ezi ebere ngozi wee nyefee gị n'aka ka i wee zọpụta ụmụ gị n'aka ajọ ihe. N'ihi na mkpagbu dị iche iche dakwasara ndị gị Chineke nna nke igwe, ọchịchịrị wee si ebe o si wee kunie, eleghị anya ọ bụ site na akparamagwa ọjọọ anyị maọbụ mmehie. Mana onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna, biko gbaghara ka anyị na-arịọ gị iwe gbaghara anyị mmehie anyị niile. Ọ bụghị na anyị toruru mmeso ọma gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, kama anyị wee na-arịọ gị iwe echeta okwu ọgba ndụ gị n'isi anyị, n'ihi na isi na mgbe ọbụla anyị kwuru na iwe echi ghata azụ wee cheta na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna na ọ bụ gị bụ nna nke ụmụ Biafra, na ị ga-azọpụta ndị gị, na ị ga-abụrụ anyị nna, anyị wee bụrụ gị ụmụnna nke igwe. Anyị wee na-asị n'oge ahụ eruwekwanụ mgbe nnụnụ ọbụla ji alaghachi na-akwụ ya, ka ị wee zọpụta ndị gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Na ala Biafra bụ ala nke gọziri agọzi nna nke igwe, ọrụ iji wee mee ka mmadụ izi n'elu ụwa wee si na Biafra wee kunie. Anyị wee na-asị gị gosi mba niile dị iche iche na ọ bụghị bụ Chineke nna, na ike niile nọ n'ọgbadara aka gị, na ọ bụghị n'ọgbadara aka nke Britain bụ mmadụ dị ndụ nna nke igwe. Gosi ụwa na ọ bụ naanị bụ Chineke nna nke ụmụ Biafra. Anyị were ihe na nke anyị onwe anyị bụ onye fee gị n'aka, wee na-arịọ gị mma gị na ebere gị amara gị n'ọmịiko ebe ndị gị nọ, lekwa ụmụ gị ọbụla ndị nke eji eji. Anyị na-ekele aha nsọ gị n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, n'ihi na ọbụla na ha ga-abịa nwụrụ fara mbaka n'ụbọchị nke taa. Igburu wee daa n'Enugwu wee hapụ ya, etu agaghị esi wee hapụ ndị ọzọ bụ ndị eji eji. Agbanyeghị ihe niile mpụ niile nke ndị iro na-eme, ma ndị okwu ha, ndị odibo ha bụ ndị nọ n'ala nsọ gị nna nke igwe, ndị dị etu aka nsị ha ga-aba ha ọnụ n'otu n'otu. Ị ga-ejide ha wee laa ha n'iyi, ka ha wee ghọta na Biafra bụ nkwa nke ikwere ndị gị n'oge rụkwa mgbe ị ga-eji wee mejupụta ya. Anyị wee na-asị gị otuto na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma niile dịrị aha nsọ gị, onye kere eluigwe n'ụwa, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai. Ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebi ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise ise ise. Ọkwa n'ozi ọma Chineke. My goodness. You will allow me to preach this very gospel this evening. For those of you who are old timers on this very platform, this Radio Biafra, I want to reconfirm to you, I wouldn't call it a prophecy, I wouldn't call it a prediction, I will call it words spoken under divine inspiration. That is why the accuracy of our prophecies is unmatchable. Those of you may remember in 2014 when they were campaigning, jostling, and politicking in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria that man created for the habitation of animals, called Nigerians. I made it very clear to you then, if those of you who are listening tonight, or some of you can remember, I said to all of you that Buhari is the one that holds the key to Biafra. I don't know how many of you can remember this, but I preached it on this hallowed platform, on this radio Biafra, this God-ordained radio station for the restoration of the children of light, that they may enjoy the sovereignty that God Almighty promised them. I preached it here on this very platform. I told you, do not despair, do not panic, that the Pharaoh is coming, and it is Buhari. I told you so on this very platform. I'm sure that some of you can remember that I said that Buhari is the surest way for us to get Biafra. Is it not happening now? Everything I tell you is gospel. Remember when I said that Buhari will give us Biafra? Those were the exact words I used. And it is now manifesting before our eyes. Everything happening today in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria is because they refuse to let us go. I remember, I think it was in 2015 to be precise, thereabout. I was in the USA and I was granted an interview by Rudolph Okonkwo, if I'm not mistaken, and I told him that if they do not give us Biafra, that Nigeria will be worse than, in fact, that Somalia will be a paradise compared to Nigeria. What is happening today? These are words on the marble. These are, I wouldn't call it prediction, these are prophetic pronouncements on this very hallowed platform, that all over the world today, people are witnessing and confessing to its accuracy. Everything happening today in the Zoological Republic is because they refuse to let Biafra go. And I also want to tell them this evening, or depending on where they are, that the more you continue to delay the coming of Biafra, the more calamity you're going to face. And I want to point it out. I want to speak very calmly this evening so they can understand what I'm saying. Remember when I asked you to allow Biafra to go and you refused? I'm now speaking to the Sultan of Sokoto and the entire Janjaweed Caliphate. These very horrible people that have brought death, destruction and mayhem upon the lives of very quiet, peace-loving people, not just of the Middle Belt, but across the entire South. I want you to listen to me very carefully this evening. Because of your delay in allowing Biafra to go, now you will lose Oduduwa as well. I want you to understand that the more you hold on to this very rigid, idiotic, should I say, unwavering position that Nigeria should remain the way it is, the more you're balkanizing it, not just in the spirit, but also in the physical realm. Why am I saying this? Now, Oduduwa agitation has hit a crescendo, and for the very first time, they have now also identified some of their leaders as being their problem. They're no longer blaming anybody else. And when people begin to blame their leaders, as we have been doing, I think they have cut off the whole thing. I believe that I don't know if Facebook has cut off the video on my page. I have no idea, but we shall see. Let us continue. If they kick you out, please find alternative platform to listen. People should go to my page and share all the links that people are using to listen to us, so that those who are on my page, who are suffering as always, will be able to listen via other means. After this very program, Ikechi will work very, very hard to ensure that the SoundCloud is uploaded as quickly as possible. I must preach. I asked you to let Biafra go. You said no. Now Oduduwa is with us. We then pleaded and said, allow Oduduwa and Biafra to go. You said no. Now Middle Belt has joined. If you say no to Middle Belt, Oduduwa and Biafra becoming free very soon, the Habe Republic of Hausa land will rise up again with their own banner. Fulani, you have nowhere to go to. What you're now going to do is to unleash your dogs of war. That is what you're going to do. You will think that by tricking the Hausa people to believe in you, to come and join you to fight other people, as you have done in the past, you will think that would be a viable option to take. But I'm telling you to spell your doom. I warned you before. You people should have let Biafra go on time, and to all of you shouting, insecurity everywhere, we are dying, look at our country, come and speak. I warned you in 2014 and 2015. If you do not let Biafra go, everybody is going to suffer. And today, everybody is suffering. But I'm sure, Fulani, they have this very primitive, almost a very satanic stubbornness that they have. They will say no. I want Fulani to understand something I said to Britain. You see, United Kingdom, those that created Nigeria, which I believe, Britain, they also go in the realm of the spirit to do their own incantation. They may be top scientists, they may be an advanced country, they may be a civilized country, they may be enjoying the grace of God because Britain is blessed, believe it or not, highly blessed people. But I'm sure they see things. And I told Britain, the same pride that Britain had in the past in relation to Biafra is the same. Fulani has a very crude and primitive format of it. I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying tonight, very, very critically, please. I said the pride, that pride, we are white people, we created you, who are you to tell us what to do? And here again, live on air, I said to Britain, God Almighty in heaven will divide you into pieces. And when you are being cut up into pieces, your soothsayers will be telling you this because of Biafra, but your pride will tell you it is not. How can God love those niggers from Africa? Those monkeys is not possible. But I'm telling you again tonight, maybe now that your policies have changed slightly towards Biafra, you may have a reprieve. But I'm telling you this. If you maintain or insist that Nigeria should be won, this is for Britain. I'm sure that I don't know why I feel like recollecting what I've been saying in the past tonight. If you insist that Nigeria should be won, God will destroy Britain. And as Elohim is destroying Britain, your pride will not let you accept it's because of these black people called Biafra. The same thing I'm saying to Fulani tonight. We are the children of God Almighty in heaven. We are the children of Elohim. You see, that is why we answer the names that we do. That is why we answer Wachugu, if you understand what I'm saying. That is why we answer Chibuzo, Chibueze. You must understand the reason why we answer these names. It is because we are the children of God. That is why we answer Wachugu. No matter how badly we upset and offend God, ultimately we are His children. Is going to forgive us and rescue us from whatever mess we may find ourselves in, as it is now with the zoo called Nigeria. Fulani, you will end up with nothing. The best thing for you to do is to stop all this all this show that you're doing. Come and negotiate with us the date for a referendum, that we, the children of light, may go and play the role that Almighty God in heaven intended for us to play in the advancement and development of black people all over the world. Or else you will lose everything. When I told all of you Nigerians that delaying the exit of Biafra from the zoo will bring unmitigated disaster upon you, you did not believe me. I told you Somalia will be better than you. Allow us to go. You thought I was the one who is going to fight? No, not at all. The host of heaven is now fighting on our behalf. And I'm warning you, even Britain can see the handwriting on the wall. You Janjaweed Caliphate, I am advising you, as fellow Africans, if I can call you that, the sooner you let Biafra go, the better, or else you lose everything. And you see Sokoto State, that is the seat of your power. A war will be fought there for 136 years. After that, you will lose everything. I'm advising you, don't allow the demons that you worship to deceive you. Biafra has come to stay. There is nothing any mortal can do about it. It is the word of God. There is nothing man can do about it. I am warning you. Oduduwa is now with us due to your delay, because in 2014, 2015, Oduduwa, they were not serious. They said no, one Nigeria. But today, Oduduwa is more fanatical. I can even say, as fanatical as we Biafrans are about their sovereignty and their freedom. Only a few days ago, Middle Belt have now joined us. And I can assure you, if you continue, the Habere Republic of the Hausa kingdoms will rise up in the north to demand for their own independence. And I can say to everybody tonight, as I've always said, anybody that raises their banner and their flag to seek independence will get free oil and free gas from Biafra land in perpetuity, forever and ever. I want you to understand this. Therefore, every security agent in Nigeria, every soldier, every police, every naval man or woman, every Air Force personnel, those of you in civil defense, you must each go back to your villages. Go back to where you come from to defend it. Because as you are being slaughtered, as those of you from the south are being killed in the north, they are sending people from right across the Sahel. These are deadly scavengers to take over your land. You must bear this in mind. You must go back to your fatherland right now to defend it. Because I want all the army and the police people to do a very simple survey. Maybe tomorrow morning. Because I know all of you are listening to what I'm saying tonight. Do a very simple slide survey tomorrow morning. All of you in the army, all of you in the police, I want you to do something very slight. Call your respective villages. I'm not saying where you're living in the township. Call where you come from, your village. Ask anybody in your village. I'm talking about those of you serving in Nigeria Army, serving in the police, serving in the Navy, serving in the Air Force. And you are not Janjaweed, you are not Fulani. All non-Fulani personnel in Nigeria security services or security agencies or whatever they call themselves, pick up your telephone tonight, even as I'm doing this broadcast. Call home. Ask them, are there Fulani terrorists, headsmen, Mietiala in my village? How far are they from my house? Just make a very simple phone call. That will convince you that as you are busy defending your one Nigeria for the Fulani, inadvertently, they are busy conquering you. It's a very simple experiment. You are a soldier, you are in Navy, you are in Air Force. Pick up the phone. I'm not saying because you were born in Ojuelegba, you should call and say, is anything happening in Ojuelegba? No. Call your village where your father comes from, where your grandparents come from. Because we are patrilineal, we lean towards our father. We come from where our father comes from. Call your village. Ask people in your village, how close are the Fulani terrorists to my house? How close are they to where I'm living? Or supposed to be living? They will tell you. Only then will you appreciate what we've been saying for long. That the more you fight for one Nigeria, you are doing it for the sole benefit of the Fulani Caliphate, because they are busy taking over your village. They are keeping you busy in the army and in the police. Meanwhile, they have taken over your village. You know, when people say to me that there are people from the Middle Belt who are still in the police and in the army, serving in various locations and trying to defend one Nigeria, I feel sorry for them. Go back to your village and see what life is like there. They're in refugee camps. That tells you all you need to know about the zoo and why you must heed my call this evening. You're not going to die of hunger. Abandon the army, abandon the police, go back to where you come from and defend your land, because the Fulanis have come in to take it over from you. You must go back home and defend your land right now. Has it not dawned on everybody that the defense of one Nigeria as presently constituted is only aiding the march of the Janjaweed Caliphate to the Atlantic? Because the more you're in Borno serving, you're in Yobe, you're in Taraba. The same way you come from, the Fulanis are there trying to take over your land, killing, raping, maiming people. Did you not see the batch they sent to Yoruba land that was intercepted today? But there are Yoruba people who are fighting right now in Nigeria army in Borno as they are moving towards the north to go and defend their so-called one Nigeria against Boko Haram, which incidentally was created by the same Fulani people. Another consignment of Fulani killers and murderers are heading into Yoruba land. Does that make sense to anybody at all? These are the things we are trying to get you to understand, but for some reason, some of you can't get it. You're moving to Yobe, you're being posted to Yobe, to Taraba, to Adamawa, to Borno, to go and fight insurgency. Is that correct? On the way, you are passing Dangote trailers and trucks coming into your land with the same insurgents, the same bandits coming to your village to rape your mother, to abduct your sisters, your nieces, and in most cases your nephews as well. I want people to actually sit down tonight and rationalize what I'm saying. Those of you in the police fighting for one Nigeria, those of you even in the print media or in the electronic media, all those journalists trying to keep Nigeria one, call your village and ask them, what is the status of security in my village? They will tell you the Fulanis are everywhere. Doesn't that make a mockery of all the things that you claim you believe in? You know, sometimes a lot of people have what I call misplaced, sense of patriotism. You see, in Nigeria, the only people you owe your loyalty to is to your tribe or your ethnic group. That's where your loyalty should lie, and nowhere else. Not because Nigeria is an artificial creation, no, I'm not even going that far. But because the more you fight to keep Nigeria one, the more you're making it easier for the Fulanis to conquer you. That's what it is. I want people to understand this evening. People are asking, why am I speaking in this tone? Because I want it to sink in very well. I don't want anybody to say, oh, because he was insulting me, I wasn't able to understand what he's saying. That is why I am preaching the way I'm preaching tonight, so that you can understand it very, very clearly. We must end Nigeria as quickly as possible. I'm not talking about months, but in weeks. Why am I saying that? Because the Fulanis have perfected their plan to start an all-out conquest by the year 2022. By the year 2022, they want to start their full conquest. So we must stop them before they commence. If they commence, we cannot stop them. Because if they commence, all those territories they have taken from Benue State, all those territories that they have taken from Plateau State, all those territories they occupy in Kogi State, believe you me, if we continue to wait, any day that the world steps in to say enough is enough, they will claim that very territory as their own. They would have advanced all the way from Sokoto to Katsina Ala in Benue State. What does that tell you about your future? What does that tell you about your future? You must listen very carefully without prejudice tonight, please, as we preach this very gospel. All of us, Biafra, Oduduwa, Middle Belt, and Hausa, these are the indigenous populations that we have. These are the true owners of Nigeria. Fulani people, they are less than 10% of the population. They are not indigenous to Nigeria, not at all. And in Africa, you must come from somewhere. You must come from somewhere. They have promised them that Nigeria is theirs for the taking. For them to succeed, we have to be as foolish as the Hausa people were. For them to succeed, we have to be as politically naive as the Middle Belt people were. For them to succeed, we have to be as moronic as the Yorubas have been for years. For them to succeed, the Biafrans will have to be as foolish as they have been for a very, very long time. Or should I say, those that call themselves the political class or intelligentsia, but very, very daft and foolish, if you ask me. If we remain this stupid and foolish, the Fulanis will take us over. They will take our land from us before our eyes, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. Do you know that in Olu today they were shooting? Where today they were firing everywhere, trying to scare people away. The same thing they cannot do when they confront Mietiala terrorists with their cattle and the AK-47 in the forest, killing, pillaging, and raping people. They have never confronted them, but they are on the streets of Owerri and Olu, firing and shooting indiscriminately. This, anytime I tell you something, please take it very seriously. And as heaven told me many, many years ago, the late dead Buhari did all he could and left the rest to Abba Kyari, to Isafuntu, and all the rest of them. They have done their best. The Fulani Caliphate have done their best to destroy Nigeria. But it seems that they are not alone in all of this. We must help them to destroy Nigeria and bring it to an end as quickly as possible. Somebody called it a pantomimized country of Fulani terrorists. It is only going to get worse. A country where a minister professes to be a terror sympathizer and 200 million people could not remove a single minister. How do you think you can remove a president? Or so be it somebody that they are ruling in his name. Pure common sense. You cannot. The Fulani stranglehold is everywhere. Look at all the kidnappings and killings in Benue, across the Middle Belt, all the way from southern Kaduna. Even those in Borno, even those, they call it the Northeast. Look at their plight and look at their lives. Who are the ones doing the killings? I asked you to ask yourself this question last week. They are Fulani. Who gave them the guns with which to carry out all these murder, sackings, mayhem all over the place? This is where Nigerians do not reason, where they do not think. They don't think and they do not reason. I want to ask them, look at all the kidnappings, the killings, the land grabbing, the forcible conversion of Christians to Muslims happening in Niger State and elsewhere. Look at all the things that have been happening. Who gave guns to these people? They claim they are jihadists from Mali, from Senegal, from across the Sahel. They came into Nigeria either with guns or without. If they came with guns, how come they were not stopped? If they came in without guns, these people are from Mali, mind you, and all the rest of them, how come they managed to acquire guns? These are the things you must ask yourself, and the sooner you find answers to these questions, the sooner you realize how foolish it is trying to defend what is in essence indefensible, which is one Nigeria. Who helped them to come into Nigeria? The same Fulani people today telling about one Nigeria. Let's keep the country one. There's insecurity everywhere. Insecurity. Who brought in these murderers into Nigeria? Nobody is asking the Fulani Caliphate this question. Because they organized it. El Rufai, all the Fulani governors. Because they believe the nonsense that Nigeria belongs to the Fulani race. It is theirs for the taking. And they actually believe it because of idiots like Wiki and that great harlot, that bleaching, palm wine drinking harlot in Asorok. Look at what is happening all around you and ask yourself, who gave Mietiala AK-47 with which to intimidate, to kill, to pillage and to rape? Who gave the Fulani terrorists all these weapons they're wielding everywhere? How can a Fulani nomadic cattle herder know where to find a dealer that sells bullets? You know, have you ever asked, when you see that lonely Fulani boy with AK-47, how do you think he replenishes his stock of bullets? Who gives it to him? So you think he'll leave his cattle? Let's say they are somewhere around, what's it called, at Amancia, you know, with his AK-47. Maybe he has gone, he has raped, he has kidnapped, he has killed a few people. Ask yourself this question. How do they get a resupply of bullets? Who gives it to him? A Fulani cattle header. Have you asked yourself that question before? Any day you do, you will understand the hopelessness of one Nigeria. Do you think that this invasion and conquest of Middle Belt would have been so easy had Middle Belt seen what Ojukwu saw in 1966 and 67? If not for the prejudice of the people that call themselves Nigerians, do you think that you'll be seeing what you're seeing today? Had all of you supported Biafra, do you think you'll be losing your land today, losing your head, losing your faith, losing your religion? Do you think that Leah Shreibu will be more like, I don't know, a breathing, whatever it is, for Fulani terrorists? Is that what you think? I want Nigerians to understand this. God is punishing all of you for what you did against Biafra. All the mayhem, all the killings. Ask yourself, why is it only in Biafra land that the Fulanis do not have any genuine stronghold? No foothold in Biafra land. Why do you think so? God is punishing every part of Nigeria for the crimes you committed against his children. I'm not expecting you to believe what I'm saying, but you know it to be a fact. That is the fact. But today, thankfully and mercifully, the brute is no more. To tell you how miraculous God is. Buhari is dead, we know. How do we know that Buhari is dead, you may ask? Because God gave us brain to be able to use it to reason. That is why we are not animals, because that's what Mary Wollstonecraft said. The reason, the only difference between you and the Fulani cow is because you can reason. Listen to me very carefully this evening. Buhari is no more. But the Fulani Caliphate, to tell you how merciful God is. When Buhari died, had they said Buhari is dead, Osibajo would have taken over. Osibajo is more learned, more obeying, more conciliatory, more progressive. Nigeria will still be one. That would have made our work very, very difficult. Because maybe Osibajo will come down to discuss and to negotiate, to say, oh, let's restructure, let's go back to the regions, either 1960 Constitution or 1963, whichever one would have continued in the zoo. But to tell you how miraculous God is, he hardened their hearts. They said, no, it's our turn. It's our turn, we must remain in power. The time that we are doing it, they never knew that that would lead to the end of Nigeria. They never knew that. Elohim hardened their hearts. And today the Fulanis have run Nigeria aground. and they are being openly vilified by everybody. Even Britain is fed up. USA is fed up with them. EU is fed up with them. Now you understand it, don't you? They themselves are the ones now canvassing for coup. Forget all this nonsense you're hearing. They use one man called Clark, who said he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. Senior advocate of what? I have no idea. He's a senior advocate, asking army to come in to take over power under a civilian democratic dispensation. And he is a senior advocate of Nigeria, a supposedly learned man. When I tell you that they're not educated, I'm insulting them. Senior advocate of Nigeria, advocating for army to take over. Can you believe that? What is wrong with the people taking over? In a revolution, instead of Mr. Clark to call for a revolution, he's asking military. Very lazy way of approaching the issue of all the ills bedeviling Nigeria. Now listen to me very, very carefully, please. I beg of you. How do you know that Buhari is no more? It is very, very simple. I want to prove it to you that he is no more. Very, very simple. Because sometimes you may be shocked that 1 + 1 is equals 2. Always. Buhari, when IPOB started to torment the zoo, Buhari came out to give a live press interview. Not once, not 2 times, not 3 times. Only IPOB giving them problems. This was between 2015, 2016, before the idiot died on the 27th of January of 2017. I know the exact date he died. Before Buhari's death, he was having media chat discussing every blessed day, live, unscripted. Nobody would tell him what to say. Most of the times he was talking rubbish, but at least nobody ever guided him or asked him to say A or B. He had a mind of his own. Now, the Senate of Nigeria, listen very carefully, in a democracy, the Senate of Nigeria, or let's say a part of them, came out to say, we have not heard from our president despite the daily killings. That on its own is an impeachable offense. That on its own is an impeachable offense. You are telling me that a president is alive in a country bedeviled by insecurity left, right, and center? They are minting money, they are printing money every day. They call it quantitative easing. NNPC does not have any money anymore. They sell the oil and they pocket the money. The zoo is sinking. You have not heard from somebody who claims he's a president. Compare the character of the mask-wearing idiot now to the Buhari you had before. Are they the same? You know, sometimes in life you expect people to be able to reason properly. I am asking you people, you Nigerians, the thing that you're seeing now coming from who you claim is Buhari Nasarok, the mask wearer, is it the same attribute of the man that you used to know? I'm sure the answer is no. A whole Senate of the country lamenting, we have not heard from the president. The country is collapsing. There is going to be war very, very soon. And he cannot speak. Do you know why he cannot speak? Because they know we are watching them. The fear of IPOB. They know any move they make, we are going to dissect and analyze. That is why they cannot bring him out to speak. Not even common live presentation. They cannot do it. And all of you went to school. Most of you are graduates. Most of you have PhDs. Are you telling me that your common sense, that I'm sure that all of you possess, I haven't told you yet that there is nobody there. In every other country of the world, ordinary COVID-19, they receive almost weekly briefing. Now let me shock all of you. Do you know that before, even during Buhari, during Jonathan, during Yaradua, during Obasanjo, and even before that, have you asked yourself this question? How can Nigeria go through a whole calendar year without no official visit from any head of state from outside? official state visit with state banquet. Because all over Africa, all over Europe, although there is COVID-19 lockdown, heads of states are visiting each other. Have you asked yourself that question? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Now the Senate, Nigeria's own Senate, is now saying, let me read it for you so you understand. A Senate where you have democracy. Any other place in the world, the Senate will go into a session, they will vote and say, we demand to see the president address the nation. That's how it is done. That is why it's a democracy, the rule of the people. And the Senate and the House of Reps, they are the people, which the presidency is answerable to. If they are serious, all they need to do is to lay down a motion on the floor of both houses to say, we have overwhelming, uncontainable insecurity in the country, and we demand that the president address the media in a media chat to be bye-bye for everybody. But they know that the man there is not Buhari. They cannot bring him out unless they set the stage, unless they choreograph everything, unless they plan it perfectly well. And I'm asking you people, as those that claim they are learned, what does that tell you about Asok? Let me read the news for you. The Minority Caucus of the National Assembly on Tuesday lamented that President Muhammadu Buhari has remained silent despite insecurity in the nation. Now, your primary duty as a head of state, I am not a head of state, but my primary duty is to make sure that the IPOB family all over the world, that they are fine, in good condition. When there is a breach of security, I make sure, even in the middle of the night, I wake up and I make sure I address it. If I come on air, I speak about it live. A country of 200 million people. If this man couldn't speak under COVID, he could not speak under raging insecurity, almost civil war status, when is he going to talk? It's a simple question I'm asking Nigerians. That tells you that there is no Buhari, he's dead. The clown they put there, all they can do is to script something, use deep fake, artificial intelligence to mimic the voice of Buhari. Through a microphone, you think it is the idiot who is speaking. There is no Buhari. That is why, despite this regime, even to address people live, I said live on TV, he cannot do it. Once in a while, they package him, they bring him out, they say, oh, he has spoken. Oh, and the Yoruba people who are eyeing 2023 will just simply concur and wait for their turn to come. It's only 2 years away. Why can't we just wait? I will start enjoying oil and gas money. The caucus also said that the APC-led administration of President Buhari has continued to breach the constitution. We have not, according to Abaribe, we have not heard from our president, despite the daily killings that are going on, and have turned Nigeria into a killing field of unimaginable proportion. Nigeria is at war on all fronts, basically, fighting Fulani domination and impunity. People are dying every blessed day. The person you claim is a president cannot speak. What is his job then? I'm asking you. Do you see how we know that Buhari is dead? That even the Senate is begging for him to speak in a democracy. I'm advising them today because some of them, they claim they're educated, but they're not. I'm advising you on what to do. Constitutionally, you have the powers. Go and pass a motion on the floor of both houses, send it off to Asarok and say, we demand to see you to address the nation live and answer questions from journalists regarding what is happening in the country. Not just address. You must be interrogated. We want to ask you, then you will see that the idiot will fall apart. Because we have planted a press man there, I'm not going to tell you his name or his network. He is going to ask him a question in Fulfude, the native Fulani language that the old dead tyrant Buhari spoke before he died on the 27th of January 2017. I stake my life on it. I have said to them, if you can bring out this man and prove he's Buhari, I will drop Biafra agitation. and apologize. But I know that the idiot is dead. They are shielding. The only reason why they cannot speak is because, they thought I will remain with, they don't know how we discovered that Jubril had fled. They were shocked. They thought I'd be saying Jubril all the time, so that Western intelligence will say, oh, he doesn't have his facts right. I know when they switched from Jubril to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic. That is the new Buhari you have. That is why you cannot see him. That is why he cannot do tours. That is why you cannot see him come out to receive heads of state. That is why everything is secrecy. You can be killing, people can be dying. You never hear a word from him. They are shielding Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from talking, because the day he grants any live, unedited, unscripted interview, the political class in Nigeria will commit mass suicide. Because I'm sure that's what they will do. Rather than come around and say, Ipob, Nnamdi Kanu has been right all this while, they would rather die. That's black people for you. They will commit mass suicide. That thing in Asarok, as I told you in 2017, is not Buhari. If you say he is Buhari, I want him to have a live media chat, the type the old Buhari had on the 31st of December of 2015. It's a challenge. If you claim Buhari, that idiot there is Buhari, let him come out and address the security situation in the zoo called Nigeria. In a live media chat, he will never ever do it. That day, the shame of Nigerians will be open for the whole world to see. The world, right now, a lot of countries, in fact, Nigeria is the only country in the only passport that you require visa to go to almost every other country in the world. But because of how useless it is, any day, that thing there, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed grants any live interview or media chat. If you say you're a Nigerian outside, people will spit on your face. They will say, we know you people as fraudsters and criminals. We never knew you were even this stupid. At least criminals are supposed to be very smart. You people are actually very, very foolish. So Abaribe, the Senate, and they can talk all they like. That thing there can never grant any live interview for anybody. He will not do it. Any day they do it, they try it, they are finished. And they understand that very well. That is why he cannot hold a live media chat. People are talking about impeachment. Let us impeach him. As my dear brother Mbaka said, let us impeach him. Do you know why Fulani is against impeachment? Because Fulani wants that boy to leave. They want to remove Buhari, that name Buhari from Asarok. That is what they want. Or forget all this nonsense that they want planting it everywhere. The only reason why they said no to impeachment and why they are running after Mbaka, that I'm glad they've released. I didn't want to talk about him or write about him or tweet in the afternoon. We are just waiting to see if they will hold him. And then that thing they want, they will see it. But luckily for them, they released him. Let me tell you something you don't know. The reason why they're against Mbaka and everybody talking about impeachment is because once you impeach him, listen, he will be forced to come out to respond in the open. Journalists will interview him. That is why all of them, they are running helter-skelter. Nobody wants nothing. They don't want you to talk about him, because any day you vote in the House of Senate or in the Senate or in the House of Reps to impeach him, you will now give him a right to reply. Because the article, as Trump did in America 2 times, because the articles of impeachment will outline his crimes and misdemeanors, and the law of natural justice dictates that you must give him the right to reply. Who is going to reply? Buhari is dead. Is it Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed that will reply? The Kabbalah won't allow it. Now you understand, don't you? That is why they're against impeachment, because you cannot impeach a dead man. The Fulani Caliphate control all of you in the zoo using Yoruba media and your political leaders. They have captured the two critical, in fact, there are three critical constituencies in life. Media that brings you information and enlightenment, your political leaders stroke traditional rulers, and also your religious leaders. That is why anytime they sense danger, they will send DSS. People are trying to destabilize the country. They want to remove Buhari from office. All right. In order to sow seeds of doubt and confusion amongst you, so you can no longer be together to ask for what is right. Asking for anybody you claim to be Buhari to address the nation is not causing trouble. It is not. It is called democratic accountability, isn't it? These are the things you must bear in mind. This thing about coup that they sent Mr. Clark to talk about coup is a well-planned move to manipulate people's minds into thinking that Buhari was removed as a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. Fulani is praying for a coup. Forget all that was planning it. And I want Asorok to know that I know their plan. They want to do a coup. To say, oh, we have removed Buhari, he's incompetent. As a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. That is what they want to do. And once they do the coup and they put in somebody first of all they said we'll put in a senior Yoruba general to calm everybody down, to stop Yoruba agitation. That's what I'm just trying to let Tinubu understand. If he doesn't know, they have two people in mind. One is a Yoruba high-ranking army officer. The other one is from the Middle Belt. They want to use them to try to calm everything down. The same thing they tried to do with Ogundigbe in 1966. And they ended up doing with Gowon. They killed everybody. Every Biafran high-ranking officer they got their hands on, they killed. All of them. They knew the world was very, very upset. Fulani knew they could not sell that very narrative to the world. They approached Brigadier Ogundigbe and asked him to take over the reins of power. He said no. They went to go on. A Christian from the Middle Belt. That's how they operate. The same thing they want to do now. So all this talk of they want to overthrow us is all rubbish. It's Fulani who are planning it because they know that the clock is running down. They know the clock is running down. They know that once people, shed this cloak of ignorance and begin to say that Buhari is dead, that they are finished. They want to use a coup. Fulani coup, by the way. After all, Fulani controls the army. How can anybody do a coup in Nigeria? How is that possible? Fulani controls everything. All the generals that are Fulani. Everybody in the hierarchy of the army is Fulani. So how can you do a coup? How is that possible? All the commanders of the tank corps you have in the zoo called Nigeria, they're all Fulani people. So how can you do a coup? All the people that lead the infantry in Nigeria are all the commanders, they're all Fulani. So how can you conduct a coup? It is the Fulani planning a coup so they can say that Buhari was removed due to incompetence. And then after that they'll say, oh, he's living a quiet life. You know him, he's a man of peace and quiet. After a while, they will not tell that Buhari is dead. He died in his sleep. That's what they want to do. If you don't know, let me tell you. And I'm saying to Fulani Caliphate tonight, you don't know who you're dealing with. Before you make any move, we know. Every move that you make, we know. We are aware of it. So stop deceiving yourselves. We know what you're up to. We understand your game plan. This thing about coup is because you want to remove Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed before it's too late. Because there's nobody in Asorok. If there is anyone in Asorok, the person will be talking. Nigeria is finished. There is no country called Nigeria anymore. Nigeria finished last year. Nigeria is now only existing on paper and the fear of the South. The cowardice in people of the South and the promise of a greater, better tomorrow for the likes of Wike is only what is holding the zoo together. The zoo is dead. Absolutely dead. Their plan has failed. Only if the politicians we have in Biafra land, in fact, in the entire South, can repent, or else what awaits them is doom. The game the Fulanis are playing, just don't remember I told you tonight, the game the Fulanis are playing is to carry out a coup and install a Yoruba senior army officer or somebody from the Middle Belt to calm everybody down. That's what they want to do. And I want them to understand that we know. Our intelligence services is second to none in the whole world. In fact, by the time that Biafra stands, I'm sure that even Mossad will be coming to us to learn one or two things. The Zoo people think that we are stupid, but we are not. We are highly intelligent, more intelligent than all of them put together. They want to carry out a coup and claim that Buhari was removed. People are talking about insecurity. In the same country where people are being forcibly converted to Islam. In Niger State. In broad daylight. People abducted, people killed. Army today firing in Olu. Army today firing in Owerri. Shooting sporadically everywhere. There is war. A slow burning war in the zoo. But you don't know. I don't know why the Middle Belt people will not rise up to defend their land. Because it's now very clear that you can lament and cry from now till the kingdom come. The world won't listen to you. Defend yourselves. That is what you need to do. That is what you must do. To tell you that this is their plan, all of them, it is their plan together, all of them. To tell that they planned all of these things. Now listen to what a minister is saying. You know, sometimes when you hear these things, you don't quite believe it at first. You think, oh, maybe somebody's pulling your legs, until you go and verify it for yourself. Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria, according to Buhari's government. Also, you know, Buhari by name. When I say Buhari, it doesn't mean Buhari is alive. It's the name they're using to rule. Are you listening to me? Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria. Then I ask them, what are federal offenses in Nigeria then? I don't know how, do you see how foolish these people are? You see, sometimes I don't know if this is punishment or what from God that I should be discussing monkeys like this. This man is a baboon. Why do you have federal high courts then and federal courts of appeal? So all the cases being tried, you know, this is something Nigerians don't know. Even those that call themselves lawyers, like backyard quack lawyers like Wike, quack, backyard lawyer. Let me ask you Nigerians for 1 second. What cases do you think are tried in a federal high court? God, zoological republic. And these people actually go to school, spend 4 years in a university and come out as graduates. Even doctorate degree holders of law. If kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses, then why are you trying them in a federal high court? And that's the meaning of it. Federal high court for federal offenses. State high court for state offenses. Sharia court for Sharia offenses, so to speak. Customary court for customary offenses. Do you know that even the states, they have their own appeal court, so to speak? Now you are trying a case in a federal high court, which means it is a federal offense. But it is in the zoo. They don't know the meaning of it. They have no idea what it means. Nigeria is worse than a jungle. If a kidnapper and a bandit killing, slaughtering, raping people is not a federal offense. Oh, sorry, federal offense is asking for a referendum. And you people have time for these animals that call themselves politicians. Fools who cannot even reason very well. You have time for these people. This UG. They said, that's what Lai Mohammed said. It's not a federal offense. Federal offense is asking for your freedom. And all Nigerians can do is outrage. Outrage, as Lai Mohammed says, prosecuting bandits, not Buhari's government's job. What is your job then? You took a constitution, you swore to protect lives and property. That was what you swore to do. Now tell me, for goodness sake, tell me please, what is your job? Even the government that you claim that you have do not know their job anymore. They don't know what they're supposed to do. And they are in power. And you allow them to be in power. All you can do is outrage. We are outraged. Oh, have you heard what they are saying? Oh, have you heard what Lai Mohammed said? And that is all. The only solution is a popular revolution. I want youths from across the Middle Belt and the entire South to sit down, not to sit down in one place, communicate amongst yourselves and decide for a day to come when people will take over the streets. Let the revolution start. We outnumber them. They have AK-47, we have AK-47. They know it will be suicide for them to shoot at any crowd. They know it is suicide, not just for them, but for politicians nearby. The time for the revolution has come. Every day you lament, you tweet, you lament, you go to Facebook, you lament. Nothing is happening. They will never listen. That is who they are. That is how they are wired. They are never ever going to listen. The only way they can listen is through mass action. A revolution is what is needed. A revolution. Quit complaining, quit whining, and come out for this very revolution that must happen. It must happen. The same Fulani that brought in the bandits that are killing you are telling you that banditry is not a criminal offense. According to them, it's not their job to prosecute them. And by the way, if you're killed by kidnappers, you will go to heaven. According to the Islamic cleric, we have 72 virgins will be waiting for you. I don't know what is waiting for the women. I know that for the men, 72 virgins are waiting for you. For the women, I don't know if it's 72 men who are there that are waiting for you as well. I have no idea. According to a cleric in a country you call civilized. How can, some of you don't even have shame. How can you come from a country like this? If you're killed by criminals, the same Fulani criminals, they will not be prosecuted. No wonder nobody is arresting them. It is a federal offense. So, because, listen, the Nigeria is called Nigeria Police Force, which means it is loyal to the federal government. The army is loyal to the federal government. And they do not see kidnapping and banditry by Fulani people as a criminal offense. No wonder nobody is arresting them now. Okay, is it a criminal offense to them? Do you understand me now? Being killed by kidnappers is a sure way of going to heaven. Only in Nigeria. You wake up the next day, I'm a Nigerian. Shame on all of you that stupidly refer to yourselves as Nigerians. Shame and big shame on all of you. The same people that came into power telling you will solve every problem. Lugard, some of you have no regard for history. Friedrich Lugard told you that these people are spendthrift. All they know how to do is to spend money. Oyibo told you this nearly 100 years ago. White man told you this. This Fulani you're looking at, all they know is to spend money. They are very lazy. Oyibo told you this, but you never listen. You never ever listen. Let me tell you what they're doing in the zoo. The same people, we are coming to root out. Oh, how about war and corruption? Have you been hearing about war and corruption lately? Because nobody is more corrupt than this current APC government. They are the worst of the worst in the history of Nigeria. 316 projects were duplicated, worth 39.5 billion in the budget for 2021. APC, Fulani Janjaweed Party, the party of the same Tinubu, asking you to vote for him. These are hardened criminals wearing agbada and danchiking on the floor of the National Assembly, looting and stealing. That is why they don't want Nigeria to break. Oh, no, our country, let's keep it one. Because they are thieves. Because of what they're getting. All of them, even from Biafra, from Oduduwa, these are thieves. These are certified criminals. When they tell you about one Nigeria, it's so they can keep duplicating the budget. It's here, it's a headline news. 316 duplicated projects worth 39.5 billion. It will go in the pocket of somebody. It's just news. You read it and you just go away, and there's nothing. Nobody cares. But that is your future. They steal this money, they go and print money for you. They steal this money, they bank it abroad in dollars, and they are printing worthless, useless naira for you. You people are in for one almighty shock. I'm telling all of you. But you will not know. After all, you're from the zoo. What do you know? Well, you know that when the Fulanis came from Futajalam to conquer you, they're not coming from all across the Sahel in your backyard. You call the police will not come because it's a federal offense. According to federal government, it is not an offense. A supposedly federal offense is not a federal offense when it comes to Fulani. Are you listening to me? Isn't it very ironic? We have even the effrontery to even have the guts to face the media to mouth such rubbish. I'm sure the entire diplomatic corps in Nigeria will be wondering what sort of animals are these. Kidnapping and banditry is not a federal offense. Therefore, federal police cannot arrest them. Army cannot arrest them. But they can arrest people who are agitating. They can arrest Fadambaka. They can burn people's homes in Imo State. And you call that thing a country? It is a shithole, as Trump famously said. I'm telling you the truth. They duplicate, they steal, they pillage. As bandits are pillaging you, taking your land from you, your so-called Fulani APC politicians are pillaging you by duplicating projects and pocketing the money. Tomorrow the idiot to come on Channels TV or AIT. Our country needs to be one. We need to synergize and look for a way out of this. Meanwhile, his pocket is stuffed with 36 billion. Criminals everywhere. The zoo has fallen. Nigerian military wants politicians, soldiers against coup. There are some types of discussions you have in Nigeria that makes me wonder what type of God created you people. What type of schools you went to. There is a senior advocate of Nigeria, alleged senior advocate of Nigeria, asking for coup to be conducted. And I want to ask him, which part of the world, civilized world, even ordinary Egypt, ordinary Egypt, can you have people coming out, somebody who is learned? I believe he has read history to come out to say the military should take over. What stops you from taking over? Does power belong to the military? Okay, you're telling us that whoever is carrying a gun is who power belongs to. A senior advocate of Nigeria. No wonder the entire judicial system, the entire legal system in the zoo is laughable. In the history of the world, if you want to change a government, it should be led by the people, by a popular uprising. That was the mistake that Nzogu made. Nzogu shouldn't have led the coup of 1966. What for? It's not your job. Your job is to defend the territorial integrity of the zoo, if it has one, that is. You're a soldier. It's not your job to be dabbling into politics. Allow the people to feel the pain so much that one day they will say enough is enough. That is the type of change that transforms society. And I expect somebody who is a senior advocate of Nigeria to understand this very simple fact. But it's lost on him. Tomorrow he'll say he's learned, he's an elite, he's educated. But all his education is pure nonsense. If you're asking the army to take over, that means you do not trust the people. Is army the people? Every popular revolution around the world in the history of mankind has been led by ordinary people. Why are you inviting the army? Is it their business? Remember Russia? There was a time that during the dying days of the Communist Party in Russia, they tried to send the troops to go and kill people. I remember very clearly, Boris Yeltsin mounted the tank, one of the tanks that the soldiers that came to Russian White House to bulldoze it was driving. He mounted it and spoke to his people. The army of Russia said, we are not going to fire on our people. In Nigeria, if the army can say tomorrow, we are not going to fire on the people, things will be different, it will change. But because, of course, we are from Africa, slightly primitive, In African people, very primitive, very crude. If they promise you money and good life for your family, everybody else can go to hell. What Clark should have been saying is, let the army not fire on protesters when they come out on the streets to demand the change of government. Not to ask the army to take over. It is a free lesson that we're giving to them. There has to be uprising, simultaneous uprising everywhere. I have said to Nigerian youths time and time again, we outnumber them. The only reason why NSAS protest collapsed was because of the ethnic sentiment introduced by Yoruba journalists, courtesy of Tinubu. That was what killed it. What is it saying? Oh, that the Biafrans cannot come to Lagos to do this, to do that. That was when they killed it. NSAS should have solved all the problem of the zoo. If we rise above it, if we rise above tribal considerations, focus our mind to destroy these people that have come to destroy us, believe you me, we are going to succeed. We must rise up at the same time, the same minute, the same second. Our goals are very, very simple. Every instrument of state, every political party apparatus must go down. Once it goes down, the zoo has collapsed. Now, what they will do from Asorok is to say, let us bring the people to negotiate a constitution. That's how it is done everywhere. You must force Fulani to do something. They are not going to do anything on their own. Never, ever, ever. You must compel them. You must force them. How do you compel them? There has to be simultaneous uprising everywhere at the same time in Nigeria. For only 48 hours, believe you me, they will call for the Southern National Conference. Because we outnumber the army. And I'm not sure that any stupid soldier is going to come down from Sambisa forest, having escaped death at the hands of Boko Haram, to come back to start shooting people in his village. It's not going to happen. That is how you change things. Not calling for a coup, not calling for impeachment. They can't impeach him. They will not do anything until you do something. That's how this life is. You see, when the revolution happened in England, it was led by Oliver Cromwell. The king of England was saying, oh, God appointed us. We have blue blood. Oliver Cromwell said, I will cut off your head to prove to you that your blood is also red. That was what Oliver Cromwell said to King Charles I. Go and check it. George Washington led the popular revolution in America and said, enough is enough. We want to build a country where all men are born equal. Not this is a viscount, this is a duke, this is an earl, all that rubbish, this is a lord. No, we are all equal. And they built it. Popular resistance, popular revolution. That is what is needed in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. You must understand that very, very clearly. We must rise up now. We outnumber the police, we outnumber the army. You must understand precisely what I'm saying. We outnumber them. We are more than them. What they have, we have. Right now. They just can't come and start. All of our people, those in Abuja and Lagos, oh, don't let him burn. Did you see that the soldiers were shooting in Olu today? And also in Owerri. Are you aware of that? That who opposed Ademma, the Serikin Fulani, is the one that brought the war to Imo State. We outnumber them. We must abandon our businesses for 1 or 2 days. We must deal with these people. Only then, I'm telling you the truth, will they call for the Sovereign National Conference to say, what do we do? Until you get to that point, you are merely wasting your time writing, protesting. I heard some mothers were protesting about their children that were kidnapped. They went to National Assembly. Even National Assembly cannot get the person in Asorok to speak. So what do you think they can do for you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And these are the things you must understand. I want everybody now asking for regime change in Nigeria to understand this. That's why I say that Nigerians are not smart, they're not intelligent, they're very foolish people. I say it all the time, without apologies to anyone. Nigerians are naturally very, very foolish. They're very, very stupid. And I'll prove it to you tonight. Since there is doubt, let me put it that way, as to the identity of the man in Asorok, What I expected the likes of Clark to say, the senior advocate of the zoo, is very simple. If you want to change, if you want Fulani to go mad tomorrow, very simple. We do not believe that whoever you have in Asarok is Buhari, since he cannot address us. We need proof that he is Buhari. Believe me, Nigeria will change within 1 week. When we gave you the expo, when we gave Nigerians the expo to say, only question the identity of the man in Asarok. You have all the proof. You have a little boy today. Tomorrow is a 25-year-old. The next day he's a 40-year-old. Nobody knows. His hands is so fresh. You know he's not Buhari. All of you know that. There is hole in his neck. Even to ask the question, why does he have a hole in his neck? And Fulani banditry will stop. Your land that they're seizing will stop. You will leave your IDP camps and you go back home. Only one thing you need to do. Don't ask for impeachment. Don't even do a revolution. Let's even put that to one side. Ask them to bring out that man in Asarok to address the nation, and you have your answers. I'm telling you the truth. You know, God is miraculous. He gave you ways to deal with the Fulani Janjaweed, but all of you messed it up. We told you. All that Clark needs to do is let there be a DNA test to prove that this man is the real Buhari that we know. The old man, the sickly, dying old man that we know, that had a brain tumor. Show us is him, and Fulani will change overnight. First of all, they'll bring the DSS to grab a few people, which is what they normally do. And the DSS, as you're abducting people, the day we abduct you, I hope you will not so cry. Now you're going about abducting people. One day you'll be abducted as well. And when we do, I know that you idiots resign nothing from Lagos. Our security men, now that your security men are abducting people, you will not see it. But the day they themselves are abducted, you start complaining, you start crying, you start whining all over the place. Simply ask for Buhari to do a live press briefing, or ask for the DNA of the idiot in Asarok, Muhammad Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad, and the zoo is gone. You get a regime change overnight. In fact, they'll tell you that he's going to London, he's sick, he's incapacitated now, Shibanga, please take over. That's all. Any day, forget about it. Question folk zero down on the identity of the man in Asarok, that his house is burning and he's not speaking. Is that a president? Where in the world will you have this level of insecurity bordering on a civil war, and no comment from the person you claim is the commander-in-chief and the president, His Excellency, Mr. President, all that rubbish? Because he is not Buhari. Mr. Clark, rather than asking for a coup, rather than asking for impeachment, I have made it easy for you people, or should I say easier for you people. Simply ask for the man in Asarok to come out and prove who he is, and it's over. Game, set, and match. As in chess, those of us that play chess, it's checkmate. It's finished. It's over. Bye-bye. Fulani Janjaweedism is gone. God gave you that window of opportunity. But Yoruba media, with their greed, and the sophisticated moronic brain, saved the Fulani Janjaweed. Simply ask for the man in Asarok to prove who he is. Why can't he speak? Anybody that knew the old Buhari, you think that this new Buhari is the same person? Of course, the answer is no. Of course, the answer is no. They say we have uncovered plot to remove Buhari through civil unrest. Yes. Go, I want DSS, the army and the police. Some of you are illiterates anyway. Just simply go online and Google sitting presidents removed by their people. You will see it there. How was Hosni Mubarak removed from office in Egypt? Is it not a popular uprising? In Romania, popular uprising? Everywhere, popular uprising? Because we are the people. Power belongs to the people. If they do not like what you're doing, you go to hell. But in Africa, they will say, oh, because he's Fulani, he is our turn. If you know it is your turn, it is Fulani, that means we are not supposed to be together in the first place. That means we are different. If every little thing, as they did during the NSAS protest, if every little thing we invoke ethnicity and we invoke tribe, that means ab initio we should not be together. You cannot claim that everybody is a Nigerian. When it comes to solving a Nigerian problem, you now hide under your ethnic group, under your tribe, to seek refuge. to hide under your tribe to seek refuge. It is not going to happen in our time. As for the ID of the man in Abuja, and the idiot is gone. We have done a lot. IPOB, I commend all of you. All you children of heaven, that the zoo is where it is today is down to the work you've been doing over the years. Sometimes I know we can be very harsh on ourselves, but we have done very well, mind you. We have done very well. Look at what ESM has done in a very short period of time. That even Dave Umahi came out to say that there is no more Mieti Allah in Ebonyi State. You did it. You made it possible. Tenacity, doggedness, and determination. And that's where we are today. We have dissolved the zoo, more or less. And that is why some idiots that have been relegated to the background are doing everything to keep their name in the public domain, even at the risk of sounding like a mad dog. You know, one animal was making a caricature of himself. Maybe the price of cement has gone up and is making him mad. He cannot finish his hostel. So he came out to talk rubbish to try to keep his name somehow in the public domain. They cannot match our pedigree, our influence, and our reach. They understand that IPOB is the engine driving this very movement towards its natural and inevitable sovereignty. We are the catalyst for every other person rising up to ask for freedom. I will do the word brethren, acknowledge that before me. Because of you people, that's why we're doing what we're doing. They said to me. Middle Belt's the same. How many of those that I asked Middle Belt to come up and they did? That is why I am glad this evening that the Middle Belt have released their country flag, their currency and coat of arms, and we must encourage them. I am encouraging Middle Belt to continue to do what they are doing, because that is the right way to go. Freedom for everybody, and you will get oil and gas from Biafra land for free. And for those of them saying, oh, we are from south, we are from Niger Delta and all that rubbish, remember also we have the largest gas field in Ohaji. We have oil in Ebema, we have oil in Mbidi, we have oil in Awamama, we have oil in Aguleri, we have oil in Uguta. Yeah, are you listening to me? Oil everywhere, you know, Kwa. In Abia is the Joko and Abia State where I come from. There is oil. There's oil in Obaru. In Obaru, if you go to River Niger, you will see oil coming out of the bed of River Niger. You will see it there with your two naked eyes. Because of the Janjaweed in the north, I may be talking rubbish. So even the oil we have in Igbo-speaking territory of Biafra alone, we can supply all of you free oil and gas in perpetuity. Middle Belt, you will stand on your own. We guarantee we are going to dredge River Niger all the way to Lokoja. So you will have free, in fact we will internationalize River Niger. So you will have free, toll-free shipping all the way to Lokoja, your river port. You have nothing to be afraid of. And everything I'm saying to you, we are going to put down in a treaty. Signed before Israel, USA, Canada, EU, China, and Japan. International treaty. So you will know that we have nothing to hide. We want everybody to be free. Our fight is not about oil and gas. I keep saying that to you all the time. We will give you oil and gas for free. That the very treaty guaranteeing that will be overseen by the international community. So we cannot renege on it. I want you to understand that this very day. That is why the death of the innocent must be avenged. I want to let the army and the police to understand this. If you go about killing innocent people, you're going to die as well. The time and place of your dying, people will choose for you. You will not know. You can be doing your gra-gra in the daytime in a way, eventually you're going to die. I assure you of that. Watch and see. Hope Uzodema will not be there when you're dying. You see that guy you're doing it over now, shooting gun, they're jumping up and down. The day you will die, hope Ozanama will not be there. And you would have wasted your life for nothing. And for those of them that want to be noticed, running around, that's the big thing, when they run out of cash, they want to attract attention from Abuja. They start singing. Hey, unknown government came to my house. If you see a unknown government, will you stand? Oh, the stupidity. Sabo. To not be well with them. In the middle belt, they are crying. The reason why they are crying in the middle belt is because if you have said to Benue people and TV people to be precise, who are crying today that Ojukwu meant well for you, I'm sure today they will say yes. Ojukwu went to Aburi to negotiate restructuring. They rejected it. They lied. They used their media preponderance to propagate lies against an innocent man. They levied war against Biafra. The first shot of the war was fired at Gekem, or Gekem to be absolutely precise, and it was fired by the Nigerian army. Fulani have always wanted to conquer us. Britain thought that the Fulanis were very mild, people, very stupid. They want to squander money. They want to own houses abroad and all the rest of it. They never knew that these are vicious, wild beasts. Now they have realized it. Britain is now saying, you can now say it, isn't it? Today, Benue, TV, those that they convinced, Igbo man is your problem, Biafra is your problem, they're the ones who are crying today. Even the First Lady of Benue State is crying. Every day, killings in Benue, every blessed day, because they will take it from you. Unless you rise up now to do something. No fewer than 17 persons, including women and children, have been reportedly killed, slaughtered by headsmen in the home of the wife of the Benue State Governor, Mrs. Eunice Autumn. Very clear, isn't it? The same people that call you North, we are from the North, we North, against the South. Now they are the ones who are slaughtering you. What does that tell you about these people and their mindset? What does that tell you about the way they think and the way they reason? What does that tell you about your new alliances? The alliances you should be forming is with the South. Benue, Middle Belt, you must know this. Your future lies in aligning yourself with Biafra and the Duduwa. Anything else is suicide. Because those people, they will take your land from you, they will kill you, they will impoverish you, they will rape your children, they will abduct you for ransom, and the police will not do anything because all these crimes I've just enumerated, they are all not federal offenses. And you don't have state police to arrest them. Do you see how clever the Fulanis are? That is why we must rise up now to challenge them. That is why we must defeat them. All it takes is for all of us to rise up at the same time. If we decide tomorrow night that we're all going to come out on the streets tomorrow, across the Middle Belt and the South, this whole game is over. They will send, in fact, police won't even come because we will kill them. They can't even come. Are they mad? Even Guardian newspaper, the arch-conservative Guardian newspaper of Nigeria, these are the people who want Nigeria. They are the ones eating the money of the zoo from time. So they believe in one Nigeria. They are even asking, and can you believe people are begging their own president they claim they voted for? There is no wisdom in silence. Please, speak up. We are begging you. A whole editorial of Guardian newspaper, the same day that senators are complaining. Let him speak. He cannot speak because he is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper, you people should open your brain. I know that black people are naturally very stupid, but for once reason. He cannot speak. The old Buhari, you don't need to prompt him to speak. He loves talking. This one is Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad, because Jubril contracted corona and ran back to Sudan and is having fun now with all the money he made. Nearly $250 million he made, impersonating Buhari, wearing his mask. Everybody involved in the recruitment of Jubril has been assassinated. All killed. Remember the death of the Nigerian diplomat in Khartoum, in Sudan? There was the man that recruited Jubril al-Sudani. They killed him to kill every trace of discovery. There is no wisdom in silence. A whole Guardian newspaper editorial that tells you all you need to know. They are begging him to speak. Being the head of a representative democracy that requires regular engagement with the electorate, the leader is reasonably expected to talk to and talk with and generally keep in touch with the people through many channels available in this 21st century. In these times, Buhari's silence is no longer golden. He is silent because he's not Buhari. Ndara. That is why he is silent. He is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper editorial board, the person you're writing to is not Buhari and can never speak. Unless they carefully prepare him once, 10-minute speech, once every 6 months. And you people are condoning such nonsense because you allowed these people to exist. You allowed the Fulani to gain the upper hand. Yoruba media, you gave Fulani the upper hand. That is why they are doing what they're doing. The complacency of the middle belt, the complacency of the middle belt, the likes of Gowon, of Danjuma, keep shouting your one Nigeria as they swallow you up. Keep shouting your one Nigeria. And they will swallow you up. Please come and speak to us. Come and speak to us. The army will never invite Sheikh Gumi. But the army can abduct Fadam Baka. The army cannot go and invite any bandit in the north because it's not on the fence. But the army can summon an undo lawyer for saying that 3,400 people are camped in their area to tell you that these people, they planned all these things. Why you Nigerians cannot see it, I don't understand. A legal Mr. Wole Odushola said that there are about 3,000 Fulani men taking shelter inside Okitipupa army barracks. These fighters, they come and they stay in army barracks. He's a lawyer. They stay Fulani. These people, Nigeria, you people, you don't deserve to live. You deserve what the Fulanis are doing to you. Fulani will go and bring killers and murderers, terrorists, and put them in army camp. And the army will provide them support. When I told you that the army provides support for Fulani terrorists, you never believe me, but it is here. From a Yoruba man, or from a Biafran. And you know what the army did? The army invited him for arrest. We are going to arrest you. Who asked you to say such a thing in public? That is your one Nigeria for you. And I keep asking everybody, is this the Nigeria you're praying for? Is this the type of place you want your children to be born and to be raised in? These are evil people. These are people who do not even understand the meaning of governance. These people do not have common sense. Their brain is dysfunctional. All they want to do is to conquer you. Look at middle. For those of you shouting one Nigeria in the south, go to middle belt and see what's happening to them. For those of you claiming Nigeria will be better one day, I want you to go to Benue State, I want you to go to Kogi State, I want you to go to Niger State and see what is happening to them before you pray for one Nigeria. The reason why these things are happening to them is because they were interested in one Nigeria. They were. And a whole army barracks is now housing terrorists. And any day we chase those terrorists into the army barracks, they say, oh, they're attacking the army, our security forces, our security services. All of you writing your security services, why don't you blame your army when they're harboring terrorists in their barracks? Why don't you blame them? You will not blame them, but you want to blame those who are blowing the whistle on these animals from the Sahel. Look at how the Fulani Caliphate terrorists, they did not just fall from heaven. It was the likes of El Rufai, the same Fulani politicians that groomed them because they want to remove Jonathan from office. There is no show of force in the north, but in the east, people are being killed. A businessman was killed with a friend in his car in a way. I have not heard anybody write any condemnation or condemnatory statement against the army in Owerri. No one. But any day there is revenge attack by unknown gunmen on these people, you start writing your rubbish. Now that this man has been killed with his friend, for what he's a businessman in his car, they shot him dead. Tomorrow now, when an army or police officer is shot dead, you start talking rubbish as usual, talking nonsense. But nobody is talking about this innocent man that has been killed. The zoo is the way it is today because of people from the south encouraging evil that the Fulani people have been doing. As if it won't stop there. Because now we have risen up to pick up arms. I'm saying it live so that the whole world can hear me. We have picked up arms to defend our land against Fulani terrorists. We are no longer going to turn the other cheek for you to slap us. No. Before you even finish, if you raise your hand to slap us, we'll slap you 2 times already. Now they want to control firearms coming to the country. And do you know who they appointed to control the firearms? A Fulani man. So Fulani will simply take the firearms from you and give it to Mieti Allah to continue killing you. They said that their president, Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad of aka Muhammad Buhari, has approved the establishment of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. And who is going to head it? Hey, Nigeria, and federal character. I remember when they used to torment Jonathan on federal character. You implement federal character. You're no longer following federal character. Yoruba media was busy pushing Jonathan. I don't know why the Yoruba media are afraid of Hausa. I do apologize to Hausa. Afraid of Fulani people anyway. Yoruba editors, why are you afraid of Fulani? You wretched, lily-livered cowards. Why are you afraid of Fulani? Under Jonathan, you are writing junk, all manner of rubbish. Yoruba pastors every day preaching against Jonathan, coming out and having rallies. All of a sudden, you can no longer have rally under your fearful Fulani masters. You're cowering like a wretched coward that you are, all of them. Thank God for the young men and women of Oduduwa land. They have risen up. They're the ones I have respect for. And of course, Paya Adebanjo. The rest I have no regard for them. Look at Yoruba pastors, what they were doing. You build 10 billion people auditorium, collecting money to speak the truth to power. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. And you call yourselves men of God. You are not men of God. You are men of Lucifer. You are men of the devil. The Jesus Christ that you claim you emulating. Being a Christian means being a follower of Christ. I'm speaking now to Yoruba mega pastors because they are thieves. They are criminals. I'm saying it live on air. You know me, I don't give a toss. I speak the truth, always. Yoruba pastors and their media are evil. Yoruba pastors, I want to teach you the Bible because you don't know the Bible. I want you to refer back to your Bible. I don't have the exact verse, no, whatever, but I want you to go back to your Bible. Yoruba pastors, the mega pastors. Not the man on House on the Rock, not, is it Adefrati? Is it Adefrati? He's called Adefrashin. I don't know his name. I am exempting the pastor of the House on the Rock. He's a good man. I'm the man of God, I must say. So I must qualify what I'm saying. But you see the other ones with private jets and their white suit. Those criminals, businessmen with the Bible. I don't want to curse them because there's no need. I don't want to curse them. You people attack Jonathan about federal character, that not enough Yoruba people are in the service of the government at ministerial level. Then you complained. You heard rallies. Today, there is death everywhere, every blessed day. You cannot rally anymore because you're cowards. You're not serving God.
The Christ you claim you're following, this is for Yoruba mega pastors, with the exception of House on the Rock. The Christ you're following or you claim to be following, you don't even understand. Because if you people are genuine men of God, you will do what Christ did. Christ went into the temple in Jerusalem, I must say. The high priests, politicians, who are changing money in the house of God. And he called them vampires, snakes. He flogged people who were changing money in the house of God and said, this is the house of my Father. You don't come here to trade and change money. But today, you people are so avaricious. All you care about is money, not even the word of God. Not the word of God. If you care about the word of God, you will speak the truth to this very useless, idiotic, Fulani-run caliphate government. But you are afraid. Because they have your secrets. You don't want them to release your secrets to the public. Under Jonathan, who is a gentleman, you hounded him and you harried him every blessed day until he left office. You kept calling Christ and you kept calling God. The time has come for you now to come out and call Christ and call God, and you are all missing. I remind you once again of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I remind you of the pastor, the minister for House on the Rocks, who is a Yoruba man, fearless. I remind you of course, Injila is also a very good man, fearless. Mount the pulpit and condemn evil, you cannot do it. Because you're all compromised. Because you're all businessmen. I feel sorry for those of them that go to listen to you people. I feel sorry because those ones are going straight to hell. I feel sorry for them, honestly speaking. Ignorance upon ignorance. That is why, let me tell you the name of the person who is going to be the new coordinator of Light Arms. So you don't bring in arms into Nigeria. His name is retired Major General A.M. Diko. Fulani. Everything is Fulani. And you're all clapping. Yoruba media. Anytime I'm calling somebody and I'm pointing there, they're evil. Yoruba media. It won't be well with you people. That people are dying today in Taraba, in Yobe, in Borno, in Sambisa, anywhere is because of Yoruba media. Yoruba media, they always side with the oppressor. Always siding with the oppressor. I don't know what is wrong with them. Is it like you people are born with this evil inside you, or once you study journalism, you become evil? What is wrong with Yoruba journalists? You always siding the oppressor against the oppressed. You people are evil, along with your pastors. Very, very evil people. I thank God for the new generation. The new arms controller is his Fulani man. So he can take your guns and give it to Miyetti Allah to be killing you. Not one day has Miyetti Allah, president, been invited by the DSS or the army for questioning. For all those inflammatory remarks. Not for one day. Not for one single day, never. I remember Punch newspaper when they were persecuting me. And IPOB killing us. The editor of the Punch newspaper never referred to Buhari then as a major general. It was only when a Yoruba man was illegally arrested that they changed. And the Punch newspaper editor wants me to think that we are all Nigerians. She work for one Nigeria. Such nauseating hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. That is why the zoo is the way it is. That is why you have no running water, you have no good roads, you have no light. Because it is the duty of the journalists to wake up the consciousness of the people, to teach the people what their rights should be. It is not happening. It is the duty of the men of God to rise up to speak truth to power. They do not do it, with the exception of a few people. That is why the zoo is in the mess that it is. Yoruba journalists are there, and only Lagos has a viable seaport, whereas the same Atlantic Ocean flows through Warri, flows through Iguacha, goes through Calabar, It never touched Yoruba media one day to say, this is not good. We are in the same country. In the interest of this one Nigeria, we feel that Warri Seaport should be opened to employ people to move goods down there, to develop that very area economically. Calabar Seaport should be opened. Iguacha Seaport should be opened. No. I mean, and I wonder, but you claim you're a Nigerian. Others are Nigerians as well. But it never occurred to any of them to say, let us use this power and influence we have to change this obnoxious policy. And who destroyed the economy of the South? It's Obasanjo who did it. Let me leave it there for now. I will do a very special program one day. Bandits threaten to kill students abducted at a Kaduna private university. Who are the bandits? They are Fulani people. They kidnapped Christians mostly and are slaughtering them as we speak. And you wake up tomorrow morning and you say you're a Nigerian. And you have pastors who are more concerned about tithes and offering than praying for these very hapless victims of one Nigeria. I don't call it, they're not victims of banditry, they are victims of one Nigeria. And all of you who over the years have been promoting one Nigeria, I blame all of you. You are responsible for this, because had you people held the Fulani to account by insisting on devolution of power, no matter what, you say to hell, devolution of power, this nonsense won't be happening. But you are black people, I don't blame you. You have no soul and you have no conscience. You have no empathy. What concerns other people is of little or no consequence to you. And that is why black people are poor. Our wickedness and evil is second to none. Second to none. Everybody in Nigeria understands that there is only one simple solution to the problem of Nigeria. It is dissolution. They know it very well. But because they think that NNAMDI Kanu will not honor his words, he will not give us oil and gas for free. Well, please let us continue in this one Nigeria. And I have said it many times. All the minorities in the north will be taken care of. Once Biafra becomes free, it gives us the impetus and the platform from which we can save you from Fulani emasculation and destruction. If Nigeria continues the way it is right now, Fulani will overrun the whole of the Middle Belt. I'm telling you, TV Nation will come under attack. Bachama is gone, Biram is gone, all these people are gone. Only TV is standing strong right now as we speak. And to an extent, Jukun. If we allow Nigeria to continue, because the number of Fulani influx, these terrorists is limitless. They have a huge number of people to come in, and the attraction is oil and gas. They have seen how wretched, poorly educated Fulani people are living large on the proceeds of oil and gas. That's something I need to remind Wike, of course, and all those who stupidly call themselves Niger Delta. The Fulanis come in, they kidnap, they make more money than the state government does in the south, and they return to wherever they came from. These are the things that must guide your thinking, and that is why Nigeria must end. As I said a few days ago, Nigeria must be dissolved. Let everybody go back to where they come from. If they now wish to come back together to form a country or whatever, that is entirely their business. Let the people decide. That's all we are saying. Let the people decide. There is no need calling for a coup for somebody to take over a government. No, not at all. Call for popular uprising and ask the army not to open fire. That's all. Even the army understands if they open fire, they are dead. University students being abducted every blessed day. And all a pastor is interested in his tithes and offerings. Very, very sad indeed. I don't blame these kids who are being kidnapped. I blame those that wish to sustain one Nigeria. And as they're kidnapping people, I don't even want to be talking about the spread of insecurities that we have across the zoo. 13 more people are killed as armed headers. No longer armed Fulani terrorists, but armed headers attack Benue community. Benue is under attack and under siege. The sooner they reach an agreement with us, the better for them. So we can move ESN there to checkmate them. We know how to fight them. In neighboring state, we did it very well, which is just neighboring Benue State. They should come out openly to ask for the help of ESN, and we'll go there and make sure we drive away these vagabonds. That's what we need to do. People are dying every blessed day. Every blessed day right across the zoo. And you know the solution. The solution is dissolution. The solution to Nigeria is dissolution. Once you do that, everybody will be free. There's no need of ranting and writing rubbish every blessed day. It doesn't solve anything. Fulani wouldn't understand that. The killings can happen in Benue, not in our land. You come to our land, you kill us, we kill you back. It's as simple as that. If your police or your army or anybody you kill, just one day, we may allow you 1 or 2 weeks to breathe. After that, you'll be dead. If you kill us, we're going to kill you. So under this climate that you have people saying, South will not be our next. I don't want to talk about this great harlot. South will not be our next. Buhari's aid, backs in Ike. Just imagine. The same thing that they did from the Middle Belt. The same thing that some fools did from Yoruba land. The same thing that some Ifile fools did in our land. Look at it now. There is Fulani at your doorstep and you're crying and you're lamenting. South will not be our next. And you went to school. And I tweeted actually. I said, I made a tweet which was very popular today, I must say. I asked this great harlot. I shouldn't have responded to her, but I had to, because to put the record straight. I said to her, if you say that South will not be annexed by Biafra, then tell your Fulani Janjaweed masters to refer to the 1966 coup by Nzoho as a South coup, not an Igbo coup. That's number. I'm sure that will shut her up. And the other lapdog, the other Fulani, Wike is the wife, the husband is Tambua. Dinaloya or Tambua. You know, once I don't want to be, this is a family radio, I don't want to go too far. I don't know what they put in his mouth. I don't know what Tambuwal put in his mouth. Maybe it's lollipop, I have no idea. That is why he's talking rubbish. Talking rubbish. And they talk about South and the Niger Delta, all this rubbish. First of all, Imo State is in Niger Delta, for your information. Abia State is part of Niger Delta. For those of you idiots hiding under Niger Delta to be talking rubbish. That's number one correction. And number two, let us not label ourselves with this whole South, nomenclature, all this rubbish. Where is, who was the, maybe they won't know because they didn't go to school anyway. After snorting cocaine, we'll be talking rubbish. We have to ask you a question. Where is General Philip Effiong from? And by the way, do you know that General Philip Effiong was the last head of state of Biafra? Head of state, general, head of state. Are you aware of that? Where is he from? He's from South, you know. Okay, so you want people to have regard for you more than the head of state of Biafra land? I'm asking you a simple question. You claim you're from the South. Very soon you'll be very close to Argentina in your Southness. I want to ask you a simple question. Are you telling me that people will have more regard for you than a general, a Biafran general and head of state, Philip Effiong, from your so-called South? I'm asking you. That thing your husband gave to you, because I know you're not a man. I don't want to go in. I don't want people to accuse me of homophobia, because I'm not. Anybody can do whatever they like. That's their business. That's your boy, that your husband, the Tambuwal. You go to Sokoto, they pull down your trousers and your boxer shorts. You come back to Rivers, to a place you call Rivers, talking rubbish. After smoking cocaine. If you know you cannot handle Tambuwal, why are you taking cocaine? Why are you snorting? Why do you take cocaine? You don't want to feel pain. That's why you take cocaine. Before you go to bedroom with your husband. Not ashamed of yourself, idiot. You're talking rubbish. Philip Effiong is from South, so to speak. The last head of state of Biafra. And that is why Akwa Ibom is doing us proud. You're a wretched slave. Look at Ken Sarawiwa. Are you more than Ken Sarawiwa? Look at Mbaka. Mbaka used to be with them before. You're a wretched, cocaine-snorting idiot. In 2 years' time, if at all the zoo can survive, you come down. Then you will see what will happen to you. Fool. Keep making noise for the gallery. Keep making noise every day. You make noise. So your husband will acknowledge you from the north. That, hey, that's my girl. He's doing well in Rivers. He's doing well. You're not ashamed of yourself. May Elohim have mercy upon your soul. You're one man. Democracy is one man, one vote. You claim you're a Democrat, you behave as if you're a fool, a Ipob dictator. Every component, ethnic nationality in Biafra land will have the choice to choose via a referendum if they're to become a part of Biafra or not. That day, should you wish or choose to do so, you will have one vote. And I'm even sure that your wife will vote for Biafra. Because cocaine has eaten your brain. The day they will take you, the day Fulani will deal with you, I can forgive anybody in life, I can never forgive you. The day Fulani will take you. Mark today's date, 5th of May 2021. Everything I say comes to pass, I'm sure you know that. The day they will deal with you, I get you on Allah. If after watching back at it for them, they are behaving this way, imagine what they will do to you. You're a very foolish man. A man whose local government starts with an Igbo name says he is not Igbo. The stupidity of these people is astonishing. If you're not Igbo, do you think, what do you think the German will see you as? So if you kill your fellow Igbo people, Fulani will promote you. Typical Sabo and the waste of space. Yet it was the same Igbo people that voted for Jonathan from your so-called South. The whole of South, how many votes did you give to Jonathan? Jonathan had the highest number of votes from the Southeast. True or false? We care. All these South garbage idiots and Niger Delta morons. Southeast gave Jonathan more vote than all of you put together. Twice. Because as one man said to me, I asked him, why are you voting for Jonathan? He said, Jonathan is my brother. It's inferiority complex. And the crimes you people committed, that's what is chasing you. You are afraid of abandoned property in Iguacha. You took the properties belonging to your own flesh and blood. And you know that in our culture, the land will strike you dead if you take your brother's property. It's in the Bible. It's in the Torah. Thou shalt not covet the property of your brother. It is in the Bible. Exodus chapter 20 verse 17. And we are the people of the old, people of the book. You understand this very well. That is why some of you in the Ikore land, because you stole properties that doesn't belong to you, you think that if you acknowledge that these are my brothers, so the land will kill you. Some of you grew up and went to school on stolen properties. Thieves, rogues, and Yoshi. That is why you say, I'm not Igbo. Because you were trained with money stolen from your own flesh and blood. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That is why you say you're not Igbo, because you know the land will kill you. As somebody said, it's only in the zoo that the more you educate them, the more foolish they become. The most unstable people in the world are Nigerians. Even their pastors are even more confused. Their politicians, they have no solutions to anything. Their chiefs and their emirs are just watching and pleading for allocation. The more you enlighten them, the more confused they become. After all these years, they can't even tell that Buhari is dead. That's how foolish your average Nigerian is. That is why the problem of Nigeria cannot be solved. Because Nigerians have refused to reason. And the only solution is dissolution. And in their usual idiotic way in the south, especially in the east, a Fulefu brigade, you remember them shouting, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. I have news for you. Why PDP considers Atiku's Saraki Tambuwal as possible presidential candidates. Romahi, are you listening? Romahi is trying to defend what is in essence indefensible, which is one Nigeria. Who helped them to come into Nigeria? The same Fulani people today telling about one Nigeria. Let's keep the country one. There's insecurity everywhere. Insecurity is there. Who brought in these murderers into Nigeria? Nobody is asking the Fulani Caliphate this question. Because they organized it. El Rufai, all the Fulani governors. Because they believe the nonsense that Nigeria belongs to the Fulani race. It is theirs for the taking. And they actually believe it because of idiots like Wiki and that great harlot, that bleaching, palm wine drinking harlot in Asorok. Look at what is happening all around you and ask yourself, who gave Mietiala AK-47 with which to intimidate, to kill, to pillage and to rape? Who gave the Fulani terrorists all these weapons they're wielding everywhere? How can a Fulani nomadic cattle header know where to find a dealer that sells bullets? You know, have you ever asked, when you see that lonely Fulani boy with AK-47, how do you think he replenishes his stock of bullets? Who gives it to him? So you think he'll leave his cattle? Let's say they are somewhere around, what's it called, at Amancia, you know, with his AK-47. Maybe he has gone, he has raped, he has kidnapped, he has killed a few people. Ask yourself this question. How do they get a resupply of bullets? Who gives it to him? A Fulani cattle header. Have you asked yourself that question before? Any day you do, you will understand the hopelessness of one Nigeria. Do you think that this invasion and conquest of Middle Belt would have been so easy had Middle Belt seen what Ojukwu saw in 1966 and 67? If not for the prejudice of the people that call themselves Nigerians, do you think that you'll be seeing what you're seeing today? Had all of you supported Biafra, do you think you'll be losing your land today, losing your head, losing your faith, losing your religion? Do you think that Leah Shwaibu will be more like, I don't know, a breathing, whatever it is, for Fulani terrorists? Is that what you think? I want Nigerians to understand this. God is punishing all of you for what you did against Biafra. All the mayhem, all the killings. Ask yourself, why is it only in Biafra land that the Fulanis do not have any genuine stronghold? No foothold in Biafra land. Why do you think so? God is punishing every part of Nigeria for the crimes you committed against his children. I'm not expecting you to believe what I'm saying, but you know it to be a fact. That is the fact. But today, thankfully and mercifully, the brute is no more to tell you how miraculous God is. Buhari is dead, we know. How do we know that Buhari is dead, you may ask? Because God gave us brain to be able to use it to reason. That is why we are not animals, because that's what Mary Wollstonecraft said. The reason, the only difference between you and the Fulani cow is because you can reason. Listen to me very carefully this evening. Buhari is no more, but the Fulani Caliphate to tell you how merciful God is. When Buhari died, had they said Buhari is dead, Osibajo would have taken over. Osibajo is more learned, more urbane, more conciliatory, more progressive. Nigeria will still be one. That would have made our work very, very difficult. Because maybe Osibajo will come down to discuss and to negotiate, to say, oh, let's restructure, let's go back to the regions, either 1960 Constitution or 1963, whichever one. would have continued in the zoo. But to tell you how miraculous God is, he hardened their hearts. They said, no, it's our turn. It's our turn, we must remain in power. The time they were doing it, they never knew that that would lead to the end of Nigeria. They never knew that. Elohim hardened their hearts. And today, the Fulanis have run Nigeria aground. And they are being openly vilified by everybody. Even Britain is fed up. USA is fed up with them. EU is fed up with them. Now you understand it, don't you? They themselves are the ones now canvassing for coup. Forget all this nonsense you're hearing. They use one man called Clark, who said he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. Senior advocate of what? I have no idea. A senior advocate. Asking army to come in to take over power under a civilian democratic dispensation. And he is a senior advocate of Nigeria, a supposedly learned man. When I tell you that they're not educated, that's I'm insulting them. Senior advocate of Nigeria, advocating for army to take over. Can you believe that? What is wrong with the people taking over? In a revolution, instead of Mr. Clark to call for a revolution, he's asking military. Very lazy way of approaching the issue of all the ills bedeviling Nigeria. Now listen to me very, very carefully, please. I beg of you. How do you know that Buhari is no more? It is very, very simple. I want to prove it to you that he is no more. Very, very simple. Because sometimes you may be shocked that 1 + 1 is equals 2. Always. Buhari, when IPOB started to torment the zoo, Buhari came out to give a live press interview. Not once, not 2 times, not 3 times. Only IPOB giving them problems. This was between 2015, 2016. Before the idiot died on the 27th of January of 2017. I know the exact date he died. Before Buhari's death, he was having media chat discussing every blessed day, live, unscripted. Nobody would tell him what to say. Most of the times he was talking rubbish, but at least nobody ever guided him or asked him to say A or B. He had a mind of his own. Now, the Senate of Nigeria, listen very carefully, in a democracy, the Senate of Nigeria, or should I say part of them, came out to say, we have not heard from our president, despite the daily killings. That on its own is an impeachable offense. That on its own is an impeachable offense. You are telling me that a president is alive in a country bedeviled by insecurity left, right, and center. They are minting money, they are printing money every day. They call it quantitative easing. NNPC does not have any money anymore. They sell the oil and they pocket the money. The zoo is sinking. You have not heard from somebody who claims he's a president. Compare the character of the mask-wearing idiot now to the Buhari you had before. Are they the same? You know, sometimes in life you expect people to be able to reason properly. I am asking you people, you Nigerians, the thing that you're seeing now coming from who you claim is Buhari Nasarok, the mask wearer, is it the same attribute of the man that you used to know? I'm sure the answer is no. A whole Senate of the country lamenting, we have not heard from the president. The country is collapsing. There is going to be war very, very soon. And he cannot speak. Do you know why he cannot speak? Because they know we are watching them. The fear of IPOB. They know any move they make, we are going to dissect and analyze. That is why they cannot bring him out to speak. Not even common live presentation. They cannot do it. And all of you went to school. Most of you are graduates. Most of you have PhDs. Are you telling me that your common sense, that I'm sure that all of you possess, I haven't told you yet that there is nobody there. In every other country of the world, ordinary COVID-19, they receive almost weekly briefing. Now, let me shock all of you. Do you know that before, even during Buhari, during Jonathan, during Yaradua, during Obasanjo, and even before that, have you asked yourself this question? How can Nigeria go through a whole calendar year without no official visit from any head of state from outside? Official state visit with state banquet. Because all over Africa, all over Europe, although there is COVID-19 lockdown, heads of states are visiting each other. Have you asked yourself that question? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Now the Senate, Nigeria's own Senate, is now saying, let me read it for you so you understand. A Senate where you have democracy. Any other place in the world, the Senate will go into a session, they will vote and say, we demand to see the president address the nation. That's how it is done. That is where is a democracy, the rule of the people. And the House of the Senate and the House of Reps, they are the people which the presidency is answerable to. If they are serious, all they need to do is to lay down a motion on the floor of both houses to say we have overwhelming, uncontainable insecurity in the country and we demand that the president address the media in a media chat to be bye-bye for everybody. But they know that the man there is not Buhari. They cannot bring him out unless they set the stage, unless they choreograph everything, unless they plan it perfectly well. And I'm asking you people, as those that claim they are learned, what does that tell you about Asok? Let me read the news for you. The Minority Caucus of the National Assembly on Tuesday lamented President Buhari, lamented that President Muhammadu Buhari has remained silent despite insecurity in the nation. Now, your primary duty as a head of state, I am not a head of state, but my primary duty is to make sure that the IPOB family all over the world, that they are fine, in good condition. When there is a breach of security, I make sure, even in the middle of the night, I wake up and I make sure I address it. If I come on air, I speak about it live. A country of 200 million people. If this man couldn't speak under COVID, he could not speak under raging insecurity, almost civil war status, when is he going to talk? It's a simple question I'm asking Nigerians. That tells you that there is no Buhari, he's dead. The clown they put there, all they can do is to script something, use deep fake, artificial intelligence to mimic the voice of Buhari. Through a microphone, you think it is the idiot who is speaking. There is no Buhari. That is why, despite this raging, even to address people live, I said live on TV, he cannot do it. Once in a while, they package him, they bring him out, they say, oh, he has spoken. Oh, and the Yoruba people who are eyeing 2023 will just simply concur and wait for their turn to come. It's only 2 years away. Why can't we just wait? And we'll start enjoying oil and gas money. The caucus also said that the APC-led administration of President Buhari has continued to breach the constitution. We have not, according to Abaribe, we have not heard from our president, despite the daily killings that are going on, and have turned Nigeria into a killing field of unimaginable proportion. Nigeria is at war on all fronts, basically, fighting for an domination and impunity. People are dying every blessed day. The person you claim is the president cannot speak. What is his job then? I'm asking you. Do you see how we know that Buhari is dead? That even the Senate is begging for him to speak in a democracy. I'm advising them today because some of them, they claim they're educated, but they are not. I'm advising you on what to do. Constitutionally, you have the powers. Go and pass a motion on the floor of both houses, send it off to Asarok and say, we demand to see you to address the nation live and answer questions from journalists regarding what is happening in the country. Not just address, You must be interrogated. We want to ask you, then you will see that the idiot will fall apart. Because we have planted a press man there. I'm not going to tell you his name or his network. He is going to ask him a question in Fufude, the native foreign language that the old dead tyrant Buhari spoke before he died on the 27th of January 2017. I stake my life on it. I have said to them, if you can bring out this man and prove he's Buhari, I will drop Biafra agitation and apologize. But I know that the idiot is dead. They are shielding. The only reason why they cannot speak is because, they thought I will remain with, they don't know how we discovered that Jubril had fled. They were shocked. They thought I'd be saying Jubril all the time, so that Western intelligence will say, oh, he doesn't have his facts right. I know when they switched from Jubril to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic. That is the new Buhari you have. That is why you cannot see him. That is why he cannot do tours. That is why you cannot see him come out to receive heads of state. That is why nothing, everything is secrecy. You can be killing, people can be dying. You never hear a word from him. They are shielding Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from talking, because the day he grants any live, unedited, unscripted interview, the political class in Nigeria will commit mass suicide. Because I'm sure that's what they will do. Rather than, come around and say, Ipob, Nnamdi Kanu has been right all this while, they would rather die. That's black people for you. They will commit mass suicide. That thing in Asarok, as I told you in 2017, is not Buhari. If you say he is Buhari, I want him to have a live media chat, the type the old Buhari had on the 31st of December of 2015. It's a challenge. If you claim Buhari, that idiot there is Buhari, let him come out and address the security situation in the zoo called Nigeria. In a live media chat, he will never ever do it. That day, the shame of Nigerians will be open for the whole world to see. The world, right now, a lot of countries, in fact, Nigeria is the only country in the only passport that you require visa to go to almost every other country in the world. But because of how useless it is, any day, that thing there, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed grants any live interview or media chat. If you say you're a Nigerian outside, people will spit on your face. They will say, we know you people as fraudsters and criminals. We never knew you were even this stupid. At least criminals are supposed to be very smart. You people are equally very, very foolish. So Abaribe, the Senate, and they can talk all they like. That thing there can never grant any live interview for anybody. He will not do it. Any day they do it, they try it, they are finished. And they understand that very well. That is why he cannot hold a live media chat. People are talking about impeachment. Let us impeach him. As my dear brother Mbaka said, let us impeach him. Do you know why Fulani is against impeachment? Because Fulani wants that boy to leave. They want to remove Buhari, that name Buhari from Asarok. That is what they want. Oh, forget all this nonsense that they want planting it everywhere. The only reason why they said no to impeachment and why they are running after Mbaka, that I'm glad they've released, I didn't want to talk about him or write about him or tweet in the afternoon. We are just waiting to see if they will hold him and then that thing they want, they will see it. But luckily for them, they released him. Let me tell you something you don't know. The reason why they're against Mbaka and everybody talking about impeachment is because once you impeach him, listen, he will be forced to come out to respond in the open. Journalists will interview him. That is why all of them, they are running helter-skelter. Nobody wants nothing. They don't want you to talk about him, because any day you vote in the House of Senate or in the Senate or in the House of Reps to impeach him, you will now give him a right to reply. Because the article, as Trump did in America 2 times, because the articles of impeachment because the articles of impeachment will outline his crimes and misdemeanors, and the law of natural justice dictates that you must give him the right to reply. Who is going to reply? Buhari is dead. Is it Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed that will reply? The Kabbalah won't allow it. Now you understand, don't you? That is why they're against impeachment, because you cannot impeach a dead man. The Fulani Caliphate control all of you in the zoo using Yoruba media and your political leaders. They have captured the two critical, in fact, there are three critical constituencies in life. Media that brings you information and enlightenment, your political leaders stroke traditional rulers, and also your religious leaders. That is why anytime they sense danger, they will send DSS. People are trying to destabilize the country. They want to remove Buhari from office. In order to sow seeds of doubt and confusion amongst you, so you can no longer be together to ask for what is right. Asking for anybody you claim to be Buhari to address the nation is not causing trouble. It is not. It is called democratic accountability, isn't it? These are the things you must bear in mind. This thing about coup, that they sent Mr. Clark to talk about coup, is a well-planned move to manipulate people's minds into thinking that Buhari was removed, as a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. Fulani is praying for a coup. Forget all that, not that was planning it. And I want Asarok to know that I know their plan. They want to do a coup. To say, oh, we have removed Buhari, he's incompetent. As a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. That is what they want to do. And once they do the coup and they put in somebody first of all they said we'll put in a senior Yoruba general to calm everybody down, to stop Yoruba agitation. That's what I'm just trying to let Tinubu understand. If he doesn't know, they have two people in mind. One is a Yoruba high-ranking army officer. The other one is from the Middle Belt. They want to use them to try to calm everything down. The same thing they tried to do to Gundigbe in 1966. And they ended up doing with Gowon. They killed everybody. Every Biafran high-ranking officer they got their hands on, they killed. All of them. They knew the world was very, very upset. Fulani knew they could not sell that very narrative to the world. They approached Brigadier Gundigbe and asked him to take over the reins of power. He said no. They want to go on. A Christian from the Middle Belt. That is how they operate. The same thing they want to do now. So all this talk of they want to overthrow us is all rubbish. It's Fulani who are planning it, because they know that the clock is running down. They know the clock is running down. They know that once people, shed this cloak of ignorance and begin to say that Buhari is dead, that they are finished. They want to use a coup. Fulani coup, by the way. After all, Fulani controls the army. How can anybody do a coup in Nigeria? How is that possible? Fulani controls everything. All the generals that are Fulani. Everybody in the hierarchy of the army is Fulani. So how can you do a coup? How is that possible? All the commanders of the tank corps you have in the zoo called Nigeria, they're all Fulani people. So how can you do a coup? All the people that lead the infantry in Nigeria are all the commanders, they're all Fulani. So how can you conduct a coup? It is the Fulani planning a coup so they can say that Buhari was removed due to incompetence. And then after that they'll say, oh, he's living a quiet life. You know him, he's a man of peace and quiet. After a while, they will not tell that Buhari is dead. He died in his sleep. That's what they want to do. If you don't know, let me tell you. And I'm saying to Fulani Caliphate tonight, you don't know who you're dealing with. Before you make any move, we know. Every move that you make, we know. We are aware of it. So stop deceiving yourselves. We know what you're up to. We understand your game plan. This thing about coup is because you want to remove Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad before it's too late. Because there's nobody in Asarok. If there is anyone in Asarok, the person will be talking. Nigeria is finished. There is no country called Nigeria anymore. Nigeria finished last year. Nigeria is now only existing on paper and the fear of the South. The cowardice in people of the South. And the promise of a greater, better tomorrow for the likes of we is only what is holding the zoo together. The zoo is dead. Absolutely dead. Their plan has failed. Only if the politicians we have in Biafra and in fact in the entire South can repent, or else what awaits them is doom. The game the Fulanis are playing, just don't remember I told you tonight, the game the Fulanis are playing is to carry out a coup and install a Yoruba senior army officer or somebody from the Middle Belt to calm everybody down. That's what they want to do. And I want them to understand that we know. Our intelligence services is second to none in the whole world. In fact, by the time that Biafra stands, I'm sure that even Mossad will be coming to us to learn one or two things. The Zoo people think that we are stupid, but we are not. We are highly intelligent, more intelligent than all of them put together. They want to carry out a coup and claim that Buhari was removed. People are talking about insecurity. In the same country where people are being forcibly converted to Islam. In Niger State. In broad daylight. People abducted, people killed. Army today firing in Olu. Army today firing in Owerri. Shooting sporadically everywhere. There is war. A slow burning war in the zoo. But you don't know. I don't know why the Middle Belt people will not rise up to defend their land. Because it's now very clear that you can lament and cry from now till the kingdom come. The world won't listen to you. Defend yourselves. That is what you need to do. That is what you must do. To tell you that this is their plan, all of them, it is their plan together, all of them. To tell you that they planned all of these things. Now listen to what a minister is saying. You know, sometimes when you hear these things, you don't quite believe it at first. You think, maybe somebody's pulling your legs, until you go and verify it for yourself. Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria, according to Buhari's government. Also, Buhari by name. When I say Buhari, doesn't mean Buhari is alive. It's the name they're using to rule. Are you listening to me? Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria. Then I ask them, what are federal offenses in Nigeria then? I don't know how. Do you see how foolish these people are? You see, sometimes I don't know if this is punishment or what from God that I should be discussing monkeys like this. This man is a baboon. Why do you have federal high courts then and federal courts of appeal? So all the cases being tried, this is something Nigerians don't know. Even those that call themselves lawyers like backyard quack lawyers like Wike. Quack, backyard lawyer. Let me ask you Nigerians for 1 second. What cases do you think are tried in the federal high court? God, zoological republic. And these people actually go to school, spend 4 years in a university and come out as graduates. Even doctorate degree holders of law. If kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses, then why are you trying them in a federal high court? And that's the meaning of it. Federal high court for federal offenses. State high court for state offenses. Sharia court for Sharia offenses, so to speak. Customary court for customary offenses. Do you know that even the states, they have their own appeal court, so to speak? Now you are trying a case in a federal high court, which means it is a federal offense. But it is in the zoo. They don't know the meaning of it. They have no idea what it means. Nigeria is worse than a jungle. If a kidnapper and a bandit killing, slaughtering, raping people is not a federal offense. Oh, sorry, federal offense is asking for a referendum. And you people have time for these animals that call themselves politicians. Fools who cannot even reason very well. You have time for these people. This UG. They said that's what Lai Mohammed said. It's not a federal offense. Federal offense is asking for your freedom. And all Nigerians can do is outrage. Outrage, as Lai Mohammed says, prosecuting bandits, not Buhari's government's job. What is your job then? You took a constitution, you swore to protect lives and property. That was what you swore to do. Now tell me, for goodness sake, tell me please, what is your job? Even the government that you claim that you have do not know their job anymore. They don't know what they're supposed to do. And they are in power. And you allow them to be in power. All you can do is outrage. We are outraged. Oh, have you heard what they are saying? Oh, have you heard what Lai Mohammed said? And that is all. The only solution is a popular revolution. I want youths from across the Middle Belt and the entire South to sit down, not to sit down in one place, communicate amongst yourselves and decide for a day to come when people will take over the streets. Let the revolution start. We outnumber them. They have AK-47. We have AK-47. They know it will be suicide for them to shoot at any crowd. They know it is suicide, not just for them, but for politicians nearby. The time for the revolution has come. Every day you lament, you tweet, you lament, you go to Facebook, you lament. Nothing is happening. They will never listen. That is who they are. That is how they are wired. They are never ever going to listen. The only way they can listen is through mass action. A revolution is what is needed. A revolution. Quit complaining, quit whining, and come out for this very revolution that must happen. It must happen. The same Fulani that brought in the bandits that are killing you are telling you that banditry is not a criminal offense. According to them, it's not their job to prosecute them. And by the way, if you're killed by kidnappers, you will go to heaven. According to the Islamic cleric, we have 72 virgins waiting for you. I don't know what is waiting for the women. I know that for the men, 72 virgins are waiting for you. For the women, I don't know if it's 72 men who are there that are waiting for you as well. I have no idea. According to a cleric in a country you call civilized. How can, some of you don't even have shame. How can you come from a country like this? If you're killed by criminals, the same Fulani criminals, they will not be prosecuted. No wonder nobody is arresting them. It is a federal offense. So, because, listen, the Nigeria is called Nigeria Police Force, which means it is loyal to the federal government. The army is loyal to the federal government. And they do not see kidnapping and banditry by Fulani people as a criminal offense. No wonder nobody is arresting them now. Is it a criminal offense to them? Do you understand me now? Being killed by kidnappers is a sure way of going to heaven. Only in Nigeria. You wake up the next day and a Nigerian. Shame on all of you that stupidly refer to yourselves as Nigerians. Shame and big shame on all of you. The same people that came into power telling you will solve every problem. Look at, some of you have no regard for history. Frederick Lugard told you that these people are spendthrift. All they know how to do is to spend money. Oyibo told you this nearly 100 years ago. White man told you this. This Fulani you're looking at, all they know is to spend money. They are very lazy. Oyibo told you this, but you never listen. You never ever listen. Let me tell you what they're doing in the zoo. The same people, we are coming to root out. Oh, how about war and corruption? Have you been hearing about war and corruption lately? Because nobody is more corrupt than this current APC government. They are the worst of the worst in the history of Nigeria. 316 projects were duplicated, worth 39.5 billion in the budget for 2021. APC. Fulani Janjaweed. party. The party of the same Tinubu asking you to vote for him. These are hardened criminals wearing agbada and damn chicken on the floor of the National Assembly, looting and stealing. That is why they don't want Nigeria to break. Oh, no, our country, let's keep it one. Because they are thieves. Because of what they're getting. All of them, even from Biafra, from Oduduwa, these are thieves. These are certified criminals. When they tell you about one Nigeria, it's so they can keep duplicating the budget. It's here. It's the headline news. 316 duplicated projects worth 39.5 billion. It will go in the pocket of somebody. It's just news. You read it and you just go away, and there's nothing. Nobody cares. But that is your future. They steal this money, they go and print money for you. They steal this money, they bank it abroad in dollars, and they are printing worthless, useless naira for you. You people are in for one almighty shock. I'm telling all of you. But you will not know. After all, you're from the zoo. What do you know? Well, you know that when the Fulanis came from Futajalam to conquer you, they're not coming from all across the Sahel in your backyard. You call the police will not come because it's a federal offense. According to federal government, it is not an offense. A supposedly federal offense is not a federal offense when it comes to Fulani. Are you listening to me? Isn't it very ironic? We have even the effrontery to even have the guts to face the media to mouth such rubbish. I'm sure the entire diplomatic corps in Nigeria will be wondering what sort of animals are these. Kidnapping and banditry is not a federal offense. Therefore, federal police cannot arrest them. Army cannot arrest them. But they can arrest people who are agitating. They can arrest Fadam Baka. They can burn people's homes in Imo State. And you call that thing a country? It is a shithole, as Trump famously said. I'm telling you the truth. They duplicate, they steal, they pillage. As bandits are pillaging you, taking your land from you, your so-called Fulani APC politicians are pillaging you by duplicating projects and pocketing the money. Tomorrow the idiot to come on Channels TV or AIT. Our country needs to be one. We need to synergize and look for a way out of this. Meanwhile, his pocket is stuffed with 36 billion. Criminals everywhere. The zoo has fallen. Nigerian military wants politicians, soldiers against coup. There are some types of discussions you have in Nigeria that makes me wonder what type of God created you people. What type of schools you went to. There is a senior advocate of Nigeria, alleged senior advocate of Nigeria, asking for coup to be conducted. And I want to ask him, which part of the world, civilized world, even ordinary Egypt, ordinary Egypt, can you have people coming out, somebody who is learned? I believe he has read history to come out to say the military should take over. What stops you from taking over? Does power belong to the military? Okay, you're telling us that whoever is carrying a gun is who power belongs to. A senior advocate of Nigeria. No wonder the entire judicial system, the entire legal system in the zoo is laughable. In the history of the world, if you want to change a government, it should be led by the people, by a popular uprising. That was the mistake that Nzogu made. Nzogu shouldn't have led the coup of 1966. What for? It's not your job. Your job is to defend the territorial integrity of the zoo, if it has one, that is. You're a soldier. It's not your job to be dabbling into politics. Allow the people to feel the pain so much that one day they will say enough is enough. That is the type of change that transforms society. And I expect somebody who is a senior advocate of Nigeria to understand this very simple fact. But it's lost on him. Tomorrow he will say he's learned, he's an elite, he's educated. But all his education is pure nonsense. If you're asking the army to take over, that means you do not trust the people. Is army the people? Every popular revolution around the world in the history of mankind has been led by ordinary people. Why are you inviting the army? Is it their business? Remember Russia? There was a time that during the dying days of the Communist Party in Russia, they tried to send the troops to go and kill people. I remember very clearly, Boris Yeltsin mounted the tank, one of the tanks that the soldiers that came to Russian White House to bulldoze it was driving. He mounted it and spoke to his people. The army of Russia said, we are not going to fire on our people. In Nigeria, if the army can say tomorrow, we are not going to fire on the people, things will be different, it will change. But because, of course, we are from Africa, slightly primitive, African people, very primitive, very crude. If they promise you money and good life for your family, everybody else can go to hell. What Clark should have been saying is, let the army not fire on protesters when they come out on the streets to demand the change of government, not to ask the army to take over. It is a free lesson that we're giving to them. There has to be uprising, simultaneous uprising everywhere. I have said to Nigerian youths time and time again, we outnumber them. The only reason why NSAS protest collapsed was because of the ethnic sentiment introduced by Yoruba journalists, courtesy of Tinubu. That was what killed it. What is he saying? Oh, that Biafrans cannot come to Lagos to do this, to do that. That was when they killed it. NSAS should have solved all the problem of the zoo. If we rise above it, if we rise above tribal considerations, focus our mind to destroy these people that have come to destroy us, believe you me, we are going to succeed. We must rise up at the same time, the same minute, the same second. Our goals are very, very simple. Every instrument of state, every political party apparatus must go down. Once it goes down, the zoo has collapsed. Now, what they will do from Asorok is to say, let us bring the people to negotiate a constitution. That's how it is done everywhere. You must force Fulani to do something. They are not going to do anything on their own. Never, ever, ever. You must compel them. You must force them. How do you compel them? There has to be simultaneous uprising everywhere at the same time in Nigeria. For only 48 hours, believe you me, they will call for the Sovereign National Conference. Because we outnumber the army. And I'm not sure that any stupid soldier is going to come down from Sambisa forest, having escaped death at the hands of Boko Haram, to come back to start shooting people in his village. Is not going to happen. That is how you change things. Not calling for a coup, not calling for impeachment. They can't impeach him. They will not do anything until you do something. That's how this life is. You see, when the revolution happened in England, it was led by Oliver Cromwell. The king of England was saying, oh, God appointed us. We have blue blood. Oliver Cromwell said, I will cut off your head to prove to you that your blood is also red. That was what Oliver Cromwell said to King Charles I. Go and check it. George Washington led the popular revolution in America and said, enough is enough. We want to build a country where all men are born equal. Not this is a viscount, this is a duke, this is an earl, all that rubbish, this is a lord. No, we are all equal. And they built it. Popular resistance, popular revolution. That is what is needed in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. You must understand that very, very clearly. We must rise up now. We outnumber the police, we outnumber the army. You must understand precisely what I'm saying. We outnumber them. We are more than them. What they have, we have. Right now. They just can't come and start. All of our people, those in Abuja and Lagos, oh, don't let him go on. Did you see that the soldiers were shooting in Olu today? And also in Owerri. Are you aware of that? That who opposed Ademma, the Serikin Fulani, is the one that brought the war to Imo State. We outnumber them. We must abandon our businesses for 1 or 2 days. We must deal with these people. Only then, I'm telling you the truth, will they call for a Sovereign National Conference to say, what do we do? Until you get to that point, you are merely wasting your time writing protesting. I heard some mothers were protesting about their children that were kidnapped. They went to National Assembly. Even National Assembly cannot get the person in Asarok to speak. So what do you think they can do for you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And these are the things you must understand. I want everybody now asking for regime change in Nigeria to understand this. That's why I say that Nigerians are not smart, they're not intelligent, they're very foolish people. I say it all the time, without apologies to anyone. Nigerians are naturally very, very foolish. They're very, very stupid. And I'll prove it to you tonight. Since there is doubt, let me put it that way, as to the identity of the man in Asarok, what I expected the likes of Clark to say, the senior advocate of the zoo, is very simple. If you want to change, if you want Fulani to go mad tomorrow, very simple. We do not believe that whoever you have in Asarok is Buhari, since he cannot address us. We need proof that he is Buhari. Believe you me, Nigeria will change within 1 week. When we gave you the expo, when we gave Nigerians the expo to say, only question the identity of the man in Asarok. You have all the proof. You have a little boy today. Tomorrow is a 25-year-old. The next day he's a 40-year-old. Nobody knows. His hands is so fresh. You know he's not Buhari. All of you know that. There is hole in his neck. Even to ask the question, why does he have a hole in his neck? And Fulani banditry will stop. Your land that they're seizing will stop. You will leave your IDP camps and you go back home. Only one thing you need to do. Don't ask for impeachment. Don't even do a revolution. Let's even put that to one side. Ask them to bring out that man in Asarok to address the nation, and you have your answers. I'm telling you the truth. You know, God is miraculous. He gave you ways to deal with the Fulani Janjaweed, but all of you messed it up. We told you. All that Clark needs to do is let there be a DNA test to prove that this man is the real Buhari that we know. The old man, the sickly, dying old man that we know, that had a brain tumor. Show us is him, and Fulani will change overnight. First of all, they'll bring the DSS to grab a few people, which is what they normally do. And the DSS, as you're abducting people, the day we abduct you, I hope you will not so cry. Now you're going about abducting people. One day you'll be abducted as well. And when we do, I know that you idiots resign, I think, from Lagos. Our security men, now that your security men are abducting people, you will not see it. But the day they themselves are abducted, you start complaining, you start crying, you start whining all over the place. Simply ask for Buhari to do a live press briefing, or ask for the DNA of the idiot in Asarok, Muhammad Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad, and the zoo is gone. You get a regime change overnight. In fact, they'll tell you that he's going to London, he's sick, he's incapacitated now, Shibanga, please take over. That's all. Any day, forget about it. Question folk zero down on the identity of the man in Asarok, that his house is burning and he's not speaking. Is that a president? Where in the world will you have this level of insecurity bordering on a civil war and no comment from the person you claim is the commander-in-chief and the president, his excellency, Mr. President, all that rubbish? Because he is not Buhari. Mr. Clark, rather than asking for a coup, rather than asking for impeachment, I have made it easy for you people, or should I say easier for you people. Simply ask for the man in Asarok to come out and prove who he is, and it's over. Game, set, and match. As in chess, those of us that play chess, it's checkmate. It's finished. It's over. Bye-bye. Fulani Janjaweedism is gone. God gave you that window of opportunity. But the Yoruba media, with their greed, and the sophisticated moronic brain, saved the Fulani Janjaweed. Simply ask for the man in Asarok to prove who he is. Why can't he speak? Anybody that knew the old Buhari, do you think that this new Buhari is the same person? Of course, the answer is no. Of course, the answer is no. They say we have uncovered plot to remove Buhari through civil unrest. Yes. Go, I want DSS, the army and the police. Some of you are illiterates anyway. Just simply go online and Google sitting presidents removed by their people. You will see it there. How Why was Hosni Mubarak removed from office in Egypt? Is it not by popular uprising? In Romania, popular uprising. Everywhere, popular uprising. Because we are the people. Power belongs to the people. If they do not like what you're doing, you go to hell. But in Africa, they will say, oh, because he's Fulani, he is our turn. If you know it is your turn, it is Fulani, that means we are not supposed to be together in the first place. That means we are different. If every little thing, as they did during the NSAS protest, if every little thing we invoke ethnicity and we invoke tribe, that means ab initio we should not be together. You cannot claim that everybody is a Nigerian. When it comes to solving a Nigerian problem, you now hide under your ethnic group, under your tribe, to seek refuge. You hide under your tribe to seek refuge. It is not going to happen in our time. As for the ID of the man in Abuja, and the idiot is gone. We have done a lot. IPOB, I commend all of you, all you children of heaven, that the zoo is where it is today is down to the work you've been doing over the years. Sometimes I know we can be very harsh on ourselves, but we have done very well, mind you. We have done very well. Look at what ESM has done in a very short period of time, that even Dave Umahi came out to say that there is no more Mieti Allah in Ebonyi State. You did it. You made it possible. Tenacity, doggedness, and determination. And that's where we are today. We have dissolved the zoo, more or less. And that is why some idiots that have been relegated to the background are doing everything to keep their name in the public domain, even at the risk of sounding like a mad dog. You know, one animal was making a caricature of himself. Maybe the price of cement has gone up and is making him mad. He cannot finish his hostel. So he came out to talk rubbish to try to keep his name somehow in the public domain. They cannot match our pedigree, our influence, and our reach. They understand that IPOB is the engine driving this very movement towards its natural and inevitable sovereignty. We are the catalyst for every other person rising up to ask for freedom. I will do the word brethren acknowledge that before me. Because of you people, that's why we're doing what we're doing. They said to me, Middle Belt the same. How many of those that I asked Middle Belt to come up, and they did? That is why I am glad this evening that the Middle Belt have released their country flag, their currency, and coat of arms, and we must encourage them. I am encouraging Middle Belt to continue to do what they are doing, because that is the right way to go. Freedom for everybody, and you will get oil and gas from Biafra land for free. And for those of them saying, oh, we are from south, we are from Niger Delta and all that rubbish, remember also we have the largest gas field in Ohaji. We have oil in Ebema, we have oil in Mbidi, we have oil in Awamama, we have oil in Aguleri, we have oil in Uguta. Yeah, are you listening to me? Oil everywhere, you know, in Abia is the Joto Abia State where I come from. There is oil. There's oil in Obaru. If you go to River Niger, you will see oil coming out of the bed of River Niger. You will see it there with your two naked eyes. Because of the Janjaweed in the north, I may be talking rubbish. So even the oil we have in Igbo-speaking territory of Biafra alone, we can supply all of you free oil and gas in perpetuity. Middle Belt, you will stand on your own. We are going to dredge River Niger all the way to Lokoja. So you will have free, in fact we will internationalize River Niger. So you will have free, toll-free shipping all the way to Lokoja, your river port. You have nothing to be afraid of. And everything I'm saying to you, we are going to put down in a treaty. Signed before Israel, USA, Canada, EU, China, and Japan. International treaty. So you will know that we have nothing to hide. We want everybody to be free. Our fight is not about oil and gas. I keep saying that to you all the time. We will give you oil and gas for free. That the very treaty guaranteeing that will be overseen by the international community. So we cannot renege on it. I want you to understand that this very day. That is why the death of the innocent must be avenged. I want to let the army and the police to understand this. If you go about killing innocent people, you're going to die as well. The time and place of your dying, people will choose for you. You will not know. You can be doing your gra the daytime in a way, no. Eventually you're going to die. I assure you of that. Watch and see. Hope Uzodema will not be there when you're dying. You saw that guy you're doing it over now, shooting gun, they're jumping up and down. The day you will die, Hope Uzodema will not be there. And you would have wasted your life for nothing. And for those of them that want to be noticed, running around, that's the big thing, when they run out of cash, they want to attract attention from Abuja. They start singing. Hey, unknown government came to my house. If you see unknown government, will you stand? Oh, the stupidity. Sabo. To not do well with them. In the middle belt, they are crying. The reason why they are crying in the middle belt is because if you have said to Benue people and TV people to be precise, who are crying today that Ojukwu meant well for you, I'm sure today they will say yes. Ojukwu went to Aburi to negotiate restructuring. They rejected it. They lied. They used their media preponderance to propagate lies against an innocent man. They levied war against Biafra. The first shot of the war was fired at Gakem, or Gekem to be absolutely precise, and it was fired by the Nigerian army. Fulani have always wanted to conquer us. Britain thought that the Fulanis were very mild, people, very stupid, they want to squander money, they want to own houses abroad and all the rest of it. They never knew that these are vicious, wild beasts. Now they have realized it. Britain is now saying, you can now say it, isn't it? Today, Benue, TV, those that they convinced, Igbo man is your problem, Biafra is your problem, they're the ones who are crying today. Even the first lady of Benue State is crying. Every day, killings in Benue, every blessed day, because they will take it from you. Unless you rise up now to do something. No fewer than 17 persons, including women and children, have been reportedly killed, slaughtered by headsmen in the home of the wife of the Benue State Governor, Mrs. Eunice Autumn. Very clear, isn't it? The same people that call you North, we are from the North, we North, against the South. Now they are the ones who are slaughtering you. What does that tell you about these people and their mindset? What does that tell you about the way they think and the way they reason? What does that tell you about your new alliances? The alliances you should be forming is with the South. Benue, Middle Belt, you must know this. Your future lies in aligning yourself with Biafra and Oduduwa. Anything else is suicide. Because those people, they will take your land from you, they will kill you, they will impoverish you, they will rape your children, they will abduct you for ransom, and the police will not do anything because all these crimes I've just enumerated, they are all not federal offenses. And you don't have state police to arrest them. Do you see how clever the Fulanis are? That is why we must rise up now to challenge them. That is why we must defeat them. All it takes is for all of us to rise up at the same time. If we decide tomorrow night that we're all going to come out on the streets tomorrow, across the Middle Belt and the South, this whole game is over. They will send, in fact, police won't even come because we will kill them. They can't even come. Are they mad? Even Guardian newspaper, the arch-conservative Guardian newspaper of Nigeria, these are the people who want Nigeria. They are the ones eating the money of the zoo from time. So they believe in one Nigeria. They are even asking, and can you believe people are begging their own president they claim they voted for? There is no wisdom in silence. Please, speak up. We are begging you. A whole editorial of Guardian newspaper, the same day that senators are complaining. Let him speak. He cannot speak because he is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper, you people should open your brain. I know that black people are naturally very stupid, but for once reason, he cannot speak. The old Buhari, you don't need to prompt him to speak. He loves talking. This one is Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed, because Jubril contracted corona and ran back to Sudan and is having fun now with all the money he made. Nearly $250 million he made, impersonating Buhari, wearing his mask. Everybody involved in the recruitment of Jubril has been assassinated. All killed. Remember the death of the Nigerian diplomat in Khartoum, in Sudan? There was the man that recruited Jubril al-Sudani. They killed him to kill every trace of discovery. There is no wisdom in silence. A whole Guardian newspaper editorial that tells you all you need to know. They are begging him to speak. Being the head of a representative democracy that requires regular engagement with the electorate, the leader is reasonably expected to talk to and talk with and generally keep in touch with the people through many channels available in this 21st century. In these times, Buhari's silence is no longer golden. He is silent because he's not Buhari. Ndara. That is why he is silent. He is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper editorial board, the person you're writing to is not Buhari and can never speak. Unless they carefully prepare him once, 10-minute speech, once every 6 months. And you people are condoning such nonsense because you allowed these people to exist. You allowed the Fulani to gain the upper hand. Yoruba media, you gave Fulani the upper hand. That is why they are doing what they're doing. The complacency of the middle belt, the likes of Gowon, of Danjuma, keep shouting your own Nigeria as they swallow you up. Keep shouting your own Nigeria, and they will swallow you up. Please come and speak to us. Come and speak to us. The army will never invite Sheikh Gumi, but the army can abduct Fadam Baka. The army cannot go and invite any bandit in the north because it's not on the fence, but the army can summon an Ondo lawyer for saying that 3,400 people are camped in their area to tell you that these people, they planned all these things. Why you Nigerians cannot see it, I don't understand. A legal Mr. Wole Odushola said that there are about 3,000 Fulani men taking shelter inside Okitipupa army barracks. These fighters, they come and they stay in army barracks. He's a lawyer. They stay Fulani. These people, Nigeria, you people, you don't deserve to live. You deserve what the Fulanis are doing to you. Fulani will go and bring killers and murderers, terrorists, and put them in army camp. And the army will provide them support. When I told you that the army provides support for Fulani terrorists, you never believe me, but it is here. From a Yoruba man, no, not from a Biafran. And you know what the army did? The army invited him for arrest. We are going to arrest you. Who asked you to say such a thing in public? That is your one Nigeria for you. And I keep asking everybody, is this the Nigeria you're praying for? Is this the type of place you want your children to be born and to be raised in? These are evil people. These are people who do not even understand the meaning of governance. These people do not have common sense. Their brain is dysfunctional. All they want to do is to conquer you. Look at for those of you shouting one Nigeria in the south, go to Middle Belt and see what's happening to them. For those of you claiming Nigeria will be better one day, I want you to go to Benue State, I want you to go to Kogi State, I want you to go to Niger State and see what is happening to them before we pray for one Nigeria. The reason why these things are happening to them is because they were interested in one Nigeria. They were.
a whole army barracks is now housing terrorists. And any day we chase those terrorists into the army barracks, they say, oh, they're attacking the army, our security forces, our security services. All of you writing your security services, why don't you blame your army when they're harboring terrorists in their barracks? Why don't you blame them? You will not blame them, but you want to blame those who are blowing the whistle on these animals from the Sahel. Look at how the Fulani Caliphate terrorists, they did not just fall from heaven. It was the likes of El Rufai, the same Fulani politicians that groomed them because they want to remove Jonathan from office. There is no show of force in the north, but in the east, people are being killed. A businessman was killed with a friend in his car in a way. I have not had anybody write any condemnation or condemnatory statement against the army in Owerri. No one. But any day there is revenge attack by non-gunmen on these people, you start writing your rubbish. Now that this man has been killed with his friend, for what he's a businessman in his car, they shot him dead. Tomorrow now, when an army or police officer is shot dead, you start talking rubbish as usual, talking nonsense. But nobody is talking about this innocent man that has been killed. The zoo is the way it is today because of people from the south encouraging evil that the Fulani people have been doing. As if it won't stop there. Because now we have risen up to pick up arms. I'm saying it live so that the whole world can hear me. We have picked up arms to defend our land against Fulani terrorists. We are no longer going to turn the other cheek for you to slap us. No. Before you even freeze, if you raise your hand to slap us, we'll slap you 2 times already. Now they want to control firearms coming into the country. And do you know who they appointed to control the firearms? A Fulani man. So Fulani will simply take the firearms from you and give it to Mieti Allah to continue killing you. They said that their president, Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad of aka Muhammad Buhari, has approved the establishment of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. And who is going to head it? Hey, Nigeria, and federal character. I remember when they used to torment Jonathan on federal character. You implement federal character. You're no longer following federal character. Yoruba media was busy pushing Jonathan. I don't know why the Yoruba media are afraid of Hausa. Sorry, I do apologize to Hausa. Afraid of Fulani people anyway. Yoruba editors, why are you afraid of Fulani? You wretched, lily-livered cowards. Why are you afraid of Fulani? Under Jonathan, you are writing junk, all manner of rubbish. Yoruba pastors every day preaching against Jonathan, coming out and having rallies. All of a sudden, you can no longer have rally under your fearful Fulani masters. You're cowering like a wretched coward that you are, all of them. Thank God for the young men and women of Oduduwa land. They have risen up. They're the ones I have respect for. And of course, Paya Adebanjo. The rest I have no regard for them. Look at the other pastors, what they were doing. You build 10 billion people auditorium, collecting money to speak the truth to power. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. And you call yourselves men of God. You are not men of God. You are men of Lucifer. You are men of the devil. The Jesus Christ that you claim you're emulating. Being a Christian means being a follower of Christ. I'm speaking now to Yoruba mega pastors because they are thieves. They are criminals. I'm saying it live on air. You know me, I don't give a toss. I speak the truth. Always. Yoruba pastors and their media are evil. Yoruba pastors, I want to teach you the Bible because you don't know the Bible. I want you to refer back to your Bible. I don't have the exact verse, no, whatever, but I want you to go back to your Bible. Yoruba pastors, the mega pastors. Not the man on House on the Rock, oh. Not, is it Adefarati? Is it Adefarati? He's called Adefarashin. I don't know his name. I am exempting the pastor of the House on the Rock. He's a good man.
and a man of God, I must say. So I must qualify what I'm saying. But you see the other ones with private jets and their white suit. Those criminals, businessmen with the Bible. I don't want to curse them because there's no need. I don't want to curse them. You people attack Jonathan about federal character, that not enough Yoruba people are in the service of the government at ministerial level. Then you complained. You heard rallies. Today, there is death everywhere, every blessed day. You cannot rally anymore because you're cowards. You're not serving God. The Christ you claim you're following, this is for Yoruba mega pastors, with the exception of House on the Rock. The Christ you're following, or you claim to be following, you don't even understand. Because if you people are genuine men of God, you will do what Christ did. Christ went into the temple in Jerusalem, I must say. The high priests, politicians, who are changing money in the house of God. And he called them vampires, snakes. He flogged people who were changing money in the house of God and said, this is the house of my Father. You don't come here to trade and change money. But today, you people are so avaricious. All you care about is money, not even the word of God. Not the word of God. If you care about the word of God, you will speak the truth to this very useless, idiotic, Fulani-run caliphate government. But you are afraid. Because they have your secrets. You don't want them to release your secrets to the public. Under Jonathan, who is a gentleman, you hounded him and you harried him every blessed day until he left office. You kept calling Christ and you kept calling God. The time has come for you now to come out and call Christ and call God, and you are all missing. I remind you once again of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I remind you of the pastor, the minister for House on the Rocks, who is a Yoruba man, fearless. I remind you of course, Injila is also a very good man, fearless. Mount the pulpit and condemn evil, you cannot do it. Because you're all compromised. Because you're all businessmen. I feel sorry for those of them that go to listen to you people. I feel sorry because those ones are going straight to hell. I feel sorry for them, honestly speaking. Ignorance upon ignorance. That is why, let me tell you the name of the person who is going to be the new coordinator of light arms, so you don't bring in arms into Nigeria. His name is retired Major General A.M. Diko. Fulani. Everything is Fulani. And you're all clapping. Yoruba media. Anytime I'm calling somebody and I'm pointing there, they're evil. Yoruba media. It won't be well with you people. That people are dying today in Taraba, in Yobe, in Borno, in Sambisa, anywhere is because of Yoruba media. Yoruba media, they always side with the oppressor. Always siding with the oppressor. I don't know what is wrong with them. Is it that you people are born with this evil inside you, or once you study journalism, you become evil? What is wrong with Yoruba journalists? That you're always siding the oppressor against the oppressed. You people are evil, along with your pastors. Very, very evil people. I thank God for the new generation. The new arms controller is his Fulani man. So he can take your guns and give it to Miyetti Allah to be killing you. Not one day has Miyetti Allah, president, been invited by the DSS or the army for questioning for all those inflammatory remarks. Not for one day. Not for one single day, never. I remember Punch newspaper when they were persecuting me. And IPOB killing us. The editor of the Punch newspaper never referred to Buhari then as a major general. It was only when a Yoruba man was illegally arrested that they changed. And the Punch newspaper editor wants me to think that we are all Nigerians. She work for one Nigeria. Such nauseating hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. That is why the zoo is the way it is. That is why you have no running water, you have no good roads, you have no light. Because it is the duty of the journalists to wake up the consciousness of the people, to teach the people what their rights should be. It is not happening. It is the duty of the men of God to rise up to speak truth to power. They do not do it, with the exception of a few people. That is why the zoo is in the mess that it is. Yoruba journalists are there, and only Lagos has a viable seaport, whereas the same Atlantic Ocean flows through Warri, flows through Iguacha, goes through Calabar. It never touched Yoruba media one day to say this is not good. We are in the same country. In the interest of this one Nigeria, we feel that Warri seaport should be opened to employ people, to move goods down there, to develop that very area economically. Calabar seaport should be opened. Iguacha seaport should be opened. No. I mean, and I wonder, but you claim you're a Nigerian. Others are Nigerians as well. But it never occurred to any of them to say, let us use this power and influence we have to change this obnoxious policy. And who destroyed the economy of the South? It's Obasanjo who did it. Let me leave it there for now. I will do a very special program one day. Bandits threaten to kill students abducted at a Kaduna private university. Who are the bandits? They are Fulani people. They kidnapped Christians mostly and are slaughtering them as we speak. And you wake up tomorrow morning and you say you're a Nigerian. And you have pastors who are more concerned about tithes and offering than praying for these very hapless victims of one Nigeria. I don't call it, they're not victims of banditry, they are victims of one Nigeria. And all of you who over the years have been promoting one Nigeria, I blame all of you. You are responsible for this, because had you people held the Fulani to account by insisting on devolution of power, no matter what, you say to hell, devolution of power, this nonsense won't be happening. But you are black people, I don't blame you. You have no soul and you have no conscience. You have no empathy. What concerns other people is of little or no consequence to you. And that is why black people are poor. Our wickedness and evil is second to none. Second to none. Everybody in Nigeria understands that there is only one simple solution to the problem of Nigeria. It is dissolution. They know it very well. But because they think that NNAMDI Kanu will not honor his words, he will not give us oil and gas for free. Please let us continue in this one Nigeria. And I have said it many times. All the minorities in the north will be taken care of. Once Biafra becomes free, it gives us the impetus and the platform from which we can save you from Fulani emasculation and destruction. If Nigeria continues the way it is right now, Fulani will overrun the whole of the Middle Belt. I'm telling you, TV Nation will come under attack. Bachama is gone, Birom is gone, all these people are gone. Only TV is standing strong right now as we speak. And to an extent, Jukun. If we allow Nigeria to continue, because the number of Fulani influx, these terrorists is limitless. They have a huge number of people to come in, and the attraction is oil and gas. They have seen how wretched, poorly educated Fulani people are living large on the proceeds of oil and gas. That's something I need to remind Wike, of course, and all those who stupidly call themselves Niger Delta. The Fulanis come in, they kidnap, they make more money than the state government does in the south, and they return to wherever they came from. These are the things that must guide your thinking, and that is why Nigeria must end. As I said a few days ago, Nigeria must be dissolved. Let everybody go back to where they come from. If they now wish to come back together to form a country or whatever, that's entirely their business. Let the people decide. That's all we are saying. Let the people decide. There is no need calling for a coup for somebody to take over a government. No, not at all. Call for popular uprising and ask the army not to open fire. That's all. Even the army understands if they open fire, they are dead. University students being abducted every blessed day. And all a pastor is interested in his tithes and offerings. Very, very sad indeed. I don't blame these kids who are being kidnapped. I blame those that wish to sustain one Nigeria. And as they are kidnapping people, I don't even want to be talking about the spread of insecurities that we have across the zoo. 13 more people are killed as armed headers. No longer armed Fulani terrorists, but armed headers attack Benue community. Benue is under attack and under siege. The sooner they reach an agreement with us, the better for them. So we can move ESN there to checkmate them. We know how to fight them. In Benue State, we did it very well, which is just neighboring Benue State. They should come out openly to ask for the help of ESN, and we'll go there and make sure we drive away these vagabonds. That's what we need to do. People are dying every blessed day. Every blessed day right across the zoo. And you know the solution. The solution is dissolution. The solution to Nigeria is dissolution. Once you do that, everybody will be free. There's no need of ranting and writing rubbish every blessed day. It doesn't solve anything. Fulani wouldn't understand that. The killings can happen in Benue, not in our land. You come to our land, you kill us, we kill you back. It's as simple as that. If your police say your army or anybody you kill, just one day, we may allow you 1 or 2 weeks to breathe. After that, you'll be dead. If you kill us, we're going to kill you. So under this climate that you have people saying, South will not be annexed. I don't want to talk about this great harlot. South will not be annexed. Buhari's aid, backs Wike. Just imagine. The same thing that they did from the Middle Belt. The same thing that some fools did from Yoruba land. The same thing that some fools did in our land. Look at it now. There is Fulani at your doorstep and you're crying and you're lamenting. South will not be annexed. And you went to school. And I tweeted actually, I said, I made a tweet which was very popular today, I must say. I asked this great harlot, I shouldn't have responded to her, but I had to, because to put the record straight. I said to her, if you say that South will not be annexed by Biafra, then tell your Fulani Janjaweed masters to refer to the 1966 coup by Nzolho as a South coup, not an Igbo coup. That's number. I'm sure that will shut her up. And the other lapdog, the other Fulani, Wike is the wife, the husband is Tambua. Dinaloya or Tambua. You know, once I don't want to be, this is a family radio, I don't want to go too far. I don't know what they put in his mouth. I don't know what Tambua put in his mouth. Maybe it's lollipop, I have no idea. That is why he's talking rubbish. Talking rubbish. And they talk about South and the Niger Delta, all this rubbish. First of all, Imo State is in Niger Delta, for your information. Abia State is part of Niger Delta, for those of you idiots hiding under Niger Delta to be talking rubbish. That's number one correction. And number two, let us not label ourselves with this whole South, nomenclature, all this rubbish. Where is, who was the, maybe they wouldn't know because they didn't go to school anyway. After snorting cocaine, we'll be talking rubbish. We have to ask you a question. Where is General Philip Effiong from? And by the way, do you know that General Philip Effiong was the last head of state of Biafra? Head of state, general, head of state. Are you aware of that? Where is he from? He's from South, you know. Okay, so you want people to have regard for you more than the head of state of Biafra land? I'm asking you a simple question. You claim you're from the South. Very soon you'll be very close to Argentina in your Southness. I want to ask you a simple question. Are you telling me that people will have more regard for you than a general, a Biafran general and head of state, Philip Effiong, from your so-called South? I'm asking you. That thing your husband gave to you, Wike, because I know you're not a man. I don't want to go in, I don't want people to accuse me of homophobia, because I'm not. Anybody can do whatever they like. That's their business. That's your boy, that your husband, Tambuwal. You go to Sokoto, they pull down your trousers and your boxer shorts. You come back to Rivers, to a place you call Rivers, talking rubbish. After smoking cocaine. If you know you cannot handle Tambuwal, why are you taking cocaine? Why are you snorting? Why do you take cocaine? You don't want to feel pain. That's why you take cocaine. Before you go to bedroom with your husband. Not ashamed of yourself, idiot. You're talking rubbish. Philip Efeng is from South, so to speak. The last head of state of Biafra. And that is why Akwa Ibom is doing us proud. You're a wretched slave. Look at Ken Sarawiwa. Are you more than Ken Sarawiwa? Look at Mbaka. Mbaka used to be with them before. You're a wretched, cocaine snorting idiot. In 2 years' time, if at all the zoo can survive, you come down. Then you will see what will happen to you. Fool. Keep making noise for the gallery. Keep making noise every day. You make noise. So your husband will acknowledge you from the north. That, hey, that's my girl. He's doing well in Rivers. He's doing well. You're not ashamed of yourself. May Elohim have mercy upon your soul. You're one man. Democracy is one man, one vote. You claim you're a Democrat, you behave as if you're a fool, a Ipob dictator. Every component, ethnic nationality in Biafra land will have the choice to choose via a referendum if they're to become a part of Biafra or not. That day, should you wish or choose to do so, you will have one vote. And I'm even sure that your wife will vote for Biafra. Because cocaine has eaten your brain. The day they will take you, the day Fulani will deal with you, I can forgive anybody in life, I can never forgive you. The day Fulani will take you. Mark today's date, 5th of May 2021. Everything I say comes to pass, I'm sure you know that. The day they will deal with you, I get you on Allah. If after what Mbaka did for them, they are behaving this way, imagine what they will do to you. You're a very foolish man. A man whose local government starts with an Igbo name says he is not Igbo. The stupidity of these people is astonishing. If you're not Igbo, do you think, what do you think the German will see you as? So if you kill your fellow Igbo people, Fulani will promote you. Typical Sabo and a waste of space. Yet it was the same Igbo people that voted for Jonathan from your so-called South. The whole of South, how many votes did you give to Jonathan? Jonathan had the highest number of votes from the Southeast. True or false? We care. All these South garbage idiots and Niger Delta morons. Southeast gave Jonathan more vote than all of you put together. Twice. Because as one man said to me, where I asked him, why are you voting for Jonathan? He said, Jonathan is my brother. It's inferiority complex. And the crimes you people committed, that's what is chasing you. You are afraid of abandoned property in Iguacha. You took the properties belonging to your own flesh and blood. And you know that in our culture, the land will strike you dead if you take your brother's property. It's in the Bible. It's in the Torah. Thou shalt not covet the property of your brother. It is in the Bible. Exodus chapter 20 verse 17. And we are the people of the old, people of the book. You understand this very well. That is why some of you in Ikore land, because you stole properties that doesn't belong to you. You think that if you acknowledge that these are my brothers, so the land will kill you. Some of you grew up and went to school on stolen properties. Thieves, rogues, and Yoshi. That is why you say, I'm not Igbo. Because you were trained with money stolen from your own flesh and blood. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That is why you say you're not Igbo, because you know the land will kill you. As somebody said, it's only in the zoo that the more you educate them, the more foolish they become. The most unstable people in the world are Nigerians. Even their pastors are even more confused. Their politicians, they have no solutions to anything. Their chiefs and their emirs are just watching and pleading for allocation. The more you enlighten them, the more confused they become. After all these years, they can't even tell that Buhari is dead. That's how foolish your average Nigerian is. That is why the problem of Nigeria cannot be solved. Because Nigerians have refused to reason. And the only solution is dissolution. And you know, in the usual idiotic way in the south, especially in the east, a Fulefu brigade, you remember them shouting Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. I have news for you. Why PDP considers Atiku's Saraki Tambuwal as possible presidential candidates? Romahi, are you listening? Romahi and Dodges Okalo, are you listening? Ifulefus, are you listening? They have divided their Nigeria between the north and the north. Because Saraki is the north. Tambuwal, that's Wike's husband, is from the north. And Atiku is also from the north. One Nigeria for you. These idiots. Anyway, I'm very glad because these noisemakers about Igbo presidency, they will now go and sleep in the Ara. I have a few announcements to make this evening, very, very important, please. There are people who are visiting people's homes pretending that they are from PHCN to change your light bulbs for free. These are hardened Fulani terrorists. They will come into your homes and they will plant a bomb and it will go off. Don't allow them to come in. They will pretend they are from the PHCN. Usually 3 or 4 of them. They will come into your homes. They will plant mini sticker bombs at your houses and it will blow up and kill you and your family. Please alert all your neighbors not to allow anybody claiming they're from PHCN to access your property, please. And we have done a lot of work to make sure there is no checkpoint in our land. There are 1 or 2 places where we've been told there are checkpoints, but always in the night they run away. But we are making sure there's no checkpoint in our land. But as I said, that has now changed the situation and given free rein to some people to do whatever they like. There is a toll gate somewhere at a NNAMDI'S bus stop, a toll gate. They are collecting money from people. 1,000 for big lorries and 200 is from the Navy. At a NNAMDI'S bus stop, Navy, Madamount checkpoint, close road, collecting money. Before you start crying and feeling sorry for them, tell them to dismantle the roadblock at NNAMDI'S junction. Ask them to dismantle the roadblock, and I'm asking the governor of Anambra State to ensure that this happens within the next 2 days. Dismantle that roadblock. I don't want any Navy, Air Force, or any roadblock. I do not want it. Very, very important, please, that you remember this and do something about it immediately. Newi community or Newi town, they formed a vigilante group. That vigilante must be allowed to function in Newi. Because people who are capitalizing on the absence of Nigeria police, that of course they've been driven away. As I said, no checkpoints, I don't want it. People should not capitalize on the absence of police to be committing crime after taking drugs given to them by politicians. Because ESN is in the bush, that is why groups like Newi Vigilante Group must be in the town. Onisha Vigilante Group the same. They will not inform on ESN. If they do, then they're finished. They must be allowed to operate. Newi Vigilante will operate. Onisha Vigilante will also operate to make sure there is no form of criminality during the daytime within those environs. Very, very important place. And I want to thank my dear brother. I want to thank him. Nnameka Ehiofo Chosen is called. Nnameka Ehiofo. Thank you very much for your immense support and help. I am grateful, and Chukwu Kikabiama will bless you immensely. Bless you immensely for your support. Outstanding support that he gave to this very noble family. Thank you for that. And on that note, we have come to the end of our program today. And by way of outro, I don't know how I'm going to get it, but I will try to see if I can play this very tune. It's a song put together in a tribute to the late gallant commander Ikonso. And I want to play it tonight. I want to play it tonight as an outro. I will not play our national anthem. I want to play it tonight. I want to play tonight that very song itself. Please, wherever you are, you must be very, very vigilant. You must be very, very vigilant. Very, very vigilant. Please. Because they are abducting, they are killing, and as I said before, the time is coming very, very close when every able-bodied man and woman will enter to the nearest bush to make sure that we kill all these people, because they are killing us right now. They are killing us right now. They are killing us right now. Once again, I thank you all for listening. And as always, here on Radio Biafra is our hallowed platform where Biafra means the whole world to us. It means the whole world to us. Biafra to some people may mean something different, but to us it is more than the pursuit of sovereignty. When people ask me these days, what is your religion? I tell them my religion is Biafran. It is the religion of the ancients, the religion of my forefathers. They worshipped Almighty Chukwu Kikabia Nabinigwe, and that is the God I'm going to worship. And that is the God that I worship. I don't worship idol. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship Elohim. Nimemone Izyoku. Because only God Almighty in heaven, Chukwu Kikabia, is our God. From me, from here, it is good evening.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this planet. And might I add also Nigerian youths as well. Wherever you are listening to us from, wherever you have joined us from this very evening, afternoon or morning, depending on where you're domiciled, we wholeheartedly welcome you to a very special and I believe landmark broadcast on this very day, the 10th day of January in the year of the Most High Elohim 2021. The time now is precisely a minute past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and I do believe also by the same number of minutes, or should I say minutes past the hour, wherever you are residing or listening to us from. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, I will encourage you to welcome those who are around you as well. As you all know, listening to us these days can be a very tortuous and very difficult affair. I believe that we are transmitting live, clear and direct via Ipob Community Radio, Radio Biafra app, and all the other platforms across the entire spectrum of social media. I believe that we are live on those platforms and direct at this very moment. Our satellite is working, I understand. I do not know of our relay stations back in Biafra land because we are doing a major refit of all our systems to make it more robust and resistant to attempts by the enemies to try to cripple what we are doing, because if they stop us from disseminating this very wonderful gospel, then we are in very serious trouble. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you. I did recommend earlier before coming on air that we should all have downloaded IPOB Community Radio and Radio Biafra apps because they are low data usage. If you download them, it's not going to cost you more data than you already expend should you prefer to listen via YouTube or Facebook. Therefore, my recommendation as always will be, please go and download IPOB Community Radio. Also download Radio Biafra app. Via those mediums and platforms, you should be able to listen to us not just now, but going forward. Allow me to once again welcome each and every one of you. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, and by extension to those ethnic groups within the damnable zoological republic that are yearning for freedom the same way that we are in the East. I welcome all of you. And that it is customary with us, we must hand over our proceedings this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are, to the Most High in heaven. Let us pray, and I will pray in English today. Our Father who art in heaven, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, we come before thee because your children, your people of this very nation called Biafra, and everything in it belongs to you. We are not here today by accident. You are the one who created us and set us in this very land of the rising sun at this particular time in history for the glory of your name and your name alone, and not that of any man. But our Father, people in this very nation, in the land of Biafra, some of them have decided to eat their own flesh. They have decided to turn against your very work, which is the restoration of your kingdom upon the face of this very earth, as was prayed for by Yeshua. Those we consider as brothers and sisters are in bed with our enemies, the Janjaweed Caliphate from the north. They have turned against your work. But your word always said that if we humble ourselves and turn from our wicked ways, you will heal our land. That is why we participate in atonement every blessed year, and you have healed our land. You have given us Eastern Security Network, and that irrepressible march to freedom has commenced. May you heal our hearts, heal our land, remove bitterness and resentment from our hearts, and help us once again as our ancestors did, to live like your children under your grace, your mercy, and your eternal blessing. All this we ask in the name that is greater than every other name. Elohim, now and forevermore we pray. We say, as it is also usual with us here, we encourage you to have your pen and paper ready this very evening, because at the end of this very divine process that we have embarked upon, the world will know that indeed Chukwuka Biama is our God, as we have maintained in times gone by. Before we came, there was none like us. Now that we are here, they can try to be like us, but they can never be. And after we are gone, they will wish that we live forever. The earlier, should I say, the sooner our enemies and detractors understand this, the better for them. Those who underestimate our resolve do so at their peril. But having said that, we are not underestimating the enormity of the task before us. And our people must listen to this very gospel very carefully and attentively this evening, morning or night, depending on where you are. Our problem did not start today. Our inability collectively to appreciate the magnitude of the mess we are in is responsible for what the Fulani Janjaweed and corrupt politicians are doing in our land today. Those who are understanding or discerning enough, those who are capable of reading between the lines, will understand that as soon as Britain refused to make Dr. Azikiwe the Prime Minister of Nigeria in 1960, that was when all of us, our fathers, should have realized that the game was up. But because we never learned from history, that is why we are in the mess we are in today. That is why governors who are elected by the people will collude with our enemies from the north to transport our people to death camps in the northern part of the damnable Zoological Republic. That is why governors of the southeast will gang up and organize to invite Fulani killer army, terrorist squad, to come into our land to kill us at will, because we never learned from history. Azikiwe is the only frontline nationalist in the whole of Africa not to be made the Prime Minister or President of a newly independent, of course, European-created enclave. Only Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in the whole of Africa. In fact, in the whole of the world. Anywhere you have a frontline freedom fighter, at the end of that very process, that very nationalist or freedom fighter is made the head of state of that very nation. The only place that failed to happen was in the Zoological Republic called Nigeria. It happened to a Biafran, it happened to an Igbo man. Our people never learned anything from that. That was when Britain started to tell us that they are going to deal with us. Some of you do not understand nor appreciate history. We are the only people, along with the Benin Kingdom, to put up a very stiff resistance against British encroachment into our land. We fought them for 40 years. 40 years. Remember biblically what 40 years is all about. Until Arochukwu fell in 1904. These are the things that our people cannot come to terms with. Because if you understand this very basic, or should I say rudimentary history, you will be forced to acquire some semblance of reasoning capacity. Because the problem that we suffer from is mostly located in our brain. We do not reason properly as a people. Do not take it as an insult, no, not at all. It is a fact. When Britain refused to make Azikiwe the Prime Minister of Nigeria, we should have known that our time was up, that they were going to come for us sooner rather than later. What is Nigeria today? A Nigeria created not by an African, a Nigeria created not by your ancestors, a Nigeria created not by gathering all the component ethnic groups together and asking them what they want, but a Nigeria created by a foreigner, a Nigeria created by those that came and took us to the Americas as slaves, a Nigeria created for the exploitative purposes of the British Crown, a Nigeria created to serve one sole purpose, to make sure that as a people we will never ever see economic, political, nor social advancement. Because those that created the place that you call your country, Nigeria, never had your interest at heart. Sadly, I would say very, very sadly, African nationalists failed to understand this. They wanted to be kings and emperors in empires they themselves did not conquer nor create, but created by a white man to serve the purpose of draining not just our treasury, but our mental capacity forever and ever. What am I trying to say? That as long as Nigeria continues to exist, we would continue to be the last of the very last in the indices of human development right across this very planet Earth. There will be no freedom. You will not have the right to choose those that will represent you. If you remain in Nigeria, if the army doesn't kill you, the police will kill you. If the police doesn't kill you, Fulani terrorists will kill you. If they all fail to kill you, hunger and deprivation will kill you. There is only one solution: to kill Nigeria before Nigeria kills everybody else. What is happening in the zoo today is a very clever ploy by Britain. Not all British people, mind you, because there are wonderful people in Britain, but those that are referred to as neo-colonialists. Nigeria was designed to hold us down, everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. Even the Fulani that you think are having fun, most of their people are suffering and crying as well. Only if they can settle down and listen to this very gospel and the ones we have preached before now, they will begin to appreciate our magnanimity, because we want to save everybody, even beyond the borders of the zoo. We want to save every African man and woman, child, every black person right across this very planet Earth. If they are willing and able to learn, then we all are going to be free. The task is huge, it is enormous, because our enemies are sophisticated, they are embedded, they control the media, sometimes they even determine the narrative. They can say that an innocent man is guilty and you all will swallow it. They can say that a guilty man is innocent and all of you will swallow it. That is why it is very, very critical that people are educated, that they understand what is confronting them and be able to develop the ability to counter every move of the enemy. As you all know very well, the zoo, the media, not just in the zoo, but all over the world, they have been bought over, as you all know very, very clearly. If we fail to do something about our situation, we are all going to drown. We will all perish. Unless you are understanding and discerning enough, you will not know that you are in bondage in the zoo. Our approach to these issues, or should I say my prescription, is tough love, not one words that get you nowhere. That is why we do things the way we do them. That is why we give you the truth raw. Some people say we are insulting them, some say we are rude, we are arrogant. We accept, as long as you understand that the message we are seeking to pass across to humanity is the truth. We are the indigenous people of Biafra, Ipob, under oath, I should say, to restore Biafra. Some people, when you ask them what is their religion, they may tell you we are Christians, we are Jews, we are all the rest of it, Islam, Buddhism, just name it. But we want the world to understand why we are fanatical about Biafra and willing to do even the undoable to ensure that Biafra is restored. Biafra to us is a religion. A religion. It is a way of reasoning and a way of life. We believe that the restoration of Biafra is not in the gift of man to give. No single man can ever give you Biafra. It's impossible. Biafra is the gift of the Most High Elohim to give. How we prepare and position ourselves on this very earth, both physically and spiritually, will determine if God will love us enough to give us his kingdom on the face of this very earth. That was why in his infinite mercy, Eastern Security Network was established to secure our land. And anybody foolish enough, anybody stupid enough to seek confrontation with us, as I have said previously, before you come to look for us, before you enter into our forest to perhaps die there, because you all will perish anyway. Look at Yemen, look at Somalia, and look at Syria. Let them be at the back of your minds. Whoever is charged with making that very decision to launch an armed confrontation against the Eastern Security Network. I'm saying this to the hearing of the whole world. As you all know me, I do not do anything in secret. Everything we do is out in the open. Anybody foolish enough, because I know the Jinjawi, they're very foolish. You know the Fulani, they have what I call the mentality or the mindset of Mohammed Siad Barre, the erstwhile president of Somalia. They never reason, they never listen. They are not intelligent enough to understand when the end has come. The only people supporting them is Britain. And we're not going to fool ourselves. Britain does wield a very considerable clout. They are taking our oil in our land. Now they have found gold also in the north. So the zoo has never failed, not once in its entire, should I say, 60-year history, to serve the interest of our colonial masters, those that created us. people say God created, I said to them, you're very, very foolish. God never created Nigeria. A man and a woman did. They are mortal flesh and they are dead. The same way they died is how the zoo is going to die. Nobody can save Nigeria. Nobody can, because it is written. How I want people, those who are averse to history, those who don't understand history very well, even those who claim they are writers, they are novelists. You know the thing about we black people, once you do something and you get accolade or praise from white people or from BBC, you think you've arrived. That's the one thing about our people. You think once they give you one award or the other, once a white man confers that legitimacy or validity on your work or your talent, you feel you've arrived. One major mistake that black people always make. Efforts to divide the East. How has it been possible to keep Nigeria as one, as a failed state that it is, as a terror-ravaged contraption that it is, as an abomination that it is? How have they managed to keep Nigeria together? Look no further than what happened during the NNAMDI'S protest. When I preach all the time and I say to black people that your mental weakness, your inability to reason properly is why you are suffering, they say it's an insult. No, it is not. They managed to divide those who are protesting by introducing two key elements they know will appeal to their primordial instincts. What are those? Religion and ethnicity. Let me tell you something you don't understand. That is the only instrument the Europeans had to divide and conquer Africa. What they did was to pass it on to the Fulani Janjaweed. And with the help of the Fulefus and creators in our midst in the entire South, both Yoruba and in Biafra, both Oduduwa and in Biafra, it appears that they have managed to now gain the upper hand in the past decades. These continued efforts to divide the East, I can assure them tonight, has failed and will continue to fail. And I want our people from Igodo to Bakassi, from Idoma land to Opopo to understand this. They come to you, they plead with you to amplify your ethnicity against one another. It's a very clever trick. Whereas over the years, if not since the coming of this Janjaweed Caliphate government of the late dead Buhari, before now, it was Ipob and Radio Biafra that made it possible for people to distinguish between a Fulani and a Hausa person. Before, I'm sure all of you go back to your history, you see Hausa Fulani. It was on this very platform, painstakingly we lectured and educated people to understand that Hausa is different from Fulani. The same people who, they're like parasites. The same people who, over the years, we are trying as much as possible to have this cohesion between Fulani and Hausa together as one political bloc. When they come to our land, they tell you you are Efik, you are Ibibio, you are a John, Izon, you are a Shekiri, you are a Robo. That you are different. You must understand the reason why they keep harping on your differences, which in actual fact doesn't exist because we are all one people, is because it makes it easier for them to conquer you. Common sense. They know that if you go to Nigodo, Edo State, of course you do. They know that if they come together with Ishekiri, with Urobo, with Izon, with Igbo, with Idoma, with Igawa, with Ibanke, everybody, when I say Igbo, I mean Ibanke as well, they know it becomes impossible to penetrate. We become free people. For them to succeed is a very clever ploy, which unfortunately Yoruba media is in support of. And I have warned them repeatedly. I have warned my Yoruba brethren repeatedly that this double game you are playing will consume you. And today they are in Yoruba land killing and taking over their forests. If not for the bravery of Eastern Security Network, I do not think for once that Amotekun would have had the balls, or should I say the courage, to confront Fulani headsmen in their forests. Understand this very cleverly. What they do is very simple. They come to your land as they have done with Hope Uzodinma in Imo State. As we understand they have done with George Obiozo this evening. They plant your leaders for you. Your leaders who cannot rise up to challenge their hegemony. That is where I give Yoruba land some credence, or should I say some credit. Because they have not allowed themselves to become as divided and damaged as the East is. Can you imagine for 1 second? I ask you to ponder this for a second. A Fulani governor is interested in relocating all Fulanis across the Sahel into Nigeria, so that the Fulanis can have a country they can call their own home. In the East, there is a governor, despite being an Igbo man, speaking Igbo, raised as an Igbo setting, is saying he's not Igbo. I just want, for one, I don't know how to explain this so that people can understand it. I just want for 1 second for people to sit down and ponder this. It's a very simple, it's not a conundrum, it's very easy to untangle. The person telling you that you are from Niger Delta, the person telling you to accentuate your ethnicity or your tribe, as the case may be, the person telling you that you are not related to an Igbo man, the person telling you that you are not Biafra, the person telling you that Efik is different from even a Biblia, is different from Anan, the same man telling you this is bringing his brothers and sisters from Senegambia, from Mali, from Niger, as Fulani headsmen, as bandits, as terrorists, to come into our country, into our space, to take it over. You, his counterpart in the East, you are doing your level best to make sure you divide your own people. And when you go to some of these people, they will tell you that divided we fall, united we stand. And that was a very clever thing they did. And that was how they managed to divide us, weakening us and making it easier for them to plant Hope Uzodinma without election as Imo State governor, and now to plant George Obiozo as Ohaneze president. I'll get to that later on. Britain knew that the light of Africa will come from the land of Biafra. They all know it all over the world. As I told you earlier, 2 years ago, I told you that I was at a meeting with the UN officials in Geneva, and one of them said to me, it is not that we don't talk about Biafra or want our member states or nations to understand what is going on in the land of Biafra, but as soon as we mention the word Biafra, they all get up and walk away from the room. I announced it here live on this very platform, Radio Biafra. Some of you didn't actually absorb. Some of you don't know the obstacle that Biafra is facing. You think Biafra is easy to get. No, it is not. No, not at all. The enemies we have outside is uncountable. Not because we have done anything wrong, but because Britain realized that with Biafra existing as a free nation, that every black person around the world will become free. Do you understand that? It's just like when you go to a stream and you don't want people to drink the water coming from that very stream. Again, you go to the source of the water and you pollute it. Because if you come downstream and you pollute it, people can still go to the middle or even to the front to go and fetch clean water. So if you don't want people to drink from a particular stream, You pollute it from the source. They know that the source of freedom for black people, both those in North America, those in South America, those even in Papua New Guinea, those everywhere around the world, they know that Biafra is the key. A free Biafra means that black people all over the world will become free. That was why I said that Biafra is the last miracle. I want you to understand this. All of these obstacles cannot stop us from getting Biafra. It cannot. Instead, it emboldens us. Because the more difficult the process of emancipation, the more enjoyable the outcome when finally freedom comes. If we don't do something, I'm telling everybody, both those in the Middle Belt, those in Yoruba land, go and write down everything I have said in the past. Try and, compare it to what is happening now. You see that we have always been right. If we do not act now, we will become more fragmented. They will conquer us and extinguish us from the face of the earth. As I told you, the Hausa race no longer exists, only by language. Hausa people have nothing now as we speak. They have nothing, only their language. Hausa people no longer have any discernible political system. They have no hold over their future or their lives. They can answer Malam all they like, but their traditional rulers forever and ever will remain an emir. And an emir is a Fulani. In other words, apart from the language, it has now dawned on them. That is why Fulani have now taken to the front seat, and we cannot hear Hausa people even complaining. They know they are finished, they know they are gone. How did they succeed in doing this? Even before the white man came, the Fulani succeeded in dividing the Hausa peasants from their kings, deceived them, took Sokoto from them, and the rest of Hausa land. The only place they couldn't take is present-day Borno, and you can see how they're fighting tooth and nail to take it. Canon Borno said no, and they're fighting, and they are free, of course, to a limited extent. That is what we all need to do. Therefore, anybody who comes to you to preach one Nigeria, you must go back to educate that very fool. I keep saying it. Anybody who believes in one Nigeria cannot be regarded as an educated person. For the very simple reason, I wrote this a few days ago. You cannot claim to be equal to a white man. A white man can come to Africa to create a country for you, black people in Africa, which means that all of you are incapable of creating a country for yourselves. That is what it means. You have surrendered your future to them. That's number one, for those who believe in one Nigeria. Number two, if you have any self-worth, any self-respect, any regard for human dignity, there is no way you will allow somebody to come all the way from Europe to build a country for you in Africa. I'll give you a very simple example. There is a place called India. I'm sure that some of you know that India used to be comprised of, I think is Bangladesh, India itself, Pakistan, Kashmir, and is it Bengal? But this is how human beings reason. And the selfishness you have in the Nigerian political system today did not start today. It started from Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa, or should I say Ahmadu Bello. It didn't start today. Selfishness. Why do I say selfishness? Because in India, where you have people, or should I say leaders that loved their people, what did they do? What did they do, I ask you? Upon Britain leaving India, they came together and said, we are not compatible. India India, you are predominantly Hindu people. We in Pakistan, we are predominantly Muslims. There is no way we can coexist in the same country. So they sat down and decided to partition upon independence. Any sensible being, which we thought that Dr. Azikiwe was, should have realized, because the Sadwana of Sokoto told him, Ahmadu Bello told him that we are incompatible. Awolowo said the same thing, that Nigeria is a contraption, you cannot force people to be together. They all knew that Nigeria was unworkable in 1957, 58, 59, 19, they all knew. Exactly with what is happening today, despite knowing that Nigeria was unworkable, because they are going to answer President, the Prime Minister, they will have beautiful houses in Ikoyi, in VI, they will be lording it over other people. They decided, out of expediency, to go for the rubbish that Britain created for them. And today, is India doing well? Pakistan that is now offering to come and help the zoo to fight insurgency. I hope all of you can understand all of this. I hope you're following what I'm saying. Because in Africa, you people are not human beings. The white people, they see you, or should I say you, they see you as animals. Forget all the pretense. Africa, you're part of Commonwealth. You are not, they don't have any regard for you. Do you know why? Because they created you. They made you who you are. If as a man or a woman you're grown up, you're intelligent enough, you cannot build a country for yourself, you have to wait for European to come all the way from Europe to build countries for you in Africa, that means you're an idiot. There is no difference between you and an animal. Absolutely no difference. It's not an insult. I'm just trying to make you... Now, put yourself in, should I say, in the position of those who are reasonable or sensible enough. Do you think that as a black man from Africa, you can go to Europe, you can go to Germany and create a country for them? Can you do it? Of course, the answer is no. If you cannot do it, then why did you allow them to come to Africa to create a country for you? After creating this country for you, half of Yoruba land is in Benin Republic. The other half is in Nigeria. One is French, one is English. And people don't feel ashamed of themselves. There is no pride, there is no shame. People are not ashamed of themselves. We are Africans and we are black people for that matter, so by nature we are ethnocentric. We are very tribal by nature. We are not Europeans. And people may wonder, why am I saying this? Because in Europe they don't have a village in Europe. Somebody can be born around Trafalgar Square. If you ask him, so I'm from London. And after a while, they might migrate to New Zealand or to Australia. And they start living there, they have no root. This is something that Britain has been trying to destroy in Africa for very many centuries. You people don't understand this. The fact that we have a village we go back to, we say, if you ask us where we are from, even if we are born in New York, we say, oh, we are from Umunede. Oh, we are from Abo. No matter where you are born. That is why we migrate like wild beasts every Christmas to go back home. Because a basic African man or woman is ethnocentric. You must go back to the tribe you come from. That's who we are. Nobody can change that. It's in our genes, in our bones. Why am I saying all of this? To let you understand that the reason why not just Nigeria, the whole of Africa is poor is because we did not determine our future. The people that they put down during independence, flag independence, so it is because no state in Africa is independent, including South Africa. The people that they put in power are behaving just like Dave Umahi, Wike, and Obiana and Hibas. Exactly the same, there's no difference. Because of what you can gain. And Ibazo must know that we have his contacts in Australia. Ibazo wants to go to Australia to go and buy houses and relocate his family. We are waiting for him. We are waiting for him. We know all the... we'll get to that later on. What am I trying to point out to you is that once you allow your future to be determined by those who don't understand who you are and how you reason, you are finished. That is why Africa can never ever be developed. Never. It's not the fact that they are coming and taking away our resources. That is by the way. The key thing is the way we reason.
Our brain is the problem. The way, can you tell me that somebody went to a university, well-read, well-versed, eloquent, very erudite, and that person will come out to offer what they may see as a credible defense of one Nigeria? And I keep asking them, on what basis are you defending Nigeria? Did your ancestors create Nigeria? Is Nigeria homogeneous in terms of value system, in terms of even education, in terms of religion, in terms of culture, in terms of what? Tell me what should make Nigeria great one day. What is it? Oh, perhaps terrorism. I forgot. In order to ensure, please, I hope that people are not, I'm lecturing this evening. I hope people are not going to get tired, because I want to teach. This is very, very important. Britain crafted, or should I say set up, what they call the Willing Commission to discuss or look at the plight of the minorities in the East, not in the West, not in the North, because they understand. I'm just trying to let you understand how far they went in order to destroy us. It was cleverly planned. Britain understood that divided they fall. Britain came and said, we are setting up the Willing Commission. The remit of the Willing Commission is to look at how Igbo people are treating Ibibio people, Efik people, Ijo people in the East. That was why they set it up. Nothing in the West, nothing in the North, nothing. But in the North of Nigeria, where the Fulanis are a minority, in the North, you have over 200 tribes and ethnic groups in the North. I said 200, over 200. Even in Sokoto State, it's not just Fulani and Hausa that are in Sokoto. There are other ethnic groups in Sokoto. Britain did not set up any commission to look at the plight of the Bachama people, the Buras and all the rest of them. No. Despite the fact that they had Fulani emirs imposed on them, no, Britain did not see that. No, of course not. There was no minority commission in the North. Britain came to the South to set up a minority commission. Tried to remind us, oh, you are from Ibibio, you are from Anang, you are from Efik, you are from Ejo, you are different from Igbo. That's all. That was what because they realized that if these people can forget their differences, of course, that is none, because we are all Igbo people. I keep saying it. That is why you know that God is miraculous. Wonderful God. You know, I don't know. It's like a code. This Biafra we are pursuing is like a code. One day you discover one thing, the next day you discover another, until we discover all the codes. We cannot be free. What am I talking about? Do you know that, funny enough, all these things that they created and they called it South, in all of them, there are indigenous Igbo people in all of them, including Bayelsa. There are Igbo people everywhere. There are Igbo people. I don't mean those trading in Calabar, or in Oron, or in Neket, or in Ekotep. No, I said indigenous. They are part and parcel of Benue State, part and parcel of Kogi State, part and parcel of Edo State, part and parcel of every state, the so-called South, there are Igbo people everywhere. If you look at the map that they claim today are Igbo people of the 5 states, you see it's very, very tiny and very small. That is to intimidate you into submission. Any day you rise up to ask for Igbo people in Benue State, they complain. Igbo people in Kogi, they complain. Today they held a Hanese Igbo meeting. Should I say election to elect a new Hanese president, which is why the election is illegal. It is illegal, and I'll tell you why it's illegal. Igbo people in Benue did not vote. Igbo people in Kogi did not vote. Igbo people in Cross River did not vote. Igbo people in Akwa Ibom did not vote. Igbo people in Bayelsa did not vote. Are you listening to me? Igbo people in Edo, Yobanke did not vote. Hanese, but they are all Igbo people. Now tell me where Obi Ozo will derive his legitimacy from. I am touching upon all these things so that you can understand that the way you reason, your process, your thought process, and the way you reason is what makes you a human being. How can you have Ohanes and Igbo holding elections in Owerri, whereas Igbo people in Benue are not there? So what you're saying, those of you gathered in Owerri, is that those in Benue are not Igbo. We can dash them to Fulani Janjaweed. And do you know that those in Benue, they are called Northern Nigerians? Igbo people in Benue are Northerners. Are you aware of that? Igbo people in Kogi are called Northerners. Are you aware of that? I want you to reason, please. Reason only can get us out of this mess that we are in. Britain set up the Willing Commission to divide us in the East, and they did. Our failure to realize that we are one people is why we are suffering today. Of course, I admit, and let me also apologize tonight live on air to people of EFIC. Nnamdi Azikiwe removed Dr. Eyoeta as the head of government business in Enugu when they kicked him out of Ibadan, Yoruba land. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe single-handedly sowed the seeds for division in the East by removing Eyoeta. And this evening, I apologize on behalf of IPOB, on behalf of every, conscionable Easterner, that what Zeke did was absolutely horrendous. It is awful, it is bad. Eyoeta was doing very, very well. Dr. Eko married Margaret Ebo from Anambra State. Some of you don't know that. Margaret Ebo International Airport in Calabar is actually an Anambra woman. Some of you don't know that. She's an Igbo woman, of course. Some of you don't know, but we're letting you know tonight that we are one people. We intermarried. In CBD came from that axis, Arochukwu, Abreba, Ejaram. We are one people. But Britain came and said that we are not the same people. And you see where we are. I'm from Cross River. I'm from Ipob. But in the north, they say they are from the north. That's what they tell you. We are from the north. They even usurped Middle Belt that has nothing to do with Fulani heritage. They took everything over. Say we are north. When they tried to form a group to represent the interest of the Middle Belt, they started complaining. No, we are one north. But in your own village, they're dividing you. No, I'm from Anambra. I'm from Imo. I'm from Enugu. The more you play this very ridiculous game, the more they advance their cause. Very, very important. None of those at Enugu then realized the damage Eyoeta's removal by Dr. Azikiwe would have caused in furtherance of the British agenda to divide and destroy us from within. I have apologized to the EFIC nation, and I shall do so again. We are sorry for the mistakes and division caused by the politics of Dr. Azikiwe, the division that they brought to our land. We apologize. We are one people. And I have treated this very topic before, but it's very simple. If you say that we are not all one people, go and Google EFIC now. Go to your Google and search for EFIC. They will tell you the relatives, Ibibio and Igbo. They are all related. You search for Ibibio, they will tell you Ibibio is Igbo. You search for Anang, they will tell you that Anang is related to Ibibio, and Ibibio is related to Igbo. You go to Ijo, you do something in Ijo, they will tell you that Ijo is related to Igbo. You go to Lower Benue, Idomaland, you ask them, they will tell you they are related to Igbo. They have 4 market days. You go to Ubiaja, which is Eshan, it is the same thing. 4 market days. We are all one people. But because they planted people to divide us, agents of destruction, you call them governors, you call them House of Reps members, you call them senators, because they planted them in our midst, they empower them, they use Yoruba media to show them up. That is why we're in the mess we're in today. In actual fact, we are all one people. I said, don't take my word for it. Simply go to Google and Google a job. You will see their relatives. You see Igbo there. Who is your relative? Is it not somebody who you are close to by blood? Is it not? We launched ESN. One of the strongest sectors we have is Bayelsa. The people based from Bayelsa say, oh, we want our own regional security. But when the West did theirs, it was only one. When the North did theirs, is only one. It's only in our land. After launching Eastern Security Network, one idiot from somewhere in Bayelsa or from River State said, oh, we want our own for a generation. Is this either inferiority complex, or these people are acting a script written by their Fulani Janjaweed masters? I want you to understand this very clearly. Now, there is another thing that these guys have cleverly done, which some of you don't understand, but I will tell you tonight. And I, of course, we and our Duduwa people, we have a very great understanding. They know I have a lot of respect for them and regard for their history and what they have managed to accomplish. But there is one aspect of Yoruba people that you cannot reform. They are journalists, they are media. They are horrible. You know me, I speak the truth. Ordinary Yoruba person is great, is good these days, Oduduwa. But their media, their media is horrible. Absolutely horrible, horrendous. And it is because they are afraid of Fulani. Yoruba journalists is afraid of Fulani. Or should I say they are trying to protect their interest because they know that 2023 in every likelihood they may rig Tinubu into office. But I want to remind them of this, please. Very, very important. Because anytime Yoruba newspaper writes about IPOB or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my humble self, they will say proscribed, proscribed, proscribed. In other words, some people feel that they have something to gain from Nigeria over and above their well-being, their safety, their honor, and their dignity. I have never seen any Yoruba newspaper campaign for the designation of Mietiala as a terrorist group. None whatsoever. Because if we are still talking about one Nigeria, maybe one day it will be our turn to go back to Asorok again. One of the hottest regions that experienced the NSAS protest is Yoruba land, and for very good reason, for that matter. But Obasanjo was in Asorok for 8 years. Did your lives improve? Jonathan was in office for 6 years. Go to Bayelsa and see how horrible life is there. Yaradua was in office. Today, go to Katsina. The late Buhari, and in whose name this present fraud is in Asorok now. Go to Katsina. Are they not kidnapping people? But I keep saying this, that people don't understand it. It's very simple logic. People prefer US visa, Canadian visa, New Zealand visa, Australian visa, Schengen visa, British visa to living in the zoo. And I asked them, the President of America, is he from your village? I mean, not all of you campaigning for tribal presidency. He's the ton of an Igbo man. He's the ton of a Yoruba man. It must come to the south. Let me ask you, all of you have houses in Dubai. You travel to America, or some of you have houses in London. In England, is the Queen of England from your village? So what it means in actual fact is that it doesn't matter where somebody comes from. It doesn't matter where a president comes from. What matters is the policies that individual is pursuing. Do you think we are that primitive and that crude enough to support any venture as daft as Igbo presidency? Look at Jonathan. I'm asking you a simple question. Look at Jonathan. Is Bayelsa any better, the so-called South-South? Look at Yoruba land. My very good father, Paya, the Banjodos who are campaigning, these are serious, learned men, campaigning for Nigeria to change. But they had their own son. Obasanjo was there for 8 years. They created billionaires like Otedola and Adenuga that owns Glo. Obasanjo empowered a few people to become billionaires, that's all. An ordinary Yoruba man or woman is suffering the same way an ordinary Biafran man and woman is suffering, the same way an ordinary middle belt man and woman is suffering, the same way even Hausa man is suffering and woman, even Fulani is suffering. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? You allowed them to divide you. I remember NSAS very well. Shoinka was talking about it a few days ago. You know, when you come out for a revolution, you must go to the end. No revolution is pretty. Before next time, of course, there's going to be protests next, and we are going to lead it. When next you are planning to come out to protest, before you do so, go and study the history of revolution. Russian Revolution, French Revolution, the Commonwealth, which is Cromwell's revolution in England, and George Washington's revolution in America. You can even read Chairman Mao's revolution. They are not pretty. They are not pleasant, I'm telling you. If you think that revolution is that you come out on the street, you dance to musicians, because you have seen Flavor, you have seen other musicians, you think that it's going to be a carnival, jamboree. No, it is not. They are only starting it. When the revolution failed was when Yoruba media allowed themselves to be used, because they thought that should Nigeria collapse, Tinubu will not be president in 2023. That's all. So they kept writing. They kept writing. They introduced ethnicity. They brought in tribe. They brought in religion. They kept pumping your brain with rubbish, with nonsense and blessed day. Because you were not mentally tuned or tough enough to realize that in every revolution, things are very, very difficult. Because you failed to understand this. That was why you messed up. Everybody went home, you started looking for bags of rice, bags of beans. I'm sure that some of you have finished those palliative, those that got one carton of Indomie. The palliative is gone. And you're still in pain and in suffering. Had we remained on the streets, forgotten about palliatives, remained on the streets, by now the zoo would have collapsed. But you know, Yoruba media, they would like you to blame somebody. You want to blame. There has to be somebody to blame. Oh, is it Nnamdi Kanu? Oh, he made a broadcast. Stupid idiots. As if during revolution there's no broadcast. Go and read Chairman Mao in China, the Cultural Revolution. Go and read about the Bolsheviks in Russia. Go and read about Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell caught the King of England, King Charles I, and cut off his head. You know what he said to Charles before he killed him? I want to prove to you that your blood is not blue but red like ours. I want to prove to you that you're a human being like all of us here. Oliver Cromwell cut off the head of a crowned king of Europe, King Charles I of England. Can you imagine people going to what's it called, to Asarok to cut off the head of this little boy from Yusuf Mohammed from Niger Republic? Media will, how what they write, oh my God. So a revolution is not pretty. If you're not prepared mentally for a revolution, then don't come out. People were saying that we are breaking into prisons and releasing people during the NSAS revolution. I said, why not? In France today, they celebrate the Bastille Day. Bastille was a prison. When the revolution started, the people went to the prison and they let every inmate out. That is called the revolution. You don't know. Oh, they went to a prison. They were listening to prisoners, hoodlums and hoodlums. Idiots. They failed to realize that it was a revolution. A revolution. You have finished your your two packets of Indomie from warehouse. Typical black people chasing food. Today, where is that food? You have eaten it, you have been to the toilet, it's over. And you're still suffering, you're in pain. And I reminded that was exactly what Che Guevara said when he came to Congo to fight. Che Guevara said, I cannot, when he went back to Latin America, they asked him, where did you come? He said, I cannot stay in Africa. An African man does not know how to put the need of his freedom before his stomach. He always wants to eat. Food, always. That was why he came back and went back to Latin America. The reason why I said this was because the Yoruba media is a problem in Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. They have messed everything up. Ipob is proscribed, NNAMDI Kanu proscribed. They keep writing junk every day from idiots who don't exist. But I want to tell them something. The same Yoruba paper carry the headline, Punch.
Our abductors spoke Fulfude, collected 4.5 million ransom, kidnapped Kaduna PFN chairman. PFN is Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. This man, his name is Apostle Emmanuel Bato. He is telling you that those that kidnapped him, they spoke Fulfude, which means they are Fulani people. Only Fulani. That was the language I said to Yusuf Muhammad. Now that Jubril has run away, I asked Yusuf, come out and speak Fulfude if you claim you're Buhari, because Buhari spoke fluent Fulfude. But of course, we are dealing with zoo animals. This man said it was Fulanis that kidnapped us. But the same newspaper will never recommend that all these Fulani bandits groups be proscribed. No, not at all. Do you know why? Because they don't threaten their interest of a Bola Ahmed Tinubu presidency in 2023. Now you understand. These are the type of newspapers and media houses you have in the zoo. They were the ones that came out at the height of the revolution and started writing rubbish. A very famous person talked about, I just want to talk about this NSAS protest for a minute because I've not spoken about it before now. Somebody said they were destroying properties, burning infrastructure, burning BLT or BRT bus, you know, the Lagos bus that was burnt down. Black people without conscience. My response to those individuals is this. They use those buses to transport thugs from Mushi to protest sites to Lekki Tollgate to go and kill and attack peaceful protesters. That was why that very depot was punched down. But when they write this, their junk, they never go to the beginning. It's just like DSS, who are every day keep writing rubbish. Of course, Punch and all these other stupid newspapers, they keep helping them writing rubbish every blessed day. About how I jumped bail, how Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive. They think if they keep writing it and Google keeps prioritizing it, or somehow when I travel to America to speak to lawmakers, somehow they say, oh, you're a fugitive, I won't talk to you. See, they think that white people are stupid, as stupid as they are. Do you understand what I'm saying? They think that white people are as stupid as they are. The same newspapers, they have the video of the raid of my house when the army came to kill me, as a result of which 28 of my men died. They are aware of it. My cousin died. As a result of it, my father and my mother died of the trauma from it. They know, they have the video. And they go to church, some of them. They go to the mosque, some of them, and they read and they study. They don't know who we are. They don't know that the anointing of the Almighty Elohim is upon us. They have no idea. And when they also I say to them, I am in a very wonderful company. Pharaoh went after Moses. Is that true or false? Herod went after baby Jesus. Joseph and Mary took Jesus to Egypt. They fled to Egypt. Pharaoh went after Moses. Is that true or false? Herod went after baby Jesus. Joseph and Mary took Jesus to Egypt. They fled to Egypt. I traveled to America to speak to the Pharaoh went after Moses propaganda organization. Is that true? Their best. But I want to let them understand, the newspapers in the zoo, Vanguard, Punch, and all these idiots writing junk all the time, that I am in a very good company. When you talk about those who escaped or who survived the state-sponsored assassination, when you mention Moses, you mention Jesus, you mention Prophet Muhammad, then you mention Nnamdi Kanu. Now you understand it, don't you? Those who are killing and abducting you in Kaduna are Fulani people, according to Apostle Emmanuel Bato. But out of fear and timidity, Yoruba newspapers will not write about or write against Fulani Janjaweedism, because they want a pot of porridge in 2023 with Tinubu presidency. Typical black people.
When their wives are pregnant, the editor of Punch newspaper, when the wife is pregnant, she will go to America to go and give birth. And I ask them, in that America you're going to, is Biden that is now coming in a Yoruba man? But in the zoo, Nigeria, you're writing about a Yoruba presidency. It must come to the south. Those morons in the east are writing about Igbo presidency. But your families are in America and all over Europe. Is Boris Johnson from your village? People want a country that is run properly based on policies, not the ethnicity of the idiot in Asrock. So very simple. Shagari was a good man. Shehu Shagari was a wonderful man. He's a Fulani, but he was a good man. I'm saying my own, how I see it. Do you know that the best development that ever happened in the East happened when, or should I say, after the miracle of Dr. Michael Obara? There was a period of decay and disaster until Shagari went in and Mbakwe went in. Mbakwe will go to Lagos to go and plead with Shagari. Do you know there was no time that Mbakwe actually went to Lagos and came back empty-handed? They called him the weeping governor. But anytime he meets Shagari and asks for something, Shagari will always give it to him. Do you see that? Some of you are very small. Iguacha Enugu Expressway was very, very beautiful, I assure you. Shagari built it. Fulani man. Because he had good policies. It didn't matter who was in Asorok or in Dodan Barracks or whatever, the State House or whatever. Rubbish they called it then. The policies were good. Even when Mbakwe asked us to pay survival levy to build Imo State Airport, everybody did. You can see that Mbakwe was working. It was actually a Yoruba man, the last military administrator of Imo State before Mbakwe took over. It was him that started the Zinachi clay factory. A Yoruba man, a military administrator of Imo State. Do you know what this man did? This man, they have the same ceramic factory in his village in Yoruba land. I've forgotten his village. But go and Google it. The last military administrator handed over to Mbakwe. The man said, oh, I have this factory in my village. It's very good. Oh, they use clay. They make bricks. They make roof tiles. They make everything. It's wonderful. But now I am the military governor of Imo State. I want to do something here. The man actually started the project in Ezinachi. A Yoruba man. Yoruba military governor of Imo State. And what am I trying to prove? That it doesn't matter where you come from. The policies you pursue is what matters. A Yoruba man started the very beautiful Ezinachi factory. Mbakwe completed it. And some idiots ruined it. Turned everything upside down. Look at it today. It's moribund. What am I saying? That people must stand up to say the truth. When you see the truth, you must speak it. You know, we are black people. Some of us are very demonic. We are possessed by a demon of greed, envy, hatred, and jealousy. It's in us. We are black people. Nobody can take it away from us. Some people must be envious. They must be jealous. They must have hatred in them. They must be horrible. That is who they are. You can't change them. But what we are preaching this very evening is that no Fulani group has been proscribed. The wretched chattering classes in the zoo, and I asked them which building is good in the zoo in Lagos that was destroyed. They said, Samuel went to show Yusuf Mohammed in Asarok the progress they're making. What buildings do you have? When you go to Dubai, you will bow in shame. What things do you have? I ask you. You have nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the revolution must come back. It will come back, of course. But not revolution to save. If, I have said it before, if people gather, if by the time Shoinka and even Tinubu was campaigning for Sovereign National Conference in pre-1999, the Third Republic, that they actually sat down and people voted for a new constitution. Who am I? I'm a Democrat. Who am I to say no to Nigeria? I can't say no to Nigeria because even our own people voted for it. But nobody voted for Nigeria. Lugard came with Flora Shaw after drinking champagne in the evening. She was drunk. And she said, darling, why don't we call people niggers? They are niggers. It's Nigeria. And they say, Nigeria. And that's your name. And you're not ashamed of yourselves. Very sad indeed. Blind is your G, black. When it comes to IPOB, even Igbo Biafran journalists will be at the forefront of condemnation, but when Fulani attack you, kill you, molest you, rape you, cut off your heads, nothing, you can't hear from them. All in an effort to tarnish the very beautiful, how should I say, impeccable image of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. IPOB, the largest in the whole world, by now. You saw men when they came out. Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, men. And as I wrote yesterday, and I will remind them today, if you're looking for us, please, if you're looking for Eastern Security Network, go into your nearest forest, and you get that answer that you're looking for. When people want to destroy us, they come into us and to look for traitors. As somebody wrote, some tribes can betray you 45%. But an Igbo betrayer is 100% betrayal. That is why you have them in Edo State, in Kogi State, in Benue State, everywhere, scattered everywhere. They come and they say to you, oh, you are only 5 southeastern states, Igbo states, 5 southeastern states, and the idiots stupidly agreed, leaving their brothers and sisters, and you think that God will be happy with you. And something happened in Israel. You know, when I go and make this comparison between Biafra and Israel, most people don't understand it. But something happened in Israel. Do you know why Israel fell? Do you know why the Babylonians and the Romans took over Israel completely and destroyed them? Because in their stupidity, they were divided between the northern kingdom and southern kingdom. Together as one Israel, militarily they were very, very strong. After the death of Solomon, I think somebody said, I forgot his name, to your tent, O Israel, after fighting a war and winning it. To your tents, O Israel. Israel was divided into 2. The northern kingdom, Samaria, and the southern kingdom, Judea. And the enemies came and picked them off. It took them 2,000 years to recover from that stupidity. 2,000 years to recover from it. They come to our land, they go to Anioma, they say Anioma is not Igbo. Even the name Anioma is Igbo, they say they're not Igbo. The idiots will agree. Some of them, not all of them. They go to Ikwere land, people who are from Ikwere, very clean and clear, answering Igbo names, we care, Mechi, everything. Hell, we are Niger Delta, we're not Igbo. Tell us what Niger Delta means, the idiot cannot tell you. Instead, he will hand over his brothers and sisters to Fulani Janjaweed to slaughter. The same thing that happened to Israel. It's all over the place. And the enemies came and took them over. What I'm saying to you is this. If not for IPOB, believe you me, by now, some of you will be answering Musa and Amina. I'm telling you, before God and man. We are the ones that stopped them in Ebonyi. All the years I've been telling you, we've been stopping them. You didn't believe me, did you? It's only now that we are now proving to the world what we can do. They cannot take Ebonyi State. Omani is a madman. They can't take Ebonyi State. We will all die there. They can't take Ebonyi State. And they know it anyway. They know. If you stand in our way, you will go down. Today they gave you another Janjaweed slave as your Hanese president. He doesn't know where he's coming from. He doesn't know where he's going. His job is to make sure that Fulani settlements continues in our land. He's a learned man. He claims he's a professor. He was the ambassador to USA, ambassador to Israel. And I asked him in Israel, who are the founding fathers in Israel? Who created Israel? Modern day Israel. Of course, it's God Almighty in heaven. Who created USA? God Almighty in heaven. He served in places where God created all those nations. He's coming back to support a project that was created by a man, a mortal flesh, and named by a woman. And he's a professor. And he plans to support his good friend, Ibrahim Gambari. You know, they're very close. I don't know how Fulani Janjaweed managed to do this to us. They always speak idiots. They get Yoruba papers and some Igbo stupid journalists to write about them glowingly, and that's it. Apex Igbo organization is basically an extension of Fulani Yetiala Janjaweed organization. They kill your children. You cannot come together to form a security outfit. You want it to be state by state. But everywhere else, people band together as a region to float security outfit. Now that we have done that thing you weren't able to do, to support it is a problem. Because the masters in the north will be upset. They'll be very, very angry. Now you see how stupid some of them are. But some of you may still go ahead and support them. That is your business. The Ohanese election is illegitimate and cannot be recognized anywhere in the world. Instead, I'm canvassing very seriously for World Igbo Congress to take over the affairs of doing what is social, cultural, whatever, of Igbo people. That is my preference, and that's what I will push for. That World Igbo Congress should rise to the plate and do the needful. They must do the needful, because Ohanese will kill all of us. I'm telling the truth. These people are evil. They have the money, they give them money, they pay the Vanguard correspondent in Enugu. They pay Guardian correspondent in Owerri to write Apex. Meanwhile, we are all dying. The Fulanis have installed Obiozo, their stooge, and also the Vanguard correspondent in Enugu and Sundry, that we do not recognize Ohanese and their throne and Dioshu. World Igbo Congress should replace them immediately. They are nothing. The same way they used Zeke against Ojukwu. After composing the Biafra national anthem, Dr. Azikiwe jumped ship and joined Nigeria, because they promised him that one day he will be the head of state. Some of you don't know that Azikiwe was supporting Biafra until he jumped ship. The same promise they made to Awolowo. They also told Chief Awo that, don't worry, one day he'll be president of Nigeria. Did that happen? No, it never happened. The only two Yoruba men that have ever sat at the helm of affairs in the zoo called Nigeria are those picked by Fulani people. Obasanjo was picked by the Fulani. So too was Shonekon after they annulled the win of Abiola, as if we do not know. They didn't stop there. They also used an anti-Biafran demon in the person of Obabiasika to try and finish off the job. Obabiasika, like Chimamanda Adichie, was an intellectual. He was a University of Ibadan, very, very learned. Obabiasika was very bright, very intelligent. And in order to prove to the British that he was detribalized, you know that stupid word, black buffoon, they start to talk nonsense. I don't see Biafra coming. They're not together. They're talking rubbish. Before the state of Israel was founded in 1948, the Jews all around the world were not together. They were not together. Go and read the book called Exodus. They were not together. The very prominent Jews in New York that had the money said no. In fact, they wanted to come and fight David Ben-Gurion. And at the port of Haifa, their ship was sunk. They brought arms to come and fight their own brothers, not to fight the Arabs that were attacking Israel from all corners and quarters. The same thing with us. Anybody who is a bit learned, if you write one or two things, you think you've arrived. And you can offer an opinion on Biafra, which you don't know. Very disappointingly, Chimamanda Adichie, that I had regard and respect for, was talking pure. People say they should understand it the other way. That is pure rubbish. To tell me you believe in Nigeria and you are learned, you believe in Nigeria, you went to school and you studied, and you believe in something that was created as a limited liability company, more or less, the zoo, Nigeria company. A white man will decide a name of a nation for you, decide what to... Wasted education. That tells you all you need to know. Now I understand the reason why they never gave the Nobel Prize to Chinua Achebe. Now I know. Before I thought I knew, but I didn't. They did not give the Nobel Prize to Chinua Achebe because he failed to denounce Biafra. Britain knew that Chinua Achebe was a hardcore Biafran. They denied him the Nobel Prize and gave it to Wole Soyinka instead. He wrote more books than Wole Soyinka. He's known all over the world than Wole Soyinka because he's a Biafran. That global conspiracy against us. His works has been translated to, is it 270? I don't know how many languages all over the world. Things fall apart. In fact, I suggest that Chimamanda goes back to read. Go back and read. Things fall apart. Achebe was more famous than you are. Chinua Achebe was more famous than Chimamanda. He was a Biafran. He died a very proud Biafran. You that came up, maybe because BBC gave you an award, maybe one glass ornament. You think you've arrived. You are now dining and drinking tea with white people. You now have opinion about Biafra. What do you know about Biafra? How can a people be united when they were defeated in a war of attrition? What I call the Third World War. What do you know about Biafra? The trauma and the psychological damage we suffered during the war because of treachery from those we never expected would betray us. I'm talking about if they cannot unite. That England, you go to, that place they call you to read stories for little children. Is the president of that place from Igbo land? They're talking about Igbo presidency. Is Boy Johnson an Igbo man? But they give you an award, and they give you all the limelight you need all over the world. And you're talking rubbish about Biafra. Rubbish that you don't know about. Let me remind you, the Jewish intelligentsia in US did not support Zionism. They never supported the methods and tactics of Ergon and Haganah. Go and read their history. They blew Britain out of that very place with dynamite. That was how Britain left Palestine. Britain was in charge of Palestine. It is their job to suppress the light of God. That is their job, doing the job of Lucifer, always. They were given what was called the Palestine Mandate. Britain, very, very sad. Do you know that the brigadier, who was the garrison commander, in fact, the overall commander of the British forces in Palestine, was a Jewish man. He was a Jew, a British Jew. He was commanding a foreign army in the land of God, in the land of his ancestors. And he was working for Britain, trying to suppress Haganah and Ergon. They were bombed out of Palestine. Should I say the land of Israel? That's not called Palestine anyway. Bombed out of the land of Israel. And rightfully so. You see omelette, egg, fried egg. You know that egg is very precious and very beautiful. Before you can make an omelette, you must break an egg. Do you understand what that means? If you don't know what it means, please go back. Go back, please. And study it very carefully. We are prepared to break as many eggs as possible to fry this very beautiful omelette that is Biafra. We don't listen to what people say. You can talk from now till the kingdom come. Write your garbage in Punch newspaper, in Nation, in Vanguard. From now till the kingdom come, means nothing to us. We will continue what we are doing. You can buy over one or two saboteurs. That is entirely your business. We number in millions all over the world. In millions all over the world. As you know, the same way they used Okadibo to rubbish Zeke. I remember Okadibo in MPN calling Zeke a mosquito, or the rant of a mosquito, whatever. The same people killed Chuba Okadibo. A very brilliant mind, once again. More recently, they now use the same criminals, now clamoring for Igbo presidency. You see them not, Igbo presidency. You think they have something upstairs? They have nothing upstairs. All of them. Omahi wants to go. Omahi, yes, you want to go presidency. Oh, Ochuso Carlo, you want to go presidency. Oh, maybe even Wobodo, you want to go presidency. Yes. Now let me ask you a question. When Ekwueme came out to contest in 1999 Igbo presidency, what did you do in Jos, Ochuso Carlo? You betrayed Ekwueme. You voted for Obasanjo. Jos PDP convention in 1999. So that time Igbo presidency wasn't good, or wasn't good enough. It's now that you want it, yes. And now let us go to Dave Umahi. Your own brother Peter Obi who contested with Atiku under your own political party. You were in PDP, but you delivered the Ebonyi State to APC against your own brother. Now you want to contest because you felt that should Peter Obi go and succeed and become VP to Atiku, after 8 years or thereabout, or after 4 years, Peter Obi will naturally succeed and become the president of the zoo, thereby spoiling your own chances. What did you do? What did you do, I ask? You campaigned against your own brother, against your own fellow Igbo brother. Now you're talking about Igbo presidency. I just want to prove to the world that these people they're just criminals, a gang of thieves, all of them. Okay, so Carl, after campaigning against Ekwueme, all of them, do you know that the entire PDP caucus from the East never voted for Ekwueme? So they were asking themselves, how come your own brothers don't want to vote for you? Or Joseph Carlo was there. Some people are championing, yeah, he should be the president. But Ekwueme served Shagari very well. Never stole a dime. In fact, bankrolled MPN. He was a multimillionaire and is very successful architect in the USA before he came back. Very wealthy man. Ekwueme. Ojus Okalo, did you vote for Ekwueme in 1999? Now that you're campaigning for Igbo presidency, was Ekwueme running for Igbo presidency? Therefore, Igbo presidency is our turn. When your brother Peter Obi was campaigning, did you campaign for him? Did you vote for him? Despite the fact that he is your brother in the same political party. That is why all this your nonsensical Igbo presidency is dead on arrival. When we were doing Biafra, did you support anybody? Instead, you call the army to come and kill us. And now you want us, you want to go to Abuja. You send their force now, they bring they bomb everybody to death. They are Igbo presidency, useless set of idiots, traitors and betrayers. Jim Nobodo, in 1999 in Jos, you were speaking Hausa against your own brother, Ekwueme. You are speaking Hausa. In Jos in 1999, you campaigned against your brother. Now you are talking about Igbo presidency. Oh, dear me. Igbo presidency, there, useless people. There is something I want to tell all of you. We hope, pray, and know that Biafra will come, or the zoo will be destroyed before 2023. Of course, everybody knows that. It's given. COVID-19 saved them last year. We won't save them again. This year, the vaccine is out. Instead of an Igbo man to be the president, or Yoruba for that matter, let Fulani continue. It is called Milina Mohuana Manna Yupu. Since you people prefer to be slaves, because if we allow any of you idiots to enter into Asarok, after about 4 or 5 years or 6, Fulani will take it back for eternity. You would have benefited from your own wickedness and evil. So you know what is going to happen. If Fulani are smart enough, they should continue. Everyone saw what happened all over the world. Rigging of election these days is just is given. It is no longer a big deal. As long as you're proclaimed the winner, that's it. If Fulani are very smart, they will continue in office. They will continue in the zoo, in their zoo. Of course, we are living. We're not going to stay there. That is why you don't want to support Biafra. Because of presidency. So you and your friends can now be eating money. You buy your own houses in Dubai. You want to be like Atiku. You want to be like your wife want to be like what's her name, Aisha, flying private jet to Dubai for shopping. Meanwhile, we are dying. We want people to understand this. DSS especially, no matter how many groups, fake groups you create, because every day you create a fake group. Igbo, Ohaneze, Igbo in the diaspora, including men and women and children. This group now says we don't want to listen to Nnamdi Kanu. As if writing this junk will make any iota of difference. Do you think it makes us more popular? Of course, yes. Do you think it will make any difference? We'll change our mind? These people, they're not that stupid. Though. You know, I told you during NSAS campaign, some of you never realized this. We outnumber the Nigerian army by 100,000 people to 1. They are nothing. We outnumber them. We outnumber the Nigerian army. Do you see when people came out on the streets for NSAS protest? They were nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. We outnumber them. You people must prepare for a revolution. A very bloody one. Very, very bloody, I tell you. As I said, if you don't know what is involved in a revolution, please don't come out. What we are not going to allow are foreign terrorists from Mali and Senegambia to take our land over. It cannot happen. Instead of this yam not to cook, let every firewood finish. I'm trying to translate. Kama jigeshe nkugu. And things are going to happen. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm telling you now, people. Who did you tell? Did you tell us? I am telling you now that things are going to happen. If you're looking for Eastern Security Network, please go into the nearest forest. And as I pointed out, as you're going, make sure that you have written your will, because you will die there. Go and check the history anywhere in the world. Once you raise a gun, you don't bring it down until you're successful or until you're dead. One of the two must happen. So anybody thinking that we are going somewhere, you are grossly mistaken. It doesn't matter who you're working for. It doesn't matter the intelligence agency you're working for. It doesn't matter how you try to couch your stupidity, ignorance, and treachery. It doesn't matter the language you're trying to use. We are pursuing freedom. And the zoo doesn't understand peaceful agitation. I'm not asking for trouble, but they don't understand it. We took our people, destroyed synagogues in Iguacha. So you want us to fold our arms again, they will come again and they will arrest people and they will kill people again? Of course not. Anybody who does that is a complete idiot. Complete idiot. Those that they appointed in the Umahi is trying to appoint, they want to set up a parallel security outfit. I say, go ahead. Nobody will even turn up. Go ahead now. You can get your political party agents, as you did, get them into upper auditorium or whatever auditorium you have in Abakaliki, and give them some money, and that's it. We are the largest mass movement in the world. Now that our people in America are waking up, we can sustain the defense of our land for 1 million years. That's one thing the idiots don't understand. Our people are in the USA. Many of them, very, very many of them, they can sustain this very campaign forever and ever. We're not going back, huh? You don't know that? No, we're not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. This is a live presentation. The time now, I believe, is approximately, should I say 26 minutes to 9, is that correct? Yes, I believe so. To 9 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. I don't want us to underestimate how difficult this very battle is. We are fighting Britain, we are fighting new colonialists, we are fighting every major interest. Do you know how many oil companies you have? You know, some people say, oh, why don't you go to, what have you done in America? There is ExxonMobil, there is Halliburton, very wealthy companies, very rich. They are campaigning that Biafra should not come in America. The Americans. I went to Israel. Some Israeli businessmen that have dealings with the zoo, making so much money from the zoo. After attending a meeting at the Knesset, they will go to Knesset and they will talk to Israeli lawmakers. There are some lawmakers that I have spoken to. They will go to Israel and be speaking to Israeli lawmakers, asking them not to support IPOB, not to support me. Israeli businessmen, because they are making money from the zoo. Do you know that in Italy, Ajib was writing to a judge in Italy, telling the judge not to grant IPOB family members asylum in Italy. Ajib petrol that you have in Biafra land. Because they think that once Biafra comes, that we at least we'll put meter and ask them to pay for what they're taking from our land. They don't want it. Britain doesn't want it. Do you know how many enemies we are fighting? Do you have an idea? How many enemies we are confronting every blessed day? I want you to go to Google now and type in IPOB. You will see some stupid news. Even go to Biafra now. It's news about Jolo Biafra that is on Biafran page. Do you know that they paid Vanguard, Nation newspaper, Punch, and Sun? Do you know that they gave them very huge amount of money in December to attack us and to attack Eastern Security Network? Go to Google now and type in NNAMDI Kanu on your Google search. All the news about me is about this group is saying no to ESN. Repatriating NNAMDI Kanu. All bad news. They give money to, they paid Google as well. They give money to Vanguard and to Punch and all these idiots. They write their junk. Then they boost it. They go to Google and ask them to boost it. So when you search Nnamdi, if I go to your office to speak to you, of course, if your secretary books an appointment to see me, the first thing they'll do is to go on Google to say, let's find out who this person is. They will see all that news. You don't know that's what they're doing? You people, I don't actually think that our people understand the enormity of this very task. They think it's easy. Look, that was why some people gave and started building hotels. With the money they gave them to fight for Biafra, they started building hotels. Because they know how difficult it is. They know it. Because how about our own people? Even those who are working for BBC. People don't know the mess we are in. But by the special grace of the Most High Elohim, we have defeated all our enemies. They know how determined we are. They know how resolute we are. They know we're not going to back down. They understand that very well. So maybe they're trying to earn their pay. These are journalists that went to school, that read about ethics. Most of them are Biafrans. They're Ipob. But they still write against us. Not that they don't like what we are doing, but because having this UG black people, demonic. If they see road, they want to take the bush. But we're not giving up. A lot of people are banking on us. Not just Biafrans, but right across the zoo and beyond. People listen to us all over the world. They tell me, they write to me, they tell me, they listen to you. We listen to you all the time. We listen to Radio Biafra. What you people are doing is marvelous. Keep doing it. So you think people are not listening? Of course the whole world, they are listening. Right now, in Abuja, there's no movement. Everybody's listening to this very gospel of redemption. That is to warn them that we're not going back. There are killings everywhere. Insurgency. People don't know of insurgency. It never dies, you know. And I will tell you how we are going to kill off the zoo. I just hope and pray that they come looking for ESN. I'm praying they do. Then they'll open up another front in the east. Then I will just be waiting for our White brothers to try and join the fray. And the zoo is gone. To tell you how stretched they are, they only sent 1,000 soldiers to Enugu. Only 1,000. From the north. In every barracks you have in our land, they're not up to 1,000 soldiers in them. They're not up to 1,000. You see them on patrol with their hillocks with AK-47 killing civilians. Even the one at Fege, they are not up to 1,000. All these are the same thing, they are not up to 1,000 men. It's just intimidation and fear. And using is the turn of our village to confuse and deceive all of you. But we have run them into the ground. They cannot succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Anybody found in the bush, in our land, and you are not ESN, we will treat you as a terrorist and you will die there. Once we see you inside our forest, you are dead meat, you are gone. It doesn't matter if you're vigilante, it doesn't matter if you're forest guard, it doesn't matter if you're zoo police, it doesn't matter if you're zoo army. Once you go into the forest and you're armed, you will die. Don't say I didn't warn you. The zoo police can be moving about in their cities, that's their business. We don't have a problem with that. They can do their joint patrol in the city. We are looking for terrorists in the bush. If we find you there, we'll treat you as one. We treat you as one. Simple as that. Their soldiers are being killed all over the place. Who doesn't know that? But they're moving the few they have down to the east. That is how the zoo is going to implode. We stretch the army. They are committed in the north. They'll be committed in the east. And then it's over for them. And let me warn every family. If you're from the middle belt, if you're from Oduduwa, and they send you down to the east to come looking for ESN, you might as well tell your family you will be coming back, because you will die. I can assure you, you will die. God is my witness, you will die there. Ask those that came before you. Ask them those they sent before, where are they? Ask them where those people are before you start coming to start patrolling inside the bushes. And if you are a PG, a traditional ruler, aspiring Abuja Sabotua politician, and you think you can act as an informant, you are wasting your time. You too will go down. If you don't know, let me tell you. NSAS must be revived this very year. The sins of the murderers who are politicians must be visited upon them. They are locking up people without trial. Our people are in a Ahoda prison, locked up by Wike without trial. Imo State the same thing, without trial. They kill with impunity. And when we go after these people, they say, oh, what you're doing is not good. It's anti-democratic. But to pick up somebody's child or husband and lock them up for 2 years is not a crime. In a Ahoda prison, people that did nothing, take them to court, they won't take them to court for trial. Judges are more interested in collecting money from us. Biafran judges, they won't take money from us. Do you know how much we spend on legal fees and bail perfection and filing for application every week? You have no idea. You have no idea. But Chukwuemeka is faithful always. The inconsistencies of those that call themselves intelligentsia is sickening. You cannot have one foot in the zoo and another foot in freedom. Both are incompatible. Nigeria is the exact opposite of freedom. Anybody who supports Nigeria is a criminal. Is a hardened criminal. They will try to confuse you with their newspapers, with their television stations. If you fall for it, then you are a fool. I have given you reasons as to why Nigeria should not exist. And it will not exist. They have nothing. That is why insecurity, Nigeria needs foreign help, says Shoyinka. Even Kuremadu wants international intervention. Fulani herdsmen have taken over Ondo State, according to Pastor Giwa. Shoyinka is a learned man. He's asking for the preservation of one Nigeria. And I told you that they have an army that cannot fight. Their army can only kill civilians. I'm telling you the truth. That is why I'm very glad that ESN is armed. Because they are even Shoyinka, Nigeria, be patriotic. They are asking for foreign help. But when it comes to killing civilians, you don't ask for foreign help. I told you before, Nigeria never defeated Biafra. Britain, Russia, Egypt, and OAU did. Nigeria cannot defeat ordinary ragtag band of insurgents in the north who are badly educated. How can you comfort ESN that has a major number of them graduates? How can you do that? When what we use, we produce ourselves. How can you defeat such an army? An army of volunteers. How can you defeat them? I'm asking you. How? Where can you even find them to defeat? I feel sorry for the zoo, honestly. I feel sorry for the zoo. Again, on another note, a lot of people are asking us if they can be part of the South Africa app, and I say no to it until we determine who set it up and for what purpose. They can do what is called data harvesting. They can harvest your data and give it and sell it to the zoo. Please be very careful. There are other platforms that our people are developing, and they gave me one to broadcast this very evening. I wasn't able to do that, but as we go forward, maybe during my next broadcast, we're going to use it. During my next broadcast, we are going to use it. It was sent to me. They did very well. They did very, very well by sending it to me. And as we move forward, I do hope and pray that we'll be able to use it. What is the name called again? It is called MateTweet.com. MateTweet.com. I think it is one of us that developed it. People have been asking us to develop something. We have developed something. And MateTweet.com. Go and register. It's called MateTweet. Is MateTweet.com. MateTweet. MateTweet.com. Go and register there, because by the grace of the Most High Elohim, I will be broadcasting there next. My page, my official page, there is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Go and try and follow. Facebook. We have an alternative, and we are going to be using it. As I said, please, we are also going to develop an app as we go forward for messaging. This sub-Africa, we need to know who owns it. Zoo can pay anything to discredit or to destroy what we are doing. We don't want to join a platform that tomorrow they will sell, harvest information and sell it to the zoo. No. But in the meantime, Signal is very strong. And I'm hoping to leave WhatsApp myself in the next 4 days. So we are going to go over to Signal. Everybody should go to Signal, please. Go to Signal and leave WhatsApp alone. Go to Signal. Go to Signal for the time being until we develop our own app. As I said, there is a chat forum you can join. It is called MateTweet, MateTWIT.com. Go there and register. Very, very important, please. Very, very important. They've been developing this since last year, and it is now here. You know, we do everything. We know what Britain did to us with air, land, and sea blockade. So we're not going to be going begging anybody for arms. We will build our own in our land. God gave it to us naturally. Scientists are born in our land. From your mother's womb, you're a scientist. We have them. And we are putting them to very good use. And we must also pray for them. As we pray for ESN, you also pray for our scientists. Very, very important. And coming to IPOB, please. You know this, with the thing they're doing us. Facebook will suppress them, cut them down, do this, do this. Will live to Kenya. You are making us to be creative. It was what they did to us between 67 and 70 that led us to believe or to decide that we can no longer rely on any country to supply us the weapons with which we're going to defend ourselves. We made everything ourselves. We build it we get it from you, we replicate it. We build it ourselves. So, oh dear. Zoo, I feel sorry for the zoo, honestly. I feel sorry for the zoo. For us to succeed, we must do something within IPOB family worldwide. We must be disciplined and have a sense of discretion. That is the key. Nobody is allowed to form a cabal or group of friends to advance any selfish interest. Everything you do, you must do for Biafra. For Biafra and Biafra alone. And let me also warn every principal officer of state. When you are appointed into any position, that your position is temporary. You may be relieved of your position or assigned to a new post at any given time. Your service is dependent on your performance and you could be removed. You must have that in mind. I have instructed our head of DOS, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to draft an undertaking, a document, which will be signed by every principal officer of state to abide by these new rules, because we have gone into a very decisive and dangerous phase of the struggle. And to those of our brothers and sisters that left the zoo, army, and police to join this revolution, you are welcome. But you must understand that what we run is a highly disciplined volunteer army. Volunteers only, please. And we don't want the very ill discipline and character of a zoo soldier to contaminate what we have in us already. We are highly disciplined. If we eat, you don't know. If we don't eat, you will not know. People running around and sending out voice messages and voice notes, I don't want to hear of such again. Our volunteers don't do that. We are highly disciplined. If you're leaving the zoo army to come and join us, you must also develop the mind of a volunteer. I will also instruct Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we have appointed our officers to take charge of affairs in the USA. A memo will go out to that effect in the coming days. America and Canada will be divided into provinces. Each of the provinces, or should I say regions, will be independent. There will not be any national coordinator for the US because it's too big. Neither will we have one for Canada because it's too big. But there must be an oversight council as well to bring them together should the need arise for them to undertake any project as one United States of America. But in the next few days, a memo will be issued detailing those we have placed our family in their control in the United States of America. There will be about, I think, about 4 or 5 regions in the USA. All of them will be independent of one another, but there will be an oversight committee as well. If you want to support ESN, please don't give us food. We don't want zoo to poison food and give it to us, please. The only thing that can happen is financial assistance. And an account has been announced in the United States of America for this very purpose, and people should use it. There are no multiple accounts in the USA. They are doing very well in terms of financing this very movement. And for very many years, I used to castigate them and say all manner of horrible things against them. I didn't know that they were waiting for ESN to be launched. And as soon as ESN was launched, most of them came out. I must be honest with you. Most of our people in America, they have woken up. And they are supporting this very movement in a very massive way, and we welcome them. All of them, to this very noble family. You don't have to be an IPOB to support what we are doing. And when we say Eastern Security Network, it starts from Edo all the way to Cross River. There is no need for anybody anywhere to open up any other security network. We are everywhere. After this program, I will also post the video of our people in Akwa Ibom, of our volunteers in Akwa Ibom, made up of Ibibio, Anang, Oron people who have come out to defend their land under one banner, under this very IPOB, by the special grace of the Most High. So I must warn everybody, please, do not, and I repeat, do not give us any food. ESN, we know how to supply the food to avoid contamination. Very, very critical, please. And everybody must keep their lips tight. If you don't know what we are doing, go back and study the history of Ekumeku. And Britain will tell you more. Go and study the history. If you are part of what we are doing, go and get a fresh palm frond or more. Put it in your mouth so you will not speak. Because careless talk costs lives. Do not speak to anybody about ESN or what they are doing or what they intend to do. If you do so, if you open your mouth and speak, you will lose your tongue. As simple as that. We are not joking. We are no longer joking and cannot joke. We have lost too many people. Too many people to contemplate messing about with ESN. They are our first and last line of defense between darkness and we, the children of light. We must guard what we speak or what we say very, very jealously. Nobody should say anything about ESN. But as I said, there are no more terrorists in our forest. That I can assure you. They had the best Christmas ever. Some of them, even the actors and the actresses, they all came back home. Because they knew that ESN is there. Forget all their stupid propaganda. There was one stupid police, is it the IG of police, that said that ESN, see how foolish they are. ESN is propaganda. Oh dear me, propaganda of 10,000 men. And counting. I say to them, if you say we don't exist, go into the forest. On that note, we have come to the end of our broadcast this very evening. And I continue to pray for this very noble family. Ceaselessly, 7 times a day, I do not fail. The devil will come in every guise to discourage you. That's what they want to do. But if you ask Satan, what is the alternative to Biafra? Even Satan cannot answer, because Zoo is a failed state. They will recruit all the Asabo from everywhere and fund them. Ojukwu faced worse than what we are facing today. Yet he held out for 3 years. Talk less of when we are able to match them, toe to toe. We can fight for 1,000 years, I can assure you. And thank you all for listening, wherever you are. I pray for the blessing and mercy of the Most High upon each and every one of you. We are not just fighting for Biafra. We are fighting for everybody who is oppressed in Nigeria. Everybody, if you feel that you're oppressed, we are fighting for you. And eventually, we all are going to be set free, not through any might of ours, but by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim. On that note, we'll come to the end of our program today. Do not forget what Biafra means to us. Biafra is our religion. And here on Radio Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim is our God. From me, from here, with all the love in my heart, good evening. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are, this very evening, this very day, the first day of May, in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021, the time now is precisely 1 minute past 7 p.m. in the chosen land of Biafra, the blessed land of Biafra, the hallowed land of Biafra. And I believe it is now 2 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. Because as we are live here on air, the clock is moving forward, it is not waiting for anyone. This earth is spinning, it is not waiting for anyone. And we are speeding full steam ahead towards an independent, sovereign Biafran state. I welcome each and every one of you. And as I welcome you, please allow me to encourage you to tell your friends and your families, even the enemies of Biafra, to listen to this very program this evening, especially the Janjaweed Caliphate from the Sahel, those descendants of vultures from the foothills of the Futajalon. I do hope and pray that they also will listen unbiased and without any prejudice, that they too may become as enlightened as we are. And who knows, they may even become, should I say, privileged also to taste freedom. I understand that some people are saying that we are not live on our app. That is the message I'm seeing here. People are writing to us on Instagram saying that we are not live on our app. From what I can see here on our systems, the app should be working. I cannot see anything wrong here. All our console, everything here is green, I can tell you. Everything here is green, so I do not know. People telling me that we are not live on our app. I don't know what is going on, because from my end, everything is green and we're good to go. Remember, we are on Instagram. We are also on Twitter. I've told some of you to please try and join us on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, believe you me, you're not doing anything for the restoration of Biafra. You must be on Twitter. You must also be on Instagram as well. I know that for Instagram, you have to look good. It is where they do slaying, as they call it. You have to try and dress well. If you're a lady, you have to try and put on pancake before you appear on Instagram. That's what I've been told. But we are also on Instagram. They said it's working. Thank you very much. It is working. They said it is working. Our everything, all from our systems here, everything is go. So I do not see any need nor reason why people should panic in any way, shape, or form. We are live and we are direct. And Elohim in heaven is bearing witness for us. This very message this evening is going out to the entirety of humanity. Because across every time zone on this earth, men, women, and children are listening to us. Every intelligence agency in the world is listening to us. Every serious government around the world is listening to this very program. If you go to Abuja now, you will see that the bars, the restaurants, and even the nightclubs are empty because people are listening to us. Some of them hiding under the bed, some are in their wardrobe, some are pretending they have something to do in the car. Some are using earpiece to listen to us. They don't want their wife or their husband to understand that they too are partaking in this very gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of renewal, and a gospel of restoration being preached tonight. We are live and we are direct. And Elohim, of course, is presiding over our activities here on this very earth. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this planet Earth. I am, of course, privileged to be the director of Radio Biafra, the director of Biafra Television, but above all, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Those of you listening on my page on Facebook, you will be interrupted, you will be cut out. You will be interrupted, you will be cut out very, very shortly. Please go to Instagram and go to Twitter. Go to our app as well. I need confirmation, please. People are saying our app is not working. I don't understand. They said Radio Biafra is on, but IPOB Community Radio is quiet. I don't know if Mazi or Former is listening to investigate and tell us precisely what is happening. What is happening to our app, IPOB Community Radio. You must tell us. Those of you listening on my Facebook page, of course, it started cutting already. They will cut you, they will take you out and all the rest of it. Please, make sure that you go to Instagram. Our app may not be working. I don't know if it is working or not. I need confirmation. I need people to confirm if our app is working or not. I need that confirmation, please. If our app is working, I need to know so I can advise our people accordingly. We must pray because, as always, before we do anything here, we must hand over our proceedings to the Most High Elohim in heaven. And as always, do not forget to bring your pen and your paper with you, because here we tutor, we lecture, we teach, and of course we interact. That is the essence of what we are doing. It is working now, they said. Igwe is saying that it is working. It is working. Thank you very, very much for that. Facebook will kick you out if you're on my page. Please go and join me on Instagram. Open an Instagram account, open a Twitter account, and you can join us there, please. And you can listen uninterrupted. You can listen uninterrupted, please. You can listen uninterrupted. There are many places and means through which you can listen to us. Tuning is working. All the other apps, they're all working, please. Make sure you go there. Now they have suppressed us down to 1,000 people who are watching on my page. But this gospel must be preached, because Elohim determined that it should be so. Once again, please, regardless of where you're listening to us from this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, get your pen and your paper ready, because we are going to lecture this evening. But we must pray. In the very oldest language known to man, the Igbo language. Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịa na bụ onye anyị na-efe. Onye anyị na-erubere isi wee na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọ kwere eji ama ka anyị na-achaghị eze ndị nsọ, otuto ka anyị na-etowe, nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ, mbuli elu ka anyị na-ebuli aha nsọ mgbe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achị ihe niile ekere eke site n'ọlụ aka gị na nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ịma mma gị na ebere gị na-adị n'ime ndị niile bụ ndị ji wee hiwe isi na nke igwe, dịka ụmụ bụ ndị Biafra. Mmụọ na mmadụ bụ naanị ka ha na-efe. Ịkarịrị ihe asị na-ebu. O nweghị ihe ọbụla bụ ihe ikere ka eji ama atụtụ wee nyere nna nke igwe. Obi anyị na anyị ji wee na-asị ka ndị mmụọ ozi na ndị okenye eru abụọ na anọ nọ n'igwe wee na-agba otu ụzọ ebirikiri na nke dị nsọ wee na-atụ nkwa ọla edo n'ala. Ha niile si na-ede nsọ Chineke nna. Anyị na-asị nsọ 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 ka Jehova. Ọkwa na otuto ka anyị na-etobe nna nke igwe n'ihi na mgbe mmadụ naghị eri nri. Ọ bụla na otuto ka ị na-eri eze mgbe dị ngozi. anyị wee na-arịghị eze ndị eze onye kachasị ihe niile elu ka iwe na otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile ja mma niile n'ihi na ekwesịghị nna nke igwe ama ndị nwachi wee wụrụ ọchị kama na isi na ị ga-epụrụ anyị ihu na ọzọ aka nri n'aka ekpe nna nke igwe na ị ga-ebuli anyị elu n'ịtụ ụkwụrụ anyị ugo nna nke nsọ n'isi anyị bụ nke itere mmanụ ka anyị wee gbasa ozi ọma nke gị okwu nsọ nke gị nna nke ebere ka ụmụ gị wee chite azụ ebe ị nọ nna nke igwe wee fee gị ofufe n'ụzọ ziri ezi n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu asụghị ngọngọ atụghị egwu mmadụ ọbụla ọ bụ ya mere ihe niile nke anyị onwe anyị ka ji wee nyefee gị n'aka na-asị onye ọ bụ naanị ya kere ihe niile nke anya mmadụ na-ahụ mana onwe onye kere ya onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ usu niile nke ndị agha mmalite na ọgwụgwụ isi iyi nke ndụ onye na-adịghị anwụ anwụ onye mmiri otu ebighị ebi ọ bụ ụzọ ọjọọ anya ka m ga-esi wee jee agha ma ka o wee masị gị nna nke igwe ka o wee metụta gị n'obi n'ezie n'ezie na anya onwe gị bụ ụmụ gị chedepụta gị nso ka iwe nye anyị Biafra nna nke ekpere ka ịhụnanya gị wee nwụba n'ebe ndị gị nọ ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị na-agbanyeghị na anyị nọ n'ọchịchịrị nna nke igwe ka ihe gị wee chaa n'ime ụmụ gị ebe ọ bụla ha nọ n'ụwa niile bụ abụrụ IPOB nna nke igwe n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye anyị na-efe na-asọpụrụ mgbe niile ebighị nke ọma na anyị ga-ekele gị nke ọjọọ mee anyị aja aha nsọ gị mma n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye na-eweta ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye na-ewere onye ikiri ya nọ n'ọbara aka ya lekwa ndị iro Biafra niile nna nke igwe ka m na-arịọ gị n'abalị a n'ụwa niile na-ege anyị ntị na isi ga-ebulite etu ofu ofu aka nsị ya ga-aba ha ọnụ ị ga-ejide oche ọchịchịrị bụ janjanwude Fulani wee laa ya n'ihi nna nke igwe ka i wee gosi ha n'ezie n'ezie na ọ bụ Igbo Chineke nna nke ụmụ Biafra na Biafra ga-abịarịrị site na ebere gị na amara gị ọ bụ site n'ọlụ aka anyị nna nke igwe ọ bụ sọsọ site na amara gị onye nwe m ka ụwa niile wee si n'ezie n'ezie na ndị dị etu a bụ ụmụ Chineke ka m wee jee aha nsọ gị mma wee too gị wee gọzie gị site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise oziọma Chineke ka anyị na-agbasa. We are preaching the gospel of heaven, a gospel that must be preached to the living. That message is coming to you tonight. And I want to start very, very slowly and methodically in drawing the attention of the world, because I know the whole world listens to us. I want to draw the attention of mankind to what is happening in a supposedly the most populous black nation on earth. So, black country, not a nation, because the zoo is not a country, not qualified to be one. I want people to understand the reason why they took away your names and gave you states named after rivers around you or stream. I want you to understand the reason why. It is part and parcel of their game plan to strip you of your identity. And if you do not have any identity, you cannot anchor your consciousness, your understanding, your interpretation of your suffering. You cannot be able to situate it properly because you don't know who you are. When they say you are from Niger State, you are from Anambra State, you are from Enugu State, you are from Ogun State, because there's a river called Ogun River, is that not correct? When they do all these things, believe you me, they are doing it because they do not want you to possess any identity with which you can reference your suffering. Because if you have no identity, you cannot solve any problem that confronts you. You can never solve it. Why am I saying this? When you hear that people in Niger State are suffering, I believe there is an element of detachment you feel when you refer to people as coming from Niger State, because it means nothing. It means nigger. It has no meaning. But any day you say that Nupe people are suffering, if you say that Nupe people are suffering in Niger State, then you have given an ethnic coloration to the problem that those people are being forced to endure at the hands of the same people who are less than 10% of the population of the zoo. They are less than 10%. They are making our lives a misery. The life of everybody in the zoo is a misery. Why am I saying this? People must listen very carefully to me this evening, please. The Nupe people that some of you call Niger State, or who found themselves, unfortunately, in a place called Niger State. This may come to some of you as a shock, but to me it is not. I want the world to understand, because I know that the US ambassador is listening, the UK High Commissioner is listening, the EU ambassador is listening, all of the diplomatic corps in Abuja, they are listening, and some of them in Lagos, of course. They're all listening to us this evening. I want to bring to the attention of all of you and to the whole world the level of deceit and insincerity in the public utterances and pronouncements of this very caliphate regime in Asorok, run by Fulani people. They are deceitful, they are dishonest. I want to prove to the whole world tonight that Fulani is not fighting insecurity. Fulani is aiding and abating insecurity. I want to prove it to everybody tonight beyond every reasonable doubt. I want to let the world understand that those they are seeking to partner with, those asking them and pleading with them to send military aid to come and help them, I want the world to understand that this very regime, in the name of the late dead Buhari, they are the instigators and the perpetrators of insecurity in Nigeria and across the Sahel. I want to prove it tonight to the whole world with facts and evidence. So when Garba Shehu and the rest of them come out to trot out the same rubbish they always do all the time, by telling you that we are fighting insecurity, we are going to overcome. Chief of Army Staff said this. I want to tell that this is a carefully choreographed performance for public consumption to lure you into a false sense of security that their main foot soldiers can now come in to take over your land. I want to prove it to you. Over the years, we have been theorizing and hypothesizing over the years. A lot of hypotheses, a lot of conjecture, a lot of analysis, and all the rest of it. I want to bring practical interpretation this evening. I want people to understand what is happening on the ground. It's not English, it's not grammar. I want to let the world understand what Nigeria is like this evening. It is not a story that I've made up, because if you know that in the zoo called Nigeria, the truth is even more stranger than fiction. They have an army and they have a police, they have a force, they have navy that only specialize in killing innocent civilians. That is why people wonder, why is it that when unknown gunmen attack these people, some people are jubilating? Because the army and the police only specialize in killing unarmed people. And I have written a letter to the United States President. I will publish that letter tomorrow. And in that letter, what I'm saying tonight is what I basically encapsulated in a few paragraphs. I want the world, I want people that call themselves Nigerians, because if you're so stupid as to call yourself a Nigerian, that is entirely your business. I want to prove it to you that Fulani people are going to take over your lives. They will kill you and they will take your land from you. They will dominate your lives. They will dominate it, they will stifle you, they will make your life a misery, they will kill you and they will take your land from you. I want to prove it to you now. Not from me, it's from a Vanguard publication.
why are you withdrawing security men from their posts? This is happening in Nupe land. Nupe, N-U-P-E. Forget the rubbish Niger State. Or rubbish, is it Kogi or whatever crap is called. Niger State is made up of Gwari people and Nupe people and a few other subgroups as well. People must learn in Nigeria to begin to address individuals or populations or citizens by their original ethnic identity for you to understand what is going on. Some of you may have been reading about banditry, killings in the middle belt university, especially in Niger State. 1 hour drive to Asorok, where the ISIS in West Africa hosted their flag a few days ago. Where people, citizens now gather to contribute ransom money to pay to Fulani jihadists that they may not be killed or their village sacked. In that same place, that hotbed of terrorism, Fulani, Janjaweed, I want to let all of you understand tonight the reason why every major sensitive security post is manned by a Fulani. I want to let you on, because when we say people I don't think they even appreciate what we're saying sometimes. I want to bring to your knowledge this evening the evil that is Fulani Janjaweedism. People are asking them, ordinary citizens are asking them in Niger State, why are you withdrawing army and police from their posts? They were asking the military authorities. The same military are in Imo State doing show of force. I want American ambassador to understand what I'm saying. I want the EU to understand what I'm saying. I want the UK to understand. Do you know that where they are killing people, where people are paying ransom every blessed day, where lives are being wasted, there is no army. Nigerian army withdrew their personnel, their men from there deliberately. There's something they did in Benue, that Fulani foot soldiers may overrun the place. I want all of you to understand the danger all of you are in. You are in one, or forget about all the rubbish you read from Daily Trust, from Premium Times or Fulani newspapers. Their mouthpiece, their job, they are like okay mouse, as is eating you away, is blowing you breeze. So I think that's the way I can explain it for the white people who are listening to understand. No rat. It will be eating away at the sole of your feet. And sometimes it's blowing you breeze so that you will not feel it. It's blowing air so you don't feel it. That is what Nigerian newspapers, that is their job. Their job is to calm all of you down. No matter the outrage being visited upon you, the job of Nigerian newspapers is to dampen you, to make you understand that tomorrow will be better. When they fail, they bring out fake Pentecostal pastors. Why am I saying this? Banditry, why are you withdrawing security men from their posts? Displaced Gwari and Nupe residents ask military authorities, why have you neglected us? They are asking, the same army you see, Nigerian army, our boys, Nigerian army everywhere. They are asking the Nigerian army in Nupe and Gwari land that they call Niger State, why have you abandoned us to Fulani terrorists? Why? It isn't very simple. Because you're not Fulani. It's not very clear. You're not Fulani, that's the reason why. And it is the Fulani in Asorok that calls the shot, decides where to post who, when, and where. Do you know what they said? They say it is better to die in our homes than in the hand of bandits. This is the fate of your average Nigerian today. That is how they reason. You know that, as I said to you before, the Zoom media, they are there to inoculate you.
Once you're feeling the pain and you want to rise up, you see one idiot from somewhere will write a very flowery column for maybe one of these idiotic publishing houses. Tell you how we started this problem, we must end it, what is happening is not good, we must rise up, any revolution now is not good, let's get together. Rubbish, every blessed month they had the same crap. In the name of intellectualism, this UG black man doing intellectual. No running water, no good schools, no hospitals, no jobs, nothing, no roads, nothing. You are doing intellectual. In the forest, like the baboon in the bush. People that live the way we live in Africa, do they intellectualize? Have you seen a baboon before intellectualizing? A monkey in a tree swinging from one branch to the intellectualizing. They have no time for it. They want to just grab fruit. They procreate. They sleep with their wives and they give birth. Is that not what we do in Africa? In a place called Niger State, the Wari people, oh God. The frequent invasion of some local government areas of Niger State by bandits has become so worrisome to the people of the state. Many lives and properties have been lost. Many lives and properties lost. And more pathetic is the fact that their houses as well as their foodstuffs and seedlings meant for planting this year have been completely burnt down by Fulani bandits, terrorists. Even if because they're saying even if they go back to their villages today, many of them have nowhere to lay their heads. This is happening in your so-called Nigeria, where somebody will have the temerity to get up in the morning and tell you there's going to be election in 2023. A timetable, I like this timetable. These people who you are expecting to vote, they have nowhere to sleep at night. Most of them are farmers. These Fulani terrorists imported into Nigeria by El Rufai, Garba Shehu, the late dead Buhari when he was alive. They are in Nupe and Gwari land wreaking havoc. The worst part of it is that nobody is helping them. The army that America, EU is giving Fulani money to equip, they equip them, they send them to the east to be killing innocent people. Now, do you understand it? People in Niger State are begging and asking for help, saying, we have nowhere to sleep. Our crops, our seedlings have been destroyed. We can't even plant for next season. How are we going to eat? How are we going? In the midst of this, what concerns us a lot is what Mbaka said. The thief himself, Tinubu, Obasanjo, these evil men in the zoo called men, these evil, pathetic, satanic men, they have not said a word. It is only on Radio Biafra that we are tonight amplifying the plight of those in a place called Niger State. It's very close to home. They have come to Niger. Destruction upon destruction. Anybody would have thought that, given the state of hopelessness of these people and the lamentations, that the government would do something about it immediately. Instead, they are withdrawing their troops or their soldiers from their posts and send, as I told you before, there is a method to our madness. Our madness has swag, it has style. I'm telling you the truth. As I said to you before, we are going to draw this army away from the north. They will come to the east, where they're going to die anyway, and leave their towns and villages open to be ravaged by the monster that they themselves created. People in Niger State were against Biafra. They're against an Igbo man. People of Niger State, yes, of course. They fought in the war. Igbo man is a problem. They want to divide our country. Do you now see why supporting one Nigeria is a death sentence for you? And the funniest thing about the zoo is that when you start suffering, nobody will remember you anymore. You are gone. None of these people, including even Channels TV, nobody can send journalists into Niger State to go and interview them there. Find out what is going on the ground. Find out what is happening on the ground. They will not do it, will they? Is Nigeria for you? The hope of the people who are predominantly farmers have been shattered with their seedlings burnt down, as they do not have, seedling. I don't know how to say it. To start the planting of a new season. None. Do you know what is most surprising about Niger State and Benue and everywhere else, where the Fulanis are intent on taking people's land? The same way people are shouting about unknown government, shouting about insecurity in the East. Why can't you see insecurity in Niger State, where they are basically running from their homes? Why can't you see it? Why can you not see what is wrong with you people, black people from Africa? What is wrong with you that you cannot reason? They are complaining about insecurity where there are no refugees. Whereas in Yoruba land, there are refugees in the Republic. Even today, they were being attacked. Some came in today to attack them in Ogun State. Today. In Niger State, they are basically in IDP camps. In Benue, people are not living in their homes. But in Biafra land in the East, where Eastern Security Network made sure that Fulani Janjaweed did not succeed. That is where they are interested. Insecurity. But in places where people are no longer sleeping in their homes, nobody is talking. I don't know if it is how God made a black person. I don't know if it is acquired stupidity. I don't know if it is all the centuries of slavery and even more centuries of colonialism and even more, or should I say, decades of neo-colonialism. I have no idea what is wrong with us. As they say where we come from, I don't know why you abandon the main issue, the crux of the matter. You abandon it and you're discussing things that are quite frankly irrelevant. People in Niger State, let me shock you. On several occasions, the Joint Task Force had the upper hand against these bandits until a few weeks ago, when 5 soldiers and the mobile policeman was killed by the bandits, the same Fulani bandits, in an early raid on their camp in Alawa area. The security personnel were then withdrawn from their duty post in Zagzaga community in the local government area. That very security post in Zagzaga community has been there since 2012. But now they have taken it away, paving the way for the main onslaught to begin. The main destruction of lives and properties to begin. Army is not there, don't get me, there is no army to save the people of Niger State, the Wari and Nupe people of Niger State. No army to save people from Benue. No, there is no Nigerian army. No Nigerian army to save the refugees that fled from Ogun State into Benin Republic. There's no Nigerian army. Now you ask me, but where are they? All that money that US have been giving to them, EU, UK, everybody, what have they been doing with it? Admitting, yeah, they are buying a few weapons for them, but the bulk of the army are in Iguacha, protecting me. Looking for who to arrest in the middle of the night. DSS is busy abducting people. Whereas the DSS has never been to Niger State to abduct any bandit before. They are doing show of force in the East. And our God is a miraculous God. The God of we Biafrans is miraculous. Marvelous. And God said to them, okay, since you have chosen to be disturbing the peace of my children, you will have no peace where you come from. Because there are soldiers in the Nigerian army from Niger State. There are people in the police and the army from Benue. I want to ask them how they're actually feeling tonight. Maybe they posted you to Babalaga, or maybe they posted you to somewhere in Yola. But your village is under siege. You are in the army, you are in the police, you are from Niger State. you have no village to go back to anymore because it's been taken over by the Fulani Janjaweed, and you're busy serving the zoo called Nigeria. That was what we told you from the beginning. If you believe in one Nigeria, you have signed your own death warrant. It is only a matter of time. Only a matter. And what is paining me is that when the future generations will suffer the stupidity and, should I call it, arrogance of the likes of Obasanjo and Tinubu, they will long be dead before them. They will be dead. The mess they will leave behind for their children, oh my God in heaven, unbelievable. In fact, it is unfathomable. This is happening in the 21st century before our eyes. No major news network will carry. Can you imagine a country where a sizable chunk of the population, even the landmass, is under siege by one particular group of people? Only one group of people making our lives a misery. And instead of us to rise up and say, enough of this rubbish, let's, oh, can you calm down? Let's save our country. The more you say you want to save Nigeria, the more you are putting your own life in danger. Because they are coming. They have 2 years to complete this very job. We have been stopping them, holding the line. I don't know for how long you expect us to do this. I have no idea for how long you expect us to keep holding the line. For how long, I ask you. Now, this is the Niger State. There is no army. There is no army anymore. The communities are now asking them, what offense? They're asking the Nigerian army, what offense did we commit that the federal government of Nigeria negated us and left us in the hands of bandits? Because they left you in the hands of their fellow bandits. Because there are bandits inside us. Banditry is not just if you're on the roadside, no, with AK-47, no. And I've asked Nigerians this time and time again. Nobody has been able to answer my question. 2 things. Does Nigeria have immigration officers that carry guns? I think the answer is yes. Nigeria has also customs. Is that correct? Yes. There is one pertinent question I want Nigerians to ponder over and over and over again. All these so-called Fulani bandits from the Sahel, so we are told, wielding AK-47 assault rifles. Who gave it to them? It's a very simple question. If you are saying that these are foreign bandits, that means they must have crossed the border with their AK-47 assault rifles. Is that correct? Which means there is no border control or check in the north, which on its own is an impeachable offense. That's number one. Let us assume that they did not come in with any weapons. They didn't cross the border with any weapons. Who gave it to them when they arrived in Nigeria? Any day, these intellectuals, any day, these sophisticated morons from the west, intellectuals from the east, any day these 2 groups of idiots can answer that question, if at all they can address it, believe you me, their eyes will open. I don't want you to suffer yourself. I don't want you to strain yourself. I don't want you to overlabor your brain. Ask yourself this question: how did they get the weapons with which they have been sacking the villages in the north? Who gave it to them? Any day you answer that question, you will understand what the Fulani Janjaweed has in store for you. But I'm not expecting some of you to understand or even attempt to answer these questions because I feel sorry for you. Your brain cells are not developed well enough to appreciate the depth of the mess you're in. That was the reason why we embraced slavery. That was the reason why some of us ran to the white man when the white man came. That was the reason why we sustained colonialism. That was the reason why now fellow black people like Obasanjo and Tinubu, they are the ones sustaining new colonialism.
There is nothing original about the way we reason and the way we think. And that is very, very troubling. Ask yourself this question. Every time bandits are in Benue, they are in Zamfara, they are in Taraba, they are in Yobe, they are in Birmingham, everywhere. Ask yourself this question. Did the weapons they are, did it fall from heaven? Somebody gave it to them. Who is that person? Any day you ask yourself this question, you will come up with one inescapable conclusion. That conclusion is that those who are in power today in Nigeria are the ones that gave the weapons to their fellow Fulani murderers from the Sahel. They have come in. The controller of immigration did not resign. Because in any country that has conscience, the first question the House of Assembly, should I say the National Assembly should ask is this: how did they come in with weapons? If they brought the weapons in, that means that the Comptroller General of Immigration must resign. Whoever is in charge of customs must resign for dereliction of duty. Because if they were actually policing the borders of the north very well, there is no way that these people could have smuggled in or come in with their AK-47 and all other forms of assault weapons with which they have made the lives of ordinary indigenous people a misery. Now let us assume that they came into the country without these arms. Somebody gave it to them. And if you look at it, it's all military grade, or should I say military issue rifles that they're using. All of you were there when El Rufai was organizing the Buratai to drop weapons for Fulani bandits, or should I say Fulani terrorists in the forest. That means that the entire chain of Army High Command in Nigeria should resign. But of course they are Fulani. Nobody is resigning. But they want me to castigate Reverend Fadambaka for calling for the removal of a dead man. Of course is dead. The mask wearing Buhari who is in Asrock. You want me to condemn Mbaka? Yes. But no immigration top official has ever resigned for allowing Fulanis to bring in weapons into the country through the northern borders. Their customs chief, they haven't resigned. Their army chiefs, they have not resigned. Nobody can tell us today how did the Fulani terrorists lay their hands on weapons from where? At least we make our own. And we know they cannot make their own. They emasculated the Hausa people who can produce guns. We know they got it from somewhere. Any day you answer that very question, the next morning you'll be calling for the dissolution of Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth, if you understand what I have in store for you. In Niger State, they are suffering. In Niger State, they are in a mess. They have neglected them. Now they are crying to the government of the zoo. They are now appealing to the federal government. Please come to our aid, bring back the security personnel you took away to avoid further bloodshed of the innocent. No, they are not doing an operation show of force. They are protecting the sanitary Fulani. And people are dying. Have you ever asked yourself, what are the priorities of this very government of the zoo? What are their priorities? Only then will you know that all of you are in one almighty mess. That is number one. People don't know what they're in for. There was a tweet by a Janjaweed, a Fulani man, because they're all Janjaweed. If you're from there, you're Janjaweed to me. This man tweeted about what the mask wearing, or should I say, Garabashir is now the new president. But some of you are very daft. In a country where there is a raging crisis, your president cannot address you live. You come, you lament, you complain. You come, you lament, you complain every blessed day. You claim you have a president who cannot address you on any topic, any issue live anymore. Never. And you all of you accepted it. And you want me to regard you as a human being. living in a Republican democratic setting. You claim you have a republic. You claim you practice democracy. The person you claim you voted for is there, cannot address you in a time of crisis. Then when is he going to address you? To tell you that the Fulanis are playing with all of you. They are playing with you. And I should say that the reason why they have succeeded so far is because of the deference we have for authority and for elders. But all that nonsense has to come to an end anyway. It must and should come to an end. It must and should come to an end. Do you know what the Fulani told Autumn, a TV man from Benue? If you want us to stop killing your people, you must give us Ruga. And some of you don't know what Ruga means. Ruga means exactly the same thing that the Fulanis did to Hausa people when they came into Gobert, the present day Sokoto state. Sokoto, the name is Gobert, G-O-B-I-R. They came to Gobert. They said, we want our own Fulani settlement. We are all down. That was how they started. Fulani quarters. From there, as they said, till today, the rest is now history. They swallowed the Hausa race and rendered Hausa useless. The only thing the Hausa people have is just their language. Everything else is gone. Their ingenuity, their industry, their creativity, everything, even their humanity. Fulani even took away Hausa humanity. Because a Hausa person is a nice person. I believe the nicest group of people in the zoo called Nigeria. Very nice, decent, humble and truthful. A typical Hausa man is decent, humble and truthful. Even Fulani took that away from them. Do you know they are saying to Governor Autumn of Benue State, give us land or we continue to kill you? Don't take my word for it. I'll read it out for you. This is the statement from the president to the victims of the genocide. Adopt Ruga if you want peace in Benue, Buhari tells Autumn. And you wake up in the morning and you say you're a Nigerian. This is our country. Let's salvage our country. Where people you claim you voted for are telling you, give us your land or we kill you. No, not we kill you. We will continue to kill you. And we do, we write, we rant, we talk, we go to sleep. We eat pomo the next day. What's that one that is red? They say it gives blood, it gives oxygen to blood. I don't know what they make it. Or you drink brukutu or flamingo, you go to sleep. The next day, some rubbish. They're killing us. President did something. He said, in the evening, you go to sleep. I mean, you impregnate your wife or your girlfriend. The next day, you same rubbish. Every year, the same nonsense. Now, don't worry. 2023 is coming. And you can vote in whoever you like. With INEC in charge. In Abuja, declaring results for you. Or all those criminal vice chancellors you have. Dressed like the mayor of London. Leaving rubbish in the middle of the night with candle. You people have no shame. You have no shame. You people, there is not one iota of shame. And you wonder why white people are racist towards black people? Because of the way we behave and how we reason. Despicable. Every day you lament, you complain, you lament, you complain. Some problem is there. And you have a solution. Impeachment is there for a purpose. When the head of state is not performing, you kick the idiot out of office. He must complete his 8 years. And these are people that went to school, you know. They went to school. Child. Zoo. Zoo, a very useless place. I am giving you facts and figures. So tomorrow morning, when you're debating with a zoo animal, you can destroy them with facts and figures. You're in a country where you claim you have a president, yes?
and things are happening. All we are now hearing is Garba Shehu, and I'm going to place a curse on him because it seems to me now that he is now the new head of the cabal, and I will place a curse on him, on Garba Shehu. And the same curse I placed on Buhari, the same curse I placed on all of them that claim they are the ones wielding power in the zoo. It seems to me now that your new president is Garba Shehu. All over the world, as old as Joe Biden is, he still comes out to speak and address the people. Angela Merkel is addressing the people every blessed day on a national crisis. Ordinary COVID, all of you have forgotten about COVID now, COVID-19, coronavirus. Every government of the world they address their people almost every 4 days, live update from the president or head of state himself or prime minister. But in the zoo, nobody is even talking about coronavirus anymore. There is a raging insecurity. Yet the person you call your president cannot address you, and you want me to see you as a human being. You want me to have regard for you as a human being? You are an idiot, you are a fool. I can't talk to you because you have no brain. Give us your land or you die. Some of you have forgotten what Fulani nationality movement said. Do you know the funniest thing? Their DSS, no one has invited them for questioning. No, you don't invite Fulani now. It's their God. In fact, even when they go there, they will start reciting the Quran together. All over the world, Nigeria is the only country given to Fulani people by God, according to Fulani nationality movement. And all of you are clapping, waiting for 2023. All of you are clapping, waiting for 2023. Shame on all of you. The Fulani nationality movement. They said this thing as far back as January 13th, 2018, that Nigeria is theirs. El Rufai was, they deceived Chibika. They deceived Tinubu. They thought they were all doing one Nigeria. Nobody knew that. I knew. These fools never knew that these people, Fulani, they have another agenda. And as I keep saying, Tinubu is the modern day Afonja in Yoruba land. And he will destroy, because for his sake, the Yoruba race will be in a very serious mess unless they abandon that idiot now. I call him an idiot with every reason in the world. A fool, a certificate forging criminal, claimed he went to Toronto University. A drug pusher in Chicago. Go and do your research on Tinubu. A drug pusher. A kleptomaniac extraordinaire. A thief of unimaginable. A living dough. A stealing machine. All of you were there during election. Bank bullion van that used to carry money went to his house. All of us said, Jagaban must go. A thief. It doesn't even end there. He's also a murderer. He was instrumental in the slaughter of young Nigerian youths at your so-called Lekki toll gate. Have you all forgotten? Black people, have you all forgotten? The same Tinubu. And to make matters worse, I am 53 years of age. I don't hide my age. What for? God created me when he did. This man, before your eyes, all of you so-called Nigerians, lied about his age. He lied about his age. He took 10 years off his age. He is now older than his first daughter by 9 years. And some of you still have the presence of mind to have regard for such a person, and you wonder why you are poor as a black person. You wonder why God has virtually abandoned black Africa. You people, you love and you support evil. You love evil so much That is why God abandoned you people. Because this same type of nonsense, there is no white country that will tolerate it. Never, ever, ever. It's not done. You have your birth certificate. It's a very simple question. They will say to you, if you can lie about your age, that means you can lie about anything else in life. Do you know that white people started calling black people liars when they discovered that your footballers always lie about their age? From that day, if you are saying anything, they say, no, you people are liars. And when you're racist, no, I don't believe that they are. They are telling you the fact. Before your eyes, Tinubu cut his age to 69. You accepted it. Yoruba people have no reason not to condemn him. Pantami, the terrorist, is still a minister. El Rufai, that he said, I went outside to pay Fulani killers to come to Nigeria to kill. He's still a governor. Some are even praying, some pastors are even praying for him. The same man that supplied guns to Fulani murderers in southern Kaduna to slaughter people. Some of you have been talking about him as a future president of Nigeria. Nobody has condemned all these people. And you want me to condemn Father Mbaka? Why? Let me tell our people something they don't understand. In a normal country, so to speak, the condemnation of Father Mbaka, you can welcome it somehow. I know that sometimes, regardless of our shortcomings, we are puritanical in how we think. Biafrans are very puritanical, very, very pure. They see what is bad and they say it's bad. It doesn't matter who is doing it. That is the reason why a lot of people came down heavily on Mbaka. But I'm telling them, yes, in Biafra we can do anything we like to him. But in Nigeria, even so far as Nigeria is concerned, never ever condemn your own. Only those that use their mouth to condemn themselves. Like that minister for gutter and drainage in Lagos. Those ones, there's no forgiveness. Even in hell, they can be forgiven. Mbaka said, impeach this incompetent idiot. Instead of people to focus on what Mbaka said, to see if there is merit in it or not, you abandoned what he said and you started to attack his character. Typical black people. Is there any merit in what he's saying? Exactly what they did to Ipob. What they did to me. They will always abandon the message and begin to attack the messenger. Take the man's message. This idiot there should be impeached. And some of our people foolishly jumped on the bandwagon. I don't know why they're doing it. Nigeria is not normal. When we get to our Biafra, we can be as normal as we like. But the zoo is not normal. Why do you think I campaign for Nifulef like all those Okara? As idiotic as he is. I campaigned for him to be released. I campaigned for Lisametu to be released. Where do you think we do? You think we did it because of what? Nothing. Because they are your own. They are your own. Defend your own. You know, some of you did not grow up in the village. Some of you are attacking Mbaka did not grow up in the village. Because there's a saying where we come from. When the kite comes to pick up the chick belonging to a wayward hen, a stupid mother chicken that took the babies to venture where she shouldn't go to, occasioning the loss of a baby chick to a kite. I'm trying to explain this in a manner that mothers who are listening back, grandmothers are listening to us. That is why I speak the type of English that will make it possible for them to understand exactly what I'm saying. You know kite, you can tell where we come from. When the kite is coming to pick up the little chick, despite the fact that you know that the hen should not have taken her chicks to rear the kite, to make it easier for the kite to attack, you first of all start screaming to drive the kite away, and then in the evening When the hen comes back with the chick, you now blame that hen. But as soon as that hen is under attack, you must avert danger by driving away the kite. Fulani people are blood-sucking demons. When they come after your people, believe you me, you must rise up to defend that very person, regardless of their sins in the past. Because if they take one person, they'll come for the next one, they'll come for the next one. That's how they behave. That is why everybody must. We must defend them better. He may have done some things wrong in the past. It's between him and his God. He says he's a preacher of the word of God. It's between him and his God. You leave him. Again, where we come from, Onyenachia, you and your God. It's between you and your conscience. But right now that he's under attack from the Janjaweed, we must defend him. Because I want to Garba Shehu to address the main point that Mbaka was raising. Address the issue. You are telling us again for contract. Now, publish the names of all those who have been to Aswak before for contracts. Publish all of them. Let us see. Publish all the imams, publish all the sheikhs, publish all the Pentecostal pastors that have been going to Aswak to ask for money. Publish their names and the amount you get to them. Publish it, I'm asking you. So if you tell us Mbaka came for contract, we say, hey, Mbaka Tefiaka, you went for contract. You think we are foolish? The contract he's asking for, is it not from the same oil wells that comes from his land? You that is telling us he came for a contract, what do you contribute to the economy? Fulani, what do you contribute? Zero, nothing. You think we are foolish? Our people must reason. Let me give you one simple secret in life. In the zoo, life in the zoo. Anytime Fulani comes after anybody, you know that that person is saying the right thing. And that's how they operate. Can you imagine the left people who are dying in Niger State? They brought a squadron, Mopol 1, Mopol 8, Mopol 14, MGS, SS. They are trying to do, like Morse code. You think that they are smart. After typing that rubbish, within 5 minutes we have it on our hands. Mopol 8 moved to Waka, Mopol 9 from Mina. The same Mina that is suffering, moved to Eket. They think you are stupid. You don't know Fulani. I know them very well. Somehow you don't know. You don't know those the demons. You don't know them. You must defend them better. Nobody should write any nonsense. When we get Biafra, we can bring him back and blame him for what he said. Did you say? Did you say? But right now in the zoo, that they are attacking him, you must defend him. That's how it's done in our land from time immemorial. Don't allow yourself to fall foul of these people. They mess up your own people, but when you want to mess up their own, they'll tell you no. Pantami is not going anywhere. Nigeria will bomb, we should remove him. Then you want me to condemn him back at God punish you, you idiot. We must proceed. Allah gave the zoo to them, and they are doing all they can to make sure that your lives is a misery. Oduduwa Republic, they held a rally today in Abeokuta despite police ban. My love for them is increasing every day. As I told you a short while ago, I have no regard for the elders, so I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to raise you, I'm just telling the simple truth. All those I have Yoruba elders, apart from Baya de Banjo and the Pafachoranti, all those are idiots. And my dear good friend, may you say rest in peace. Yinko Dumaki. Talking rubbish. All this is elder is our rubber crap. Yoruba youths came out today to rally in Abeokuta and I support them. I tweeted actually on this very issue today. And as I keep telling you all the time, you must be on Twitter. You must be on Twitter. All of you must be on Twitter. All of you must. go and open Twitter accounts, please. Open it. Twitter makes you to think. Facebook makes you to gossip. That's what Facebook is, a gossipy platform. Twitter is where you reason. You think. And things will happen. Because imagine when you tweet 4,000 retweets, 5,000 retweets, 8,000. If you tweet and you tag somebody to your tweet, each time you retweet, that person gets it. That is why Twitter messages, they travel far and wide more than Facebook. Facebook is just for gossiping, to show off. Twitter is where you have to task your brain to produce something in a very short paragraph, a short sentence, to encapsulate all that you're thinking. All of you must be on Twitter. Unless you join Twitter, you follow one another. Oh, Zobo, that's the name, Zobo. And local yogurt. I got to the bottle. They go by the roadside and pick up all those bottles, all those plastic bottles. Table water, you know the plastic bottle. They put Zobo in it. After drinking it, you start suffering from typhoid. Because once you go to, they say it's typhoid. These people. It's Zobo, it's called Zobo. Mad people everywhere, and there are mad people to the right, to the left, front and back, and there are mad people everywhere. Lunatics. You think they have brain? They have absolutely nothing. Nothing in their skull. They go outside, they go and they pick up, they don't know who drank from that bottle. They pick it up, they claim they wash it, and they put Zobo in it. My brother, what is wrong with you? He's a typhoid and malaria. Everybody typhoid and malaria. You're drinking Zobo. Zoological Republic. The greatest fraud in the history of humanity is Nigeria. The greatest. That's why everything they call somebody a foster. Oh God. Nigeria are as rock rulers. Nigeria army, Nigeria police, all they do is propaganda and gossip. How come is bringing bombs from Lagos? Can you imagine such nonsense? How come somebody bring bombs from Lagos? So are you saying that Oduduwa Agigators are manufacturing bombs for us? Or we imported the bombs? So if Zoological Republic, let me ask the DSS something. If you got an intel that they're moving bombs down, did you ask yourself, where did they get the bomb from? Is it Yoruba people that gave us bombs? Or did we have children that gave us the bomb? Or we manufactured it in Lagos? Or we imported bomb from abroad? Do you see how foolish they are? And some idiots will believe them. I want indigenous people to Nigeria, people who are ancient on their land, not flying that came 2 weeks ago. Anytime Nigeria is attacking IPOB, attacking Eastern Security Network, attacking Nnamdi Kanu, believe you me, what we are saying is the truth, which they do not want you to hear. Imagine such idiotic propaganda. They are importing bombs, they are bringing bombs from Lagos. We sustained and fought Britain for 3 years. We did not fight Nigeria. If we fight Nigeria, we defeat Nigeria anytime, any day. We fought Britain for 3 years. We manufactured our own bombs, our own aircraft, everything, everything we manufactured. And in this internet age, this new age, we now go to Lagos to go and bring bomb. When what we are using to defend our land, we are the ones making it ourselves. People are crazy. And some of you will listen to them. Some of you will listen to them. Only for calling for the resignation of the Fulani presidency, because there is no Fulani president. What have his presidency? There is no Buhari at all. All hell broke loose. Everywhere, madness everywhere. That did this. He came for, and so what? He became for contract. Yes, and then so what? So, okay, but Shell can come from Netherlands to take contract, yes, and drill our oil, yeah? And Halliburton can come from Texas, yes? And Texaco from Texas, yes? And Elf can come from France, yeah? Egypt can come from Italy to drill oil and make money, but the market cannot ask for contract. Who told you that? I'm judging myself. Who told you that? Who said he cannot ask for that? Why not? I'm asking you. He's a Nigerian. If any freedom fighter goes asking for contract, of course some of them do these days, then you can blame that person. Mbaka never said he is not a Nigerian. So if white people can come to the zoo called Nigeria to look for contract and they are worried, why can't Mbaka ask for one? Let us even strip down all this noise, all this to the barest minimum. Who said that Mbaka cannot ask for contract, given the fact that the oil and gas comes from his land that is sustaining the whole of Nigeria? Okay, a white man can come and look for contract and get it here to drill oil and gas, yes? The same Fulani Janjaweed can own oil well. Even in Umbidi, they own oil well in Umbidi. The person that owns the oil cannot ask for contract. Are you people well at all? I think it's called bandwagon. Everybody just want to jump on the bandwagon to just to be noticed. I don't know. You people, I don't know what's wrong with you, to be honest. I don't know what is wrong with you. Mbaka did nothing wrong asking for contract. Why not? Why not? Don't other people go to ask for contracts? I'm asking you, all of you, don't other people go and ask for contract. You ask for contract. When the person that owns the oil asks for contract, you start talking rubbish. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Ndara. So Ajib can come from Italy. What's that? Total can come from France. Total. Oh, my uncle is working in an oil company, in Total Oil Company. Yes. So you don't want Mbaka to have his own. Oh dear. This your GF do not attack your own. Never again. Anybody who attacks his own is a fool. Only when that person have used his or her mouth to condemn himself. You must understand this very clearly, please. And not when that person is making a very valid point against Fulani Janjaweed. The time now is 12 minutes past 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. We are live and we are direct. And even heaven itself is bearing us witness. The Zoological Republic. Shoot at sight, yet a Fulani cannot be shot at sight. I want to bring another information, please, this evening. I'm basically trying to lecture. We are under siege. The chief leader cries out in Nasarawa. These were the same people that the Fulani people convinced during the war that Igbo man is their problem, Biafra is your problem, killed them, and they came down and joined in the slaughter. They are now begging Governor Sule for protection in Nasarawa State. These TV people in Nasarawa, TV nation is also in Nasarawa. I don't know why all of TV people cannot come together and form a nation. What is wrong with you people? Do you know a place called Liechtenstein? Liechtenstein, I think they have only about 150,000 people, but it is a nation. How many people are in Andorra? How many people are in Malta? How many people are even in Iceland? Our population is positive. It's a good thing for us. You know, rubbish. I went back to the scriptures and I told you something. Abraham and Lot are related by blood. Abraham said to Lot, your cattle is growing, my own cattle is growing, my sheep is growing, your sheep is growing, my goat is growing, yours is growing. I don't want one day for your sheep to bite my sheep or my goat to bite your own goat. Because of that, please, look at all these huge expanse of land. I've cut it into two. Take one and I'll take one. You know what Abraham said? So that there may be peace between us. This same story I've just told you is in the Quran. This story I've just told you is in the Bible. Every intellectual has access to the Bible. Every sophisticated moron has access to Quran or Bible in the West. They cannot see it.
They cannot even see the meaning being conveyed. Hey, this UG, black people, black. Hey, I'm going to church, I'm doing vision, read the Bible very well. Instead of us to fight and be quarreling every day, be on your own and I'll be on my own. Is that not what the Bible said? It's even in the Quran. Now, why are you forcing us to be together in one damnable zoological republic? Why, I ask you? Let us ask people from TV in your own country. You claim the president of TV youth organization in Nasarawa State, Pastor Barnabas Zayol, has cried out over the incessant attacks on thief communities in Nasarawa State that has claimed the lives of people and injured many more, with over 50,000 displaced. Yet the army and police that should be protecting them in Nasarawa, they're in Zoom. Zoom. And you're telling me there is no conspiracy here between the Fulani Janjaweed Kada ruling all of you and their bandit friends. And their bandit friends, yes. It's a plan, a very big plan. TV people are crying out in Nasarawa. TV communities in Nasarawa. Why can't you bring all the TV people and give them one state? Because for them to destroy you, they need to take away your identity. The white man taught them that. That's what the white man did. When the white man came, they named you Nigeria. That has no meaning. So as you are struggling and grappling with the meaning of your identity, it will take you about 60, 70 years. By the time you realize the mess you're in, you're already dead. And your children will quite simply inherit your stupidity and continue from where you left off. That's what's happening to us. Ask them this question. Instead of having TV people in Benue, TV in Plateau, TV in Nasarawa, why don't you create a state and say this is TV nation? What is wrong with that? They are black people. Black people. Black people. Black people. Anybody who believes in Nigeria is demented. Mad beyond madness. And they all believed in one Nigeria. I'm sure this barrister, when he was wearing his horse wig cap, hey, they could let me look at a lawyer in Nigeria, you want to vomit. Let me tell you where the Fulanis are wreaking havoc. Doshima, Ansa, Doka, Angwanyara, Ikiayo, Tagema, Setor, Chia, Umurai, Duga, Gindanrai, Ajikamaka, Ankoma, Gidanrai, Zayol, Doka Atiko, amongst others in the state. These are TV homes. Fulani are just simply slaughtering them. And you are busy discussing Mbaka went to Asorok for contract. And at this point I will ask you very simply, who did this to you? This UG. Black people, who did this to you people? You abandoned what you should be discussing and talking about trivia, more or less. The cry is even coming as community leaders have also appealed for the deployment of security operatives to the troubled areas of Kiana and Doma LGAs, where over 50,000 farmers have been displaced by Fulani terrorists. They are begging for police to come. In Imo State, we did not beg them for police, but they came. They even added the army and the navy as well. But the communities that need it in the north, nobody is asking after them. And you're telling me that your average Nigerian is normal in the brain. Of course they're not. Of course they are not. Is it? There is many. There is many. Let me also give you news that is coming. I just want to dwell this evening on the Fulani Janjaweedism and what they're doing to all of you. This news broke, I think it was 2 days ago. Ogoni women
alleged headsmen invasion and destruction of farmlands, Ogoni. If I send ESN now to Ogoni to go and start fighting to remove the Fulani terrorists, what I will hear from Daily Trust the next day is that NNAMDI Kanu wants to take over Ogoni land and their oil. But in that caption, they will not tell you that all the oil wells in Ogoni land is owned by the Sultan of Sokoto, is owned by the Emir of Band. They won't tell you that. See how clever they are, Fulani, Janjaweed. They are very good at diverting attention. They are masters at it. They first of all use their daily trusts to divert your attention, to lie. And all of you follow it. They will now come and destroy you from the behind. That's what they do. Now, you know, oh, goodness me. Ogoni is in River State. Part and parcel of Iguacha. Let me read it for you so you understand. That the world may know what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The same Ogoni people that said, hey, we are not Biafra, we don't want to go to Biafra, hey, we are fighting our own struggle. So fighting your own struggle. You think you can do it alone? How far? Look back. Mossop. Not Masop, not the hotel building criminal. Mossop. Formed before Masop. Have been in existence for years. Common to clean Ogoni land they have not achieved. All they managed to achieve is to line the pockets of those that claim they are representing them. That's what they have done. Ogoni land is under siege. Ogoni land is being controlled by the little demonic Hitler. These farmers are all women. This is according to Punch newspaper. In fact, a zoo paper. Because Punch wants Nigeria to continue so that a Yoruba man can go in, a fellow Omo, so they can be enjoying. People have their sense. These farmers are all women. They said they have suffered huge losses due to the destruction of their farmlands, pointing out that they were unable to access their farms for fear of being attacked. In River State, but we have never sent the army to Ogoni to safeguard those women. But we sent army into Obibo to go and kill people. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Do you now understand what I'm saying? We cannot send the army to go into Ogoni to safeguard the farmlands for the women to farm. But we can send the army to Obibo to go and kill people. Is that normal? Do you see why I hate him and I despise him? Do you see why I wish I can get up tomorrow morning and hear that Wike is no more? Because the man is evil. The people you claim, I want to protect River State, I want to make sure that all that rubbish. Now the women are being attacked. They are being attacked right now. We will go to land. What are you doing about it? Absolutely nothing. But it is IPOB now. You send army, you send helicopter, you send air force. They go to people to kill people. Tell me why such a person should be allowed to exist. Such blatant evil. Which is behaving like a typical Fulani man. The only thing that he pays channels and he comes and he talks rubbish once in a while, that's all. Oh, but again, the women cannot farm. I have not heard that idiot say to the army, go to Ogoniland and drive away all those terrorists from there. Never. But you're going to synagogue in a house of prayer, which is against international law, to go and arrest people who are praying because you hate Judaism. With your little Hitler mustache, you go into a temple, into a synagogue of God, a house of God, to arrest people. For those of you who are historically blind, should I say, really, I wouldn't know, how can I put it? For those of you who are not gifted with intelligence, and for some people in DSS that were writing that I introduced an alien version of Judaism into Biafra, or into Nigeria as a whole. Then I have news for you. The same place that we went to and arrested people who are praying is the same building that Jesus Christ prayed in when he was alive. Jesus never went to any church. Jesus went to a synagogue and a temple. For your information, the church came about only when Jesus Christ died. I hope you're following me. We went to a synagogue, a temple of God, to go and arrest people who are praying. But Fulani that are terrorizing and killing people in Ogoniland, you cannot send army and police to go and rescue our mothers in Ogoniland. That tells you all you need to know about the Zoological Republic. Now listen very carefully to this, please. Some of the women, they have their names here. Mary Amanibo, a native of Luweku community in Yokana. Mercy Glory of Soro community in Kana. And Yeye Nkani, a native of Eleme, all in Ogoniland. And for information, my aunt was married in Eleme. I had my cousins in Eleme. I used to go there on holidays. My people are there till tomorrow morning. My relatives are in Eleme. In Ogoniland. By blood. My aunt, Dapatua, for your information. They say, we want our domination. Go now and try and see if you succeed. We need to rise up together to confront a common enemy. After that, we all go back to our respective nations to control our lives and our resources. That is the very simple template for Biafra. Biafra is not going to be a monolithic nation. One nation standing, one idiot somewhere saying he's prime minister or president talking rubbish every day. No. We are going to be free. Once we capture Biafra and we are free, in that Biafra, every component ethnic nationality will be on their own. If they want to merge with other people, then there will be a place beside. There will be a referendum. Let's say in the new Biafra that Ibibio recognizes that they are more Igbo than anybody else and want to be part of an Igbo nation, they vote to be part of it. If Efik wants to join Ibibio to form a nation, they vote and they join. Biafra will be our political blueprint. Our political blueprint, believe you me. The whole world will marvel. Mankind will marvel. They will say, we never thought that black people are capable of reasoning this way. I'm telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. We are live and direct, and the whole world is listening to us, of course. We can go to Ogoniland and do that thing that you wanted to do. You cannot do it. Hard man. When it comes to Fulani, you're running away because the man wrestling you, the Sokoto State governor, you want to be vice president. A wretched slave like you. Wike is a slave. Forget about rubbish ranting he makes. He's a slave, complete slave to the Janjaweed. A slave he is. And he must be exposed. Women are dying and being raped in Ogoniland. Any day I send ESN there now, believe you me, in 48 hours, you will not hear about our mothers in Ogoni lamenting anymore. We will drive them away. But you will send army and police to go to people to go and kill, to go to synagogue to go and abduct people. Because you are doing the work of Hitler. That is what is happening in Ogoniland. They say they are Nigerians. And they brought Fulani Janjaweed to them. That's what is happening. Where is that cocaine snorting madman that thinks that of Hitler? Where are you? What are you doing about it? Nothing. As with every other idiot, you people only derive strength when it comes to attacking your own people. To go and attack your enemies, you cannot do it. Fulani is in Ogoniland, stopping our mothers from farming, raping them, abducting them. You cannot do nothing. Any day Ogoni elders ask me to move in, 48 hours there will be no Fulani Janjaweed in Ogoniland. 48 hours, ESN will be 48 hours only. Abola Hammo, they'll be gone. They'll be gone. That's what I'm waiting for. We cannot go to Ogoniland until they invite us to come. I'm being honest with you. ESN is for the whole of Biafra land, yes, but there are some sensitive areas. You don't know, they want to take us over. The same thing they did during the war. Fulani will go and arrange with Britain They use Biafran flag. That's why I don't want anybody carrying Biafran flag in the open anymore. They will use Biafran flag, they will go and kill people, they say they're Biafran soldiers. They attack people in Calabar, they go to Oron, they attack people. They go to Ogoni, they kill people. They say it's Biafran soldiers that did it. Subterfuge. That's what they did during the war. So I don't want to go to Ogoni land. And tomorrow they say, Igbos have come again. They want to take over our land or other rubbish. No. You have to invite us to come. You know who to meet. We have Biafrans from Ogoni land. We have Biafrans who that profess and proclaim IPOB with their mouth. Go and meet them. Ask them to pass the information to the leadership that we should come to Ogoni land. 48 hours, then they would be gone from there. And then they know what? We've met them before. We've met them before. Do you see how cowardly these governors are? Even those that I felt had a bit of common sense, now they're denying. There was something that was making the, which of course is true, Ugwuani, when he implicated Buhari as part of the conspiracy. That's the mistake the governor made. The governor put a call across to Buhari when Nimbo was under attack. Go and Google it, please. Go to Google and type in Nimbo massacre. It was a massacre by the Fulani. Google it. When that attack was going on, you know that journalists don't know how to ask questions. When the attack was going on, they told Ugwuani and he started crying. He called Buhari, his mentor, to help him. Buhari didn't pick the call. He called HT division, nothing happened. So if Ugwuani is saying he did not place any call to Asarok, what did you do? It's a very simple question. What did you do when Nimbo was under attack? Tell us what you did. Give us your phone log for that very day. Do we have access to your phone log? Because if we go through your phone log, we will see that you placed a call to Asarok and nobody answered your call. True or false? They've called him from Asarok. What are you doing? Do you want to expose Mr. President or Mr. Impostor? He withdrew his comments. I don't know what is wrong with our people. I don't know what's wrong with them. Also, one was under attack. Nimbo, under attack. He placed a call. Nobody came. The high and mighty of Enugu State, all they did was to weep, get together, including Rodo. They weep. It will happen again. It will happen again. After 2 weeks, another one happened. Since we came into the fore, and doing this very job, with the exception of those that this idiot invited to come and kill our people, Umahi. You know, it was Umahi that arranged the few massacres to try to discredit what ESN is doing. That's what he did. Let me ask all of you a very simple question. Since we started this very defense of our land with ESN, do we hear about all these frequent Fulani attacks anymore? The answer is no. Absolutely no. Because they understand the consequences. That every force has an equal and opposite reaction. They understand it very well. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And I want to also inform Mietiala that if you kill one of us, you kill one of you, you people will die out before us. Because we outnumber you by over 100 to 1. You people have visitors to the zoo. It was the idiocy of the Hausa people that allowed you people to be doing all that rubbish you're doing. You cannot bring it to the east. You can't, and you know you can't anywhere. There's no need dwelling on it too much. You know you can't. Our own madness is more than your own madness. You know that very well. Our own insanity more than your own insanity. People like Ugwuani, stop being afraid of Mietiala. Ugwuani, stop being afraid of these people. They cannot do you anything. Apart from Abaribe, who else is talking? Do you think they can touch Abaribe? Of course they can't. Only Itonso, bringing a rock. Only Itonso, our commander on the ground. And everywhere is boiling. And as I said, 2,000 heads on Hejelia. He will be buried with 2,000 heads. And is being accumulated as we speak. 2,000 heads for his burial. The other building is 100. He calls us 2,000 heads. And we are not going to stop until we get those heads. 2,000 of them before we bury him. You can lie all you like. Hey, let him come out and speak to the people. Is he now like an imposter in Asura? Come out and talk to the people if you're back. Come out now and speak to people. Idiot. You go and stop being afraid of these people that cannot do you anything. And as usual, you know somebody who, when your life is a misery, when you have lost every hope in life, when you are very, very foolish, you have two things you can hold on to. One is hard drugs, the other one is alcohol. Mayok. Anywhere you go in life and you see people who are addicted to hard drugs or alcohol, call them over and interrogate them. They are not happy with their lives. Their life is a misery. And let me tell you the drug that Nigerians are on. You know, they are useless. In zoo, animals, they are useless. But Fulani has a drug for them. It's called election. Once you announce election, everybody for it. Hey, BCG, black people. Yes, my dear brother, only Ordinary was a war commander. Only Consul. Imagine when they touch Baribe. Oh my goodness. We will bury him with the head of the Sultan himself. Only Consul. They're running around and begging. And I said, no. We can't stop. It's too late. So in your next life, nobody would dare touch one ESN, one. I didn't even say commander, one. Anywhere now I hear that an IPOB family member has been arrested, the DPO will go down of that area. DSS very soon will remember you people. DSS, one thing to you. We will remember you. Small time. Keep abducting. Until you go in a Jew, your cup will soon full. And once it's full, then you will see her. I told you people that we have come with a type of insanity you have not seen before. A combination of two types of madness, Akola and the village one. Two mixed together. And in the history of man, nobody has suffered from the two before, only us. And I'm number one. Two types of madness combined. Arouse abroad, two types of madness combined into one. A very potent mixture. I feel sorry for the zoo. I feel sorry for the zoo. My voice, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Facebook, please move to what's it called again? Instagram. Or you go to Twitter. Forget about Facebook. Of course, they are messing it up for themselves, not for us. In my next life, I will not see black people. I'm being honest with you. This UG, black people who cannot reason properly. They have announced their date for election, as I said a few days ago. Now, forget that foreign people are raping your mothers and abducting your sisters. Think of voting for Tinubu for a better tomorrow. They have announced their dates for election, trying to divert your attention. Electioneering is like your own opium. It's like your cocaine, your crack cocaine, your methamphetamine. They are your ganja you take. Because your life is useless. So you wait for election to come so you can be high once again. Now you understand it, don't you? The same way that a hopeless person clings onto a bottle of gin is how in your hopelessness in Nigeria you're clinging on to the hope of 2023 elections. And as I said, there will be no election. I'm not saying you're going to boycott. No, that one is too small. There will be none. So people of Anambra, be prepared. They are going to bring army, police, everything into Anambra. There will be an election. I assure you. There will be none. That heaven will fall this year. Any gang that will fall this year. There will be no election. So we want us to go. So the same Fulani man in Abuja will do to Anambra, the first son of Biafra land, the first son of the Igbo race, where man began itself, Anambra State. You want Janjaweed to come and put somebody in Oka, as they did in Imo State. And say, oh, forget it. It's a democratic dispensation next time. And another idiot like Hope Uzodinma will be put in office. Now we are, you people are mad, honestly. It can't happen now. The only way election can happen in Anambra State is if we, the people, announce the result. It will be announced in Anambra State, not in Abuja. There and then, in the polling booth, as the people are voting, they are counting it there and then, they're announcing it there and then. Not in Abuja. It's only INEC in Abuja that has the constitutional mandate to announce the result, so you can read it. There will be no. So other people calling me and saying, oh, please now, take it easy, let's have election. No. Go and tell your INEC that all the results will be announced live there and then inside Anambra State. Ndara. We are live and we are direct. We are moving ahead and nothing, absolutely nothing is going to stop us. I don't know if I tweeted this one or not. I want to read the news for you that happened 2 months ago. It's for Tinubu and for Basango, for all the sophisticated morons of the West, including some of their pastors. Because this is the type of news that you will never hear them write about. If you go to a Punch newspaper, you never see it. You will not. Let me go back a little bit. I don't want people to say that I am not a Democrat. I don't want people in Anambra to vote. No, I'm not saying that. I said I don't want somebody that will come last or 8 or 9 to be imposed on us by Garba as Abba Kyari did in Imo State. I said I'm saying no to that. All of you can see that Osorema is a complete disaster, bringing an army to invade his land. The same army that was backed by the British 50 years ago, that did a lot of damage. This fool went and brought them into our land. Do you want something to happen in Anambra State? If we allow elections to proceed in Anambra, they will announce the result and put in one APC idiot in office. Is that what you want? You may want it, but we, the people of Biafra, we don't want it. We are the majority, we don't want it. That is why there have been elections in Anambra State. None. Unless INEC comes out to say, we will announce the results there live from polling station there. Every polling station there and then you announce it live. Only then will I concede. Unless you're prepared to do that, to hell with your elections. Another who goes after going to the north and wrestling you're wearing pampas, you come back, you're telling us rubbish about one Nigeria. In a number of all places. The first place that we began, all of us are from a number of information. All we did was Ipob, we kept moving until the Atlantic Ocean stopped us. And for those talking nonsense, oh, I'm Asian. All of you are from Aroju. Go and do your research very, very well. Then your eyes will clear. Let me read the news for you that they will not share with you at all in the zoo. The Headsman Debacle. It's a publication by the New Diplomat. The person who wrote this article is Dotun Akintomide. Dotun Akintomide. I think I pronounced it right. Dotun Akintomide wrote this about 2 months ago. Now let me read it for you. For Yoruba sophisticated morons, idiots hiding under stupid, wishy-washy grammar to be writing rubbish. This is for you. In Yoruba land, in your one Nigeria, where you want to vote for Tinubu to become president. Ogun residents, numbering about 5,000, have reportedly fled their villages to seek refuge in Pobe, P-O-B-E, a Beninois border community, which is Benin Republic, located about 100 kilometers from Cotonou, the commercial hub of Benin Republic, Nigeria's western neighbor. The mass movement of Nigerians in the last 1 week to Benin Republic followed reported herdsmen attacks in various villages located in Yewa North local government area and parts of Yewa South area of Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. Are you listening? Yoruba people are in Benin Republic. At the last count was 5,000 people. And some, the same Yoruba, some are in Lagos and in Abuja, talking and writing rubbish about one Nigeria, how they love one Nigeria, how to save their nation, Nigeria. Are you sure these sophisticated morons are okay in the brain at home? Are you sure they're all right in the brain? How about your, let's say, conservatively speaking, 5,000 people from Ogun State who are refugees in Benin Republic? Okay, oh no, they will have to wait until you vote in Tinubu, then they can now come back. Is that what you're saying? Intellectual indeed. Sophisticated. No wonder that person that came up with the name, sophisticated morons, I love him so much. I'm telling you, that describes you people. Honestly. And who are the people that drove Yoruba people away from their land into becoming refugees in the Republic? They are called headsmen, they are called bandits. But we know they are Fulani terrorists. Very, very horrible, nasty set of people. Very, very horrible set of people. And what is happening to them? These people that drove Yoruba people into exile in Benin Republic, what is happening to them? Let us hear from one of their hard men. The minister, the Honorable Minister of Defense, Magashi. What did he say? I condemn the idea of killing bandits in this country. The same people that they said came from Mali, came to Yoruba land, drove Yoruba people into the Republic. The person charged, their grammar is tasked with ending banditry. I have now changed the service chiefs. These ones are going to end banditry. He started by saying, I am against the killing of bandits in Nigeria. Defense Minister. Fulani is just messing about with you people, honestly speaking. The Minister of Defense, Bashir Magashi, of course, of Fulani Janjaweed. Their own people are killing. I want Igbo intellectuals to listen to me. Intellectuals, listen very carefully. He is a defense minister. On ascending that very office, he did not say, I'm a Nigerian, I'm detribalized. Go and kill all the bandits. He said, no. You see those bandits, nobody should touch them. Intellectual, what can you learn from your defense minister? Defending his own Fulani brethren who are murderers, rapists, kidnappers, land-grabbing demons. Compare him to yourself, you idiotic, you foolish intellectual, condemning those who are fighting for your liberation at the hands of these same people. The same people that drove Yoruba people into exile in Benin Republic. Now you understand it, don't you? Magashi was quoted as saying in a post on Twitter by an aide to the President Muhammad Buhari, Loretta Onoche, on Tuesday, according to the famous harlot now, she has put on so much bleaching cream that bleaching cream no longer works on her. That palm wine drinking harlot and human trafficker in Asarok. Loretta Onoche. I don't share the idea of killing. This is a presidential aide for information. She works for Fulani presidency. I don't share the idea of killing bandits. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Can somebody say that to Hope Uzodinma, please? Do you see how Fulanis are behaving? Do you see how an Igbo intellectual is behaving? Or should I say, the Sadiq Fulani of Imo State? Are you following me? I don't want you to leave your pen and paper when you're following this program, please. The Minister of Defense of Nigeria, a Fulani man, said, killing Fulani terrorists and murderers, rapists and land-grabbing demons cannot be tolerated. But the same people sent army to go to Imo State to fight people who are fighting Fulani terrorists. And after all this, you want me to be a Nigerian? I can't understand it. I can't understand it. And how even Hope Uzodinma, I don't know what is wrong with bleaching cream. These people are bleaching. Even Hope Uzodinma is on bleaching cream. As light or not, they are bleaching their face. Even the president of the House of Senate, is it Lawan? They call the monkey. He's on bleaching cream as well. Look at their faces. Their faces are all burnt. Bleaching cream. These are the people that will save you. These are the people that will save you. A man who will spend time putting on bleaching cream on his face. He wants to be light. Hey. Unbelievable. According to Onochie, I don't share the idea. The Minister of Defense said, I don't share the idea of killing bandits. Everyone is innocent unless you're Ipob or you're Biafran. And then you're not innocent until proven guilty. They kill you there. When we sent people into Obibo to kill, to slaughter, and to pillage, he's a lawyer. Mike is a learned man, learned colleague. He forgot about the rule of law. That is why Mike cannot live. I want us to do something to that man that the world will think to themselves what happened here. Then when we get to The Hague, I will ask them, in your country, do they teach lawyers to obey, to follow the rule of law or not? This idiot claims he's a barrister. To obey the rule of law was difficult. But when it comes to Fulani people, the same terrorists who are killing us, they tell us about obeying the rule of law. That is why we cannot forgive them. There will be no forgiveness. None whatsoever. This is the same, under this climate, is Tinubu trying to sound like a statesman, a born liar and a criminal. I don't even know why Yorubas will have the face to present such a man or even canvass for him to become a president. Anybody canvassing for him has no shame. Tinubu is a born liar and a criminal. As I said to you the other time, I will do a special program on that very man. I don't know why some Yoruba people still allow this man, this certificate forger and thief, to be parading himself as a statesman. This man don't know that I was following him all the way back in 1999. This man rejected, go back and see it, he rejected Abdul Salami's Islamic 1999 constitution. Today he is a supporter of that very constitution. He was saying, I am angered. What did he say to his fellow Yoruba people? I am angered, troubled by terror across Nigeria. When you yourself, you brought terror against those who are peacefully protesting at Lekki Gate. You see how they are. Oh, so those protesting at Lekki Gate, the use of force to disperse them to kill people is not an act of terrorism. It's not. This was the man that Katrina Line visited. And after that, dogs were unleashed from Mushi. Those of you that call yourselves Nigerians, you're not ashamed of yourselves that you're coming out to campaign for this idiot. I will do a special program for him. Very special. That even Katrina Lang, the UK High Commission to Nigeria, will no longer visit him. I'm telling you the truth. I will do a special program on this thieving criminal, Tinubu. He wants to sound like a statesman. A chieftain of APC has expressed displeasure at the terror. Why did you not express this displeasure when young people carrying Nigerian flag were being shot dead inside Lekki? Because of writing to get money. You people think we are fools, yes? Anyway, you can deceive some of your people, but not us. Not us. He said that Benue has been troubled by criminal headsmen who have been killing and maiming people. And which other one? Did he mention us? Kamlayani. You know, I think he knows not to mention the East. No, he never mentioned the East. It's just Benue. We must not tremble. They will be vanquished in the end. The tolerance, justice, and compassion shall win the day. Which justice and compassion? Let me ask you this question. So you think that you have shared the zoo between yourself and your Fulani masters, enjoying the oil. You are a multi-billionaire, stealing funds. You were hustling, you were in America, pushing your cocaine here and there. You were arrested and taken to court in America as a cocaine peddler, cocaine pusher. Oh dear. Zoo. May the good Lord have mercy upon your darkened souls, all of you. All of you in that zoological republic. If the Yoruba race fail to rise up now and deal with these idiots, believe you me, history will forever condemn them. But I do trust this generation. I trust them immensely. Immensely. That is a news that some of you may have forgotten. But I wish to bring to your attention this very evening before we close. How my 15-year-old daughter was abducted and forcibly converted to Islam and married off to NNAMDI'S palace. Katsina farmer laments. It's happening in Nigeria. It's not on CNN, is it? I'll read it for you. This man is 75 years old. He's a farmer. 75-year-old farmer and father of a 15-year-old girl, Aishat, who was said to have been recently converted to Islam and forcefully married off without the consent of her parents in Ugwa, Dandada, a sleepy agrarian community with a population of around 1,500 people in Kafur, local government area of Katsina State. Before your eyes, is that the type of Nigeria that you want? Your daughter forcibly married off to maybe to Shekau. Is that what you want? Do you think that had Nigeria dissolved, say, 10 years ago, that Leah Shuaibu today will be a captive and mother of 4 or 5, being repeatedly raped by these savages from the Sahel? Fulani savages from the Sahel abducted her because you are in one Nigeria. Not just Leah. That's another one, another 15 years. You know, they love them young and small. I am Mani Bajo. I am 75 years old and I'm a farmer. I was born here in Ugwa, Dandada in Kafur, local government area of Katsina State. I grew up here and I married here. I have lived here all my life in this community. I am a Christian and I accepted Christ into my life when I was 30 years old. I was never a Muslim. Somebody from Katsina State is never a Muslim. I told you people before. There are minorities that are suffering in the north. And I want those minorities to understand that only Biafra can save you. You think that if Nigeria collapses, your life will be a misery. No, I assure you. It will be the beginning of a new dawn in your lives, I tell you. He is a Christian from Katsina State. But if you hear the name of the daughter's name is Aishat, you will think they are Muslims. You condemn them, you say, oh, they are Fulani or they are Hausa. No, they are not. They are Christians inside Katsina State, indigenous to Katsina State. Now you understand. Oh dear. She's been taken, married off, forcibly converted and married off. No police can enter into MS place. But they stormed the palace of my father to kill people. And you're telling me that Nigeria is sustainable. It is not sustainable. The 12 northern states in the zoo, courtesy of why is it that Obasanjo allowed them I don't know, why was it that when the North agitated for Sharia, they got it? Anything they want, they get. People from the side of Nigeria for restructuring, they can never get it. But the Sharia did not. That is why I say Obasanjo is the slave. People don't know who Obasanjo is. He is a slave, I'm telling you the truth. Obasanjo gave them Sharia. They didn't have to agitate for long. But why is it that the agitation for restructuring has been going on in the South for decades, yet no movement on their part? What does that tell about them? Maybe they need to come and take all these intellectuals and sophisticated morons from the South. I pray that the Fulani will come and take your daughters one after the other. And not the old ones, so 15, 14, 13, and take them to the North. Convert them to Islam. And then start raping them. Your stupid eyes will clear by force. To clear by force. You know that the Fulani is also running NNPC. Are you aware of that? And NNPC has no money anymore. Are you aware? There is no money. Look at Fulani doing quantitative easing. You know what is quantitative easing? It's printing of money and segregating into the economy. When US did the same thing, quantitative easing, or the UK, because I'm an economist, so I know. They gave the money, they used it to underwrite soft loans, basically. They gave it to the banks and then asked the banks to start lending money to businesses in order to kickstart the economy. That is what quantitative easing is used for. The minting of money. Not backed up by any other monetary instrument, be it gold or silver or reserve or any of that sort. But do you know in Nigeria they are printing money? Fulani is printing money without no backup. And Fulani is printing money and using that money to distribute to states to pay workers, not to stimulate growth in the economy. And these are the people you are in the same country with? These are the people that you claim that went to school? Lord have mercy. Only in the Zoological Republic. Only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. And I no wonder they're sharing money anyhow they like. They're sharing money anyhow they like. And I heard that Dave Umahi said earlier today, that his non-existent Bubago is not for years. And I'm saying there will be no Bubago at all. There will be no Bubago anywhere. If you catch them, they're finished. There is no Ubago. It's an audio something. You can be talking, you can be writing. It's the way it sounds nice. Ubago, it sounds so sweet. And the Janjaweed would like you to float something, but it's too late. But let me warn everybody this evening so that they understand, those who are listening. No country needs a referendum in its constitution for a referendum to take place. So we know what we're asking for. All those intellectuals and morons that even they didn't go to school. You don't need a referendum in the constitution for a referendum to take place. Because in the United Kingdom that created Nigeria, they do not have a written constitution. Everything is done by precedent. Yet they have referendum. After referendum. All the time. There is no written, not even constitution, there is no written, it's not anywhere to be found. There is no document you can lay your hands on and say, this is the British Constitution. No, it doesn't exist. So you don't need a referendum in your constitution for you to hold a referendum. Because power belongs to the people. You are in a democracy. Anything the people want is what they are going to get. Anything the people want is what they are going to get. And what I find astonishing is this. The UK granted referendum to Scotland. Yet there is no constitutional provision for that in the UK. Nobody went to Scotland with army and police killing people and said, unity of Britain, unity of UK. You allowed the people to express their opinion. Why can't we do this? Oh, sorry, they are white and we are black. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. They are white and we are black. Black people are not allowed to express their opinion. Only white people can. And who said so? We are coming to turn all of that upside down. That is why we are tweeting with the hashtag UK Let Biafra Go. Allow us to go. Sudan was once the largest country geographically in Africa. Today there are two countries. The almighty Soviet Union, with all their nuclear arsenal, they broke up. Yugoslavia broke up. They're all Slavic people. Yugoslavia means the land, the unity of the Slavic people. The same unity you're talking about today. They speak the same language. They are Slavic people, the same race, the same people. Yet they could not stay in one country. Talk less of myself as somebody from the Futajalon, from Senegambia. Nachinama, a cattle rearer, a savage. I can't stay in the same country with you. Never. These are the things that our people ought to understand and learn. But this evening I'm praying to the Almighty in heaven to change our attitudes so that we can live in peace with each other. Because separation is the only solution. If Abraham and Lot can do it in the Quran, if Abraham and Lot can do it in the Bible, if Abraham and Lot can do it in the Torah, because everything you have, both your Christianity and your Islam, you are all practicing Judaism. Because Jesus practiced Judaism. He was a Jew, for your information. If Abraham and Lot can say, let's go our separate ways, then let us go our separate ways. We are asking Elohim to remove us from the zoo. That's what we're asking for. And all this nonsense between Aguleri and Umueri, I must repeat, should stop and stop immediately. I don't want that to continue. I'm saying it again tonight. And I must warn all those who are coming to Biafra land to go to come and do your show of force. You will die there. And on that note, we have come to the end of our broadcast this very evening. I am going to do question and answer in 2 days because I won't allow the Janjaweed to rest or to sleep. If you allow them to rest or to sleep, they will use their narrative to distort the truth in the zoo or what is happening in the zoo. I will be back on Monday morning, 7 a.m. Biafra time. Question and answer this time around. Because the zoo has already fallen. I want all of those calling and begging and pleading with us to stop. ESN is armed to defend our land against all forms and manner of criminality. Even if that criminality is coming from the army or the police, we don't give a damn, we'll fight it. And go back to your history books once again. Once any freedom fighting movement picks up a gun, it's over. It must end with a negotiated settlement and sovereignty afterwards. We're not going to stop, or we all die. Thank you very much for listening to us this very evening, morning, noon, depending on where you are. As always, to you, Biafra may mean separatist secession, a country that existed for over 5,000 years. To others, it could mean a part of eastern Nigeria. But to us, Biafra is much more than all of these things put together. Biafra is our religion. The same way that Pantami, the terrorist, is saying, I don't mind dying for the religion of Allah. The same way that Biafra is our religion. And we don't mind dying for it. Here on Radio Biafra, this citadel, this holy platform is where we worship. Because Chukwokika Abiyama Benigwe, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, Tamunon, Elisa, Abasi is our God. From me, from here, and believe it or not, with all the love in my heart for all of you. Good evening. Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans. Regardless of where you are around the world, we are welcoming you to another exciting edition of our question and answer on this very day, the morning of the 30th of April in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021. The time now is 3 minutes past 7 a.m. in the land of Biafra. We are live and we are direct. And of course, heaven itself is bearing us witness. You are going to bear with us this morning because the enemies, as always, they are attacking what we are doing. We are not live on. And we are trying to rectify and fix this right this very minute. You must try to bear with us. I don't know how these criminals managed to get into our system this morning and is trying to make life difficult. We are on my Facebook page, please. For those who are listening via Mazi Nnamdi Kanu official, you know that later on they may wish to interrupt this very broadcast. Please be prepared for that. If they do, you switch over to Instagram. Instagram is the only place that I know that we are safe this very morning. Everything is going to work. Please do not panic. You can go to Instagram, please. If you experience any difficulties, tell people who are having issues with connecting to please go to Instagram for the time being, please. As we work to try to rectify this. Everything was, Twitter has no sound, it is coming, everything is going to be restarted. That is how they operate in the zoo, because they know that we are about to bury them alive this very morning. So they contracted the usual people that they contract to try to attack our system. It's very, very vicious and sustained attack, but we are going to overcome them, I assure you. Do not worry, we are going to overcome. Ask people to move to Instagram, please, and at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu official on Facebook, my authentic Facebook page, which I am sure they may seek to interfere with later on. Do not panic. Everything is going to be fine. Everything is going to be absolutely fine. I beg of you not to panic. We are going to fix it. We are going to fix it. In a short while, everything will be up and running once again. Please, I welcome each and every one of you. And as we are waiting for those of them on Twitter to join us, those on YouTube to join us as well, please do not panic. I assure you that we are going to run this program this morning, and as always, the zoo is going to crumble as a result of it. They are panicking, and rightfully so, and we can assure them categorically that we are not going anywhere. We are going to preach this very gospel that Elohim has mandated us to preach, and there is absolutely nothing anybody can do about it. You must try to bear with us. I want to make sure that our apps are up and running. That is what I'm trying to fix. I have turned into an engineer this very morning when I'm trying to fix it. It has come back. I believe that our apps are now working. We are now going to make sure that we fix the Twitter and all other handles, even the one that will stream on my private page on Facebook as well. That also is going to work. Please do not panic. Do not panic at all. Because these people, they think they can frustrate us. Everything, I checked the system this morning, everything was fine. But all of a sudden, I don't know, these people, unbelievable. The Zoological Republic and those working for them, we are going to shock them this very morning. We are going to shock them this morning. And believe you me, they are in one almighty trouble. We are trying to reconnect our Twitter and all the rest of them.
That is what we are trying to do, and we are going to do it. We are going to do it. Please do not panic. I beg of you not to panic. We are going live also on Twitter. We are going live now on Twitter and also on, I believe that we are live now once again on Twitter. We are adding the stream. I believe that all our systems are go. I believe we are live on multiple platforms. The whole world is listening, and we are going to decimate and destroy the damnable zoological republic. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Because I am greeting you, for those of you on Instagram and on my page, for the second time, for those of you who are joining us via our apps, Ipob, Community Radio, Radio Biafra, all the rest of it, our FM in Biafra land and parts of the Zoological Republic, and also on satellite. I believe they are now all well connected, and we are now moving. Of course, people, Romeo and all the rest of them are listening, or should I say watching via Twitter, and also Robin as well. Efonanya, all the rest of you are on Twitter. Oh my goodness, the whole world is waiting. I will must preach this gospel. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth by none. Ipob, the indigenous people of Biafra. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. And by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, I am going to pray very, very briefly, and I'm going to preach this very gospel, after which we shall open our lines this very morning for some of you to participate, to give us the benefit of your thoughts and your opinions as to how things are going. You know, you listen to us, and we also listen to you as well. Most of the things that we do, most of the policy direction that we take, some of you do not understand that we also get it from you as well. We go through your comments, we go through your suggestions, some of your inboxes, most of you that send us messages, be it on WhatsApp, on Signal, and all the rest of it, we do take on board what you're saying. I thank each and every one of you, Biafrans all over the world, even non-Biafrans alike, and also our Oduduwa brethren, and those of them that are now coming up in the Middle Belt. I can assure you, things are going to happen there very, very shortly. Let us pray. I am going to pray, as I do on most Fridays, a very simple prayer, our Lord's Prayer, to reaffirm that Elohim the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the author and the finisher, is the name above every other name. This is a prayer that we sometimes take for granted, but this was prayed by Yeshua to his disciples when they asked him, please, Rabbi, teach us how to pray. And Jesus Christ prayed thus: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Our Father who art in heaven. Our Father, Jesus said, our Father who art in heaven, signifying that there is no other God like thee, there is no other creator like thee. You are not two, you are not three, you are not four, you are indivisible and you are God. Hallowed be thy name, which means your name is above every other name. Jesus Christ prayed and said, hallowed be the name of my Father in heaven, which means the Father in heaven is above every other name. Let thy kingdom come, as we are fighting for in the land of Biafra. Thy will be done in the land of Biafra as it is in heaven, because Biafra is the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. but I'm not sure about the governors. Lead us not into temptation, please deliver us from evil. For yours, O Elohim, is the kingdom, every power and every glory, now and forevermore we pray. As I said before to those who are watching on my page, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Official, Facebook will kick out some of you. You will be suppressed eventually. It will come down, now standing at, it was at 2.6 before, we've now gone down to 2.3. They will eventually bring it down to below 100. That is what they do. And very, very sadly, these are young men and women from right across southern Nigeria doing this nonsense for Facebook. Very, very sad indeed. And may Fulani Janjaweed terrorists find you and behead you wherever you are, because you people are foolish. You are the ones encouraging the zoo to be as idiotic as they are with your foolishness. But you think you're doing your job. But what you're doing is inimical. It is very, very dangerous, and allow us to preach. Yesterday evening, Mietiala issued the usual idiotic, nonsensical threat to this very noble family of Ipob all over the world. From the utterances that the fool made of Mietiala, that very fourth deadliest terror group in the world, they are now number 2, deadliest in the world. The people singularly responsible for the state of insecurity in the damnable zoological republic. Yet they have the guts to open their mouth. Nobody has arrested them. DSS cannot invite them because they come from the tribe that is in control of everything. Not that they know how to do anything at all, maybe apart from moving cattle from place to place, if you consider that as a worthwhile endeavor. The only thing they know to do is to loot, to steal, to pillage, to kill, to land grab, to rape, to kidnap, and also to run the economy into the ground. The Fulani Janjaweed has nothing to bring to the table, and as soon as some of you idiotic Nigerians understand this, the better for all of you. There's also a picture of them sharing money somewhere, and we'll get to that later. These stupid Mietiala people think that we are like their lackeys and those Chrislings that you call Southeast governors. They think that perhaps Biafra land is Upper Benue State, where they can do whatever they like. Perhaps Mietiala thinks that we are like those of them in Ogun State that they pursued into Benin Republic on exile, or should I say as refugees. Nobody has called Mietiala or invited them for questioning, for making very hateful and insightful statements. Or should I say, for attempting to take the laws into their own hands. If it was Obadiah Mailafia or anybody, in fact, from the Middle Belt or from the South, by now, the DSS, the police, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force would have invited them to come and give a statement. Your so-called security agencies will be seeking to arrest them, but it seems to us that Mietiala can kill, nobody can arrest them, they can say whatever they like, and nobody can touch them. Painfully and very sadly, even the fools who are working for Facebook in the zoo called Nigeria, some of you are still taking sides with these people by reaffirming that somehow you are part of a one Nigeria. I want all of you to understand what you're doing to yourselves. You must understand what you're doing to yourselves and come to the realization very, very quickly, I'm praying for, that Nigeria is unworkable. The zoo called Nigeria is unworkable, can never ever work. I want Mietiala to understand this very carefully, that the time in the past when you kill Biafran people, when you issue your threats to the likes of Omahi and you see them quaking because they are your slaves, do not think that because you can control Igbo governors Don't think that because you can control all the governors from the east, that somehow you can control the great and noble family of IPOB with your stupid, idiotic threats. It can never ever work. So I am warning you, if you kill one person, 10 of you will die. For one person you kill, 10 of you will die. I'm talking about even in the north. Even in the north, you will die there. You fools from the foothills of the Futajalon, you think that somehow we are joking, you think we are messing around with your zoo. You are in very serious trouble. In very, very serious trouble. Fulani, you always think that you're very smart. I'm sure people will say, why do you talk about Fulani all the time? Because they are the problem of Nigeria. Fulani is the problem of Nigeria. Their idiocy, their backwardness, their primitivity, and their conquistador mentality, they think because they overran Hausa people, they think because they overran the Hausa nation, somehow it is going to be that way with the rest of the people. They think because they overtook the Gwari people and swallowed them up, they think because the Biron people are in their pocket, they think because they have exerted inordinate influence over the Jukun people, they think that because they have emasculated the Nupe people, they think that because they took a lorry from Yoruba people, somehow they can bring the same nonsense to the east. They can bring the same rubbish to the east. Somebody should go and tell these idiots, I don't care if they control the presidency, if it is theirs. I don't care if Britain is supporting them. I don't give a damn if they have been to China. I don't care what amount of money they may have given to Obama to get the United States of America to support them. I don't give a damn. They also bleed because they are human. These idiots who are badly educated think they can come to our land to dictate to us how to live, to tell us where their cattle should graze. That is arrant nonsense. It cannot happen. It cannot in our time. It can never ever happen. Go and tell those idiots. We are not the useless, idiotic governors you have in the East. That if you tell them jump, they say, oh, Miyetiala, how high? Rubbish. And any governor anywhere in the East working with any Miyetiala in their cabinet, that governor is in very serious trouble from this very morning. From this morning. If you do not know, they are the fourth deadliest terrorist group in the world. The fourth deadliest terror group in the world. Go and search for it online. Go and Google it. You will see everything that I'm telling you to be correct. We are not going to suffer fools gladly anymore. These idiots, they think they are smart, but they are not as smart as they think they are. I read, of course, I wouldn't say with trepidation, I read with a great deal of amusement yesterday when the Sultan of Sokoto and the ruler of Yoruba people in terms of religion, because if you are a Yoruba person, also spiritually, the Sultan of Sokoto is your ruler, is your religious leader, if you don't understand. They went to Yoruba once again, as they always do. And this very morning, I keep sending out this warning to Yoruba people. Those who have not keyed into the Oduduwa agenda of liberation and self-determination, that you are doing yourselves a great disservice because you are impervious, you are ignorant of history. What happened to you in the past, mark today is the 30th day of April 2021, is going to happen to you again, unless you retrace your steps now and start reasoning like human beings, or start reasoning like the educated people that we all think that you are. You have allowed the Sultan of Sokoto to share the same platform with the Oni of Ife, with a few other Yoruba notable sons and daughters. That was 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, in Lagos. There was the launch of a book titled Islam in Yoruba Land. They have come again, Yoruba people. You people never ever learn anything. I am so sorry to say this. A majority, not should I say, a sizable majority of people from the East are Judeo-Christians. We don't have any Muslims in our land. Only those who are criminally minded, looking for the Janjaweed to give them some money. There are no genuine Muslims in the East. I want the Yoruba to listen to what I'm saying this morning very, very carefully. But nobody can come and tell us they are launching a book on Christianity and Biafra as a way to further British neo-colonial interest and hegemony over our people. Let me repeat what I'm saying. The fact that a majority of Biafrans are Judeo-Christians, Christians in the main, some with allegiance to Rome, some with allegiance to Canterbury, some of them with allegiance to the new wave Pentecostalism that emanated from the United States of America. It does not mean that anybody seeking to enslave us using religion or using the Bible cannot come and write a book, maybe go to Enugu or Igbocha or Owerri and tell us, oh, please calm down. You know, try to be comfortable in your very, should I say, unhealthy and slavish condition because there is some kind of attachment between us. You are Christians and we are also Christians. We are not foolish and we are not stupid. And I don't expect the Yoruba race to be this stupid. Listen to why I'm saying this. They know that the zoo, Nigeria, is at breaking point. They understand that young men and women have risen up, and elders as well, because Professor Akintoye is not a youth anymore. That they have risen up. That there is this new movement of Yoruba consciousness towards self-determination and self-rule. They understand that. What have the Fulanis done? Once again, they have brought Islam, the same thing they used during NSAS to divide us in Lagos. They have come again. They have brought Islam once again because they invited the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the head of every Yoruba Muslim, a position, the Sultanate, the seat of the Sultan of Sokoto is a stool that no Yoruba person can ever occupy in perpetuity. Yet this man who is Fulani, not even indigenous to Nigeria, is coming to Lagos to tell them that somehow that they are one, they are the same people. They came through the back door. You know, in Nigeria, they always use three things. Or should I say, even two. They use ethnicity, tribe, and they use religion. And it always works because we are tribal people by nature. You must bear with me this morning. I have to preach, please. I must preach this morning. Please, you must bear with me. Later on, I open the lines. They went for a book launch in Yoruba land in Lagos. Islam in Yoruba land, history, education, and culture. You would think they are there to campaign, to talk about Islam as a religion. Rubbish. They are there to remind Yoruba people, you people are also Muslims. We, the Fulani Janjaweed, we are also Muslims. Let's combine together against the East. In other words, they have gone again to try to I really call it emotional blackmail, to try to bribe the Yoruba race with the perverse reasoning that somehow Yoruba and the Fulani are related. Unfortunately and very sadly, Yoruba media are encouraging this once again. They are encouraging this absolute pathetic attempt by the Fulani Janjaweed to stop you from becoming free. They know they cannot stop us. It's too late for them. Now what they're trying to do is to see if they can build a religious, no, should I say an alliance based on religion, on religious sentiment, not even on religion, based on religious sentiment with Yoruba people. Nobody asked the Sultan of Sokoto, where he was in Lagos, are you aware that the daughter of Pa Fashoranti, the Yoruba leader, was killed a while back? Are you aware that your own people, you're coming here to tell us about religion? Islam, how Yoruba and the Fulani are one, courtesy of Islam. Have you forgotten that you people are in our forests? Nobody from Yoruba land asked the Sultan of Sokoto, have you forgotten that your own terrorists from across the Sahel are in our forests, killing us and taking over our land? I tweeted about a couple that they killed in Ondo State, or Zuru-Nikiti. It's on my Twitter page. Go to my Twitter, you see it. And for those of you who are not on Twitter, shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. If you're not on Twitter and following each other, shame on all of you. You don't know what freedom fighting is all about in this new age. You don't know that. They came to Yoruba land, they accepted them. And I know what their fear is, because you know me, I have to speak the truth. I love the Yorubas immensely. And even more, those of them who are agitating for freedom. But that is not going to stop me from speaking the truth. Anybody who knows me and this very platform knows that we are squeaky clean, whiter than white and whiter than snow. We always speak the truth, regardless of who is affected. That is the mandate I have from heaven, to preach this truth without fear before any beggar. I don't care who you are. I must say the truth, please. Because I love you, I have to tell you the truth. You people are not helping matters. The Yoruba race is responsible for what is happening in Nigeria through their acquiescence, accepting this rubbish that the North always dishes out because they are afraid maybe that if we leave Nigeria, allow Nigeria to collapse, they will no longer have access to oil and gas, and that is rubbish. Everybody along the west coast of Africa, unless they already have oil, will receive oil and gas from Biafra land for free. I said for free, because we are not doing anything with oil and gas. We are more intelligent than that to be depending on a natural resource. Japan has nothing. I think they have the third largest economy in the world, if not the fourth. They have not one single natural resource. In Japan, the greatest natural resource you can ever have, I've preached this a lot of times, is your brain. We don't need the stupid oil and gas. After all, it's carbon. It's fossil fuel. It is killing people, choking their lungs in Iguacha, and people are dying every blessed day. It is outdated. Nobody wants to be burning fossil fuel. Nobody wants that. Nobody at all. After all, it leads to global warming. Who needs to bequeath an earth that is ravaged to generations unborn? I am not a believer in the flaring and the burning of carbon or fossil fuel. Not at all. So we're not doing anything with it. For those of you doing your agitation based on, should I say, resource control, based on, I want to have access to the oil in my backyard. You are fools. The greatest resource you have is your brain. And I want my Yoruba brethren to listen very, very carefully this morning. This preaching is not about them, but I want them to understand the subterfuge, this very subtle attempt by the Fulani to infiltrate them and render them useless and to make them become irrelevant in the scheme of things in time to come. Fulani are in your forests, killing you. Fulani went to Ogun State and drove you into Benin Republic. Yoruba people are refugees in Benin Republic today. Almost 60% of Yoruba land and their forests have been taken over by these people. The same man coming to preach to you about how Islam came to Yoruba land, how you are one, how you must come together to forestall any breakup of Nigeria. And you claim you went to school and that your brain cells are still working. That is what some of them claim. But sometimes I have reason to doubt it. I have reason to doubt if they can actually reason properly. They came to talk about Islam, history, education, and culture by the Muslim Ummah of southwest of Nigeria. Muslim Ummah of southwest of Nigeria, which means Yoruba land. By that, what they mean is that if you can bring the Oni of Ife, bring Obasanjo, bring Osibajo, bring all these, should I say, illustrious Yoruba sons and daughters together under this umbrella, it will reinforce that very false narrative that the Yorubas are more related to the Fulanis than any other people. Try to understand the game plan. All of them were there. Bola Tinubu was there, but after all, he's a Muslim. Now, they said they came to talk about religion and culture. Understand this, try to listen very carefully. They said they came to Lagos to talk about culture, tradition, education, how Islam came to Yoruba land, but all their speeches were about the rising agitations and dissatisfaction across the country, which they attributed to illiteracy and misinformation in the land. That is how these people regard you. They think that you cannot reason for yourselves. They think that we are all very foolish. They do not even believe that we are capable of sitting down and even feeding ourselves ordinary food. That is why people can wake up in the morning, given how the Fulanis have destroyed Nigeria, given their, should I say, Janjaweed tendencies to conquer and take over people's land. They think that the reason why people are agitating to be free is because we are illiterates and we are misinformed. They are the ones who are the illiterates. Obasanjo is the illiterate, Osibanjo is the illiterate, these are the irredeemable illiterates you have in that zoo. Foolish, idiotic people. Old men reasoning like baboons in the forest. Let me ask these people who claim that the reason for our agitation is illiteracy and misinformation. Are you educated more than we are? Is there any Fulani man that went to school, or should I say, as erudite, as composed, as educated as people in the South? Just name one person, I'm asking you. If the Fulanis were educated, as the Sultan is trying to make us believe, because they believe in one Nigeria, Nigeria is benefiting them, they can take over our land, take over our oil, take over our gas, take over our lives. That is what they want. And people are saying no to it. Now you're calling us illiterate for saying that you cannot colonize us, you cannot take over our land. You think we are stupid? These idiots that gathered in Lagos, do you think we are foolish? I'm asking you. Illiteracy and misinformation. Sultan of Sokoto is the illiterate. He is stark, Fulani, Janjaweed illiterate. These fools that went from Yoruba land to go and dine with this animal, they are the illiterates. And I will tell you why they are the illiterates. Let me ask you a question. There are 3 cardinal things that man needs to survive on this very earth. Food, clothing, and shelter. 3 basic. This is as old as man itself. They are very, very basic. In every country around the world that lays a claim to civility, that claims they are advanced, that claims that they are enlightened, they provide these 3 basic needs: food, clothing, and shelter. What do I mean? In the Japans of this world, in South Korea, let me say in the whole of the Far East of Asia, all the Asian tigers that you call them, every advanced country in the world, you are only homeless if you want to be homeless. Why? Because there are jobs. When there are no jobs, you can access state welfare benefits. To buy food, to buy clothing, not the designer ones, and to make sure that you pay for shelter. In the United Kingdom, where I hold their citizenship, there's something called housing benefit. It is open to everybody. Once you lose your job, you apply for housing benefit. United Kingdom can claim to be civilized. In the USA, they even have welfare and they have food stamps. If you're hungry, there's a payment they may call food stamps, because the government understands that a hungry man is an angry man. At least let him or her have some food to eat first of all. Follow me very carefully this morning. Every country that claims to be civilized, you must provide food, shelter, and clothing for your people. I'm not saying for free. Where housing becomes affordable, it is considered universal provision. When people lose their jobs, they have access to benefits, to state welfare payments and system. That is considered taking care of your people. I want to ask those who are against our agitation, do you provide food for the people who are hungry? Do you provide shelter? I'm not talking about employment. Let's leave employment to one side. I want to ask the Sultan of Sokoto and all those idiots he's been cavorting with, telling us that our agitation is fueled by illiteracy and ignorance. Are you a learned man? I'm asking the Sultan of Sokoto. As idiotic as you are you a learned man? You're dressing like an Arab. Are you an Arab man? Are you Arab? I'm asking you. You are from a tribe of pastoralists. You move cattle. You don't know what having a shelter is all about because you are nomadic by nature. So when people in the South are clamoring for shelter, you will not understand it. You are Fulani, you are a nomad, you are a Janjaweed, you know nothing about settling down anywhere. That is number one. Number two, you claim that what we are doing is fueled by misinformation. Are you telling me that the Mieti are killing people and driving us away or intending to drive us away from our land, that we don't know what we are doing? We are doing it wrongly. So, Fashiranti's daughter, the Yoruba leader that you killed, you Sultan of Sokoto, because all of you are part and parcel of this wave of terrorism in the zoo. Are you saying that we should not be conscious of that? Are you saying that when you come, bring your terrorists from across the Sahel to come into our land to occupy it? Forcibly. That we should keep quiet? Is that what you're saying? So by keeping quiet, we are not informed. When we speak against all these things, we are ill-informed. That is how stupid and backwards you Janjaweed people are. Religion is a thing of choice. You can't force anybody to adhere. That is why even the Western world abandoned the debate over religion. Because religion makes men mad. Allow people to worship whatever they want to worship. It is their business. You cannot convince them. As where I come from is called Omonachia. You and your God. How your God talks to you in spirit is how you're going to behave. Nobody is entitled to encroach into that very space. If it was the original brand of Islam that you're drinking, maybe perhaps I may even begin to listen to you. But you are a Wahhabi. You are a Janjaweed. You believe in spreading your religion through conquest and war and want to bring it into my land. Your forebears tried that about 300 years ago and they failed at the plains of Benue. And you have failed and you will continue to fail. And for daring to attribute people's struggle for survival, for you to attribute our agitation and self-determination to illiteracy and misinformation goes to show that you are the one who is an illiterate and you are the one who is misinformed. I'm talking about the stupid, idiotic Sultan of Sokoto. A smelly rat that can't even wash 2 times in a day. Not even 2 times in a day. All he does is to perfume himself morning and night. You people think you can bring your armies into our land to take over our land from us? Is that what you think? You can run to Yoruba all you like. It's the Yorubas that have time to listen to your garbage and to your nonsense. It's the Yoruba that can listen to such rubbish. And for the likes of Punch newspaper that carry this very news, I feel sorry for some of you. Some Yoruba media, they think they're very smart, they're intelligent, they think they are somehow very smart. We'll keep doing this and then Tinubu will get into power and we'll begin to enjoy. How mistaken all of you are. Because you are going to be consumed. They said more needs to be done. This is what, according to the stupid conference they had in Lagos, more needs to be done in teaching younger Nigerians about the nation's history. What is the nation's history? What history is that? Is Nigeria a nation? You claim we are suffering from illiteracy and misinformation. You as a sultan don't even know the meaning or definition of the word nation. You have no idea what a nation is all about. And I will educate you. Because you're a Janjaweed, you're not learned. Some of you illiterate traditional rulers, you think that somehow you are smart. You can outsmart everybody else. But you cannot. Because you people are the ones who are illiterate. All of you are illiterate in the zoo. Everybody, once you rise up and you say you're a Nigerian, I know that some of you is the exact reason why white people treat us with contempt and disdain every place. And I don't blame them. You know me, I don't believe in racism. A white man can be as racist as he likes towards us. I don't give a damn. Because we brought it upon ourselves. Our stupidity. Still, I'm telling you the truth. When you have idiots like the Sultan of Sokoto prancing all over the place, the idiot doesn't work. Not one single day does he go to, he does nothing. As a sultan, he cannot stop even the terrorism and insurgency ravaging the north. But he's coming to the south to come and preach to you idiots in Lagos, and you're listening to that fool. You're listening to him. That idiot. Ask yourself, what has this fool done for us? Do we have electricity in the zoo? Even the employment that those that went before tried to establish, these idiots now in power, they ruined everything. No refinery is working, which means that no graduate of petroleum engineering will ever find a job in Nigeria as long as you allow these fools to continue to deceive you about your stupid one Nigeria. We are illiterates and they are the ones who are learned. Learned. It's only enough all this nonsense. What an elderly man saw sitting down. What have you done? If you collection of idiotic elders have done anything, at least by now there will be electricity, there will be no insurgency, there will be no terrorism. Fulani will not be running all over the place looking for who to savagely kill and slaughter. You people are failures. All of you are failures. Claiming your elders, elder statesman, elder this. You are all failures. Do you know how pathetic some of you are? When you are sick, you travel abroad. You have contributed nothing to the advancement of the society you claim you are an elder over. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now I understand the reason why little white kids look at in Ebola and in white man's countries, even in Asia. All this elderly rubbish doesn't exist. Now I understand why they're moving forward. Look at Africa, we are saddled elder this, elder that, elder that. We are all impoverished and very poor. In abroad, a child will look at you and say, hey, good morning, Nnamdi. If you watch outside, go to hell. They don't give a damn. They are going to work. They are going to the moon. They are going to Mars. They are making things happen. They are giving mobile phones that you want. All the latest gadgets you want and pay for, they are doing it. You are in Africa doing elder. Ask yourself, this man that wants or woman that wants respect, what has he or she ever done for me? What have you done for us? Those of you gathering in Lagos and claiming you are these people agitating, they lack history. Let me ask the Sultan and all the idiots at that very conference. Let me ask a simple question. Who took away history from schools? Is it the youth that took it away? People who are agitating now for freedom, were they the ones that took away history from schools? In your so-called nation, zoo, Nigeria. That is not the nation, of course. Do you see? I don't know how people reason. Ask those claiming their elders. What I saw sitting down, you cannot see standing up. What have you done for me? Name one thing you have done for me. You use your age to try to bully people. I am older than the Sultan of Sokoto. He's a little boy. It's because of that stupid bedsheet he ties on his head. You think he's old. He's a little boy. That idiot is a little boy. A little boy. Fulani will see madness they have never seen before. Fulani, by the time we are done in this very battle, I'm telling you the truth, the Hausa peasants will rise against you. You'll be returned to the Futajalon from whence you came. It is the Yoruba that is indulging you. Yoruba people are the ones indulging Fulani. Yoruba is the ones indulging you people. Without Yoruba, you cannot have the mouth to talk rubbish all the time. So that we will calm down. Elder, my foot. You're a little boy with the shit on your head. You claim you're an elder. What stupid elder are you? I'm asking you. Are you a scholar of Islam? All of you idiots in the north. What do you know about Islam? I ask you. What do you know? Do you know it was Islam that brought algebra into mathematics? Do you know it was Islam that gave us even ice cream that you're making today? Do you know that ice cream came from the Arabs? Are you aware of that? You know nothing, you idiots claiming you are scholars. You know nothing about Islam. Do you know about the medical advances that Islam brought to mankind? Do you know that Islam and the old Sultanate, are you aware that they funded education? Are you aware that those people were at the cutting edge of science? I'm talking about Islam, yes, cutting edge of science. For those of you, you same Sultan, you idiots, we are the ones supporting Boko Haram, saying no to Western education. That going to school is not very good. I'm asking you, do you know that the mathematics you write today, algebra, do you know that algebra is an invention of Islamic education? You know, you don't even know all these things because you're foolish. You need to remove that bandage, that bedsheet you tie on your head so that oxygen will feel, fresh air can hit your brain. You people are sick. And to all those people in Yoruba land, you keep allowing all this nonsense all the time. You think you can cheat the East. Let us align with them. You can cheat the East so that we can keep taking oil and gas for free. Your forests are gone. Your people are now refugees in Benin Republic. By the time they are done with you, a lorry will be a child's play. You know, in life, sometimes you can take vindictiveness so far and not any further. What Yoruba journalists are doing, and some of them who are aligned to Tinubu's camp because of 2023, is that you are destroying the future of the Yoruba race. Because people have tried this same nonsense you're doing now. They have tried it before and they failed. You are trying the same old thing and Fulani will swallow you. Fulani, future generations will make reference to this broadcast. As the same way that said, when I warned you before, almost 7 years ago, that they will come to take your land, did you believe me? When I said that the Fulanis were preparing to take over our land, did any of you believe me? Some said I was a madman. The same way they're saying today that those who are fighting for the truth in Nigeria, that they're misinformed. You are telling us that history should come back to schools. And I'm asking the Sultan, was it not you people that took away history from schools? Because if you teach history in schools, I'm telling you, by the age of 15, everybody will become radicalized. They will despise you. When you have failed over the years, you're not hiding under your age. Whereas you are in your early 50s, you're a young boy. The Sultan is a young boy, deceiving all of you. And you're falling for it, idiots, everyone. This UG. No wonder a white man can kneel on your neck in America and kill you. No wonder they can come to Africa and bring virus to experiment on us. We are useless, beyond useless. I'm telling you the truth. Black people are useless. Useless. Listening to fools like that. And your life is a misery. Somebody is telling you you are a graduate in a country where there is no concerted effort to create employment for people. And you're telling me that you believe in such a country. Is that what you're telling me? Everywhere in the world, every government is discussing, how do we grow the economy? Why do you think every blessed day when the economy contracts, people are complaining? Because they know they need jobs for their people. Once there is a recession or contraction of the economy, people begin to lament. You can see it on your television screens. Why do you think white people complain each time the economy appears to be shrinking? Because they know if we do not provide jobs for people, if people are hungry, if they have nowhere to sleep, we are going to have bandits. Simple and short. You think they give you social security because they love you? No, not at all. It's so you will not become a nuisance. All these things are lost on black people. Lost on black people. The type of God that made you people, I have no idea. Somebody responsible for taking away history from schools is going to Lagos and telling you we must bring back history. People are misinformed. Whereas it is the idiot and his people that took away history from schools. And that is the type of country that you're telling me you're proud of. May God have mercy upon your souls. But you people are idiotic. Very, very idiotic. The Muslim leader said it has become imperative for stakeholders to rise up and devise policies that will bring to the barest minimum the issues of misinformation. Misinformation. The idiot. These are the same people that closed down 4 refineries. 4. Each refinery could have employed nothing less than 10,000 people. If you study economics as I did, you will know something called economies of scale. That is not just the refinery that will provide jobs for people. Even the selling monopoly along the road will also benefit from it. They came, shut down the refineries, no jobs for people. In Omoania, my hometown, ceramics is not working. I think somebody said that Dunlop factory, is Michelin factory, somewhere around the Ikeja has been turned into a church. They close down a factory, they set up a church inside the factory to pray for jobs. And you're telling me that black people are okay in the brain. This is, I don't know more. A place where people used to go to work before, a jobs provider, they shut it down through the idiotic, backward, retrogressive, Janjaweed policies of the Fulani Caliphate. Now, these hungry, ravenous vultures called pastors and preachers of the word will now go and take it, convert it into a church, and you go to that place to pray for a job. Huh? These black people. Oh my God in heaven. Anyway, I said I will stop preaching, but Elohim said I must preach, and that's what I'm doing. They said issues of national importance are being left in the hands of ignorant and illiterate citizens who are bent on setting up the country in flames through negative narratives. They're talking about us. They're talking about me. First of all, Nigeria is not a nation. You people are the ones who are ill-informed because you're not educated. None of you, forget all that rubbish. You're not educated. As I say where I come from, passing 6 is not passing sense. There is something called common sense, which none of you possess. Anybody coming out in the zoo called Nigeria, with the exception of Paya Debanjo and Mbasumika Mechi, if you are coming out and saying you are an elder this, elder that, I look at you as an idiot. If you are an elder, how come we don't have any running water? You came and went to school, you know everything. I'm asking the stupid Sultan, how come there's no running water in your village where you come from? Are you not using generator? Maybe 10 kVA, 4 generators. You're not ashamed of yourself. Illiteracy. You people are the ones who are illiterate. That is why Ushibajo can accept to be relegated to the background, because he wants to survive. Cowards have no role to play in the corridors of power. Had Ushibajo not been a natural born coward, he would have been the president of Nigeria, because Buhari is dead. You all know that the idiot is dead, buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. And you continue to condone idiocy and rubbish, trying to turn the narrative upside down. You've forgotten we are alive. Somebody should go and tell the Sultan of Sokoto and his side chick, Tinubu, all this nonsense you fools are doing was in the past, when there was no means of communication. When you controlled NTA, controlled everybody, as you're still controlling the likes of Punch newspaper today. Yoruba journalism is a disease. Yoruba journalism is a curse. It is a disease. They have no business being in journalism. Journalism is not meant for cowards. You must rise up to write the truth. Look at Delegiwa. He wrote the truth and he spoke the truth. Delegiwa, after him, all this nonsense you have, there are no longer journalists anymore. Anywhere brown envelope goes, they pursue it. These idiots should stop talking rubbish. They are talking about security challenges. Our country is facing. Who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Fulani. They are the ones lecturing us on insecurity, and all of you from the south and middle belt, you sit down and you gobble up this rubbish every day. None of you have the courage to ask them. But excuse me, sir, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Is it not you? Who started land grabbing? And your cattle destroying people's crops. All the massacres in Jos, in southern Kaduna, whose fault is it? Maitasini. From one extremist group to another. From one Islamic sect intent on killing people to another. Who brought all these things into the zoo? With your wrong interpretation of the Quran. Do you know that when I was in prison, I used to study the Quran? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? I used to study the Quran. You idiots who think you're smart, but you're not. I want to ask, everywhere you go, insecurity in our land. I saw that old fool, that old lying fool, without shame. He removed 10 years from his age. So that he now gave birth to his daughter when he was 9 years old. And all of you animals in Nigeria, all of you baboons in Nigeria, all you monkeys in Nigeria, you get up every day and you swallow whatever nonsense they give you. Look at Tinubu, he's 69. A liar, a cocaine pusher, a drug pusher, certificate forger, investor of Toronto. Is the one you people are eulogizing because you have no morals. Some sections of Yoruba land, they have no morals. No morals, no morals. A man who can get up in the morning and cut his age by 10 years, such a person is not worthy to be spoken about. Not worthy. You elect a criminal like that into, or they lead themselves into power and you expect to change. Are you not foolish? Openly goes the mercy. Can't see anything for this one. I must preach this gospel. It's from heaven and I must preach it. As painful as it sounds, I must preach it. So that Mieti Allah and their who is the grand patron of Mieti Allah? The same Sultan. The same Sultan. Grand patron to the 4th most deadly terror group in the world. He is coming to lecture us on how to be good. Hey! Chineke kweli hojo. Ekwensu because Bible. I wouldn't say Ekwensu because Ekwensu is not the devil. We must find a name for Ekwensu. Ekwensu is not the devil. But for the purposes of our gospel, so that this generation can understand it, we sometimes use it. But Ekwensu is not the devil or Lucifer. We must find a name for it. We must find a name for it. There is nothing like security challenges in Nigeria, because the same people that brought the insecurity are the ones telling you to be good. What Fulani means by you people should be good is you should accept all the nonsense that they are doing. They will kill you and take over your land and you will not talk. Then you're a good Nigerian. Oh dear me. Now listen. There is nothing called insecurity in Nigeria. It is a case of bad government. Why do I say that? Because let us start from the known to the unknown. Rather than even expanding the industrial base of Nigeria, they embarked upon shutting everything down. They kept devaluing the currency that now, from 86 kobo to $1, listen, from 86 kobo to $1, it is now 500 naira to $1. Who caused it? Bad government by Fulani people. But they are blaming all of us. Insecurity, security, bring in more air force, bring in more armor tank, bring in... You will never hear them say, let us create jobs. Let us build houses. Let us introduce a social welfare package that will benefit everybody. Let us eradicate all these bottlenecks that corruption has created. No, never. It is insecurity. China, come and help us. US, come. UK, come. Insecurity. They think those people are foolish. Do you think that had China treated its people the same way you're treating your so-called foolish Nigerians, that China will be great today for it to be running to them? Chinese government will stand up and say, we want to create 1 million billionaires in the next 10 years. Even the man announcing this very initiative will not benefit from it, because he understands that if it is well with other people, it's also well with me. And that is how Biafra is going to be built. If it is well with your neighbor, it is well with you. And it is something a black man can never understand. And that is why we are poor. And that is why we are victims of racism. And that is why our life is so shambolic and messy as it is today. In Africa, of course, not just in the zoo, but the whole of Africa. This morning, I want to let the whole world understand this, because the whole world is listening. There are 3 sets of idiots in Nigeria responsible for the insecurity that we're experiencing. These 3 sets of idiots, they are the ones aiding and abating the murderous Fulani Janjaweed terrorists in this very APC regime that we are being forced to endure. 3 people are indulging them. Without these 3 sets of people, the Fulanis won't exist. And I'll tell you who they are this morning. And I will start with the number 1. The first group, somebody a while back referred to them as the sophisticated morons. Education to knowing everything. But in the main, they are idiotic. Very, very idiotic. Very, very idiotic. Oh dear me. Oh dear me. Oh dear me. You must understand what the whole zoo is all about. You must understand what the whole zoo is all about. And that's what we are preaching this very morning. Because they think that, as you see, Fulani Janjaweed, they think they are very, very smart. But they are using your stupidity to appear very smart. The first group of people indulging Fulani, the reason why you have insecurity in the zoo called Nigeria, the reason why your life is a misery, the reason why your future and your entire existence has been handed over to the Fulani is because of these sophisticated morons from Yoruba land. You see them writing all the time, their columns, maybe in Punch or Tribune or Vanguard or Sun or Harry Potter's. Sophisticated, as idiotic as ever. They are the first set. And instead, these are the people responsible for bringing the late Buhari into power. It's not that I know. You know, like a harlot Ashawo. You know, Ashawo has no shame. It's now that I know that Nigerians are Ashawo. I'm telling you, they have no shame. Ashawo can hold you in the morning and say, pay me in a roundabout. She doesn't care. As long as you pay her. The same way that Nigerian politicians behave and Nigerians in the men, they behave. They have a harlot mentality. They have no shame. You know, I'm telling you the truth. They have no shame. And I'll tell you why they have no shame. Everybody, even a child born today, understand that the people that is responsible for the misery we are going through are those that brought Buhari into power in 2015. Who are those that brought Buhari into power in 2015? Sophisticated morons from Yoruba land. The same set of idiots. They have no shame. Instead of recoiling in shame and apologizing for imposing the disaster that is the late Buhari or the most foolish set of 200 million people since creation. Instead of apologizing. Instead of Tinubu to go back and say, oh, I'm very sorry. I brought this misery upon all of you. I am so sorry. Without, like, a former cocaine pusher. Somebody that produce cocaine, they have no shame. They can do anything for money and influence. These idiots, they even have their effrontery. Shameless political harlots from Yoruba land. You have their effrontery to be talking about electing the same idiot that brought the late Buhari to power. The same fool. So if he has any ideas to improve their lives, why can't you tell the Taba that is ruling the zoo to implement it? This is there. That is why I say sometimes that parochialism is a very, 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 very deadly disease. And that is something that you will suffer from. Parochialism. They are blind to the truth. Most of them are. That is why I thank God for this generation of Yoruba agitators. I thank God for them. Sometimes a sophisticated moron, they think they are smart. They think they are very clever. They think they can manipulate the situation because they control the media. We can choose the narrative. But not in this day and age of social media. New age media, you cannot do it anymore. Is this not the same man that brought this unmitigated disaster of a regime, APC, to power? The same idiot who wanted to vote for him. And I'm sure some of you will ignorantly and foolishly campaign for him to become a president of a zoo that won't even exist in 2023. I am telling you the truth. I can't massage it. If you know me, you will know me. I will speak the truth. If I love you, I will even tell you the bitterest truth. If I don't care about you, I will just leave you to wallow in your ignorance. But if you listen to our gospel, you will change. You will know it is the truth. The same set of idiots, certificate forging, cocaine pushing, lying fool in Tinubu that brought this disaster upon all of you. When he comes out to speak, you listen to him. That means you're a fool. Then let me tell you about the second set of people. Let me finish with the Yoruba media. It was Yoruba media, despite the overwhelming evidence that Buhari is a disaster, and went on to say that Buhari should be elected. Even Guleshenka, as learned as he is, that saw what Buhari did in 1983. You know that Buhari is a conniving, thieving, sanctimonious bastard. You know that very well. Tinubu still went, even Shoyinka. They thought they are spiting the East. Okay, let us fight them. Jonathan, let us fight them. Look at the disaster you brought. I don't expect any Yoruba politician or prominent son or daughter to even come on the public to be speaking. They should be ashamed of themselves. Shame should cover their faces. If they're being honest. But they're not honest. I thank God for Yoruba One Voice. I thank God for the likes of Professor Kinte, a man amongst men. Professor Kinte, people agitating for freedom. The Ghanaians of this world, the Igbos of this world, they must rise up now and take over their space. Can't you see what we did in the East? Can any of these so-called idiotic elders speak? They cannot. Because we have sourced them, we know they are not elders. They are called OKA Sona Danyanaji. They are the type of elders that when you leave them with their granddaughter, they will be molesting her sexually, calling themselves elders. Wicked, evil men hiding under their age to perpetrate evil. Ghanaians, as the Nawakokom of Yoruba land, must rise up now. Work with Professor Kinto and Igbo, young and vibrant, to liberate your people. People are quiet, all this punch newspaper, tribune, writing, colloquium, selequium, all this rubbish, launching of book with the same sultan that killed the daughter of Pafasharanti. Oh dear me. Let me go to the second most deadliest serpent in the zoo. They are the intellectuals from the east. Serpentine and deadly. Equally as deadly as Yoruba sophisticated morons. Writing junk every day. These people are they have no influence. So the only place where an intellectual has an influence is dampening the spirit of his own people. He will never fight for his right. Never. His job is to identify those who are struggling to survive and to make it easier for the Fulani to overrun them by first of all dampening their spirit. Now listen, this second group is equally as deadly. They are from the east. They are mostly Igbo. This is mostly Igbo, living in Abuja and in Lagos. They were not born in the village, so they don't know they don't even know what it means to be a Biafran. They have no idea what it means to be an Igbo person, what it means to be an Ibibio person, what it means to be a genuine Ijo person, not minding that some of them are a bit not right in the head because of resource control. They are in Abuja and in Lagos, intellectual, very, very poisonous and deadly. They are the ones also aiding and abetting the march of the Janjaweed into our territories. The intellectual fools from the east, mostly Igbo. Like a snake, they are very, very slow and poisonous. They use you one horse. Circumstances beyond my control. You think that with you, they'll be writing, oh, this thing, where we are moving, the Igbo nation, where we are moving. Oh, pora, lies. Ask them, but how do we, when we come, ask an intellectual, how do we chase away those foreign Janjaweed from Ozowani? He'll start telling you how to conscientize, how to use education to influence. Okay, rubbish. Talking nonsense. The heavy intellectual in Abuja and in Lagos, every day talking rubbish. Listen there. Sometimes they graduate into politics and they send them to Abuja as a politician in the church Abasa. Like a snake, an Igbo intellectual is as equally as deadly as a Yoruba sophisticated moron. These are the people keeping Fulani in power and making sure that your life is a mystery. You know, I call them the Venus flytrap of the animal kingdom. You know, there's this plant. It eats animals. There's a plant. It opens up its mouth. It secretes something, either some kind of resin or there's some kind of liquid secretion at the bottom. The animals will come, and flies, they think it's very sweet. They will go in to go and take maybe the nectar or whatever secretion that this plant has. You know what the plant will do? It's a fellow plant in the forest. They will plant it quietly close. Google it and eat the animal. But it is pretending, oh, we are all plants. Oh, don't worry, come to me. The way you're pollinating and cross-pollinating, oh, don't worry, come. I'll accept you. They open up and you fall in and you die. They dissolve you in their liquid and they absorb the nutrients from your body. Exactly an Igbo intellectual. That's what they do. Sometimes they may even come onto Facebook to be writing their junk You ask them, my dear brother or sister, explain this thing to me in simple English. What are writing about? They don't even know what they're writing. The worst part of intellectualism is that they don't even understand the junk they are writing. All they are writing is to be noticed by Abuja, so somebody can call them and give them some money. That's all. To the detriment of their own people. Intellectualism in the East. Sophisticated moralism in the West. These are the main backers of Fulani Janjaweedism. They will never rise up to speak the truth and damn the consequences. They secrete their venom, oh dear me, and inject the unsuspecting public with their gibberish, cloaked in what I refer to as indecipherable English, to keep you all ignorant. Poisonous and deadly. Intellectual. Poisonous and deadly. Especially if the fool has a house in Lagos, then it's over. They are the type that will come out against NSAS protesters because their brother is a senior special advisor to a local council chairman. Born of a black man. It's our turn. Let's eat. They have sold their soul to the Janjaweed. An Igbo intellectual. He has no conscience whatsoever. They will sacrifice even their grandmother if that means any political advancement. No, they will sell her very easily. If the Fulani say, give me, they will say, come and take our, is it my village you want? Take the whole thing, even take my compound. Give me 2 by 2 in Abuja. I will take a chieftaincy title. I will now be traveling with escort. Intellectual. And the third, and perhaps the most hopelessly fools in the zoo encouraging the Fulani are those that are under the burden in the Middle Belt. People of the Middle Belt, for decades, they've been fed a diet of hatred for Igbos and Biafrans. That's the only way the Fulani kept them. Being black people, we always gravitate where we can hate people without any reason. For many years, for decades, Igbo man is the problem. Do not support Biafra. They will do this, they will do that. Now, their land has been taken over. They have renamed some places in Benue State to Fulani names. Decades of being fed on a diet of hatred for the Igbos and Biafra. That is why now they are being slaughtered. Apart from Governor Tom, they cannot speak. Because the same level of hatred they were groomed to heap on Biafrans, Igbos in particular, of course we are all Biafrans and we are all Igbo people, is what they are now experiencing at the hands of the Janjaweed. They can no longer talk. They are being swallowed alive every day. Only Otto will come out and shout once in a while and that's it. Alababa. They will kill them more. He will come out, he will give a press statement, they will come out again, they will kill them. Sultan will not talk about it. Sultan can go to Lagos and be talking rubbish about religion and education and enlightenment, other rubbish. Sultan will never comment about Fulani people taking over indigenous lands in Benue and killing them. Nobody is talking about Benue people leaving their homes and living in refugee camps. Nobody. Sultan won't, because they are his people doing the slaughtering and the killing. They are all part and parcel of the agenda to Islamize. That was why they came to my house to kill me. Killed 28 of my men. My parents are dead. My dog is dead. Jack. Somebody, thank you very much, my dear brother. What's his name again? Sunside. Sunsiders, he wrote on Instagram. The third set is from the Middle Belt, dining at the table of hatred for Igbo man. For many years, they were fed the same garbage. That somehow hard work and God's blessing merits hatred, like the Jews all over the world. They hated us. Now, the people that taught them how to hate are now hating them. They have nowhere to run to. Let's say it go now. They have nowhere to run to. Nowhere to run to. Now they understand the pain and the misery of being lied against. Those three groups are the ones holding your zoo called Nigeria together. And the funniest thing is that they think they are learned. That is what I find baffling. They actually think they're intelligent, these sets of idiots. Anyway, don't worry, when the Janja will come. I think there's a new group now coming from Libya. They are coming from Libya now, from the wars, ravaging Libya. They are coming, courtesy of Obama. The most useless black man that God ever made is Barack Obama. We shall get to that later. Fulani, Daily Posting, I don't know if it's in Kaduna or in Canada, I don't know where the publication is. All these Fulani people. Oh dear. I don't know where they got a video from. They said it's a viral video of 19 headers killed in Anambra. And let me reiterate, if I find you in the forest of Biafra land, you will die. So leave acres of columns in your newspaper to report what is going to happen. You can use your intimidation with other people and it will work, not with us. Go and ask those in Asarok how stubborn I am. Maybe Daily Trust or Daily whatever rubbish they call them, or Premium Times, they have no idea how stubborn we are. Go to Asarok and ask them about Nnamdi Kanu and how stubborn he is, and they will tell you, if I find you in the forest of Biafra land, you will die. If you want to do business, you go to the township, bring your cattle in a trailer, park it somewhere. People can go and cut the feed for you in the bush and bring it. Did you see what I don't know if it's Ekiti or Ondo or Ogun State, the governor that imported pregnant cows from America. The cow is in a very beautiful shed. They bring food to the cow. They are making it because they listen to my program here, and I said to them, shame on all of you that the pig milk you're drinking in Nigeria comes from Holland. They claim they don't listen to us. They claim we are ill-informed, we are ignorant. They listen to me and they go and do what I ask them to do. A governor in Yoruba land went and imported pregnant cows from America with milk. So they can be producing milk because they listen to me. They listen to Radio Biafra. They know that this is a citadel. Here you gain knowledge. If you eat on aluminum and if you come here, you will be able to absorb knowledge. I said to them, show me. That is what Mietela ought to be doing. Go and set up milk processing factories in the north. You can be shipping milk to the whole of Africa and make money. Rather than looking for who to cut off his head. You will think like, well, will allow that rubbish in my land? Is that what you're thinking? We are not Igbo governors, so we are IPOB and owners of Eastern Security Network. You come to our land and you will die there. So prepare to write more about it. And of course, it's all the false narrative that you think that now is like before. We can come and we can kill them, slaughter them. There'll be a program. We are waiting. Let me tell you, those of Biafrans living in the north, they're like a sacrificial lamb. We have sacrificed them to you people. Do to them as you wish. If you come to our land, we will kill you. You see, you will come with the backing of the army and the police. We know that that's how you work. The army will first of all come, harass everybody, whereas their foot soldiers are advancing on the ground. That's what they do. So while Yoruba compromised media are busy writing about, oh, there is under siege, and their main armies on the ground marching. And I ask every Yoruba journalist in Nigeria, every Yoruba sophisticated moron in Nigeria, go to your forest. Shoyinka cannot go into his own forest, in his backyard. He's afraid. That is the future that awaits all of you liars and deceivers. You think you can keep deceiving people? No, you cannot. You cannot keep deceiving people. Now, one of those that they told Igbo man is your problem. Oh, to try and do something. Let us hear from him. I want to ask myself this question. Why is it that this Sultan, why would we, so please, Yoruba, tell me why you fall for Fulani all the time. Is it because of religion? Tell me why you fall for Fulani all the time when they come to you. Is it because you're afraid of them? Or what? Okay, so I now understand. Most of you are Muslims, and rightfully so. And your spiritual leader is a terrorist in the Sultan of Sokoto. by virtue of his association with Mietiala. He is the grand patron of Mietiala, fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world. So Yoruba people, forever and ever, you will take orders from a Fulani man. Shame is a very big shame. The land of Awolowo, a very big shame, I'm telling you the truth. A warrior race. Yoruba people are a warrior race. From Ile-Ife, a warrior race. You extend from Edo State all the way to Togo. All the way to Togo. You have everything it takes to be a great nation in Africa. If not the greatest. A great nation in terms of size, language, heritage, culture. And you abandoned all of that. And you're taking orders from a smelly, stinking Janjaweed from Sokoto. Shame, a very big shame, I'm telling you. Your ancestors must be turning in their graves. I'm telling you the truth. Let us hear from somebody from there. I'm preaching this morning, please. I'm preaching the gospel of heaven. And you know it to be the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. They understand it very well, that this very truth that we preach must prevail. It must prevail. Let us hear from Governor Autumn. One of those they convinced that Ipob man is your problem. Let's start Biafra. Let's stop this agitation. And sometimes he will say, hey, let's stop this agitation. I want Nigeria to be one. As long as Nigeria remains one, Fulani will take you over. As long as Nigeria remains one, you are under the mercy and rulership of the Janjaweed Caliphate. Take that from me. Let us hear from him what he has to say.
That it is not about all this noise in this country. It is about taking over the land. And I will read this.
Taking over the land.
You appreciate what I'm talking about.
He's a middle belt man. Middle belt.
This is a summary of the deliberation by Fulani Nationality Movement, January 13th, 2018, January. 2018.
Listen.
14th January 2018.
This is a governor speaking. A governor speaking.
And they issued this press statement. Listen to it very well. The Fulani Nationality Movement, after extensive deliberation on the state of the nation in the context of recent killings and national uproar made today in Kano, the capital of Kano State, amongst other things, the FUNAM deliberated on attacks on cattle by rustlers, kidnap of Fulani men and women in some parts of Nigeria, displacement of Fulani traditional settlements in the northern Nigeria and some parts of southern Nigeria, stealing of properties belonging to the Fulani cattle owners, amongst other issues. The group also deliberated on the
This is Fulani Nationality Movement. No longer Hausa Fulani Nationality Movement. To tell you how they think they are clever. And all of you that, that is why I keep saying, Hausa, remove yourself from Fulani. When they want to kill, when they want to strike, when they want to commit the atrocities, it's now Fulani Nationality Movement. That movement wants to take over your land. I want those Yoruba sophisticated morons to understand what we are saying. Those Yoruba sophisticated idiots understand this. Fulani will take your land. They will take it from you. They will take it from you. The only way out is freedom for all. This is a man that they claimed before. He's a whole man, he's a Biafra. Listen, the bulk of the infantry that fought on the side of the Fulani during the war came from the Middle Belt. Today, the same masters they served are the ones decimating them. Facebook have shut down my broadcast. They cannot take the heat anymore. They can't take it anymore. Of course, you can go to Instagram or you go to Twitter. Any of those places where they are live and direct. Or you go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So it's everywhere. If you want to watch it, people are going to watch parties, so you can watch it. Not necessarily on my page. Let us listen to what he has to say. He's Governor Autumn. These are the people that were castigating Igbo people, castigating Biafra, saying the agitation shouldn't work. Now, the enemy is on the doorstep. It is now Fulani national. But where I want to ask people, maybe those on Instagram, where are Hausa people? Are they still in Nigeria? Have they moved from Nigeria? Has anyone seen any Hausa person recently? I mean, I want to ask, I'm not in a bad way, I just want to know, has anyone seen Hausa people recently? Because I don't know. Has anyone seen Hausa people recently? All I'm hearing is Fulani everywhere. You see what they did to Hausa? Complete emasculation, destruction of their way of life, destruction. The Queen is saying no, they will have not. Have you seen Hausa anywhere? The answer is no. Nobody has seen Hausa people anymore. They are finished. They are behaving exactly the same way those intellectuals in the East and the sophisticated morons of the West are behaving. The same way they behaved in the past. Today, nobody is hearing about Hausa anymore. Hausa, they are finished, they are gone. When I look back with nostalgia, some of you don't know history. I know history. When I read about Hausa people, one of the most advanced civilizations in the whole world at their time, Hausa people manufactured a gun before the white man did so. Do you know that? Musket. Do you know that Hausa people had a gun before Britain managed to make one for themselves? Are you aware of this? No, you're not, because some of you don't study history. Hausa people abandoned that rich heritage. Child, so sad. Now, people that drive cattle from place to place, you see an average Hausa person is technologically advanced. Do you know that before? No, you never knew. Why do you think that Flora Shaw fell in love with Hausa people? Not Fulani, with Hausa. They went to Hausa land, the boyfriend Lugard then took her to Hausa land, and the Hausa people, their soldiers showed her a gun, their musket. The father of Flora Shaw was a soldier. She marveled at the ingenuity and craftsmanship that went into the making of a Hausa dem gun. She marveled and she wrote about it. But some of you don't know these things. Today Hausa is no more. One day Yoruba will be no more. One day there will be no Yoruba nation. Their intellectuals will destroy them. Their own version, their sophisticated morons will destroy them. One Nigeria. Nigeria for what? I keep asking, show me one thing that Nigeria has done for you. One thing. Anyway, it allows them to steal money without accountability. All the governors in the north are Fulani. Let us listen to what he has to say.
And after extensive deliberation, we hereby made the following declaration.
Fulani people, Fulani.
The killings in Benue State of the thief is well deserved.
Are you listening to that? The same Funam, the same Sultan telling you about nation insecurity. The same Sultan is the patron of the people that issued a public statement saying that the killing of TV people in Benue is deserved. DSS never invited them. DSS never invited them to come. Funam. And that is why the TV nation must rise up and join us. We must all come together, all of us from the south. We must all come together and do it now. There has to be uprising everywhere. Destroy every police station, destroy every army barracks, because they are the ones giving cover to terrorists to invade. I say this live on air. So any day we go to court, anywhere in the world, the judge or the prosecutor will ask me, but on the 30th of April, you made an insightful statement on air. You said that the police station should be destroyed. And I look at the idiot in the eye and will say, yes, I said it. Because they are the ones riding shotgun for the terrorists. The army and police will occupy you as they did in Benue State, and the Fulani Janjaweed will creep in to outflank you. So that is why we need to, because without army and police, there will be no Fulani Janjaweed. Let me tell you the simple secret. Anywhere there is no police, there is no army, Fulani can never attack that place. They will never attack it. Do you know that? Anywhere there is no army presence, no police presence, Fulani can never mount a raid that's in that very village. That's how it works. So if you want to be free, remove Nigerian army, remove Nigerian police, believe you me, you are free. People say, but bandits will be roaming. I say, no. It is impossible. Impossible. Power will then belong to the people to decide. But if you allow yourself to be deceived by Yoruba intellectuals writing for Punch newspaper and all these idiots, that's entirely up to you. But Yoruba, your land will be gone. Go to your forest now. Is it writing junk from Lagos or Abuja, writing rubbish about our nation? Enter the nearest Yoruba bush, they will kill you there. Your land is gone. And you are busy talking about one Nigeria. One Nigeria, let's listen to Governor. He's from Benue. They hate Igbo. TV hate Igbo, man. They hate Biafra. They told them to hate. Now they are the ones who are being hated. If you want to be free, destroy every police station around you, destroy every army barracks around you. Believe you me, Fulani can never come because there will be nobody to back them up. Anywhere you have army, you have the police from southern Kaduna up onto Benue into Ibariam. Anywhere you have police presence, there will be Fulani terrorist activities nearby because all of them are one. It's planned. Tell me why the Sultan will go to Lagos to be talking rubbish. He never spoke about what his own Fulani people are doing to others in the zoo. To tell you that they're all part and parcel of it. Anywhere there is no police station, there is no army barracks, Fulani will never attack you. I'm telling the truth. They will never attack you.
It was a revenge. It was a revenge attack on series of onslaught on the Fulani, which most parodies on November 17, 2017, and when 30 Fulani men and women were killed in Nasarawa State. We noticed the recalcitrant culture of the Tiv people.
They are insulting the Tiv nation. The governor of Benue is Autumn. This is Samuel Autumn, is that correct? He's a Tiv man. The Fulani people are insulting Tiv culture. The head of Fulani people, the Sultan of Sokoto, went to Lagos and trying to deceive Yoruba people. And they are there clapping for him. Yes, he speaks. It's illiteracy. It's a lot of information. Whereas all of them there are the illiterates. Biafra is coming. No bagger can stop it or we all die. They don't understand that very well. And I said to them before, let me repeat. We have not gone into the phase of Boko Haram yet. No, not yet. If you force us to get there, for one suicide bomber from Boko Haram, we'll give you 10. That stage is coming. If they continue to push us. If you think you can conquer us and take over our land as you have taken over Yoruba land, you are dreaming. Yoruba can allow you to do our rubbish with them, do all that nonsense. Because Otedolari is a billionaire, depends on free oil from Biafra land. All their billionaires, they depend on oil from Biafra land, all that rubbish. That's your business. Fulani will swallow you. I'm telling you the truth. Look at them, are they not crying today? Are they not crying? They'll come and tell you, oh, don't worry, let's gang up, we have Islam, let's gang up against the East, let's gang up against Igbo people. You will fall for it the same way that TV fell for it. Today, TV people are the ones crying. They are the ones who are being conquered and swallowed up. You think you have brain? Let us listen to the lamentation of Governor Autumn, one erstwhile Igbo hater and Biafra antagonist, courtesy of his Fulani masters. Today his masters are killing him, insulting his culture.
Demonstrated even in the 1804 jihad, when they obstructed our ordained conquest of Nigeria.
Fulani said that TV people tried to stop their ordained conquest. Yoruba, 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 Fulani will swallow you. What happened to you at Ilorin didn't teach you enough lesson. Yoruba youths, I'm telling you today, your leaders and your elders are your worst enemies. Your leaders and your elders are your worst enemies, Yoruba. Your leaders are evil. They have sold you down the line. Obasanjo is a very, very terrible and horrible man. You people should stop using this thing. Hey, we have respect for our elders, and while they are raping you and abusing your children. While they are raping you and abusing your children, all of you are going to suffer. The Fulani said that God gave them Nigeria, and they must conquer it. They must conquer it, unless you stop them. Yoruba, you people are the ones still keeping Nigeria warm today. Forget about Middle Belt, they are gone already. We can rescue them later. You must rise up now. You must rise up now. The revolution needs to happen now. The revolution is very simple. Anytime you come out on the streets to protest, you confront only one enemy, or should I say two. The Nigeria Army and Police. That's what they're going to use. So they are your primary enemies. They are your primary enemies. That is why destroy their police stations, destroy their army barracks. You are free. I'm telling you the truth. Yoruba, or else you're gone. Watch and see what I'm telling you. Go and mark today's date. What I'm telling you. You see, it is the truth. If you want to survive, they said that God gave them Nigeria to conquer. That is why the Sultan can go to Yoruba and say, oh, remember Islam, our religion, we were together, history and education, all that rubbish. They are coming, the real army is coming behind him. And they will swallow you. Anybody who comes out again and says, oh, I'm an elder, we will flog you. Here in public, you are a fool. Where you live, is there any road linked to the place? Where were you when Fulani came and was killing us? Where were you? Okay, so now Yoruba developed some balls. Yoruba developed some. The same way I warned Igbo intellectuals many years ago, I warned them. I went to America and I said to them that the Fulanis are coming to kill us. They said I was mad. I said they are coming. You can't stop them, because what I see, mortals cannot see it. Mahume cannot see it. I see in the realm of the spirit. What I have seen, you cannot. I said they are coming. I stood in front of World Igbo Congress and I begged them and I said, give us guns and bullets now. These people are coming. They said, no, did you see the war? We are the war. I have bullets in my left breast. I have bullets in my buttock. I have bullets. Rubbish. Today they have come. Now they are calling our coordinators in the US and asking them, please call a Yindi for us. Tell them that I put they are near my village, the same people. That tell me they have bullet on their breast, they have bullet on their buttock, and the right one at the back. If God is not with us, why would Elohim show me all these things that he shows me all the time? I see things before they happen. And the prophecies we give is exact, 100% accurate, no room for ambiguity. And today I am telling you, Yoruba, if you fail to rise up, in our time, Fulani will swallow you the way they have swallowed Middle Belt. They will swallow you, and then you will come to us for help. And then we'll tell you, I told you so. You must move now. Strike the rod, the iron while it is hot. You must strike now. Destroy every police station, every army barracks. That is your problem, because anytime you start a protest, army will come and kill you. Anytime you talk, they will arrest you. DSS, destroy DSS, destroy the army, destroy the police. I'm telling you, you're free people. If you keep listening to Tinubu, to Obasanjo, you people are finished. Look at the way Danjuma is now sounding. Danjuma is now saying, defend yourself. So the same person that killed Ironsi for the Fulani, you people will never learn, because you don't know history. You have no idea of what history is. Fulani, let me move on to his problems. Let us even go to Zamfara. Let us try Zamfara State. What are they saying in Zamfara State? Defend yourselves. Zamfara State Governor, Fulani man is telling you, defend yourselves. And I'm asking them, if the Fulani is coming to my village, as they intend to do, they said they are coming. They are camping at a place near behind Afra Technical School. maybe very soon, yet I intend to use them to launch an attack in my village or perhaps in my house. The things we don't know, and we're waiting for them. That is the prelude I need. Just like the killing of Ikonso, I've been wanting to get Atibo governors for a very long time. And then the killing of Ikonso that gave us the cover we needed to hunt them down. Do you understand? Let them launch the attack they want to launch. That will give us the impetus we need to sink, to burn the zoo down before their eyes so they will see it. So when they be calling America and Britain, nobody will listen to them. They will say, you know what Britain said to them? Britain said to Fulani, you caused it. We told you to restructure and you said no. We have washed our hands clean. Britain for the first time said to Fulani, we asked you to restructure and you said no. Don't call us anymore. And I'm sure Britain 2 days ago told the US the same thing. They don't listen. Because Fulani agenda is not to build a nation with you or to build a country with you. They want to conquer you. That is why any initiative, any policy, any steps that can be taken by a government to make the lives of the citizens better, Fulani have steadfastly refused to take such. Heaven will give me what I give to the living. That's my job, and that's what I'm going to do until Biafra is set free. Zamfara governor is telling you, defend a Fulani governor, defend yourselves. Whereas in our land, when I set up ESM to defend our land, governors went and set up something, recruiting policemen from everywhere to defend them. Anybody answering the bag, if I say bag outside, they'll be killed. I'm saying it. The time now is 8:44. Which is, should I say, 16 minutes to 9 a.m. in Biafra land. Anybody wearing that Ibubako uniform, if we see you outside, we will kill you. They're not even Igbo people. They're not even Biafran people. These are policemen recruited from every police station around the zoo to protect Umahi. That uniform you're wearing that looks like the uniform of a warder that hasn't received salary for 4 months. That uniform you're wearing, if we catch you with it, we will kill you. Your eyes will open. In fact, the Tulsa will be waiting for you on the other side. The more useless fools. That Ebubako rubbish cannot work. If we see you, you are in Ebubako, you are an informant, you will die. I will treat you like a Fulani Mietiala Janjaweed. If I see you with that uniform answering Ebubako, you will die. I will kill you. And I will start to the state. And I want Mahi to know. Go and tell Mahi what I'm saying. Anybody wearing a Ebubako uniform, I will kill you. Idiots. You went and recruited policemen. One, I think his name is Bayo. Or is it, I'll get it in a minute. You think you don't know where IPOB, are you playing with us? Do you know how intelligent we are? You cannot do anything without us knowing. You went and brought a Yoruba policeman to make him a Bubago in a Bay State to protect you. From today, I will hunt down a Bubago wherever I see you. You will die there where you are. That uniform you're putting on. Go and look at all those warders that are owing money, salary for 6 months. That's the way they look. That's the uniform they wear. You want to scare your enemies and you're dressing like a Nigerian prison warder. Tunde is his name. Thank you. Tunde is a Bubako in Ebonyi State. Tunde. Shameless fools. I told you nobody will join you. If you join the Bible, you have signed a death warrant. Stupid idiots. The same Governor Tom said, we are becoming a banana republic. If we have a president who gave the security agencies order to shoot outside, whoever is having AK-47, and the Minister of Defense came out to say that they cannot shoot outside. So who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? You're asking me? When I told that Buhari is dead, did you believe me? Did I not tell you that Buhari is dead? How can Buhari give order to shoot outside to anybody carrying AK-47? The Minister of Defense came out and said, no, do not do it. Why? Because you're asking us to shoot our own fellow Fulani carrying AK-47. Intellectuals is for you. Intellectual, Igbo intellectual, this is for you. The Minister of Defense, a Fulani man, said, we cannot kill our fellow Fulani Although they are terrorists, although they are bandits, although they are killing, raping, pillaging, and kidnapping, no, we cannot touch them. They are fallen. Take them to court. But you come and you kill the council, and you want us to be happy. Hope Osadoma is a dead man. He will die. Wike will die. Say, I said so this morning. I'm saying it loud and clear for the world to hear. So when it happens, you know who to arrest or who to blame. And then maybe Wike, Hope Osadoma will die. These idiots, can you listen to Fulani man defending Fulani terrorists and killers? He also defending his father's land. You killed him. You killed him. We are going to show you madness. You know the one they call Akola. You know there are the faces of madness. You know if you're from the town wearing bongo and high heels in those days and you're mad, it's called Akola. The one in the village is called Onyara. We'll show you Akola. The one wearing bongo, fashionable madness is called Akola. That's what we're going to show you people. They are everywhere. Hope Osadoma is a dead man walking. Tell him I said so. I will kill him. Okay, I'm saying it live on air for the world to hear. It's an idiot. You killed the council. Whereas a Fulani defense minister. Governor Otom is asking you, Fulani defense minister said you cannot kill Fulani people. Never, you cannot kill them. It's now you know you're in a banana republic. You said before you didn't know you were in a banana republic before. Now you know. Now you know. He also defending his father's land against Miyeti Yala terrorist group. You killed him in his sleep. You lied. Punch newspaper lied. Yoruba people, you people are acting as conduit for the lies of the Fulani. You lied that he was in a battlefield. You liars and deceivers. You lied, whereas he was in his father's compound. If he was in battlefield, you think you can defeat him? Is that what you think? Not in a billion years. We can. Oh my God! Oh, that little thing. Hey, block everywhere. Block every entry. You've not started blocking. You block and block the road to your bedroom. I will sacrifice anything to get Biafra. I said it before. Everything I will give to him. Anything he wants of me, I will give him. To make sure that Biafra comes. But all of you, all that money you stole and bank abroad for your children to enjoy, you will not enjoy it. And neither will your children. I will show you people insanity. Oh, Diara. Chineke, my brother. Let us be going in the coming days and weeks. You will see madness. Can we tell you Imo State? Come to Imo State now. Is it to send Fulani to fly helicopter? Helicopter. You can fly helicopter all you like. You're wasting your time. Hope also the I will get you alive. Any traditional ruler say I'm elder. I need your four. We hold your four of the land. Any local government Hope Osadoma goes to, I will destroy the local government headquarters. I will destroy the chairman. I will destroy the traditional ruler. Until you produce the council for me alive. Either you produce him alive, anywhere Hope Osadoma, anywhere he goes to, any local government, anywhere you find him, he's gone. You people can be doing that your rubbish with Miyeti Allah, with Sultan of Sokoto, your boyfriends in the north. Because most of the lecturers anyway, they are rent boys. You go there, you pull down your boxer shorts, you come and you be writing rubbish, writing junk. You people will see madness now. In your next life, if you hear Ikoso, you'll be running. You'll be running. And all these people, like they now go to synagogue to arrest people. I will no longer go for weekend. I will go for the commissioner of police and the DPO. Any commissioner of police, any DPO